All right. Chu Yun held on to Wang Xian. Stop messing around. Humph. Wang Xian snorted coldly, pouting angrily. Who asked him to keep bullying me? I'm not talking to you anymore. Chu Yun stomped her foot, her face flushed with embarrassment as she turned and ran into the kitchen, with Wang Xian trailing behind her, pouting, Chu's sister, why are you always taking his side? And not mine? Chapter 308. A guest arrives. How shameless. Seeing this, Su Shirhan was furious, her gaze towards Lin Xingyo filled with murderous intent as she said, too vulgar, too vulgar. Shirhan, it's not what you think. Lin Xingyo, seeing Su Shirhan's murderous gaze, immediately wore a bitter expression, swallowing hard as he said, don't listen to that little girl's nonsense. Humph. Su Shirhan seemed to see through Lin Xingyo, turning her head and leaving him with a cold, aloof back, ignoring him completely. This, Lin Xingyo, with a heap of words stuck in his throat, eventually raised his hand and muttered, forget it. I'll go weed the garden. With that said, Lin Xingyo didn't waste any more time. He grabbed a hoe from the firewood room, quickly made his way to the vegetable plot in the courtyard, and began working in the field, one stroke after another. He was truly afraid of Wang Xian, so he had to come here to seek some peace, for if he had to listen to her talk like that any longer, his old face would be lost. Of course, Lin Xingyo also regretted it. He shouldn't have brought that little girl here. With her around, life here would likely become difficult. Shirhan, you're finally back. At that moment, a shout rang out, and looking up, they saw Tang Qianquan, his face full of excitement, walking towards them. How is this guy still here? Lin Xingyo was stunned, looking at Tang Qianquan in disbelief, as he had always thought this fellow had been killed. It turned out he was still alive. The tyrant emperor and the others really had no sense. Didn't they see how much I disliked this guy that day? Why didn't they kill him? Why is he still alive in this world? Alas! Lin Xingyo's face showed clear dissatisfaction upon seeing Tang Qianquan, but eventually, after glancing at him a few times, he lowered his head and ignored him, as it wasn't appropriate to kill him in front of Su Shirhan. Humph! Tang Qianquan, however, gave Lin Xingyo a cold snort, his face showing clear displeasure. It was evident. He also disliked Lin Xingyo, and there seemed to be a hint of provocation in his attitude. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing what was happening, he became furious. This guy, knowing full well that I am the white-robed emperor, he still dares to provoke me so openly. It seems I need to find an opportunity to teach this guy a lesson. Don't think I'll indulge him. Tang Qianquan, why are you here? Under the willow tree, Su Shirhan, who had been cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes and asked Tang Qianquan, aren't you supposed to be cultivating in the forbidden land of the East Sea? Why have you come back? Shirhan, of course, it's for you. Hearing this, Tang Qianquan immediately walked towards Su Shirhan, saying, I searched everywhere for you in the forbidden land of the East Sea, and later I met the golden-horned howl and the tyrant. They said you had already returned. So I rushed back from the forbidden land of the East Sea, but I haven't seen you for many days. I thought something had happened to you. These days, I've been worried about you. Oh. Su Shirhan was slightly surprised and immediately asked, how are the tyrant and the others? Have you seen the devouring beast? They're a bit miserable. Tang Qianquan walked up to Su Shirhan and sat down without hesitation, saying, without your protection in the forbidden land of the East Sea, their lives haven't been very good, as many people have vented their anger towards you on them, so their days have been tough. However, these guys don't want to come back, saying they want to find some primordial treasure bone, and they've been roaming the forbidden land of the East Sea. Oh, Su Shirhan responded and then said, they must have discovered some great opportunity, which is why they've stayed there. In that case, when my cultivation breaks through again, I'll have to go back there too. This? Hearing this, Tang Qianquan immediately advised Su Shirhan, you absolutely cannot return to the forbidden land of the East Sea now, as many people are looking for you. Many people in the forbidden land of the East Sea now know you've obtained the Phoenix inheritance, So quite a few are searching for your whereabouts, wanting to take the phoenix inheritance from you. Humph. Su Shirhan's exquisitely beautiful face, enough to take one's breath away, condensed into a bone-chilling killing intent. With my current cultivation, I won't fear those ants. If they don't know their place and come looking for me, I don't mind killing them all. This? Tang Qianquan several times opened his mouth to say something, but the words wouldn't come out, as he wasn't afraid of anyone coming. For he now knew that Su Shirhan's useless master was the white-robed emperor, so he was very clear that anyone coming now would be seeking death. Of course, Tang Qianquan didn't want to tell Su Shirhan about this, because if he did, he would never be able to win her over. After all, if Su Shirhan found out about Lin Xingyo's identity, how could she ever look at him again? Now, he had to take advantage of her not knowing, make her fall for him as soon as possible, and once the deed was done, he would soar to great heights. Chapter 309. A bitch is just pretentious. Alas, forget it. In the vegetable garden, Lin Xingyo glanced at Tang Qianquan and sighed, shaking his head helplessly. He muttered to himself, let the young people talk a bit more. After all, it's rare for someone to have a conversation with Shirhan like this. It might lift her spirits a little. Having made up his mind, Lin Xingyo continued weeding for a while, then carried the hoe back and picked up a large cabbage, bringing it to the kitchen to make noodles for Chu Yun and the others. After delivering the cabbage, Lin Xingyo washed his face. Afterward, he fetched a bucket of water and poured some over the Wudao tea and the Xinlong immortal herb in the yard. His gaze then fell on the robust Zijin gourd vine, and he approached it with the bucket, pouring some water over it as well. Dinner's ready. Just as Lin Xingyo finished his chores, Wang Xian and the others brought out steaming dumplings and noodles from the kitchen. All right, Shirhan, come and have breakfast. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo quickly set down the wooden bucket, wiped his hands on his clothes, and walked over to the stone table with a smile. Humph. Seeing this, Su Shirhan let out a cold snort, her face showing just how unhappy she was. Great. Tang Qianquan, however, was overjoyed. Su Shirhan's expression confirmed his belief that she didn't know Lin Xingyo's identity. If she did, she wouldn't be acting this way. This was his chance. Now, as long as he could win Su Shirhan over, whether by drugging her or using any other unscrupulous means, as long as he could get her into bed and make it a done deal, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Xingyo disliking him in the future. Big bad guy, here's a boiled egg for you. Wang Xian, meanwhile, picked up the boiled egg in her bowl with her chopsticks and placed it into Lin Xingyo's bowl, saying, now you have two. Lin Xingyo's face turned red, and he almost spat out the water he was drinking. This little girl was definitely doing this on purpose. This little brat really needed to be disciplined. Especially after that moment earlier when she almost snapped him in half. He needed to protect his body better and be careful around this little girl to ensure she didn't get her way. Humph. Upon hearing this, Su Shirhan let out another cold snort, her face darkening as if it could squeeze out ink. Shirhan, here, have this bowl of noodles, Lin Xingyo said immediately, his face softening as he handed the noodles to Su Shirhan. They're still hot. Humph. I won't eat. Su Shirhan glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, then turned her head away, pouting angrily. I won't eat your noodles, especially not these two boiled eggs. They make me sick just looking at them. Su Shirhan, what do you mean by that? I'm not going to pamper you. Wang Xian couldn't take it anymore. She slammed her hand on the table and snapped at Su Shirhan. I personally made noodles for you. And not only are you not grateful, but you're acting like this. Who do you think you are? Just because you're the eldest sister doesn't make you special. Don't think everyone owes you something. Humph. Su Shirhan disdainfully glanced at Wang Xian, her face showing utmost contempt. A mere insect dares to bark in my presence. If it weren't for my master being here, I would have killed you already for speaking to me like that. Wang Xian, let it go. Chu Yun, holding a bowl of dumplings, walked out and saw Wang Xian getting angry. She quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, Shirhan has just gone through a major ordeal, and she's not in a good mood right now. We need to understand her. Besides, we're all going to live together in the future, so we need to be more understanding, okay? Shirhan, here. As she spoke, Chu Yun walked over to Su Shirhan with a smile. If you don't like the noodles, how about having this bowl of dumplings instead? Humph, I won't eat. Su Shirhan didn't even look at Chu Yun. Instead, she said to Lin Xingyo, I'll only eat the noodles he makes for me himself. I won't eat yours. All right, all right, all right. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately reached out and patted Su Shirhan's head, his face filled with affection. As long as you want it, Master will go and make you some noodles right now. Just wait. Me too. Seeing this, Wang Xian pushed her bowl away, pouting angrily. I want some too. All right, all right, all right. Lin Xingyo frowned, feeling a headache coming on, and turned to head into the kitchen. I got it. Just wait a moment, okay? Humph. As Lin Xingyo went inside, Su Shirhan's icy, piercing gaze swept over Wang Xian. She was furious. She was truly furious. This lowly servant dared to vie for his affection. Did she even know who she was dealing with? What gave her the right? As the renowned ice beauty and the ruthless empress of a generation, what right did this lowly servant have to vie for favor with her? A bitch is just pretentious. Su Shirhan's breathtakingly beautiful face, like the eternal ice of the ancient world, radiated a bone-chilling killing intent. A mere servant, just wait for the right moment, and I'll send you straight to hell. You'll learn the tragic consequences of competing with the ruthless empress. Chapter 310. Carrying Water. Burp, burp, burp. After finishing 2 bowls of noodles, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but let out a few burps. He then patted his round belly and glanced at Su Shirhan. Humph. Su Shirhan completely ignored him, giving him a cold look. Tang Qianquan, who was watching from the side, was overjoyed. He was absolutely certain. With the current situation, if he just used a little trick, the mere Su Shirhan, a weak woman, would fall into his arms at any moment. Ha 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 ha. This is too satisfying. Tang Qianquan became more and more excited as he thought about it, his expression turning exceptionally thrilled. Spring was coming for him, Tang Qianquan. All he needed was an opportunity. If he could get the strongest wine, the strongest drug into Su Shirhan's hands, then she would be at his mercy. Just wait. The pain you've caused me. Tang Qianquan stared at Lin Xingyo's back, his lips curling into a sinister smile as he muttered, I'll make sure you experience it all. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't notice Tang Qianquan's expression. Patting his round belly, Lin Xingyo walked into the kitchen, fetched a pair of wooden buckets, and spoke briefly with Chu Yun. Then, carrying the buckets, he headed down the mountain. He was going down the mountain to fetch water. At the foot of the mountain was a well he had dug, and they needed to fetch some water for daily use, as the water at home was running low. Of course, Lin Xingyo didn't particularly enjoy carrying water. With his current abilities, obtaining water was easy, but since it was a daily task, he had to do it the old-fashioned way. So, there was no choice but to carry water every day. Tap, tap, tap. Carrying a wooden bucket, Lin Xingyo walked step by step down the stone path leading from the foot of the Misty Peak to the mountain gate. Master! At the mountain gate of the Misty Peak, the mountain-backed giant and the iron-armed divine monkey, who were guarding the entrance, immediately stood up straight and bowed to Lin Xingyo as he descended the mountain. Good. Lin Xingyo nodded in satisfaction, glancing at the mountain-backed giant and the iron-armed divine monkey. Guard the mountain gate well. The safety of the Misty Peak depends on you. Woof, woof, woof. The Swanee Emperor, who had been lying on the ground, immediately barked at Lin Xingyo upon hearing this. Lin Xingyo smiled slightly, looking at the little mutt that the Swanee Emperor had transformed into. You're not bad either. Stay here and guard well. Don't run around anymore, understand? Woof, woof, woof. The Swanee barked a few times, then walked over and circled Lin Xingyo, wagging its tail in a flattering manner. Master, don't worry. As long as the mountain gate is here, I am here. I dare not leave half a step. Good. You all keep busy. Lin Xingyo nodded in satisfaction, then picked up the wooden bucket and prepared to leave. Now I have to go fetch water. Greetings, Uncle Lin. Just as Lin Xingyo was about to leave, a few elders from the Heavenly Sword sect appeared at the mountain gate, each stepping forward to bow respectfully to Lin Xingyo. Su Buming, why are you here? Seeing the elders of the Heavenly Sword sect approach, Lin Xingyo immediately frowned, looking at them with confusion. Isn't there anything to do in the sect? Uncle Lin, it's not that we're not busy. Upon hearing this, the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Su Buming, immediately bowed to Lin Xingyo. There's a major matter we need to discuss with you and seek your advice on. Oh! Lin Xingyo's expression tightened as he looked at Su Buming. What major matter? Uncle Lin, the situation is this? Su Buming gritted his teeth. His face contorted as he looked at Lin Xingyo, revealing a bitter expression. It's the time to pay tribute to the primordial sacred land, but our Heavenly Sword sect has always been relatively impoverished and is a second-rate sect. Now, our strength has fallen to the level of a third-rate sect, so this year, we haven't received any of the tributes that were supposed to be given to us. Uncle Lin, now what should we do? Su Buming looked at Lin Xingyo, his face filled with worry. After all, paying tribute to the primordial sacred land is a major event. If we don't pay tribute, the primordial sacred land won't protect our Heavenly Sword sect in the future, and they might even hold us accountable. If the situation is severe, annihilation is not out of the question. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but purse his lips. Then you don't need to worry, from now on. Our Heavenly Sword sect doesn't need to fear the primordial sacred land. I'll protect you. This? Su Buming and the others all opened their mouths, looking at Lin Xingyo for a long time without saying a word. Indeed, you, Lin Xingyo, do have some abilities, and your disciple is the goddess of the ancient Forbidden Zone. But can you compare to the primordial sacred land? Furthermore, you're just a good-for-nothing. If you leave Misty Peak and lose that mysterious power, how strong could you possibly be? Don't even mention the primordial sacred land. Su Buming felt that with just one finger, he could easily kill Lin Xingyo. So, the worry on their faces deepened even more. All right, go back. Lin Xingyo, carrying the wooden bucket, waved his hand at Su Buming and the others. Listen to me, you can rest assured. Even if the primordial sacred land had the courage, they wouldn't dare come here to collect tributes. Su Buming and the others remained skeptical. Unless the Heavenly Sword sect could regain its past glory and rise to become an immortal power in the Red Moon continent, what confidence did they have to refuse the tribute demanded by the primordial sacred land? All right, go back. Seeing that Su Buming and the others didn't believe him, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but pat his chest in assurance. Trust me, I absolutely won't deceive you. If the people from the primordial sacred land come looking, you can let them come to the Misty Peak to find me. All right, Uncle Lin. Chapter 311. Beyond Comprehension. Cough, cough, cough. Chapter 311. Beyond Comprehension. Cough, cough, cough. Lingji from the Tai Chusung Di couldn't help but break into a series of violent coughs. He then reached up to touch his swollen, aching face and turned to the young Taoist boy beside him, saying, Quick, go, get me a hot towel. I need to apply it to my face again. Yes, master, the young Taoist boy replied without hesitation, quickly leaving to fetch some hot water. He returned shortly, soaking a towel and wringing it out before handing it to Lingji. Master, the hot towel is ready. Give it here, Lingji said, stretching out his hand to take the towel, which he immediately pressed against his swollen face. However, the next moment, he exploded in anger. Damn it, this is too hot. How dare you give this to me, you scoundrel? Are you trying to scald me to death? Master, please calm down, the young Taoist boy, trembling with fear, knelt on the ground. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Get out, get out. Lingji hurled the towel at the kneeling boy. Don't stay here and provoke me to hit you. Master, what's wrong? At that moment, a figure suddenly entered the room. Seeing the young Taoist boy trembling on the ground, he quickly gave him a look, signaling him to leave, then forced a smile and approached Lingji. Why are you so furious? Chinchong, what are you doing here? Lingji, seeing Chun Chong enter, immediately sat up straight. Aren't you in charge of the outer sect? Why do you have time to come here? Alas, master, Chun Chong sighed, suddenly looking proud. Those trivial matters can be left to others. I don't have the leisure to play with them. I'm about to break through to the human immortal realm, so master, you don't need to assign me tasks like collecting tributes anymore. You fool. Lingji's expression tightened, and for a moment, he didn't react. When he did, he exploded in anger. Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know how much profit is in the annual tributes? Every year, the various sect leaders of the Tai Chusungdi fight tooth and nail for this duty. This year, it finally fell to us. You must handle this duty well and absolutely not let it fail, so no one can laugh at us, understand? Master, you can rest assured, Chun Chong, seeing Lingji's anger, immediately shrank his neck and forced a smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum, fawning. With me overseeing it, there won't be any problems. I trust you to handle things. Lingji casually glanced at Chun Chong, picked up the cup on the table, opened the lid, took a small sip, and asked, this year, were there any like previous years who found excuses not to pay their tributes? This hasn't happened. Chun Chong immediately replied proudly, after all, those small sects know our methods at the Tai Chu Sung Di, so not many dare to be so bold as to not pay their tributes. Not many? Lingji's eyes darkened, his cold gaze falling on Chun Chong. So, there are still some who haven't paid? This is indeed the case for a few. Chun Chong, seeing this, immediately forced a smile. But I've already sent envoys to urge them. If they dare not to pay, they will soon learn the consequences of defying the Tai Chu Sung Di. Oh, and who are they? Lingji, holding the teacup, looked at Chun Chong. Who dares to be so bold as to not pay their tributes, showing utter disregard for the Tai Chu Sung Di? They're just Yixie Xiaomen Xiaopai. Chun Chong quickly bowed, probably encountering some difficulties, so they can't pay their tributes for the time being. However, there's one place this year that's a bit strange. Usually, their tributes are quite timely, but this year, they haven't paid yet. Oh! Lingji gripped the teacup, his eyes fixed on Chun Chong. Which sect is it? The Heavenly Sword Sect. Chun Chong looked at Lingji with a smile. But master, you don't need to worry. I've already sent someone to the Heavenly Sword Sect to urge them. If they dare not to pay, the envoy will destroy the Heavenly Sword Sect, making all the sects know that this is the fate of those who refuse to pay their tributes. Lingji panicked. That place? Master, the Heavenly Sword Sect. Chun Chong, seeing Lingji's agitated state, looked puzzled and repeated it 3 times, afraid that Lingji hadn't heard him clearly. The Heavenly Sword Sect? Lingji, recovering from his shock, glared at Chun Chong with bloodshot eyes. You fool! Who told you to go there? Quickly! Recall the envoy. Absolutely do not go there. Recall them? Chun Chong's expression froze, completely baffled as he looked at Lingji. Master, what's wrong? How can we recall them now? They should be almost there by now. What? Can't recall them? Lingji suddenly stood up, slamming his palm down hard on the table. Even if we can't recall them, we must try, or else the situation will be dire. This master, what's wrong with you? Chun Chong stared blankly at Lingji, completely unable to comprehend. It's just the Heavenly Sword Sect, a second-rate sect. Why are you so alarmed, master? Do they dare to rebel against the Tai Chu Sung Di? Shut up. Lingji, overwhelmed with anger, slapped Chun Chong across the face. You fool! Do you know who did this to my face? Do you know how powerful the Heavenly Sword Sect is? You dare to go there to collect tributes? Are you tired of living? Ah! Chun Chong, hearing this, was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. His eyes wide with shock as he looked at the bruised and swollen Lingji, several times opening his mouth but unable to speak. What's going on? The Heavenly Sword Sect, just a second-rate sect, has such a terrifying existence that it could make his master panic like this? This is simply beyond comprehension. Yes, master. The young Taoist boy, hearing this, dared not hesitate and quickly went out to fetch some hot water. He soaked a towel, wrung it out, and handed it to Lingji, saying, "Master, the hot towel is ready. Bring it here." Lingji reached out, took the towel, and immediately pressed it against his swollen face. But in the next moment, he exploded in fury, shouting, "Damn it! This is so hot! How dare you give this to me, you scoundrel! Are you trying to scald me to death? Master, please calm down." The young Taoist boy, trembling with fear, knelt on the ground, stammering, "I wouldn't dare! I wouldn't dare! Get out, get out, get out!" Lingji angrily threw the towel at the kneeling boy, shouting, "Don't stay here and tempt me to hit you. Master, what's wrong with you?" At that moment, a figure suddenly entered the room. Seeing the young Taoist boy trembling on the ground, the newcomer quickly gave him a look, signaling him to leave. Then, with a forced smile, he approached Lingji, saying, "Why are you so furious? Chunchong, why are you here?" Seeing Chunchong enter, Lingji immediately straightened up, asking, "Aren't you in charge of the outer sect? Why do you have time to come here?" "Alas, master," Chunchong sighed, suddenly adopting an arrogant expression, saying, "Let those outsiders handle those trivial matters. I don't have the leisure to waste time with them. I am about to break through to the human immortal realm, so master, you don't need to assign me tasks like collecting tributes anymore." "Hmph, you fool." Lingji's expression darkened, and for a moment, he didn't react. When he finally did, he erupted in anger, shouting, "You fool! Do you have any idea what you're saying? Do you know how much profit is hidden in the annual tributes? Every year, the various sect leaders of Tai Chusungdi go to great lengths, both openly and covertly, just to secure this duty. This year, it finally fell to us. You must handle this task properly, absolutely not allowing it to fail, and making us the laughingstock of others. Do you understand?" "Master, you can rest assured." Seeing Lingji's anger, Chunchong immediately shrank back, forcing a fawning smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum, and said, "With me overseeing it, there will be no problems whatsoever." "Hmph, I trust you to handle things." Lingji casually glanced at Chunchong, picked up the cup on the table, opened the lid, took a small sip, and asked, "This year, were there any who, as usual, found excuses not to submit their tributes?" "Well, there weren't any." Hearing this, Chunchong immediately boasted, "After all, those small sects all know the might of our Tai Chu sacred ground, so not many dared to be so bold as to withhold their tributes." "Not many, you say?" Lingji's eyes narrowed, and his chilling gaze fell upon Chunchong, saying, "So there were still some who didn't submit?" "Well, there were a few." At this, Chunchong forced a smile and said, "But I've already dispatched envoys to press them. If they dare not submit, they will soon learn the consequences of defying our Tai Chu holy land." "Oh, and who were they?" Lingji, holding the teacup, fixed his gaze on Chunchong and asked, "Which sect would dare to be so audacious as to withhold their tributes, showing utter disregard for our Tai Chu Sungdi?" "Just some small sects." Chunchong quickly bowed, saying, "They must have encountered some difficulties, so they were unable to submit their tributes on time. However, there is one place this year that is somewhat strange. Normally, their tributes are quite punctual, but this year, they have yet to submit." "Oh!" Lingji gripped the teacup tightly, his eyes fixed on Chunchong, asking, "Which sect is that?" "The Heavenly Sword Sect." Chunchong looked at Lingji with a smile, saying, "But master, you don't need to worry. I've already sent someone to the Heavenly Sword Sect to press them. If they dare not submit, the envoy will surely destroy the Heavenly Sword Sect, making all the other sects understand the consequences of withholding their tributes." Lingji suddenly panicked, saying, "What? That place?" "Master, the Heavenly Sword Sect." Seeing Lingji's agitated state, Chunchong, puzzled, repeated it 3 times, fearing that Lingji hadn't heard him clearly. "The Heavenly Sword Sect?" Recovering from his shock, Lingji glared at Chunchong with bloodshot eyes, shouting, "You fool! Who told you to go there? Quickly, recall the envoy. Absolutely do not go there. Recall them? Chun Chang's expression froze, completely baffled as he looked at Lingji, saying, Master, what's wrong with you? How could you possibly recall them? They should be almost there by now. What? Can't recall them? Lingji abruptly stood up, slamming his palm down on the table, shouting, Even if we can't recall them now, we must try, or else things will get out of hand. Master, what's wrong with you? Chun Chang stared at Lingji in bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend, asking, Master, it's just the Heavenly Sword Sect, a second-rate sect. Why are you so panicked? Could they possibly dare to defy our Tai Chu Sung Di? Shut up. Lingji, overcome with anger, slapped Chun Chang across the face, shouting, You ignorant fool. Do you know who beat me up like this? Do you know how powerful the Heavenly Sword Sect is? You dare go there to collect tributes? Are you tired of living? Ah! Hearing this, Chun Chang was struck as if by a bolt of lightning, completely stunned. His eyes fixed on the bruised and swollen Lingji, he tried to speak several times but couldn't utter a word. What was going on? The Heavenly Sword Sect, just a second-rate sect, how could it have such a terrifying existence that it would make his own master panic like this? This was simply beyond comprehension. Chapter 312, Legend. Elder Song. We've arrived at the Heavenly Sword Sect. While Elder Lingji was fuming with rage, a dozen cultivators from the primordial sacred land were speeding towards the Heavenly Sword Sect on flying swords, like meteors streaking through the night. I see it. Among the flying cultivators, a skinny, white-haired man named Song Shanshu, who was standing on a flying sword, frowned and said, This place. The spiritual energy is so scarce. It's far inferior to what it used to be. Elder, it's said that the Heavenly Sword Sect was once an unyielding force 100,000 years ago. Why has it fallen to such a state now that it can't even afford to pay the tributes to our primordial sacred land? The disciples of the primordial sacred land all showed disdain and curiosity in their eyes. Ah, that's a long story. Song Shanshu stroked his goatee and looked at the Heavenly Sword Sect as if reminiscing, back then, the Heavenly Sword Sect was no weaker than our primordial sacred land, and its overall strength might have been slightly superior. But precisely because of that, the Heavenly Sword Sect made many enemies among the forces of the immortal realm, especially the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower. Ah! The Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower. Hearing this, everyone around showed shocked expressions, because now all major forces know. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower are not simple. Their backing is extremely terrifying, as they are supported by various forces from the immortal realm, although fundamentally they are a merchant organization. But everyone knows, the resources of the immortal realm are almost entirely controlled by them. Although they are not a sect, they are definitely more profound than any sect or forbidden area in the immortal realm. 100,000 years ago, the Heavenly Sword Sect had indeed angered the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower, which explains their current state of decline. Everyone is well aware of the terrifying power backing these two establishments. Not to mention mere unyielding forces. Even ancient forbidden areas could be wiped out if they wanted to, since the deities from the immortal realm could forcibly descend and destroy a forbidden area with just a flick of their hand. Ah, yes, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower. Song Shanshu stroked his goatee and looked at the 8 main peaks of the Heavenly Sword Sect, unable to help but say, back then, they joined forces with some other powers to launch a massive massacre against the Heavenly Sword Sect, a single battle that directly shattered the sect's spiritual veins. The tens of millions of miles of territory were shattered, and the Heavenly Sword Sect fell to its current state. Elder, why didn't the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower completely destroy the Heavenly Sword Sect back then, but instead let it linger on in this world? Everyone around looked at Song Shanshu with curiosity. Ah! Song Shanshu glanced fearfully at the mysterious peak and replied, The Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower certainly wanted to destroy the Heavenly Sword Sect, but something strange happened in the process. Strange event? Hearing this, everyone turned their gazes to Song Shanshu, their faces filled with interest. Ah, back then. Song Shanshu swallowed and continued. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower had almost completely annihilated the Heavenly Sword Sect, but when they reached the mysterious peak, a shocking event occurred that shook the entire immortal realm. Elder, please hurry and tell us. Everyone around looked at Song Shanshu impatiently. What exactly happened back then? Well, back then. Song Shanshu stroked his goatee and continued. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower had slaughtered millions of lives in the Heavenly Sword Sect, shattering tens of millions of miles of territory. However, when they reached the mysterious peak, a white-clothed youth emerged from it. You might not believe it. Song Shanshu's tone grew more intense as he continued. That white-clothed youth, with merely one person and one sword, was able to slay all the forces from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spirit Treasure Tower. Even the unyielding beings from the immortal realm could not withstand the youth's blade. Ah! Those around were both shocked and puzzled as they looked at Song Shanshu. The Heavenly Sword Sect once had such a powerful young man. So why has it fallen to its current state? The strangest part is that the white-clothed youth claimed to be from our current era, a being who had traveled back in time from 100,000 years in the future, Song Shanshu said, swallowing hard. Ah, from our current era? That's too terrifying. Everyone around was shocked as they looked at Song Shanshu. Doesn't that mean he transcended the cycle of reincarnation, crossed through time, from our era and went back to 100,000 years ago? That's too absurd. Yes. Song Shanshu exhaled deeply and looked back at the younger generation behind him. So that's why it's a strange event. That's why no one has dared to cause trouble at the Heavenly Sword Sect all these years. The mysterious peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect has become a forbidden area, protecting the sect until now. Elder, that must be a legend from 100,000 years ago, not to be believed. Otherwise, how could the Heavenly Sword Sect have fallen to such a state? Lei Ming, a disciple of the Thunder Gate from the primordial sacred land, disdainfully glanced at the Heavenly Sword Sect and said with extreme contempt and mockery, besides, this has already been 100,000 years, and there's a possibility of it being exaggerated over time. Chapter 313, Bullying with Power. That makes sense. Some disciples nodded in agreement, finding Lei Ming's words convincing. They chimed in, after all, the incident from back then was a topic of much debate. If that young man truly came from this era, according to that legend, the Heavenly Sword Sect should be incredibly powerful now. How could it have fallen to the point where it can't even pay its tributes, forcing us to come and collect them personally? Ah, Song Shanshu also sighed, as he shared this sentiment. If the legend from 100,000 years ago were true, the Heavenly Sword Sect should be invincible in this era. After all, the sect had a supreme being capable of battling an immortal king, a power that would make them unstoppable across the entire Xianling realm. Well, never mind that now, Song Shanshu sighed again and said, let's not worry about this anymore. We'll collect the tributes from the Heavenly Sword Sect first. We still have to go to the Yin family fortress and the Heavenly Dao sect, so let's get this done quickly and leave. Yes, Uncle Master. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples hastened their steps and descended onto the plaza of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Greetings, esteemed guests, Su Boming and several elders of the Heavenly Sword Sect, seeing Song Shanshu and his group arrive, lined up respectfully to greet them. What's going on? We've traveled far? Song Shanshu, landing on the plaza of the Heavenly Sword Sect, immediately assumed a stern expression. His gaze fell upon Su Boming as he questioned, why isn't Zhang Tianzong coming out to greet us? This? Su Boming and the others opened their mouths, but none could find the words to respond. After all, Zhang Tianzong had been dead for several months, and even his body was nowhere to be found. How could they possibly have him come out to greet Song Shanshu? What's the matter? Why aren't you speaking? Song Shanshu's cold eyes darkened, his face expressing clear dissatisfaction. Is Zhang Tianzong not putting us in his eyes? No, that's not it, Su Boming gritted his teeth and stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Song Shanchu. It's just that our Grand Elder is no longer with us. No longer? Then what about the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Qi Jinnan and Dongfang Qingya? Are they not here either? Song Shanchu waved his sleeve, his face darkening as if it could squeeze out ink. No, they're not here. Su Boming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he looked at Song Shanchu. Song Shanchu was momentarily stunned, failing to react immediately. When he did, he erupted in anger. He wasn't a fool. The situation clearly indicated that Qi Jinnan and the others were avoiding him. The reason? Obviously, they were trying to dodge paying the tributes, sending only insignificant figures like Su Boming to deal with him. Very well indeed. Understanding this, Song Shanchu's expression grew uglier by the second. It seems that without showing some force today, we won't be able to collect the tributes. Himph. Song Shanchu composed himself and suddenly glared sternly at Su Boming, shouting angrily, Qi Jinnan and the others are all gone? Did they all die? Yes, they're all dead, Su Boming, frightened by Song Shanchu's outburst, nearly collapsed to his knees. This time, Song Shanchu was truly enraged. These people were audacious, pretending to be dead to avoid paying the tributes. This was too bold, too hateful. They deserved to die. Oh, Qi Jinnan and the others are all dead. Lei Ming, on the other hand, looked disdainfully at Su Boming, saying, Then where are their tombstones? Where are their graves? Take us to see them. We don't have those. Su Boming twisted his face, looking at Lei Ming and the others with a bitter expression. Smack. Before Su Boming could finish, Lei Ming, standing in front of him, slapped him across the face, his voice filled with anger and dissatisfaction. You dog, are you mocking us? You! Su Boming clutched his stinging cheek, his eyes blazing with fury as he looked at Lei Ming. He was the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a cultivator who had reached the Heavenly God realm. Although his status was inferior to that of the sect leader of the Primordial Sacred Land, being publicly slapped by a mere disciple of the Primordial Sacred Land was humiliating. Yet, he couldn't retaliate, not when the one behind Lei Ming was the Primordial Sacred Land. Despite the slap, Su Boming had no choice but to swallow his pride. Hey, you don't seem convinced? Lei Ming raised an eyebrow, disdainfully patting Su Boming's face. Listen here, you dog. Even if you're pretending to be dead, you'd better hand over the tributes today. Otherwise, we'll slaughter your entire Heavenly Sword Sect, wiping you all out. You! Su Boming was pushed to the brink of rage, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Lei Ming as if they could shoot out sparks. He acknowledged his fear of the Primordial Sacred Land, but Lei Ming's treatment was too humiliating. After all, he was the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect, yet this mere disciple of the Primordial Sacred Land had slapped him not once, but twice. It was too much to bear. What are you? Unconvinced? Lei Ming sneered, his lips curling in arrogance as he threatened. Let me tell you, according to our rules in the Primordial Sacred Land, if you don't pay the tributes, we'll kill you all. That's our bottom line. Fine, we'll pay. Su Boming gritted his teeth, forcing himself to suppress his anger. But our Uncle Lin said that if you want the tributes, you'll have to go to the Mysterious Peak to get them from him. Mysterious Peak? Hearing this, Lei Ming and the others were instantly shaken, especially Song Shanchu, who couldn't help but flash a look of panic in his eyes. They didn't know why, but the mention of those 3 words sent a chill of unease through them. Yes, the Mysterious Peak. Su Boming bit his lip, forcing himself to speak. Our Uncle Lin of the Heavenly Sword Sect recently said that if you want the tributes, you'll have to go to him at the Mysterious Peak. Fine, lead the way. Lei Ming took a deep breath, steadying his nerves, and then assumed an imposing demeanor. I'll go to that Mysterious Peak and see what kind of formidable figure this Uncle Lin is, daring to make us come to him. If he can't produce the tributes, I'll send him off with a single sword strike. Su Boming and the others dared not respond, quickly turning to lead Lei Ming and the others toward the Mysterious Peak. Uncle Master, let's go. Chapter 314. At a loss. What a lovely day today. On the misty peak, Lin Xingyo was carrying a pair of wooden buckets, slowly making his way up the winding stone path leading to the mountain gate. He muttered to himself, after carrying this load of water, I should really take Wang Xian and the others to the back mountain to hunt some game. Maybe catch a few rabbits or pheasants to improve everyone's meals. Uncle Lin, take it slow. Just then, a shout echoed through the air. Lin Xingyo looked up to see Su Buming leading Lei Ming and others flying towards him. What do they want now? Carrying the buckets of water, Lin Xingyo looked up at Su Buming and his group, his face showing a hint of annoyance. We just met not long ago. What's with all these visits? So many things to deal with. Despite his dissatisfaction, Lin Xingyo quickly moved forward with the buckets, hurrying to the mountain gate. After all, the narrow stone path wasn't a good place to set down the water. Now at the entrance of Misty Peak, if Su Buming and the others had something to discuss, he could at least set down the buckets and listen to what they had to say. Master! At the mountain gate, the mountain-back giant and the iron-armed divine monkey straightened up immediately, their eyes filled with deep respect as they saw Lin Xingyo arrive. Woof, woof, woof. The Swanee, transformed into a small puppy, stood up and began barking at Su Buming and the others flying in the sky. Fellow Taoists, this is our Uncle Lin. Su Buming landed from his sword in the sky, quickly stepping forward to introduce Lin Xingyo to Lei Ming and the others behind him. Your Uncle Lin of the Heavenly Sword Sect? Lei Ming scrutinized Lin Xingyo from head to toe, noticing he was carrying a pair of wooden buckets and showing no signs of spiritual energy. His face immediately showed disdain and anger. You want us to come to you for tribute? Su Buming, who are they? Hearing this, Lin Xingyo understood most of the situation, but still couldn't help looking at Su Buming, who quickly explained. Su Buming, what do you mean by this? Song Shanshu was furious. After all, he knew very well what kind of person Lin Xingyo was. This was just a Fei Wu, worthless person. What were Su Buming and the others up to? First, they claimed that Zhang Tianzong and the others were all dead, and now they brought these people to ask a Fei Wu for tribute. Song Shanshu was completely baffled. He couldn't figure out what Su Buming was trying to achieve. It was making him so confused. Was this their way of avoiding handing over the tribute? Would they really agree to that? Song Shanshu was completely dumbfounded. Su Buming had completely thrown him off, and he had no idea what kind of tactic this was. No matter what, in the end, they would still have to hand over the tribute. Why waste everyone's time like this? Su Buming opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. He had no way to explain. After all, he couldn't produce any tribute. The lower factions hadn't handed over a single item, and the treasury was completely empty. Now, they had no choice but to try anything, even if it was like treating a dead horse as alive. They had no better ideas. Su Buming, how dare you? Coming to his senses from his anger, Song Shanshu glared at Su Buming with wide eyes, shouting, What do you mean by this? Everyone in the world knows he's a useless nobody. You want us to ask a useless nobody for tribute. What can he possibly contribute to us? This is absolutely ridiculous. What? A useless person? Hearing this, Lei Ming's face turned completely vicious. Su Buming, what do you mean by this? You'd better explain yourself. If you can't explain, don't blame us for taking action right now. Su Buming opened his mouth, glancing at Lei Ming, then at Song Shanshu, and finally at Lin Xingyo. To be honest, he regretted it. He should have abandoned the Heavenly Sword Sect earlier, because it was clear that not only did Lei Ming and the others not believe it, but even he himself didn't believe Lin Xingyo could produce any tribute. Now, it was too late to leave. What should they do? The people from the primordial sacred land had already arrived. Were they really going to be slaughtered? Su Buming stared at Lin Xingyo, feeling like his head was about to explode. Chapter 315. Unconscious of the heaven's height and the earth's depth. Shut up. While Su Buming was at a loss, the mountain-back giant walked over from behind him and said, Where did you dogs come from, daring to be disrespectful to my master? Do you know what kind of grave crime you've committed? Humph. Lei Ming's expression darkened immediately. A mere servant of a useless master dares to disrespect me. Lei Ming snorted coldly, and the killing intent around him exploded. It seems there's no need to keep this sword heaven sect alive. Kill. Fellow Taoists, please calm down. Seeing this situation, Su Boming quickly stepped forward, smiling ingratiatingly at Lei Ming and his group. We can discuss the tribute. Even if we have to sell everything we own, we'll pay you, all right? No. Lei Ming waved his sleeve, his voice filled with murderous intent. What were you doing at the beginning? Do you think paying the tribute now will solve everything? Our face is at stake? Fellow Taoists, you see, I was just... Before Su Boming could finish, Lei Ming's eyes darkened, and with a flick of his hand, he slapped Su Boming across the face. Clang, clang, clang. Su Boming didn't even have time to react. With a single slap, he staggered back 4 or 5 steps, nearly falling on his backside. You dare. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo put down his wooden bucket, stepped forward, grabbed Lei Ming's hand that was about to slap Su Boming again, and pushed him forcefully. Who gave you the guts to act so recklessly on my floating mist peak? Humph, insolent. Lei Ming was momentarily stunned, but then erupted in fury. You dog, you dare stop me? Are you tired of living? How bold. Upon hearing this, the mountain-back giant immediately glared at Lei Ming and shouted, Try disrespecting my master again, and I'll slap you to death. Very well indeed. Seeing this situation, Lei Ming was seething with rage. I, Lei Ming, have wandered for years, and I've never encountered people like you. I, a disciple of the Supreme Origin Holy Land, being threatened by such trash. This is truly outrageous. Supreme Origin Sung Di, so what? Lin Xingyo said disdainfully, You mean nothing to me here. Even if you were a disciple of the ancient Forbidden Zone, you'd still have to bow here. This is not a place for you to show off. I'll give you a chance now. Get out of here quickly, or you'll find out the miserable fate of offending me. Heh, you're really asking for it. Lei Ming glared at Lin Xingyo, his voice brimming with menace. You insolent dog. It seems you're bent on challenging me today. Who do you think you are? Everyone knows you're a worthless wretch, a millennium-long failure. To have the audacity to speak to me in such a manner, you truly have no idea of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Smack. Lei Ming rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike Lin Xingyo, but the mountain-back giant stepped in, raising his hand and slapping Lei Ming across the face in front of everyone's shocked gaze. Lei Ming spun around several times before sitting down on the ground, his face stinging, staring at the mountain-back giant in disbelief. You dare hit me? After a moment, Lei Ming, still holding his stinging face, stared at the mountain-back giant, completely dumbfounded. Who was he? He was Lei Ming, a disciple of the Supreme Origin sect. Even when he had just slapped Su Boming, the man didn't dare to fight back. Now, this giant dared to hit him? This was truly outrageous. Hitting you is giving you face. The mountain-back giant glared at Lei Ming and kicked him in the face. Dare disrespect my master again, and I'll kick you to death. How bold. Lei Ming, kicked to the ground, roared with wide-open eyes. A mere insect dares to kick me. You've gone against the heavens? That's right. I've gone against the heavens. So what? The mountain-back giant didn't give Lei Ming a chance to retaliate, continuing to kick him in the face. Su Boming, finally reacting from the shock, stared at the mountain-back giant kicking Lei Ming, feeling his head buzzing. He was terrified. His head felt like it was about to split, because the mountain-back giant was too bold. After all, Lei Ming was from the Supreme Origin Holy Land. If he could be beaten, Su Boming would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? It's over. The Sword Heaven sect is finished. No one can save it now. Not just Su Boming, but nearly everyone present was horrified, thinking that giant kicked Lei Ming in the face. That's essentially kicking the face of the Supreme Origin sect. Given their prestige, How could they possibly tolerate this? It's over. The Sword Heaven sect is finished. This time, they've truly offended the Supreme Origin sect to the bone. No one can save them now. Stop. After a while, Song Shanshu finally reacted from the shock and stepped forward, his voice filled with killing intent. How dare you be so disrespectful? Do you know who you're kicking? Do you know whose face you're kicking? You're too bold. Himph. Do you want to be kicked too? The mountainback giant stepped on Lei Ming's face and glared at Song Shanshu. I'll tell you now. Take one more step, and the next one under my foot will be you. How bold. Song Shanshu was utterly incensed, his eyes fixed on the mountainback giant, radiating palpable fury. How dare you show such disrespect? Do you realize we are from the Supreme Origin Sungdi? Striking his face is akin to striking the face of the Supreme Origin Sungdi. Do you comprehend? So what? The mountainback giant disdainfully kicked Lei Ming's face several more times, sneering, Can't the face of the Supreme Origin sect be kicked? If you dare offend my master, I don't care whose face it is. I'll kick it until it's a complete mess. You're too bold. You're too reckless with your words. Do you know what consequences this will bring? Do you know what kind of disaster this will bring to the Sword Heaven sect? Song Shanshu glared at the mountainback giant. Humph. Consequences. Disaster. Do you think I'm afraid? The mountainback giant snorted coldly, disdainfully glancing at the old man. Bring whatever you have from the Supreme Origin sect. I'm not afraid of you. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Song Shanshu was so angry he was trembling, his eyes practically turning into a demon as he stared at the mountainback giant. You're beyond arrogant. Yes, so what? The mountainback giant looked disdainfully at Song Shanshu. Can you do anything to me? You deserve to die. Song Shanshu's anger exploded, his eyes glaring at the mountainback giant as he spoke word by word. Since things have come to this, don't blame me for being rude. I will cut you down. Cut me down? The mountainback giant looked disdainfully at Song Shanshu. You? Not worthy. You infuriate me. Die. Completely enraged, Song Shanshu waved his hand, summoning a giant sword wrapped in lightning, and like a thunderbolt, he charged at the mountainback giant with devastating power. Himph! Seeing Song Shanshu attack, the mountainback giant's face showed extreme disdain. A mere trifling skill dares to show off in front of me? Watch as I crush you with a single palm. You're asking for it. Song Shanshu's aura exploded, divine radiance rising, and his giant sword, crackling with lightning, tore through the air with apocalyptic power, slashing at the mountainback giant. It's over. Seeing this, Su Boming's heart sank to the bottom, for he knew that a terrifying scene was about to unfold. The big oaf in front of them would surely be killed. After all, Song Shanshu was a senior elder of the Thunder Gate, and his cultivation had already reached the terrifying level of a celestial immortal. With just this one attack, not only would the mountainback giant be wiped out, but even the rest of them would be obliterated by the residual force of the sword strike. Death is certain. Not just Su Boming, but all the elders of the Sword Heaven sect around them also felt that their fate was sealed. But then, the next moment, the mountainback giant acted, and in front of countless shocked gazes, he directly raised his hand and grabbed Song Shanshu's long sword, then with a pull, he yanked it into his grasp. Snap! The mountainback giant didn't give anyone a chance to react. With a firm grip, he grabbed Song Shanshu's hair and forcefully shoved him to the ground. Then, raising his massive fist, he slammed it down hard on Song Shanshu's head. Crack! As Song Shanshu looked up at the mountainback giant's fist about to strike, he was about to speak. But before he could, the huge fist smashed into his face, instantly shattering all his teeth. Woo-woo. Song Shanshu was completely terrified, his mind buzzing with panic. At this point, even a pig's brain could tell that the mountainback giant was no ordinary being. He was a master. His cultivation was far beyond Song Shanshu's, and his iron fists filled him with despair. This is bad. Song Shanshu's heart trembled, and with all his might, he turned to look at Lin Xingyo and the others. In the next instant, he was utterly shattered. The white-clothed youth? Invincible in the world? I understand. I get it all now. Song Shanshu, his eyes bloodshot and his heart pounding with excitement, stared at Lin Xingyo and exclaimed, "That legend is not false. Everything is real. This so-called trash must be the peerless, invincible white-clad youth of the world." I understand. Song Shanshu's emotions were running high as he looked at Lin Xingyo, his entire body trembling with excitement. But why would such a powerful supreme being choose to hide in this barren land? Why? Crack. The old man didn't even have a chance to figure it out, for at that moment, the mountain-back giant's iron fist descended, and like a watermelon, it smashed Song Shanshu's head to pieces. You dare. Lei Ming roared furiously. How dare you kill our Uncle Song? The Sword Heaven sect will await its doom. This? Seeing this, Su Boming and the others were all dumbfounded. The mountain-back giant had directly killed Song Shanshu. What now? This was a colossal disaster. The Sword Heaven sect was doomed, as the mountain-back giant had killed a senior elder of the Supreme Origin sect's Thundergate. Now, no matter what, the Supreme Origin sect would not let this go. Master, this matter has nothing to do with us. It was your servant who killed Song Shanshu. You must take full responsibility. We dare not bear any of the blame. Finally snapping out of their shock, Su Boming, his eyes bloodshot, said to Lin Xingyo, "This matter has nothing to do with us at all." Chapter 316. No need to fear. What's there to panic about? Seeing the situation, Lin Xingyo frowned deeply, his face showing a strong sense of dissatisfaction. How can you lead the Heavenly Sword sect to greatness if you panic like this? I. Su Boming opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long time. How could he not panic? He was only at the celestial god realm, and his cultivation was as insignificant as an ant before the might of the primordial sacred land. Hee. Lei Ming, on the other hand, sneered with a wild demeanor. You're not panicking now because you don't know how powerful our primordial sacred land is. If you did, you'd be so scared that you'd be pissing and shitting yourself, kneeling and begging for mercy. That's true. Su Boming's expression changed, and he turned to Lin Xingyo, regaining his composure. Uncle Lin, you've been living on the mysterious peak for years, rarely interacting with the outside world. It's not impossible that you don't know how powerful the primordial sacred land is. Thinking about it this way, Su Boming couldn't help but swallow hard. He looked at Lin Xingyo and said, Uncle Lin, it's not that we're panicking, but the primordial sacred land is just too powerful. It's not something our weak, heavenly sword sect can stand against. Hmph. Hearing this, Lei Ming's expression instantly turned vicious. At least there's someone here with a clear head. But it's too late now. You've killed my Uncle Song. All of you. These insignificant ants are going to die. Shut your filthy mouth. The mountain-back giant glared fiercely and stomped his foot, delivering a brutal kick to Lei Ming's face. Say one more word, and I'll kick your head off. You. Lei Ming held his face, pointing at the mountain-back giant, but no words came out despite several attempts to speak. He was furious. What kind of people were these? They were too audacious. Not only had they killed his Uncle Song, but now they were kicking him in the face. This was outrageous. He would definitely report this to the sect and send experts to crush the Heavenly Sword sect. All right, stop kicking him. Lin Xingyo glanced at Lei Ming and waved his hand at the mountain-back giant. He's just a tiny ant. Let him scram. Uncle Lin, is that really a good idea? From the crowd at the mysterious peak's gate, a Heavenly Sword sect elder stepped forward, bowing to Lin Xingyo. We should finish the job and kill them all. If they return alive, they might bring experts from the primordial sacred land. Our Heavenly Sword sect would be doomed. No need. Lin Xingyo smirked, looking at Lei Ming, who was bruised and swollen. Let him go. If he doesn't know his place and comes back to die, I won't mind killing him then. Everyone around was stunned. unsure of what Lin Xingyo was planning. After all, they had already killed someone, and letting Lei Ming go would surely not end well. You get lost? Lin Xingyo casually glanced at Lei Ming. Or do you really want to die here? You just wait. Lei Ming, bruised and swollen, stood up, glaring viciously at Lin Xingyo. I will make you pay for what you've done today. Wait. Seeing Lei Ming about to leave after spitting out a threat, Lin Xingyo took a step forward and glanced at the handprint on Su Buming's face. If I remember correctly, you slapped him a few times, didn't you? So what if I did? Lei Ming's steps halted abruptly. Do you want to slap me back? Himph, what do you think? Lin Xingyo's expression darkened as his gaze fell on Su Buming. Su Buming, go and slap him back? I don't dare. Su Buming swallowed hard, his face showing a bitter expression. He's a disciple of the primordial sacred land. I don't dare hit him. Su Buming, what are you afraid of? Lin Xingyo glared fiercely, showing strong dissatisfaction. I'm here to back you up. What's there to fear from the primordial sacred land? Go and slap him back. Heh, come on. Lei Ming sneered, his attitude arrogant. Su Buming, I'll give you the courage. Try slapping me. If you use your right hand, I'll cut it off tomorrow. If you use your left hand, I'll cut that off too. Let's see if you dare. Smack. Before Lei Ming could react, Lin Xingyo slapped him across the face with a powerful blow, then looked at Su Buming. Go ahead, slap him like this. Smack, 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 smack. Seeing this, Su Buming finally couldn't hold back. He grabbed Lei Ming's collar and, without restraint, delivered over 100 slaps to Lei Ming's face. Su Buming, you dare hit me? Lei Ming's vision blurred, pointing dizzily at Su Buming. Just you wait. I won't let you die a peaceful death. Scram. Lin Xingyo smirked, his cold eyes glaring at Lei Ming. Don't even think about leaving if you don't get out of here now. Himph, just you wait. Gritting his teeth, Lei Ming summoned a flying sword, stepping onto it as he left in disgrace, taking the rest of the primordial sacred land disciples with him. Uncle Lin, what do we do now? Su Buming and the others gathered around, but Lin Xingyo waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, disperse. You can rest assured that the primordial sacred land won't dare come here again or demand tributes from our heavenly sword sect. This? Su Buming and the others didn't believe it. After all, they had already beaten and killed members of the primordial sacred land. Given the primordial sacred land's might, they wouldn't just let this go. This was going to escalate. The primordial sacred land might send a fleet to destroy the heavenly sword sect. After all, they had killed a primordial sacred land elder and beaten Lei Ming. Now, they had even let their people go. Given the primordial sacred land's vengeful nature, they wouldn't let this slide, especially since it had tarnished their reputation. Lin Xingyo, however, watched Lei Ming and the others leave with an indifferent expression. After all, with his current strength, he wouldn't even consider the primordial sacred land a threat. If they dared to come, Lin Xingyo wouldn't mind turning the heavenly sword sect into a river of blood. Chapter 317. The Assault on Yinjia Fortress. Bang! Lei Ming, bruised and battered from the fight at Piaomiao Peak, rushed all the way to Yinjia Fortress. Now seated in the grand hall of the fortress, he slammed his palm on the table, his anger boiling over. Has everyone in Yinjia Fortress assembled? Yes, Lord Lei, everyone is ready. Feng Tianqing, the lord of Yinjia Fortress, forced a smile, his face crinkling like a chrysanthemum as he looked at Lei Ming. We are just waiting for a message from the Heavenly Dao sect. We can set off immediately once we receive it. What are we waiting for? Lei Ming slammed the table again, rising to his feet in fury. We leave now. Follow me to the sword sect and wipe out those bastards. Lord Lei, perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Hearing this, Feng Tianqing quickly flattered Lei Ming. After all, the Heavenly Dao sect hasn't replied yet. Let's wait for their message and then move together. With our combined forces, we can annihilate the sword sect in one go, ensuring victory. Himph, what do you mean by that? Lei Ming's gaze darkened, his imposing presence pressing down on Feng Tianqing. A mere second-rate sect like the Sword Sect, can't you handle it yourself? Lord Lei, you know. Feng Tianqing swallowed hard, his face twisted in a bitter expression as he looked at Lei Ming. Compared to the Sword Sect, Yinjia Fortress is still somewhat inferior. If it comes to a real battle, we might not be able to defeat them. Hemph, useless. Lei Ming's face darkened, his icy glare fixed on Feng Tianqing. Yinjia Fortress is, after all, a second-rate power, comparable to the Sword Sect. How dare you claim it's inferior? Or perhaps you're unwilling to heed the commands of our supreme origin Holy Land. Lord Lei, please don't say that. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianqing immediately knelt on the ground, trembling. How could Yinjia Fortress dare to disobey the orders of the supreme origin Holy Land? You can't say such things. We are the most loyal servants of the supreme origin Holy Land. With just a single order, we would never refuse. Hmph, then stop wasting time. Lei Ming snorted coldly, his eyes fixed intently on Feng Tianqing. Go outside and get your troops ready. We leave now. I can't wait any longer. I must destroy the Sword Sect immediately. If Yinjia Fortress can claim the first victory, the territory of the Sword Sect will all belong to you. Understood. I'll go right now. At these words, Feng Tianqing's face lit up with excitement, more eager than ever. He had been dragging his feet for so long, waiting for this exact moment. Now that it had come, he was more than ready. After all, he had long coveted the Sword Sect, but he had never had the opportunity. Now that Lei Ming had spoken, conquer it. The territory of the Sword Sect would belong to him, Feng Tianqing. Of course, he would be even more eager than Lei Ming. Report. Just as Feng Tianqing was about to leave the room, a disciple of Yinjia Fortress rushed in at full speed. Feng Xiaoyi, what is it? Seeing this, Feng Tianqing immediately put on a stern expression. Why are you so frantic? What is the proper way to behave? Lord Fortress Master, the Heavenly Tao Sect just sent a message. They have already set off toward the Sword Sect. Feng Xiaoyi immediately knelt down and reported to Feng Tianqing. They are now urging us to hurry and join them, to work together to annihilate the Sword Sect for the supreme origin Holy Land. That old bastard, Wuya Daoist. Feng Tianqing's gaze darkened, his voice filled with resentment. He's really quick, already ahead of us. Quickly, inform everyone in Yinjia Fortress. We leave immediately to destroy the Sword Sect. We cannot fall behind the Heavenly Tao Sect. Yes, Lord Fortress Master. Chapter 318. Busy fleeing for one's life. Sect Master, what are you doing? Subu Ming, the Sect Master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, was frantically rummaging through drawers and cabinets, packing his belongings. His face was filled with panic as he exclaimed, "Don't waste time asking questions here. Get out of my way. If I don't pack up and leave now, I'll be doomed." Ah, Sect Master, are you planning to flee? The young sword attendant beside Subu Ming stared at him in astonishment. But you are the Sect Master of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Isn't this inappropriate? What do you know, you little sword attendant? Subu Ming glanced at the young attendant. The mess the Heavenly Sword Sect has gotten itself into this time is no small matter. If I don't seize this opportunity to escape now, I won't be able to flee later, you understand? Sect Master, this doesn't seem right, does it? The sword attendant swallowed hard, speaking timidly. You often taught us that we live and die as members of the Heavenly Sword Sect. As the Sect Master, leading the way in fleeing, wouldn't that be bad for our reputation? Out, out, out. Subu Ming waved his hand, pushing the sword attendant aside. Do you know what's most important in life, Qingsheng? The sword attendant replied, I don't know. I'll tell you. Survival is the most important. Once you're dead, everything else is meaningless. Got it? Subu Ming shot a glance at the attendant. Sect Master, but you often taught us that one must have integrity and courage, that we must live with passion and spirit. The sword attendant frowned, looking at Subu Ming. Pa! Subu Ming spat in disgust. Integrity and courage are useless. As long as I can save my own skin, who needs those things? Out, 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 out. Don't block my path. I need to pack up and flee. I hear the Yin family fortress and the heavenly Tao sect are already on their way. We don't have much time left. The sword attendant looked at Su Buming, several times opening his mouth to say something, but seeing the sect master's frantic state, he was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to say. All right, stop standing there like a fool. Su Buming quickly finished packing, grabbed the sword attendant's hand, and dragged him toward the exit of the grand hall. Come with me. Sect Master. As Su Buming stepped out of the hall, thousands of heavenly sword sect disciples, each with a sword on their back, stood in orderly formation outside the hall, shouting the sect master's name. What are you all doing? Su Buming stood at the entrance of the hall, his eyes scanning the disciples below. Are you all planning to flee with me? Huh. The disciples of the heavenly sword sect, hearing this, were instantly in an uproar. One by one, they looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. What did the sect master just say? Flee? What does that mean? Is he suggesting we surrender without a fight? This is completely different from what the elders said. Weren't we supposed to fight to the death against the great primordial sacred land? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Seeing the situation, the elders of the heavenly sword sect quickly stepped forward, saying, the sect master is testing us. His intention is that we must not flee under any circumstances. We must stand and die with the heavenly sword sect. Yes, yes, yes. Realizing his mistake, Su Buming immediately straightened his posture and declared in a dignified voice, just now, I was testing you. How could we of the heavenly sword sect flee? We absolutely cannot flee. We must fight to the death to defend the heavenly sword sect, to live and die with it. I will always be with you. Hearing this, the disciples of the heavenly sword sect were instantly invigorated. Clenching their fists, they shouted in unison with Su Buming. The morale of the disciples reached its peak. Each disciple eagerly awaited the coming battle, their eyes glowing with the fervor of hungry wolves spotting prey. Phew! Su Buming quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing at the excited disciples outside the hall. He whispered to the sword attendant beside him, later, you must seize the opportunity and escape from the heavenly sword sect during the chaos, understand? Sect Master, what are you saying? The sword attendant spoke firmly to Su Buming. This is a critical moment for the heavenly sword sect's survival. Everyone is determined to fight to the death with the sect. How can you be thinking only of fleeing? Are you stupid? Su Buming slapped the sword attendant on the head. What is the strength of our heavenly sword sect? Can we match the Yin family fortress and the heavenly Tao sect? Fighting them would be like a moth flying into a flame. A death wish, understand? After the slap, Su Buming continued, besides, these people are fools. You've been with me for so many years. Are you a fool too? In this world, you can eat anything, but you can't afford to lose, especially not your life. The sword attendant opened his mouth, but all the words were stuck in his throat, as he was utterly disappointed in Su Buming. Hey, look! At that moment, a shout rang out, and everyone in the heavenly sword sect looked up at the sky. They saw the disciples of the heavenly Tao sect, each standing on a flying sword, approaching like a meteor shower. Chapter 319. The Arrival of the Foe. The disciples of the Grand Primordial Sanctuary have arrived. They're here. Seeing this, Su Buming instinctively staggered back a large step, and if not for the sword boy beside him catching him, he would have fallen to the ground with a thud. Scum of the heavenly sword sect. Lei Ming stood at the prow of one of the massive warships from the Yin family fortress, his ferocious gaze fixed on the members of the heavenly sword sect as he taunted, prepare to tremble. Lei Ming, what do you mean by this? Lin Yu, with a long sword strapped to his back and dressed in a white robe, stepped forward from the crowd, raising his head to shout at Lei Ming, who was approaching with his forces. Not long ago, we spared your life. Now you bring so many people to invade our heavenly sword sect. Are you declaring war on us? Humph, humph, humph. Lei Ming leaned on the warship with both hands, his mocking eyes fixed on Lin Yu as he sneered, "Declare war on your heavenly sword sect? You're not even worthy. Dare you come down and fight me?" Lin Yu, enraged by these words, shouted without restraint, "You're not worth my effort." Lei Ming sneered disdainfully at Lin Yu. "If you're so eager to die, I have plenty of people here who can send you on your way." "Fine." Lin Yu's gaze darkened as he coldly scanned Lei Ming, then looked around at the densely packed disciples of the Heavenly Tao sect and the forces from the Yin family fortress surrounding them. "Then who among you dares to fight me?" "Lin Yu, don't be so arrogant." Wen Xiang, the young master of the Yin family fortress, stepped forward beside Lei Ming. "I, the young master of the Yin family fortress, Wen Xiang, will take you on. Come fight." Lin Yu took a small step forward, raising his hand and shouting at Wen Xiang, "Let me see how much weight you carry as the young master of the Yin family fortress, daring to be so arrogant in my heavenly sword sect." "Humph!" Wen Xiang let out a cold snort and leaped down from the warship, throwing a fierce punch directly at Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, you're seeking your own death. Don't blame me for cutting you down. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately unleashed a surge of power, opening 9 Dongtan, cavern realms, and throwing a punch directly at Wen Xiang. "Let's see who cuts whom down." Clang! The moment Lin Yu's words fell, Wen Xiang's punch collided with Lin Yu's, and then they quickly separated and clashed again. Both were at the peak of the transformation spirit realm. For a moment, they fought evenly, but it was clear that Lin Yu's strength was superior to Wen Xiang's. After a short while, Wen Xiang began to show signs of weakness. "I, Tang Qinchuan, am here." Seeing Lin Yu gain the upper hand, Tang Qinchuan couldn't resist stepping forward and shouting, "Who among you dares to fight me?" "Tang Qinchuan, don't be so arrogant." Jin Haoyang, the divine son of the Heavenly Tao sect, shot forward from the sky. "I, Jin Haoyang, the divine son of the Heavenly Tao sect, will take you on." "Humph!" Seeing Jin Haoyang approach, Tang Qinchuan immediately shot forward. "A mere insect dares to fight me? Watch as I cut you down with one slash." "Tang Qinchuan, you're too arrogant." "Humph!" Tang Qinchuan, seeing Jin Haoyang charging at him, immediately retaliated with full force. "How dare a mere insect challenge me? Watch as I slice you in half with one swing of my blade." "Tang Qinchuan, you're too arrogant." Upon hearing this, Jin Haoyang unleashed a powerful sword strike towards Tang Qinchuan, shouting, "Witness the might of my Tai Su sword as it cuts you down." Heaven is Chan, earth is Kun. The yin-yang bagua shakes the heavens and earth. Qian Kun Nijan shatters the Tai Shi. Wan Ren Heng Kong locks the 8 directions. A single slash Jing Hong breaks the heavens. Wan Ren Heng Kong Jan. As Jin Haoyang's sword came slicing through the air, Tang Qinchuan swiftly moved his hands, unleashing his most powerful technique. In an instant, the entire sky quaked, and the countless blades of his Wan Run Heng Kong attack descended like a tempest, hurtling toward Jin Haoyang. Sword shield, activate. Facing Tang Qinchuan's raging blade storm, Jin Haoyang quickly swung his sword into a defensive shield, straining to block Tang Qinchuan's onslaught. But in the next moment, Tang Qinchuan stomped his foot, and instantly 9 caverns of heaven opened, followed by 9 ferocious divine beast shadows roaring into the sky. In front of the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, he pounced fiercely at Jin Haoyang. Seeing this, everyone around opened their mouths, staring at Tang Qinchuan in complete astonishment. "Brother Tang, so strong." The surrounding disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, having regained their composure, all exclaimed in awe, each of the 9 Dongtian Yun Yirja divine beasts. Such might is likely only possessed by the divine sons and daughters of the various Sung Dida. "Tang Qinchuan, how did you do this?" Jin Haoyang, his eyes wide with disbelief, stared at Tang Qinchuan. "You are merely a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, yet you possess so many divine beast inscriptions, and your strength has reached the peak of the inscription realm. How did you achieve all this?" "Insect, you're not worthy to know. Die." Tang Qinchuan, of course, wouldn't explain that his current achievements were all earned through life-threatening battles in the forbidden lands of the East Sea. Stop! Wu Yazi of the Heavenly Tao sect roared loudly, swinging his sword to strike at Tang Qianxuan. Don't you dare harm my disciple. Wu Yazi, how dare you? Seeing Wu Yazi strike at Tang Qianxuan, Situ Leiyang erupted in anger, drawing his blade and sweeping it horizontally. They are merely young disciples sparring. As the sect master of the Heavenly Tao sect, you dare to attack a junior? This is a disgrace to the Heavenly Tao sect. If you wish to fight, I, Situ Leiyang of the Heavenly Sword sect, will take you on. Do you dare? Come fight. Seeing Situ Leiyang step forward, Wu Yazi immediately swung his sword to attack. Do you think I'd be afraid of you? Kill. Situ Leiyang didn't waste words. With a swift motion, he raised his blade and unleashed a massive, several dozen zhang long blade aura that cleaved through the sky, accompanied by a piercing screech of air being torn asunder. In the blink of an eye, the blade aura reached directly above Wu Yazi's head. Clang! Seeing Situ Leiyang's blade strike, Wu Yazi quickly raised his sword to block, barely managing to stop Situ Leiyang's attack. In the next moment, Wu Yazi drew his sword and thrust out a palm, slamming it forcefully towards Situ Leiyang's chest. Fire Cloud Palm, break. Seeing Wu Yazi's palm approach, Situ Leiyang immediately unleashed a burst of power, with divine radiance rising from his back. He then swung his palm and fiercely clashed with Wu Yazi's palm. Clap! Situ Leiyang's Fire Cloud Palm collided with Wu Yazi's Ice Divine Palm, and the scorching hot palm force combined with the freezing cold palm instantly shattered the surrounding space. Kill, kill, kill! Situ Leiyang and Wu Yazi roared in unison, then quickly began to clash like lightning, both fully committed to cutting the other down. Yin Fortress Lord, you can make your move now? On the warship, Lei Ming, seeing the forces of the Heavenly Tao sect and the Yin family fortress begin to challenge and attack the Heavenly Sword sect, turned his gaze to Feng Tianqing. Lord Lei, why are we challenging them one by one? With our current strength, shouldn't we just order everyone to charge and destroy the Heavenly Sword sect right now? Feng Tianqing casually glanced down and then flattered Lei Ming. To avoid alerting other forces and causing complications, it's better to finish them off in one fell swoop. Chapter 320. Who dares to come? Good, that suits my intentions, then let's kill. As soon as Lei Ming heard this, he immediately looked up, his face filled with excitement, and said, Wipe out Tianjin sect entirely. I'll remember your first merit, and this Tianjin sect will surely be yours. Got it. Watch closely, Lei Yi. Feng Tianqing raised an eyebrow and immediately shouted to the disciples of Yinjia Fortress and Tian Dao sect. Disciples of Yinjia Fortress and Tian Dao sect, listen up. The command from Lei Yi of the primordial sacred land is for us to attack Tianjin sect together. If we can annihilate Tianjin sect in one fell swoop, there will be great rewards for everyone. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as the disciples of Yinjia Fortress and Tian Dao sect heard this, they immediately drew their weapons and began shouting with extreme excitement. Who dares to move? Just as Feng Tianqing was about to lead the charge against the disciples of Tianjin sect, a thunderous roar echoed, and a 10,000-mile-long sword beam shot out from the mysterious peak, slicing their warship to pieces in one strike. Who dares to come? Feng Tianqing and the other heavenly god realm cultivators surrounded Lin Xingyo, who had suddenly appeared, and demanded, State your name. Hemph! Lin Xingyo stood in midair, clad in white cloth, his hands behind his back, and his cold eyes scanning the surroundings. Feng Tianqing, don't you recognize me? I recognize you. Do you remember 3 years ago when my master and I passed by Yinjia Fortress? The humiliation you left us with? It's you. Feng Tianqing's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lin Xingyo, who stood in midair, his face filled with disbelief. You're the waste that Mu Jiangxin brought back from the northern desert? How can you be practicing cultivation? Weren't you just a good-for-nothing? Hemph! Lin Xingyo let out a cold snort, his icy gaze locking onto Feng Tianqing. It seems you remember the incident then? Feng Tianqing, it's time for you to die. You? Just you? A good-for-nothing like you dares to speak to me like this? Feng Tianqing disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, almost laughing at his audacity. Even your master wasn't a match for me in a single sword strike back then, let alone you, a mere nobody. Even if your talent is extraordinary now, what kind of cultivation can you possibly have? You dare to speak to me like this, so it seems you'll suffer the same humiliation as your master did. Feng Tianqing, if it weren't for my master being seriously injured at the time, how could you have defeated him with your pitiful sword skills? You were just taking advantage of his weakness? Lin Xingyo's eyes locked onto Feng Tianqing, and he stepped forward, saying word by word, but all that is in the past now. I only want to kill you with one sword strike. Arrogant. Seeing Lin Xingyo approach, Feng Tianqing's eyes were filled with nothing but disdain and mockery. A mere insect dares to challenge me? I'll have to kill you today to show you the vast difference between us. Sword, come. Kill. Feng Tianqing reached out and grasped a thunderous long sword, then roared like a thunderclap, slashing at Lin Xingyo with a single strike. Ha ha ha. Seeing Feng Tianqing make his move, Lei Ming's face immediately lit up with glee. You useless wretch, this time you're finished. I refuse to believe. Everyone around looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already dead. After all, they all knew Lin Xingyo, and almost everyone knew he couldn't cultivate and was a good-for-nothing. Although they didn't know how he could now walk on air, he certainly wasn't a match for Feng Tianqing in a single sword strike. After all, everyone knew that Feng Tianqing's cultivation had reached the heavenly god realm. Even Qi Jinnan wasn't a match for him, let alone Lin Xingyo, who was widely regarded as a good-for-nothing. Die! Lei Ming became even more delighted, especially when he saw Lin Xingyo standing there, as if frozen in fear by Feng Tianqing's sword strike. His expression grew even more joyful. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo suddenly moved, opening his cold, piercing eyes, and in front of everyone's shocked gaze, he extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the edge of Feng Tianqing's sword. Clang! With a flick of his fingers, Lin Xingyo snapped the sword in 2, then waved his hand, sending the broken blade straight into Feng Tianqing's forehead. Snap! The noisy scene instantly fell silent, and everyone, one by one, opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging as they stared at Lin Xingyo in shock. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Seeing Feng Tianqing killed, Lei Ming, reacting instinctively, stumbled back a dozen steps, his legs turning to jelly, and he plopped down onto the ground. He was a nobody? How did he suddenly become so powerful? Chapter 321. Total Collapse. What's going on here? Everyone present, one by one, was struck dumb by the scene before them, including Su Bu Ming and the others. They had never expected Lin Xingyo to be so powerful. You dog, you actually dare to kill Feng Tianqing? Lei Ming, recovering from his shock, glared at Lin Xingyo with intense fury, roaring, Do you really not want to live anymore? Humph! Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened, his killing intent radiating as he stared back at Lei Ming. I seem to recall telling you before. Don't come back, because if you do, I will definitely kill you. You dare? At these words, Lei Ming instinctively took a step back, his composure faltering. However, he quickly regained his footing and, emboldened, shouted at Lin Xingyo. You lowly wretch, I have the great primordial sacred grounds backing me. If you dare to kill me today, you'll be waging war against the entire great primordial sacred grounds. Do you understand? Is that so? Lin Xingyo sneered disdainfully. Do you think I'm afraid? Don't even mention you, a mere insect. Even the great primordial holy land. I, Lin Xingyo, am not afraid to annihilate. Bold. Lei Ming exploded in rage at these words. Not only are you insanely arrogant, but you're also completely mad. How dare you speak such words? You're waiting for your death. Heh heh. Lin Xingyo casually glanced at Lei Ming, not wanting to waste another word on this insignificant insect. All he wanted now was to strike and kill him. But before Lin Xingyo could make a move, Lei Ming, still in the crowd, pointed at Lin Xingyo and roared at the surrounding people. Hey, you useless fools, What are you all standing around for? Kill him for me. Kill, kill, kill. The crowd was jolted into action, snapping out of their daze. One by one, they drew their weapons and charged at Lin Xingyo with lightning speed. Ha, ha, ha. Witnessing the crowd charging towards Lin Xingyo, Lei Ming's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he clenched his fists, his face brimming with excitement. You pathetic wretch, this time I don't believe you'll escape. You may have killed Feng Tianqing, but can you handle this mini? Wretch, meet your end. Uncle Lin, this is bad. Subu Ming and the others, witnessing the scene, also displayed expressions of utter despair. How could he possibly withstand an attack from so many? This time, he's undoubtedly doomed. Stop. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly resounded, and Lei Ming, turning his head, saw Lingji Songrun and Chun Chong emerge by tearing through space. Lingji immortal, why are you here? Lei Ming was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that Lingji Songrun must have received his spiritual message and had come to destroy the Heavenly Sword Sect. Ha, ha, ha. This is too perfect. Lei Ming's face showed pure joy as he came to his senses. Lingji Xianzuan, why are you here? After regaining his composure, Lei Ming immediately stepped onto his flying sword and greeted them. Get out of the way. Lingji did not even spare a glance for Lei Ming. Instead, he approached Lin Xingyo with a face brimming with smiles, akin to blooming chrysanthemums. White Robe Emperor, greetings. Lingji Sage approached Lin Xingyo, bowing deeply before him in full view of the shocked crowd. This is all a misunderstanding. Please, show mercy and spare their worthless lives. Humph. At this moment, not only was Lei Ming stunned, but everyone around was also dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo in disbelief. Lingji Xianzuan, are you mistaken? A moment later, Lei Ming, having regained his composure from the initial shock, fixed Lingji with a bloodthirsty gaze, his emotions seething. He's just a lowly wretch. How could he possibly be the invincible White Robe Emperor? I refuse to believe it. You must be mistaken. They can't be the same person. Humph. Lingji's eyes darkened, his face showing clear dissatisfaction as he looked at Lei Ming. Lei Ming, how dare you question me? Do you know your crime? It's not. Lei Ming was momentarily stunned, then quickly tried to explain to Lingji. I didn't mean that, Lingji. Look closely at this man. He's truly just a nobody. Are you sure he's the invincible White Robe Emperor? Maybe you've mistaken him. Slap. Before Lei Ming could finish, Qin Chong, without waiting for a reaction, swung his hand and slapped Lei Ming across the face. You dog, what do you mean by that? Are you saying my master is old and senile, mistaking people? You deserve to die for such insolence. Lei Ming opened his mouth, feeling as if his head was about to explode. His eyes darted between Lin Xingyo and Lingji Songrun, unable to comprehend the situation. He was completely baffled. How could a mere nobody suddenly become the invincible White Robe Emperor? This was simply too incredible. Lingji, old man, what do you think we should do about this situation? At this moment, Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, his icy gaze shifting to Lingji Songrun. This situation is essentially tantamount to your great primordial Sungdi declaring war on me. Lingji was jolted, then quickly realized the gravity of the situation. His icy gaze fell on Lei Ming. You dog, don't you hurry over here and kneel to beg for forgiveness from the White Robe Emperor? What are you waiting for? Lei Ming's eyes widened, his mouth opening several times to say something, but no words came out. At this moment, he was completely terrified. Lei Ming, what are you waiting for? Seeing this, Chun Chong directly shouted, Didn't you hear my master's words? White Robe Emperor, I'm sorry. It was all because I was blind. I offended you. I deserve to die. Recovering from his shock, Lei Ming immediately fell to his knees and crawled toward Lin Xingyo, pleading, Please, spare my worthless life. Go on, then. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, casually glancing at Lei Ming. You can give yourself a quick death. After all, I've already told you before. If you come again, I will definitely kill you. Lei Ming, You dog, what are you waiting for? The White Robe Emperor has told you to die, and you still dare not die. Chun Chong scolded Lei Ming. Do you want me to personally kill you? Lei Ming, go on. Lingji Grandmaster clenched his fists, looking at Lei Ming with a helpless expression. Who told you to provoke someone you shouldn't have? Now, even the great primordial sanctuary can't save you. I'll die. Chapter 322, Gardening and Chicken Feeding. Dawn has arrived. A storm has passed. The name of the White Robe Emperor has resounded throughout the entire Xianling realm. Countless eyes are now focused on the Heavenly Sword Sect, for everyone in the world knows that Lin Xingyo of the Mysterious Peak in the Heavenly Sword Sect is the unparalleled White Robe Emperor. Instantly, the entire world is abuzz with discussion. The legend of the Heavenly Sword Sect that had been buried for 100,000 years is now being talked about by countless people, especially by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Spiritual Treasure Tower, who are almost immediately searching for clues about Lin Xingyo. Everyone in the world is paying attention to Lin Xingyo. But soon, the people of the Xianling realm are seething with anger, because Lin Xingyo is a mystery. All records show that the previous Peak Master of Mysterious Peak, Mu Jiangchen, had not left the Mysterious Peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect for almost 10,000 years. But suddenly one day, he left. He went to a very remote village in the northern desert and brought Lin Xingyo back from that remote village. Now, that remote village has disappeared under the endless yellow sands, leaving no trace behind. So Lin Xingyo's identity has become a mystery. But what shocked everyone is, 3 years ago, when Lin Xingyo was brought out of the northern desert, he was deemed worthless. But now he has become the invincible White Robe Emperor. This has sparked intense discussion among people, with various theories being proposed, yet none are particularly convincing. Lin Xingyo of the Mysterious Peak in the Heavenly Sword Sect has no time to care about these things. Early in the morning, he got up and started practicing with a wooden sword in the courtyard. After swinging it 5,000 times, he exhaled deeply. Chu Yun, have you fed the chickens yet? After exhaling deeply, Lin Xingyo stuck the wooden sword into the ground, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and looked at Chu Yun, who was fetching water in the courtyard. Not yet. Chu Yun's expression stiffened, and she looked up at Lin Xingyo. I'll feed them after I finish boiling the water. Oh, no rush. You go ahead. Lin Xingyo smiled gently, revealing his white teeth. Now that I'm done practicing, I'll feed them. Well, you could also wake up Wang Xian. Chu Yun smiled softly. Let her feed the chickens. No. Lin Xingyo glanced at the room where Wang Xian was sleeping. She slept pretty late last night. I'll take her to the back mountain to paint later. She hasn't grasped the essence of it yet. Fortunately, I have some free time today, so I can take her to the back mountain to paint and let her feel the charm of the sunset over the mountains and rivers. You. Chu Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy as she looked at Lin Xingyo. You're just spoiling her now. Well, I am not. At hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately stepped forward and hugged Chu Yun. Aren't I spoiling you too? All right. Chu Yun's originally melancholy eyes immediately softened. Don't make a scene. Shi Han is watching us. Shameless couple. Su Shi Han, who was originally practicing under the willow tree, glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo and Chu Yun. Her exquisitely beautiful face instantly radiated a killing intent as cold as a 1,000-year-old glacier. One day, I will cut you both down with a single sword strike. How dare you flaunt your love in front of me? It's utterly despicable. Well, I'll go to the field to weed. Seeing Su Shihan's gaze, Lin Xingyo immediately realized his impropriety and said to Chu Yun, Go ahead. Chu Yun also noticed Su Shihan's unfriendly gaze, but she still reached out and straightened Lin Xingyo's hair. I'll go make you some noodles now. I'll call you when it's ready. Okay. Lin Xingyo responded, but his gaze was on Su Shihan. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. In the end, he bit his lip and walked away. Su Shihan's personality is too cold. She's also very strong-willed. It's been many days now. She still hasn't spoken to Lin Xingyo. Although Lin Xingyo feels uncomfortable in his heart and really wants to have an open and honest conversation with Su Shihan, she simply doesn't give him the opportunity. Helpless, Lin Xingyo can only wait, letting time pass slowly. After all, he can't force the issue. He must wait until Su Shihan opens her heart before they can have a proper conversation. Sigh. Lin Xingyo sighed, then moved towards the firewood shed, grabbed a hoe, and slung it over his shoulder. He then strode towards his vegetable garden. Chapter 323. What is life and death? Vegetable garden. Lin Xingyo entered carrying a hoe, looking at the lush green vegetables in the yard, the long beans hanging from the trellis, tomatoes, large pumpkins. A smile naturally appeared on his face. These were all his creations. By autumn, the garden was bursting with fruitfulness, purple-tinged eggplants, tomatoes, peppers, all hanging among the green foliage. After standing for a long time, Lin Xingyo suddenly set down the hoe on his shoulder and crouched down to start weeding. After a while, his gaze suddenly fell on the corn stalks. The corn stalks were bare, covered in yellow leaves. The corn cobs had long been harvested by Lin Xingyo. These corn stalks should have been pulled out by Lin Xingyo long ago. Then the soil turned over and new vegetable seeds planted. Of course, some had already been pulled out and scattered with vegetable seeds, and now those green seeds had sprouted. They were vigorously emerging from the ground, opening their two tiny leaves, striving to grow upwards, contrasting sharply with the waning vitality of the corn stalks nearby. Life and death? Lin Xingyo's expression froze, and in the next moment, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind to merge with the Tao. Boom! Lin Xingyo's divine sea world trembled, and suddenly, a vegetable field appeared before his eyes, where he appeared carrying a hoe. Very simple. Carrying the hoe, he entered the vegetable field and began to dig the soil. After digging, he planted a seed in the soil, covered it, and watered it. In a few days, a vegetable seedling sprouted from the ground. It was a long bean. At the beginning of its growth, it was very slow, and it was also very fragile. A casual touch could break it and cause it to die. However, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Opening its two cotyledons, it revealed a hint of green, showcasing its life force to the sunlight. A few days later, the cotyledons fell off. Green leaves emerged, striving to grow, climbing up the bamboo poles in the vegetable field. As time passed, it became stronger and stronger, soon bearing long beans. Its vitality reached its peak. The long beans multiplied rapidly, soon hanging full on the trellis. However, as time went on, the long bean plant began to wither. First, the leaf tips turned yellow, but soon, it spread to the entire long bean plant, and the aura of death became intense. The long bean plant quickly dried up completely, fully consumed by the aura of death. The cold wind howled. The long bean plant hanging on the bamboo poles fell to the ground, beginning to rot and eventually disappearing completely into the soil. However, its bean seeds fell to the ground, blown by the wind and covered by fallen leaves, buried in the soil. The cold was bone-chilling. Winter snow fell. A season, a year, ended here, and after winter, a new year began. The earth began to show new life. Seeds underground began to sprout, growing into small vegetable seedlings, then bearing fruit, leaving behind seeds of life before dying. Over and over. Endlessly. The cycle never stops. Life always cycles between birth and death, seemingly returning but not following the same life path. Dying as if it has come back to life. Coming back to life as if it has died. Lin Xingyo had gained enlightenment. He had gained enlightenment. This was the Tao of a seed, containing life and death, containing the cycle, containing endless profound truths. Boom! Lin Xingyo's aura exploded, strands of life and death energy swirling around him, and overwhelming runes and immortal light engulfed him. The two great Tao of life and death were firmly grasped in his hands, as if with a single thought, He could decide the life and death of any living being in this world. Boom! The heavenly Tao seemed to sense it, and instantly, thunder filled the sky, as if going mad, slashing across the heavens. What's going on? At this moment, countless people opened their eyes from meditation, especially Su Shirhan from the mysterious peak, who looked at Lin Xingyo and then at the sky, saying, "Is the heavenly Tao going to destroy the world? It's over." What a terrifying heavenly might! Countless living beings in the immortal spirit realm trembled in fear, especially when looking at the sky filled with the apocalyptic heavenly tribulation, which almost forced all living beings in the world to kneel and tremble. I feel like my soul is about to collapse. What's going on? Countless living beings in the immortal spirit realm trembled and prostrated themselves. Why does it feel like the heavens are about to overturn, and the entire immortal spirit realm is about to be erased by the heavenly Tao? Why is it like this? Boom! The heavenly Tao finally couldn't hold back, and a massive purple lightning bolt slashed down toward Lin Xingyo, who was sitting cross-legged in the vegetable field on the mysterious peak of the immortal spirit realm. Chapter 324, Guardian of the Heavenly Tao. Crushing Heaven Fist Break. Seeing the descending purple thunder, Lin Xingyo suddenly opened his cold eyes and leaped into the air. Clenching his fist, he unleashed an overwhelming aura, fiercely striking the incoming heavenly tribulation with a powerful punch. Bang! With a single strike, Lin Xingyo shattered 100,000 miles of the void, causing countless bolts of thunder to crash to the ground. In an instant, 100,000 miles of rivers and mountains were obliterated. Kill! Lin Xingyo grasped the Tao of life and death, with 9 rivers of Tao laws flowing around him. Divine light rose from his back, and with an overwhelming momentum, he charged towards the outer reaches of the cosmos. My heavens! What is he doing? The supreme celestial emperors of the celestial realm, powerful beings all, stared with wide eyes at Lin Xingyo, their voices trembling. Could it be he intends to slay the heavenly Tao? Kill! Lin Xingyo, however, was filled with an overwhelming killing intent. Clenching his fists, he fiercely struck the heavenly tribulation again and again. He sought to prove the Tao of life and death. He wanted to test the heavenly Tao, for he felt that his understanding was incomplete. There were gaps in the Tao of life and death. What he had comprehended was incomplete, as if a part had been erased. Therefore, Lin Xingyo aimed to prove the Tao with his own body, to fill in the incomplete parts. Life and death. Life and death. It wasn't just a new beginning after death, but rather a rebirth retaining the soul and memories. Retaining everything from one's previous life and returning anew. Lin Xingyo wanted to verify. He wanted to verify the Tao in his heart, to see if there were certain rules binding this world, causing the beings in this realm to constantly reincarnate. Why did reincarnation start from zero? Why not from the pinnacle of one's previous life? What law was binding reincarnation and rebirth? What was governing life and death? Lin Xingyo had to understand. What kind of fate shackles were binding the beings of the Eastern Star Domain? Kill! The more Lin Xingyo thought, the more violent his attacks became, the more forceful his punches. He was almost exhausting all his strength, striking the heavenly tribulation with all his might, trying to break through certain shackles and glimpse the true meaning of life and death. Crack, crack, crack. The heavenly Tao seemed to sense Lin Xingyo's determination, and the tribulation grew 100-fold more intense. Countless spatial rifts were obliterated by the powerful thunder. I am the guardian of the heavenly Tao. A thunderous roar suddenly echoed through the void, and in the shock of countless gazes, a towering golden giant, as tall as the heavens, appeared. Holding an axe capable of splitting the heavens, he glared down at the entire celestial realm, shouting, "Which lowly being dares to defy the heavenly Tao? I shall slay you." Hmph! Seeing the golden giant straighten up, Lin Xingyo immediately stomped his foot and transformed into a similarly towering figure, declaring, "Big guy, come and fight. All who defy the heavens deserve death. Kill." Seeing Lin Xingyo stand before him, the golden giant immediately swung his colossal axe, slashing down at Lin Xingyo. Kill! With a single step, Lin Xingyo appeared in the outer cosmos, then raised his sword and unleashed a devastating slash towards the golden giant. Boom! With a single strike, Lin Xingyo shattered the heavens, and the blinding light wave collided with the golden giant's axe. In an instant, a world-engulfing shockwave devoured a dozen stars, and the void was torn apart by their clash. Kill! Lin Xingyo bellowed, his hands gripping the sword of extermination tightly, and unleashed a devastating barrage of 10,000 strikes upon the golden giant in the outer void, reducing that section of the heavens to fragments, giving birth to countless black holes and temporal vortexes. Roar! The golden giant was thoroughly enraged, and his axe of splitting the heavens unleashed a devastating strike. He was truly furious. Who was he? He was the guardian of the heavenly Tao. His duty was to protect the rules of this world, to allow no living being to transgress. Those who dared to transgress were rebels against the heavens, and rebels against the heavens must die. Therefore, the golden giant's sole purpose was to annihilate Lin Xingyo. Chapter 325, Heavenly Curse. Kill, kill, kill. The purple gold giant had gone completely berserk, his eyes spewing purple thunderbolts, and his mighty axe, the axe of creation, cleaving through the void, spanning millions of miles as it descended upon Lin Xingyo. Heaven-shattering sword, slay. Lin Xingyo was also consumed by madness, his inner ferocity erupting. With his heaven-shattering sword in hand, he shattered stars and pierced through the river of time, all aimed at the purple gold giant. Boom, boom, boom. The outer cosmos had been completely shattered, and countless beings trembled in terror and collapse. The sheer might of this battle was suffocating, crushing all life forms, leaving them breathless. The white-robed emperor, how powerful! In the land of illusion, an ancient primordial deity, whose eyes had long been dim, suddenly opened them, gazing at Lin Xingyo in the outer Xingkong, locked in combat with the purple gold giant. He dares to challenge the guardian of the heavenly Tao, attempting to uncover the hidden part of the heavenly order. This is truly an act of defiance against the heavens. He's courting death. In the forbidden zones of the celestial continent, an ancient ancestor of immense power opened his eyes, saying, "The heavenly order is not something a mere ant like him can forcibly gaze upon. He's stronger than us? He dares to question the heavens. But what about us?" On the eternal moon continent, atop the ancient divine mountain, a stone spirit enveloped in immortal chi suddenly spoke in human language. For so many years, we've been cowering like dogs in this celestial realm, never daring to question the heavens. Compared to him, we are light years behind. Himph, he's courting death. From the immortal mountain on the eternal moon continent, a Tao thought that crushed the heavens echoed. Those who dare to question the heavens are rebels. Rebels must die. The inhabitants of the celestial realm were gripped by fear, particularly after hearing the discussions of one formidable entity after another in the void. Nearly every gaze turned to the outer cosmos, as the revelations were too significant to overlook. All eyes were fixed on Lin Xingyo, eager to witness the final outcome of this monumental clash. Kill. Lin Xingyo, however, was gripping the heaven-shattering sword, unleashing countless strikes against the purple gold giant, shattering the galaxy around him. Roar! The purple gold giant was also in a frenzy, his axe of creation cleaving through the stars and rivers of the heavens with every strike. The center of the battle had already formed a massive vortex, swallowing the surrounding star fragments and grinding them into dust. "Ant, you are strong?" The purple gold giant suddenly roared, raising his mighty axe and descending upon Lin Xingyo. "But the battle is over. I must now slay you. Is that so?" Lin Xingyo's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent sharp as he stared at the purple gold giant. "Then show me your true strength. Let me see how powerful you truly are. Let me see how high the heavens reach. Heavenly Tao, shatter the heavens, slash." At these words, the purple gold giant's eyes darkened, his aura exploding. Purple thunderbolts, crushing the heavens, roared around him. His axe of creation suddenly shot out a light that cleaved through the heavens, shattering countless stars as it descended upon Lin Xingyo. Heaven-shattering sword. Slash? Facing the purple gold giant's devastating attack, Lin Xingyo dared not be careless. He stepped forward, raising his arm, which rivaled the size of stars, and activated the ancient divine physique. Activating the ancient bloodline, he expanded the boundless realm. Summoning the golden Buddha wall, he unleashed the sacred battle technique. His body erupted with rings of energy, and he counterattacked the purple gold giant's incoming strike with a slash that defied the heavens. Boom! The void shattered, and the intense light was like a dozen suns exploding, illuminating the entire eastern star domain, shattering countless stars in an instant. Boom! The celestial realm suddenly rose 9 massive bronze cauldrons, forming an incredibly powerful barrier, protected by an eternal lamp, shielding the entire celestial realm. Wow! Seeing this, countless living beings gasped in shock, their eyes filled with fear as they gazed at the outer Xingko. Almost every being was transfixed, staring at the 2 colossal figures locked in battle, their minds frozen in awe. The heavenly mandate, the heavenly mandate. This is the will of the heavens? In a hidden realm within the immortal mountain on the eternal moon continent, the grand priest of the martial god temple, gazing at Lin Xingyo fighting the purple gold giant in the outer cosmos, was so moved that tears streamed down his face. The prophecy of the heavenly mandate. He will lead our martial god temple to restore its past glory. This is the heavenly mandate, allowing us to witness the invincible bearing of our temple master. Temple master, invincible. Temple master, invincible. Temple master, invincible. In the secret realm of the immortal mountain on the eternal moon continent, countless powerful beings prostrated themselves, their eyes burning with fervor as they gazed at Lin Xingyo. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Xingyo, however, was completely consumed by madness, tightly gripping his heaven-shattering sword, already in a frenzy of killing. Every clash with the purple gold giant was earth-shattering. Of course, he was gradually glimpsing a concealed corner of the creation Tao, particularly with each clash against the purple gold giant. He could perceive countless Tao laws shackled by chains of order, veiled in a crimson mist, shielding them from any prying eyes. Heaven-shattering sword. Explode him? Lin Xingyo went completely berserk as he glimpsed the concepts of life and death, only to have both blocked by the purple gold giant. Particularly, the giant's creation axe could interrupt Lin Xingyo's enlightenment, preventing him from peering into the profound truths of the Tao of life and death. Devouring God's spear. Appear? Unable to endure it any longer, Lin Xingyo summoned the devouring God spear, roaring furiously, gripping both the sword and the spear, and charging at the purple gold giant with wild abandon. Snap! The purple gold giant finally couldn't withstand Lin Xingyo's relentless assault, and in the shocked eyes of countless onlookers, was blasted apart by the devouring God spear. The heaven-shattering sword flew up and decapitated the giant's massive head, then pinned it to the ruins. Heavenly Tao, open? Lin Xingyo roared and tore apart the heavenly order, reaching out and forcibly pulling out the Tao of life and death. Tao of life and death, break free. Snap! The heavens and earth trembled as if some shackle had been broken. In an instant, almost all living beings could feel that some kind of restraint had been shattered, and an inexplicable understanding spread through their hearts. Look, what's that? After a momentary calm, countless eyes turned to the outer cosmos, where a flood of heavenly runes suddenly engulfed Lin Xingyo. No, it's the heavenly curse. In the secret realm of the immortal mountain on the eternal moon continent, countless beings roared, their eyes bloodshot as they stared at Lin Xingyo. His forehead was covered in dense runes, forming the character for sin, and his blood, bones, and essence surged with a crimson glow of evil. Heavenly curse? Lin Xingyo smirked at the corner of his mouth, then unleashed all his strength, counterattacking the incoming power of the heavenly curse. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavenly curse, however, went berserk, gradually eroding Lin Xingyo, devouring his bones, veins, blood, spiritual energy, and divine consciousness, branding him with the mark of sin. Even his breath carried an aura of evil. Humph! Lin Xingyo suddenly roared to the heavens. Heavenly Tao, are you done? Do you think this can bind me? A mere heavenly curse can't hold me. I'll make it my whetstone, my crucible for proving the Tao. Chapter 326, Breaking Through to the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm. Chapter 326, Breaking Through to the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm. Lin Xingyo stepped out from the baptism of the thunder tribulation in the extraterrestrial Xingkong, his bronze-colored muscles glistening as he instantly teleported from the extraterrestrial Xingkong back to the Piaomiao Peak. He had succeeded. He had successfully broken through to the celestial realm. He could feel his strength had increased by dozens of times, and with every movement, he exuded an earth-shattering aura. The two great Tao of life and death had been fully comprehended. A nine-colored divine halo rose from behind him, hovering above his head and radiating an awe-inspiring divine might. But the mark of sin on his forehead was strikingly prominent. It was the heavenly curse, which Lin Xingyo could not yet conceal. Moreover, a malevolent aura seemed to emanate from his entire being, as if he were a fusion of a deity and a demon. On one side was an overwhelming divine presence. On the other side was boundless wickedness. These two contrasting forces swirled around him, creating a unique aura. "You big bad guy, you're finally back." Seeing Lin Xingyo return, Wang Xian from the Piaomiao Peak cried out and tearfully ran towards him. "I was so worried. I thought you wouldn't come back." "Humph, what a sentimental wretch." Su Shihan, who had just stood up under the willow tree, coldly glared at Wang Xian as she threw herself into Lin Xingyo's arms, her face instantly filled with an overwhelming killing intent. She, the ruthless empress, would definitely kill this wretch. How dare a mere servant compete for her master's favor? Kill. Su Shihan had already planted the seed of killing intent towards Wang Xian, as she believed Wang Xian was unworthy to be with Lin Xingyo. In her eyes, only she, the ruthless empress, was qualified. A mere servant, a mortal, with a lifespan of only 100 years. What right did she have to stay by her master's side, only to bring sorrow in his endless years? It would be better to send her on her way now, sparing them the pain of separation a century later. Kill. Su Shihan's breathtakingly beautiful face, like the eternal ice of the cosmos, condensed an icy killing intent as she declared, "Wretch, I shall personally send you on your way." All right. Lin Xingyo, however, did not notice Su Shihan's expression. Instead, he embraced Wang Xian with a tender expression. "Silly girl, why are you crying? You should be happy. I've now broken through to the celestial realm." "Who's crying?" Wang Xian was momentarily stunned, then wiped her tears and pouted. "I wouldn't cry for you, you big bad guy." Humph. After saying that, Wang Xian didn't forget to stomp hard on Lin Xingyo's foot. "I was actually hoping the thunder would strike you dead. That way, you won't bully me anymore in the future." "Little girl, enough?" Lin Xingyo smiled gently, revealing his white teeth, and pinched Wang Xian's cheek. "I'll grant you a wish today. From now on, I'll take you as my official disciple." "Pfft, I don't want to." Wang Xian glanced at Lin Xingyo and muttered discontentedly, "I'm the 7th princess of the Great Qin Empire. I wouldn't want to be your disciple, you big pervert." Smack. At this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but raise his hand and slap Wang Xian's pert bottom. "This is what you asked for. Don't regret it later." "You pervert. You hit me again." Wang Xian frowned, rubbing her sore bottom, and with an extremely dissatisfied expression, she waved her little pink fists, chasing Lin Xingyo around the courtyard, shouting, "I'm going to fight you." "Wang Xian, enough?" Seeing this, Chu Yun swept a strand of hair from her forehead, watching the playful scene with a gentle smile. "Stop fooling around. Your master has just broken through to the celestial realm. You should let him rest and stabilize his cultivation. Chujieje, he's the one who bullied me first. He had succeeded. He had successfully broken through to the celestial realm. He could feel that his power had increased by dozens of times compared to before, and with every movement, an earth-shattering pressure radiated from him. The two great paths of life and death had been fully comprehended. A nine-colored divine halo rose behind him, hovering above his head, radiating an awe-inspiring divine might capable of crushing the heavens. Yet the word joy on his forehead stood out glaringly. It was the heavenly curse, which Lin Xingyo could not hide for now. Moreover, an aura of sin wafted around his entire body, as if he were the embodiment of both a god and a demon. On one side was an overwhelming divine might that could not be concealed. On the other side was an overwhelming aura of sin. These two unique energies revolved around him. Big bad guy, you're finally back. At the Piaomiao Peak, Wang Xian, seeing Lin Xingyo return, cried out and ran towards him, tears streaming down her face. I was so worried just now. I thought you wouldn't come back. A lowly woman is always so sentimental. Under the willow tree, Su Shihan, who had just stood up, coldly glared at Wang Xian, who had thrown herself into Lin Xingyo's arms, her face instantly filled with an overwhelming killing intent. She, the ruthless empress, must kill this lowly woman. A mere servant dared to compete for her master's favor. Kill. Su Shihan had already harbored a killing intent towards Wang Xian, for she deemed Wang Xian unworthy to be with Lin Xingyo. In her eyes, only she, the ruthless empress, was fit for such a role. A mere servant, a mere mortal, with a lifespan of only 100 years. What right does she have to be by her master's side, only to bring sadness into his eternal years? It would be better to send her on her way now, sparing her the sorrow of parting a century later. Kill. Su Shihan's breathtakingly beautiful face, icy as the eternal heavens, radiated an intense, bone-chilling sigh. Lowly servant, I shall personally see you off. All right. Lin Xingyo, however, did not notice Su Shihan's expression. Instead, he embraced Wang Xian with a tender expression. Silly girl, why are you crying? You should be happy. I've now broken through to the celestial realm. Who's crying? Wang Xian was stunned, then wiped away her tears, pouting. I wouldn't cry for you, you big bad guy. Humph. After saying that, Wang Xian didn't forget to let out a couple of cold hums, then stomped hard on Lin Xingyo's foot. I was just hoping the heavenly thunder would strike you dead. That way, you won't bully me anymore in the future. Little girl, all right. I got it. Lin Xingyo smiled slightly, revealing his white teeth, and pinched Wang Xian's cheeks. I'll fulfill one of your wishes today. From today onwards, I'll take you as my official disciple. Pfft, I don't want to. Wang Xian shot a glance at Lin Xingyo and muttered discontentedly, I'm the 7th princess of the Great Qin Empire. I wouldn't want to be your disciple, you big scoundrel. Smack. At this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but raise his hand and slap Wang Xian's pert bottom. This is what you don't want. Don't regret it later. Big lecher. You hit me again. Wang Xian frowned, rubbing her sore bottom, her expression filled with dissatisfaction. She waved her little pink fists and chased Lin Xingyo around the courtyard, shouting, I'm going to fight you. Wang Xian, that's enough. Seeing this, Chu Yuan brushed her hair back, watching the playful Lin Xingyo and the others with a gentle smile. Stop fooling around. Your master has just broken through to the celestial realm. You should let him rest now to stabilize his cultivation. Chu's sister, he started it. Chapter 327. It's time to set off. Early the next morning, Lin Xingyo, who had been sitting cross-legged under a willow tree, suddenly opened his eyes. He exhaled deeply, slowly circulating the spiritual energy in his dantian to his upper dantian chi-hai, before finally standing up abruptly. Ding, host. You have a sign-in task to check? Chapter 327. It's time to depart. Huff. The next morning, Lin Xingyo, who had been sitting cross-legged under a willow tree, suddenly opened his eyes. He exhaled deeply, slowly circulating the spiritual energy in his dantian to his upper dantian chi before finally standing up. Ding, host, you have a sign-in mission. Please check. No sooner had Lin Xingyo stood up than a mechanical voice rang out in his mind. With a helpless shrug, he opened the system task to find that it required him to sign in at the Taichu Sacred Land Scripture Repository for 3 months. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but wince. This system task was truly frustrating. It just so happened to coincide with the date Du Moroa had set for their duel at the Taichu Sacred Land. He had originally planned to live freely here for a few more months before going to face her in the duel. Now it seemed that his schedule would have to be moved up, as he needed to sign in at the Scripture Repository for 3 months. Ah, well. Lin Xingyo shook his head in resignation. Even though he was reluctant to leave, he had no choice but to head to the Taichu Sacred Land. After all, the system's missions had to be completed, or he would be wiped out by the system. Hey, you big bad guy. Just as Lin Xingyo was feeling helpless, Wang Xian suddenly ran over from behind, gave his shoulder a hard slap, and stuck out her tongue playfully, asking, "What are you standing here thinking about? Why are you up so early today? You lazybones usually don't get up until the sun is about to burn your behind." Lin Xingyo smiled and gently patted Wang Xian's head. Humph, humph. Wang Xian pouted, her eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo as she said, "You said you were going to formally accept me as your disciple today and perform the baptism to pass on your techniques to me." Oh. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. That's right. I'll go prepare the medicinal concoction for you right away. It will help you cleanse your body and refine your marrow, turning you into a top-tier cultivator with unparalleled potential. Humph, humph. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately stomped her foot in anger, pouting with an unhappy expression. You haven't even prepared it yet? I thought you had everything ready, and I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. You big bad guy. You little brat. Lin Xingyo chuckled and flicked Wang Xian's forehead. All right, I'll go prepare it for you right now, but don't cry later. After saying that, Lin Xingyo pinched Wang Xian's cheek and left. Entering the wood shed, Lin Xingyo set up the Divine Physician's Cauldron from the Medicinal King Valley. He directly poured in the treasures of heaven and earth, the essence blood of a demon emperor, and the Tai true water into the cauldron. Then, he lit the Xian firewood from the Yuhua dynasty to begin concocting the medicinal elixir. Wang Xian, your innate talent is a bit lacking. Lin Xingyo gazed at the demon emperor's phantom roaring inside the divine physician's cauldron and muttered to himself, but as long as she can endure this baptism, it shouldn't be difficult for her to break through to the immortal king realm in the future, right? Humph, humph. Wang Xian, pacing back and forth in front of the divine physician's cauldron, put her hands on her hips and glared at the demon emperor's phantom and the surging essence energy with an eager expression. Big bad guy, is it ready yet? It's ready. Lin Xingyo smiled and patted Wang Xian's head. Get in yourself. But I have to warn you, it might be a bit painful. You must endure it, or else all your efforts will be wasted, understand? All right, all right. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately began to undress. I understand. Hurry up and get out. Don't even think about peeking at my baptism. Fine. Lin Xingyo stole a glance at Wang Xian's long legs, then summoned a cultivation technique and handed it to her. I'll go call your Chu sister to come and protect you. Oh, and here's the Phoenix Heaven Art. You can cultivate this technique in the future. Big bad guy, thanks. Wang Xian grabbed the Phoenix Heaven Art and, with an expression as proud as could be, looked at Lin Xingyo. When I grow stronger in the future, I'll protect you. All right, start the baptism. Lin Xingyo patted Wang Xian's head, smiled, and turned to leave the woodshed. Let's see what kind of spiritual body and bloodline you can awaken. Don't disappoint me now. Humph, humph. Seeing Lin Xingyo leave, Wang Xian clenched her fists tightly and stomped her foot. Just you wait. I'll definitely shock you with my potential. But the very next moment, the entire floating mist peak began to tremble, and a series of ear-piercing screams erupted from the woodshed. It was truly agonizing. The screams were so loud they shattered eardrums, scaring away many small animals nearby. What a drama queen! Su Shiyuan, who was cultivating under the willow tree, showed a disdainful expression. After all, she had undergone a baptism a few months ago, and although it was painful, she hadn't screamed like Wang Xian, screaming so loudly, as if she wanted everyone to know she was undergoing a baptism. What a lowly and pretentious woman. She really isn't worthy to stand beside me, the Empress. Damn it, it hurts so much. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but wince in frustration. This system task was truly exasperating. Now that he thought about it, it was just about the time Du Moroa had invited him to compete in the Tai Chuseng DS martial arts tournament. Originally, he had planned to enjoy a leisurely few months here before going to face that woman in the competition. Now, it seemed, his schedule would have to be moved up, as he needed to go to the Tai Chuseng DS scripture depository to check in for 3 months. Alas,
任性有无奈地摇了摇头，现在就算他有些不舍，可还是只能出发去太初圣地了。毕竟系统任务必须要去做，要不然会被系统直接抹杀。
Hey, you big bad guy. Just as Lin Xingyo was feeling helpless, Wang Xian suddenly ran over from behind, giving his shoulder a hard pat and sticking out her tongue to make a playful face as she asked, "What are you standing here thinking about?" Why are you up so early today? Lin Xingyo chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Wang Xian's hair. Aren't you the big lazy worm who usually sleeps until the sun is about to burn your bottom before getting up? Humph. Wang Xian pouted, her eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo as she said, "You said today you'd officially take me as your disciple and perform the ritual to pass on your teachings to me." Oh. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, that's right. I'll go prepare the medicinal concoction for you right away to help you cleanse your body and refine your essence, transforming you into a practitioner with exceptional talent and unparalleled roots. Humph. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately stamped her foot in anger, pouting her lips and looking utterly displeased. You haven't even prepared it yet? I thought you had everything ready, and I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. You big bad guy. You 这个小丫头. Lin Xingyo chuckled, flicking Wang Xian's forehead. All right, I'll go prepare it for you now. Just wait and don't cry. With that, Lin Xingyo pinched Wang Xian's cheeks and left. Entering the firewood room, he set up the Medicine King's cauldron from the Medicine King Valley, directly pouring in the treasures of heaven and earth, the essence blood of a demon emperor, and the Tai true water. He then lit the Xin firewood from the Yu Hua dynasty to begin the process of concocting the medicinal elixir. Wang Xian, your talent is a bit lacking. Lin Xingyo gazed at the demon emperor's phantom roaring within the Medicine King's cauldron, murmuring to himself, but as long as she can endure this ritual, breaking through to the immortal king realm shouldn't be difficult, right? Humph. Wang Xian, pacing back and forth in front of the cauldron in the firewood room, placed her hands on her hips, her eyes wide as she stared at the rising demon emperor phantom and the surging essence. She couldn't wait to ask Lin Xingyo, "Big bad guy, is it ready yet?" "It's ready." Lin Xingyo smiled, gently patting Wang Xian's head. "Get in yourself. But I must warn you, it might be a bit painful. You must endure it, or else all your efforts will be in vain, understand?" All right. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately began to undress. "I understand. Now hurry up and get out. Don't even think about peeking at my ritual." "All right then," Lin Xingyo said, sneaking a glance at Wang Xian's long legs before summoning a cultivation manual and handing it to her. "I'll go get your Chu sister to come and guard your ritual. Oh, and here's the Phoenix Heaven's decision for you. You can cultivate this technique from now on." "Big bad guy, thanks." Wang Xian snatched the Phoenix Heaven's decision from Lin Xingyo's hands, her face filled with an expression of utmost pride as she looked at him. "When I become powerful in the future, I'll protect you." "All right, begin your ritual," Lin Xingyo said, patting Wang Xian's head and smiling as he turned and left the firewood room. "Let's see what kind of spiritual body and bloodline you awaken. Don't let it be too weak, all right? Humph, humph. Seeing Lin Xingyo leave, Wang Xian immediately clenched her fists, pouting her lips and stomping her foot fiercely. Just wait. I'll definitely make you stare in awe. But the next moment, the entire Piao Miao Peak began to shake, and a series of pig-like screams erupted from the firewood room. It was truly horrific. The screams were so piercing that they shattered eardrums, scaring away many small animals nearby. What a drama queen! Su Shihan, who was cultivating under the willow tree, revealed an extremely disdainful and contemptuous expression on her face. After all, a few months ago, she had also undergone a ritual, and although it was somewhat painful, she hadn't made such a fuss about it. Screaming so loudly, it was as if she was afraid no one would know she was undergoing the ritual. What a low-class, pretentious woman, truly unworthy of standing alongside the Empress herself. Damn it, it hurts so much. He had originally planned to live here carefree for a few more months before going to face that woman in the competition. However, now it seemed like that plan would have to be moved up, as he needed to sign in at the Taichu Sacred Grounds Scripture Repository for 3 months. Lin Xingyo sighed, knowing that despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to depart for the Taichu Sacred Land. After all, the system's tasks were mandatory, and failure to complete them would result in being erased by the system. Hey, you big bad guy. Just as Lin Xingyo was feeling helpless, Wang Xian suddenly ran over from behind, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder and making a silly face as she playfully asked, "What are you thinking about standing here? Why are you up so early today? You're usually such a lazybones, always sleeping until the sun is about to scorch your behind before you get up." Lin Xingyo smiled and gently patted Wang Xian's head. Humph, humph. Wang Xian pouted, her eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo as she said, "You said you were going to officially accept me as your disciple today and perform the ritual to pass on your techniques to me, didn't you?" Oh. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, saying, "Well, I'll go prepare the blood medicine for you right away to help you cleanse your meridians and become a cultivator with exceptional talent and unparalleled roots." Humph, humph. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately stomped her foot in anger, pouting with a face full of displeasure as she said, "You haven't even prepared yet? I thought you had everything ready, and I was so excited last night that I couldn't sleep. You big bad guy. You little brat." Lin Xingyo smiled, flicking Wang Xian's forehead gently. "All right, I'll go prepare it for you now. Just don't cry later." After saying that, Lin Xingyo pinched Wang Xian's cheeks and walked away. Entering the woodshed, Lin Xingyo set up the Medicine King Valley's Medicine King Cauldron. He directly poured the treasures of heaven and earth, the essence blood of the Demon Emperor, and the Tai True water into the cauldron, then lit the Xian firewood from the Yuhua dynasty to begin brewing the blood medicine. "Wang Xian, your talent is a bit lacking," Lin Xingyo muttered to himself as he watched the roaring phantom of the Demon Emperor in the Medicine King Cauldron, thinking, but as long as she can endure this ritual, breaking through to the Immortal King realm shouldn't be difficult, right? Humph, humph. Wang Xian, pacing back and forth in front of the cauldron, crossed her arms and widened her eyes, staring at the rising phantom of the Demon Emperor and the surging essence energy. She couldn't wait to ask Lin Xingyo, "Big bad guy, is it ready yet?" "It's ready." Lin Xingyo smiled and patted Wang Xian's head. "You can get in yourself. But I have to warn you, it might be a bit painful. You have to endure it, or else all your efforts will be wasted, understand?" All right. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian immediately began to undress, saying, "I got it. Hurry up, get out. Don't even think about peeking at me during the ritual." "All right then." Lin Xingyo sneakily glanced at Wang Xian's long legs, then summoned a cultivation technique and handed it to her, saying, "I'll go call your Chu sister to come and guard your ritual. Oh, and here's the Feng Tianju for you. You can cultivate this technique from now on." "Big bad guy, thanks." Wang Xian snatched the Feng Tianju from Lin Xingyo's hand, then looked at him with an expression of utmost arrogance, saying, "When I get strong in the future, I'll protect you." "All right, Go ahead with the ritual. Lin Xingyo patted Wang Xian's head, then smiled and turned to leave the woodshed, saying, let's see what kind of spiritual body and bloodline you can awaken. Don't be too weak now. Humph, humph. Seeing Lin Xingyo leave, Wang Xian immediately clenched her fists and pouted, stomping her foot forcefully as she muttered, just wait. I'll definitely make you stare in disbelief. But the very next moment, the entire Piao Miao Peak began to shake, and a series of pig-like screams erupted from the woodshed. It was truly horrific. The screams were so piercing that they shattered eardrums, scaring away many small animals nearby. Stupid girl, so melodramatic. Su Shihan, who was cultivating under the willow tree, revealed an extremely disdainful and contemptuous expression on her face. After all, she had gone through the ritual a few months ago, and although it was painful, she hadn't screamed like Wang Xian. Screaming so loudly, it was as if she wanted everyone to know she was undergoing the ritual. What a lowly and melodramatic woman. She was unworthy to stand alongside the Empress herself. Damn it, it hurts so much. I'm going to die. Chapter 328, Shangliang City. Alright, it's time to set off. After a long while on Piao Miao Peak, Lin Xingyo saw that Wang Xian had awakened the Xin Fire immortal body and couldn't help but feel happy as he glanced at Wang Xian, who was sitting under a willow tree cultivating. He stood up. It was time for him to leave. After all, the system task had already been accepted. Since completing the task at the peak of the Forbidden City in the Great Qin Empire, he hadn't received any sign-in tasks for quite some time. Now that he had received one, it was time to set off. After all, the rewards for sign-in tasks were much more generous, several times better than daily tasks. However, before heading to the Taichu Sacred Land, he first needed to go to Shangliang City to meet with He Huang and the others. Those two were currently causing trouble there. He had to find them. After all, right now, he had a sin mark on his forehead, and an aura of overwhelming evil was circulating throughout his body. If he didn't find them to figure out a way to conceal it, then not only would he not be able to sign in at the Taichu Sacred Land, but he might even be locked onto the moment he left Piao Miao Peak. This aura was simply too damn troublesome. Lin Xingyo sighed and rubbed his forehead, then approached Chu Yun to brief her before swiftly departing from Piao Miao Peak and reappearing in the northern desert city of Shangliang. Shangliang City. It was no ordinary place. It was the capital of the Immortal Dynasty, an immortal empire, and its terrain was also very perilous, backed by the Wasteland of Illusions, constantly defending against invasions from the nomadic tribes beyond the Gobi Desert in the northern wilderness. It held a pivotal position in the entire Xianling realm. Of course, Shangliang City was hundreds of times more prosperous than Hanping City in the Qin Kingdom. The city wasn't inhabited solely by humans. Ancient divine races and prehistoric demon birds could be seen everywhere. What's even more astonishing is that there were even walking weapons on the streets, which had grown 2 legs and strutted arrogantly through the crowd. This was simply too incredible. Human, you're blocking my path. As Lin Xingyo was a bit dazed on the streets of Shangliang City, a powerful Fei approached him and said, "Get out of my way, or I'll eat you in one bite." Oh! Lin Xingyo, wearing a black gauze douli, glanced up and down at the Fei King and said, "This is our first meeting. I wonder what your capabilities are. Why don't we test them out?" At these words, the Fei King was stunned for a moment. Then, upon realizing what was said, he became furious. Who was he? He was the Fei King. Not only in Shangliang City, even in the Wasteland of Illusions, he was a terrifying existence. Yet this human dared to speak to him like this. This was simply too audacious. Shouldn't this human be bowing down in worship upon seeing such a powerful being? Human, you are guilty. After coming to his senses, the Fei King's cold gaze fell upon Lin Xingyo as he solemnly declared, "To not bow down in reverence upon seeing a being as powerful as me and dare to speak to me like this. This is a crime worthy of death." Oh! Lin Xingyo shrugged his shoulders and looked at the Fei King with a playful expression. "Are you very powerful? Why don't we have a match?" At these words, The Fei King was enraged. This mere human actually dared to challenge him. The Fei King almost laughed out loud at the absurdity of it. He, the Fei King, was a peak quasi-emperor realm expert, revered as a deity and ancestor in the northern wilderness. Whoever saw him didn't treat him with the utmost respect. This insignificant ant dared to provoke him. It was simply too infuriating. It seemed he needed to show this human his true strength. Otherwise, they might really think he was easy to bully. Human, you've angered me. After a while, the Fei King finally regained his composure. He puffed out his chest and looked at Lin Xingyo with arrogance. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and let me eat you in one bite. Otherwise, I'll make sure you experience the terrible consequences of offending me. Quick, look over here. At that moment, a shout rang out from the crowd, and everyone began to gather around Lin Xingyo. Look, he dares to be disrespectful to the Fei King. Come see the Fei King eat this ant. All the surrounding creatures gathered around, looking at Lin Xingyo as if he were already dead. Almost everyone thought Lin Xingyo was doomed, because they all knew the Fei King. He was a peak quasi-emperor realm expert. Not only in Shangliang City, but even in the northern wilderness, there were few who dared to provoke him. After all, he was a lord in the wasteland of illusions. His strength was truly terrifying. Even the emperor of the immortal dynasty had to show him respect. Yet this mere human dared to be disrespectful to the Fei King. Wasn't this just asking for death? Human, have you thought it over? Seeing this scene, the Fei King became even more arrogant. Now is the time for you to decide how you die. Once this moment passes, it won't be up to you. Is that so? Lin Xingyo sneered and beckoned with his finger. Then come at me. I'll give you a chance to make a move. If you can withstand one of my attacks, I might consider not killing you today. You're insolent. The Fei King was completely enraged, his inner fury exploding. He coiled his massive body and directly charged at Lin Xingyo. Who is this ant? The surrounding crowd also erupted in commotion. They had never seen such a bold person before. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Lin Xingyo and whispered among themselves, "How dare he be so bold? Now, can he still survive?" Chapter 329. A Slip of the Hand. Who cares about him? Some scoffed and sneered at Lin Xingyo, as if they had already witnessed the scene where Fei Wang would crush him to death. He's going to be a dead man soon anyway. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo struck. Facing the raging Fei Wang, he reached out and grabbed his head with one hand. In front of countless shocked eyes, he slammed Fei Wang to the ground with a fierce motion. Smack, smack, smack. Lin Xingyo pressed Fei Wang's head with his left hand, and with his right fist, he unleashed 500 lightning-fast punches to Fei Wang's head, all in front of the horrified gazes of the onlookers. Master, please stop. Fei Wang was wrong. I was blind and disrespectful to you earlier. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Fei Wang, bruised and swollen, lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he pleaded with Lin Xingyo. Please, show mercy and let me go. I promise I won't dare to do so again in the future. You're guilty, so why should I let you go? Lin Xingyo sneered. Besides, you said yourself that you deserve to die 1,000 deaths, so just go ahead and die. Master, no. Fei Wang twisted his face in desperation, looking at Lin Xingyo and begging. I was really wrong earlier. I repent. I admit my mistake to you. Please, stop hitting me. It's killing me with pain. Lin Xingyo felt a headache coming on. How can you, Fei Wang, a quasi-emperor, lack even a shred of the dignity of a quasi-emperor? Just a few punches. Is it really that bad? Seriously? Master, please don't be angry. Fei Wang looked at Lin Xingyo, on the verge of tears. It's just that my old bones can't take such a beating. A few more punches and I'll fall apart. All right then. Lin Xingyo pouted, revealing his white teeth as he looked at Fei Wang. Then I'll give you a chance now. Hand over your slave seal and become my pet. At these words, Fei Yiwang's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lin Xingyo, and everyone around him was equally dumbfounded, their mouths agape. What's going on? Who is this guy? How dare he say such a thing? Doesn't he know that Fei Yiwang is a creature from the Void Realm? Fei Yiwang is under the protection of that powerful being in the Void Realm, and now this human dares to say such a thing. This is beyond arrogance. Human, you are too bold. Fei Yiwang was initially stunned, but then his anger flared. Do you know to whom I owe my allegiance? You dare to claim me as your pet. You are defying the authority of that formidable being in the Void Realm. Even if I were to agree, that revered existence would never forgive you. Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened, and his murderous gaze fell upon Fei Yiwang. You refuse? The entire place was as if struck by a needle, causing a collective gasp of shock. Fei Yiwang's eyes widened, his mouth open as if to say something, but the words failed to come out. He was completely stunned. The situation was already clear. His backing had been made evident. Yet this human showed no fear. This truly terrified Fei Yiwang. After all, the being in the Void Realm was terrifying beyond measure. Even a great emperor would be like an ant before him. Now, this human disregarded his warning. This revealed far too much. Fei Yiwang looked at Lin Xingyo, completely at a loss, as he couldn't fathom what gave this man the audacity to be so fearless. Are you crazy? The surrounding creatures, finally snapping out of their shock, turned to Lin Xingyo, their eyes bloodshot as they roared. You don't want to live, do you? How dare you, a mere human, say such things? You're tired of living? If you really take Fei Yiwang as your pet? Do you know the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Do you know you're making an enemy of that existence in the Void Realm? Human, let me advise you now. Release Fei Yiwang immediately, or you'll be hunted down no matter where you flee. Lin Xingyo pouted, his gaze calmly sweeping around. Mind your own business. If you keep chattering, don't blame me for capturing all of you and roasting you one by one to eat. You. The once bustling scene was now frozen, every single one of them dumbfounded. Who is this guy? What does he take them for? Food. This is too bold. They were all powerful divine beasts, each capable of summoning storms and dominating a region. Yet this human dared to be so audacious. Unforgivable. Deserving of death. He is a heinous criminal. Absolutely unforgivable. He must be slain. Human, you are too bold. The surrounding creatures all erupted in fury, charging at Lin Xingyo in a frenzy. Now we will be the ones to kill you. Good, come on. Seeing the creatures charging at him, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot and roared, Duanda! Black Emperor, come out. It's time to feast. You dog, don't waste your efforts. The surrounding creatures all sneered at Lin Xingyo, their lips curling as they unleashed their most powerful attacks. No one can save you now, because no one can withstand our combined attacks. Kill. Is that so? Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, revealing his white teeth. Then I'll have to test it. See if I, just breaking through to the celestial realm, can withstand a single blow from all of you. You dog, die. The surrounding chaotic creatures didn't even hear what Lin Xingyo said, all charging at him with wild attacks, engulfing the entire area in dazzling light waves. Great Ancient Holy Body, activate. Ancient Bloodline, activate. Battle Techniques, activate. 3 Supreme Bones, activate. Golden Buddha Wall, activate. Facing the attacks of over 100 powerful creatures, Lin Xingyo stomped the ground, unleashing all his abilities. In an instant, the colorless domain was activated, the Golden Buddha Wall stood before the colorless domain, and the battle techniques instantly boosted Lin Xingyo's strength tenfold. Then, the Great Ancient Holy Body and Ancient Bloodline were activated simultaneously, a surge of immense power erupting from Lin Xingyo's body. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xingyo's expression froze, his eyes wide as he watched the creatures around him explode. He regretted it. That move was too much. Although these creatures were strong, how could they withstand such power? One by one, They were shattered by the force of the golden Buddha wall and the great ancient holy body. Damn! Lin Xingyo's eyes widened as he looked at the exploding clouds of blood, his heart bleeding. These were all top-tier ingredients. Braised lion's head, chicken stew with mushrooms, beef tendon soup, and pairs of big wings, perfect for grilled wings. If only he could capture them, Wang Xian would definitely love them. Too bad. Too wasteful. Lin Xingyo looked at the scene before him, truly regretful. These were over 100 top-tier beasts, and now they're all blown up. Too wasteful. These provisions would have lasted me for months. Master, don't be sad. Fei Wang's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Xingyo, on the verge of tears. These ants dared to disrespect you. For them to die like this, it's a blessing for them to have such an end. Shut up. You talk too much. Lin Xingyo casually glanced at Fei Wang, almost frantically bellowing, my top-tier ingredients. All wasted like this, too bad. It's such a waste. Fei Wang almost spat blood. What kind of person is this? Just moments ago, he didn't even know why he was upset, and now it turns out it was for this? This guy is too savage, actually treating divine beasts as food. This is too terrifying. No way. I have to get out of here. Fei Wang's expression froze, and then, filled with fear, he glanced at Lin Xingyo. He immediately activated a powerful divine ability, intending to escape. I can't let him eat me. I'm out of here. Wanna leave? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, stretched out his hand, and effortlessly grabbed the enormous Fei Wang. With a surge of rule power, he instantly shrank Fei Wang into a palm-sized little snake, saying, hand over your slave seal, or else I'll boil you. Master, please don't be angry. Fei Wang, trembling all over in Lin Xingyo's grasp, said in fear, I'll hand it over right now, okay? Lin Xingyo took Fei Wang's slave seal and still wasn't at ease, adding an additional curse seal before finally stopping. Fei Wang was on the verge of tears. This man in front of him is way too fierce, way too savage. In that instant just now, he was absolutely terrified. Think about it, he, Fei Wang, is also a lord of a territory. Under his command are hundreds of thousands of powerful beings. Wherever he goes, others fawn over him. Now, he's actually been taken in as a pet by this human. From now on, his old face is completely lost. Wherever he goes, he'll be inferior to others. Chapter 330. Reunion with Old Friends. Hey, you rascal, how did you end up here? Just as Fei Wang was sinking deeper into infinite despair, a shout suddenly rang out. Turning his head, he saw Duanda and He Huang approaching with beaming smiles. You two finally showed up? Seeing He Huang and Duanda arrive, Lin Xingyo looked at them with a headache and said, Yun Ruai and her sister have been searching for you all over the world. Why did you come here? All right. Duanda stepped forward, slinging an arm around Lin Xingyo's shoulder and pulling him along. Come on. This isn't a place to talk. We'll take you somewhere and explain everything to you slowly. Fine. Lin Xingyo placed Fei Wang into his pocket without much further ado and, with a flash, found himself in a gloomy palace alongside Duanda and the others. Duanda, what is this place? Lin Xingyo stood still, frowning as he looked around and asked Duanda. The cold palace, of course. Duanda found a spot to sit down, looking up at Lin Xingyo with a flattering smile. The cold palace? Lin Xingyo frowned, looking puzzled at Duanda and He Huang. What did you bring me here for? Nothing much. Duanda looked at Lin Xingyo with a chuckle. It's just that this place is quiet and free from disturbances, and if we get hungry, we can always sneak into the imperial kitchen for some food. So, we usually stay in places like this when we're in the palace. Oh. Lin Xingyo furrowed his brows, looking at Duanda and the others. So, you were doing fine in the Qin Kingdom. Why did you suddenly come here? Well, us. Duanda opened his mouth and said, we discovered some interesting things in the Qin Kingdom and followed a group of people here. But we haven't fully figured everything out yet. We'll tell you once we've got it all sorted out. All right. Seeing that Duanda was hesitant to speak further, Lin Xingyo didn't press the matter. Instead, he got straight to the point. Well, now I have something I'd like to ask you about. Do you think you can help me with this? Ah, what is it? At this, Duanda and the others all turned their attention to Lin Xingyo. You see this? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and lifted the black veil from his head, revealing the character Zui, crime, etched on his forehead as he looked at Duanda and the others. Oh, that? He Huang squinted his small eyes, examining it for a moment, and said, Simple. Let me tell you the solution. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo was naturally overjoyed. After all, if he wanted to quietly fulfill his 3-month stay at the Supreme Origin Holy Land without drawing attention, he had to resolve this issue. Lin Xingyo wasn't the type to seek attention. All he wanted was to quietly conceal his identity and spend 3 months in the Supreme Origin Holy Land scripture repository. That's why he had rushed to Shangliang City to seek advice from He Huang and the others. Now that there was a solution, he was, of course, delighted. He Huang was straightforward. He leaned in and shared the method with Lin Xingyo, and after trying it out, it actually worked. In an instant, Lin Xingyo's aura was hidden, and he once again felt like an ordinary person. This made Lin Xingyo truly happy. After chatting with Duanda and the others for a while, they went to the imperial kitchen of the Sword Dynasty for a hearty meal. The group had originally planned to stroll around the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, experiencing what it felt like to be an emperor. However, Duanda and the others had other matters to attend to and left. With no other options, Lin Xingyo had to bid them a hasty farewell and, with a swift movement, reappeared in the scripture repository of the Supreme Origin Holy Land. Chapter 331. The Scripture Repository of the Primordial Sacred Land. Check-in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 2nd day's check-in task. Please continue to complete the 3rd day's check-in task and strive to obtain the final ultimate reward as soon as possible. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and picked up the broom in his hand, beginning to sweep the outer courtyard of the scripture repository of the Primordial Sacred Land. Currently, he was a low-ranking outer sect disciple of the scripture repository of the Primordial Sacred Land, with only the initial stage of the moving blood realm. His daily routine consisted of nothing but cultivation and cleaning the outer courtyard of the scripture repository. As for entering the scripture repository itself, he had no such qualifications. Of course, this was Lin Xingyo's choice. After all, the lower his status, the less likely he was to attract attention. Moreover, he wasn't particularly interested in the scripture repository of the Primordial Sacred Land. If he were interested, even the elders inside the scripture repository wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, with his current cultivation, except for Du Moruo, almost no one in the Primordial Sacred Land could stand in his way. Swish, swish, swish. In front of the scripture repository of the Primordial Sacred Land, Lin Xingyo tightly gripped the broom, sweeping the golden ginkgo leaves off the steps one by one. Soon, the leaves on the steps of the scripture repository were cleaned up by Lin Xingyo. However, that towering ginkgo tree, with the wind, golden leaves occasionally fell to the ground, one by one, drifting down with the wind, making the scene look like golden leaves falling to the ground every day. When there were many leaves, it was also quite beautiful. However, the disciples of the Primordial Sacred Land had no time to stop and appreciate this beauty in detail, because they would have to queue up early outside the scripture repository, using their sect contribution points to earn the opportunity to read scriptures and precious techniques. This was precisely the strength of the Primordial Sacred Land. Almost all disciples of the Primordial Sacred Land needed to earn sect contribution points to obtain corresponding items within the sect. Even the places for cultivation required contribution points. The most impressive aspect of the Primordial Sacred Land was sect contribution points could not be traded. Each disciple's contribution points were managed by specialized personnel who would release corresponding sect missions every month, allowing disciples to undertake tasks to earn contribution points. If a disciple's contribution points were 0, no matter what their identity, they would be expelled from the Primordial Sacred Land, because the sect would not raise any useless individuals. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xingyo didn't care about these things, because he could also earn sect contribution points by cleaning. Although this meager contribution wasn't enough for him to enter the scripture repository to read precious techniques or exchange for elixirs in the alchemy room, it was enough for him to stay in the primordial sacred land. Hey, have you heard? At this moment, a Taoist priest dressed in a robe and holding a long sword suddenly said to the Taoist priest beside him, "In 3 months, the white-clad emperor will visit our primordial sacred land." Zhang Feng, you just found out? Su Zijuan raised an eyebrow at Zhang Feng, his lips curling in disdainful mockery. This news has already spread throughout the primordial sacred land. It's said that even the immortal spirit realm is abuzz with discussion about it. Ah, everyone knows. Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned, then said, "Why is it that I only heard about this in the past 2 days?" You. Su Zijuan looked at Zhang Feng and shook his head. You spend all day sitting in your cave, cultivating. Naturally, you're the last to know about such things. Brother Su, do you think this time, when the eternal ancestor and the white-clad emperor duel, who will be stronger? Su Shan chimed in. What's there to discuss? As soon as Su Zijuan heard this topic, he immediately raised his head proudly and declared, "Of course, it's our eternal ancestor of the primordial sacred land who's stronger. After all, everyone knows that our eternal ancestor is on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly sovereign realm. Although the white-clad emperor is also very strong, everyone knows that he's only recently broken through to the celestial sovereign realm. Compared to our eternal ancestor, he's still tens of thousands of years behind." Well, that's not necessarily true. Zhang Feng couldn't help but speak up. After all, everyone is saying that the white-clad emperor is invincible in the world. With just one person and one sword, he annihilated the ancient forbidden zone of the Kanglan continent, and he once caused chaos in the ancient forbidden zone. Slaughtering the 5-clan city, leaving rivers of blood. What do you know? Su Zijuan disdainfully glanced at Zhang Feng, his lips curling in pride as he said, "That's because he hasn't encountered our eternal ancestor of the primordial sacred land. Otherwise, he would have been killed by our eternal ancestor long ago." Is that so? Lin Xingyo, holding the broom, pursed his lips and couldn't help but say to Su Zijuan, "Then why do I hear that the eternal ancestor of the primordial sacred land exchanged a palm strike with the white-clad emperor in Homping City of the Qin Empire, and it ended in a draw? What kind of dog are you? Who do you think you are to interrupt our conversation?" As soon as Su Zijuan heard this, he casually glanced at Lin Xingyo, his face showing as much disdain as possible as he said, "Take a good look at yourself. You're just the lowest-ranking outer sect disciple. What right do you have to speak to us? You really don't know your place?" Hmph. Lin Xingyo's expression darkened, momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment, he sighed in resignation. That's right. He was just an outer sect disciple now. No wonder he was here sweeping the floor. Of course, outer sect disciples of the primordial sacred land couldn't compare to these inner sect disciples, who were all extraordinary talents. As an outer sect disciple, he should just focus on sweeping the floor. What's the point of talking to these noble inner sect disciples? Isn't that just asking for trouble? After realizing this, Lin Xingyo didn't argue with Su Zijuan and the others. After all, he was just in this position, and as long as he completed the 3-month check-in task, that would be enough. As for other matters, he should remain as low-key as possible, especially about his identity. If it were exposed, it would only bring him a lot of trouble, especially in the place where he currently was. If Du Morua found out he was here, that old woman would definitely kick him out and wouldn't let him stay here. After all, this was the scripture repository of the primordial sacred land. Chapter 332. I hit you. You dare to dodge. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xingyo, realizing what was happening, quickly grabbed his broom and began sweeping outward while simultaneously putting some distance between himself and Su Zijuan and the others. If he couldn't get a word in, he might as well stay away from them. Hey, wait. Seeing Lin Xingyo about to leave, Zhang Feng immediately called out to him, "Don't go." "Zhang Feng, what are you doing?" Su Zijuan frowned, his face filled with discontent as he said, "He's just an outer disciple. Why are you stopping him? He's not worth it." "No, it's not that." Zhang Feng's face twisted as he looked at Su Zijuan and said, "Brother, didn't you notice what he just said?" "What did he say?" Su Zijuan furrowed his brows, looking puzzled as he turned to Zhang Feng. "What did he say? I didn't really pay attention." "Brother, this wretch just claimed that the eternal ancestor of the Tai Chusung Di clashed with the white-robed emperor in Homping City of the Qin Empire, ending in a stalemate." Su Shan chimed in obsequiously to Su Zijuan. "What?" Su Zijuan was stunned for a moment before erupting in fury. "This is utter nonsense. How could such a thing happen? This trash is spreading malicious rumors. He deserves death." Lin Xingyo was incensed by this response. What kind of people were these? Without even asking for clarification, they just blurted out such words. It was infuriating. "Trash! Stop right there!" Before Lin Xingyo could explode in anger, Su Zijuan, who had just caught on, blocked his path with a menacing air, interrogating him sharply. "Who did you hear this from? You dare to spread such gossip here? Do you know what kind of grave offense this is?" "Mind your own business." Lin Xingyo's brows furrowed, his expression turning extremely displeased. Although he wanted to hold back, but with someone confronting him so aggressively, even the most patient person would lose their temper. Thus, Lin Xingyo tightened his grip on the broom, stopped in his tracks, and retorted directly. "How dare you? How dare you?" Su Zijuan was furious upon hearing this. After all, he was an inner disciple of the Fire Gate of Tai Chusung Di, and his cultivation had already reached the initial stage of the formation realm. Moreover, not only was he an esteemed inner disciple of the Tai Chusung Di, but his Su family was also a prominent power in the Chiwe Da Lu. Additionally, his uncle, Su Boming, held the position of sect master at the Tianjian sect. Regardless of which identity, it allowed him to command respect wherever he went. Yet now, this mere outer disciple who was just a cleaner in the scripture repository dared to be so disrespectful to him in public. Su Zijuan was getting angrier and angrier. The more he thought about it, the more his pride was hurt, and so he unsheathed his long sword, glaring furiously at Lin Xingyo. "Trash! How dare you be so disrespectful to me? Don't you know it's time for you to die?" "Humph!" Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth forcefully, trying to suppress the rage within him, then turned and prepared to leave with his broom. It wasn't that Lin Xingyo was afraid. It was just that he was afraid he might lose control and end up killing Su Zijuan, causing trouble for himself. So, he forced himself to swallow his anger and leave. "Huh, did I let you go?" Su Zijuan's expression hardened as he quickly stepped forward, blocking Lin Xingyo's path. "You were so disrespectful to me earlier. Do you think you can just walk away from this?" "Brother, let it go." Seeing the situation, Zhang Feng immediately stepped up to mediate. "Look, he's just an outer disciple, and he probably didn't mean any disrespect. He must have realized his mistake by now. Please, be magnanimous and forgive him this time." "No way." Su Zijuan was unreasonably furious, refusing to let it go. "If I let this slide, what will happen to my reputation? This matter isn't over. He must die." "Zhang Feng, don't meddle." Su Shan stepped forward and said, "Didn't you hear what he said? Not just Brother Su. Even I wouldn't let him off. A mere outer disciple dares to speak to us like that? He should know what kind of miserable fate awaits him. This definitely can't be left unresolved. After all, do we inner disciples have no face to save?" Su Shan became more and more agitated as he spoke. "Humph!" Lin Xingyo couldn't help but let out a cold snort. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't reveal his identity at this moment, he would have already slapped these two idiots across the face. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, ultimately deciding not to speak and move to leave, as he didn't want to cause any trouble. Huh. Su Zijuan's eyes narrowed in anger as he glared at Lin Xingyo, who was trying to leave, and shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? You still dare to walk away?" As Su Zijuan finished speaking, Lin Xingyo ignored him and continued to move away. Seeing this, Su Zijuan couldn't hold back any longer and swung his hand, aiming a slap at Lin Xingyo's face. Slap. At that moment, Lin Xingyo Geida dodged to the side with a step, evading Su Zijuan's slap. What shocked everyone was that Su Zijuan, in an eerie twist, ended up slapping himself across the face. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned, frozen in place. Huh, I hit you. You dare to dodge? Su Zijuan, clutching his stinging cheek, finally snapped out of his shock, his eyes wide and his mouth agape as he glared at Lin Xingyo, practically fuming, "You're audacious beyond belief." "I'll be damned, you idiot." Lin Xingyo's cold gaze fixed on Su Zijuan. "You tried to hit me, so do you expect me to just stand still and let you? You're an idiot. You're insolent." Su Zijuan immediately raised his sword, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Lin Xingyo. "How dare you speak to me like that? It seems I have no choice but to kill you today." "You can try." Lin Xingyo's cold gaze, brimming with murderous intent, locked onto Su Zijuan. "But let me warn you, if you take one more step forward, I'll kill you with this broom right now." Su Zijuan, confronted with Lin Xingyo's death sentence-like words, was so frightened that he immediately took a dozen steps back. After realizing his mistake, he wanted to take a couple of steps forward to save some face, but the cold, terrifying gaze of Lin Xingyo was so frightening that Su Zijuan didn't dare to move an inch. It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. That gaze held no emotion, only an overwhelming killing intent. Anyone could tell that defying him would result in only one outcome: death. In fact, Zhang Feng and the others were all terrified, each of them staring at Lin Xingyo, not daring to breathe heavily, because they could sense that Lin Xingyo wasn't the type to make empty threats. What he said, he would do. Chapter 333. The Holy Maiden of the Primordial Sanctuary. You're too arrogant. After a while, Su Zijuan finally snapped out of his shock, his eyes bloodshot as he bellowed at Lin Xingyo. "Now I must kill you to make you understand the consequences of disrespecting me." "Stop." Just as Su Zijuan lunged at Lin Xingyo, and the surrounding crowd raised their brooms, a sharp cry rang out, followed by the appearance of a beautiful figure walking towards them. The Holy Maiden. Why is she here? The crowd immediately parted to make way for Zhao Yuqin, the Holy Maiden of the Primordial Sanctuary. Naturally, Su Zijuan, who had been charging towards Lin Xingyo, also stopped in his tracks. "Holy Maiden, why have you come?" Seeing Zhao Yuqin approach, Su Zijuan forced a smile and said, "It's just a minor issue. No need for you to worry. I can handle it in a moment." "Su Zijuan, what are you doing here?" Zhao Yuqin's face was as cold as a millennia-old glacier as she glanced at Su Zijuan and said, "Do you even know where you are? How dare you act so recklessly here?" "Holy Maiden, this isn't my fault." Su Zijuan shot a venomous glare at Lin Xingyo, then turned to Zhao Yuqin and said, "This scoundrel pushed me too far, forcing me to take action to salvage my dignity." "Humph." Zhao Yuqin casually glanced at Lin Xingyo before her gaze settled on Su Zijuan's face, and she said, "Su Zijuan, some things require knowing when to advance and when to retreat. Don't wait until the Sex Law Enforcement Hall comes for you to realize how foolish you've been, understand?" Seeing Zhao Yuqin's gaze, Su Zijuan immediately lowered his head, several times opening his mouth to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. The surrounding crowd also remained silent. Everyone in the Primordial Sanctuary knew Su Zijuan. This man was extremely arrogant and domineering, relying on being the heir of the Su family. An inner disciple of the Fire Gate. He never placed ordinary people in his eyes. Especially towards the outer disciples of the Primordial Sanctuary, he treated them like ants, ready to beat or kill them at the slightest displeasure. Of course, he had actually taken several lives, but the Su family was powerful in the Crimson Moon continent. The people he killed were all dealt with by the Su family. The Primordial Sanctuary lacked evidence of his murders, so they hadn't done anything to him. This only made Su Zijuan more reckless. His temper also grew increasingly explosive, and ordinary people in the primordial sanctuary dared not offend him, especially lowly outer disciples. But no one knew what nerve Lin Xingyo had hit. Just now, he had dared to disrespect Su Zijuan so blatantly. Everyone had been waiting to see Su Zijuan kill Lin Xingyo, but now the holy maiden of the primordial sanctuary had arrived. Su Zijuan probably wouldn't kill Lin Xingyo now. However, everyone was absolutely certain that Lin Xingyo wouldn't survive past tomorrow, because Su Zijuan would definitely kill him. Su Zijuan, aren't you leaving? Zhao Yuqin, on the other hand, coldly looked down at Su Zijuan and said, "Do you want me to call Elder Chen over?" I'm leaving." Su Zijuan flicked his sleeve, giving Lin Xingyo the middle finger in front of everyone, and then turned, leaving behind a cold, stern back as he walked away. "Lin Xingyo, you're dead?" Seeing this, Su Shan also glared viciously at Lin Xingyo and said, "My senior brother definitely won't let you off." "Brother, you were too impulsive." Zhang Feng walked over to Lin Xingyo, saying harsh words but secretly slipping something into his hand and whispering in his ear, "Here, take this, find a secluded place later, open it and escape." After doing this, Zhang Feng pretended to glare fiercely at Lin Xingyo and then slapped him, saying, "You dog! How dare you offend my senior brother Su? Prepare to die." After saying this, Zhang Feng no longer paid attention to Lin Xingyo and turned to chase after Su Zijuan. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already dead, then one by one, they turned and dispersed. "I've repaid my debt to you." Zhao Yuqin casually glanced at Lin Xingyo and then turned, leaving behind a cold back as she walked away, saying, "From now on, there is no connection between us. You'd better take care of yourself." This little lady is quite nice." Lin Xingyo, however, pursed his lips and stared at Zhao Yuqin's round, peach-like buttocks, thinking, "She's quite good-looking, and her figure is good too, especially that small waist. There's a certain charm to it." "You pervert. What are you looking at?" As Lin Xingyo was admiring, suddenly someone slapped the back of his head. A shabby old man holding a wine jug, gulping down wine, walked over from behind Lin Xingyo and said, "Keep looking and someone might gouge out your dog eyes." "Old man, why are you here?" Lin Xingyo raised an eyebrow, looking at the old man who had walked over from behind and said, "Didn't you go down the mountain to buy wine this morning?" "Mind your own business." The old man held his wine jug, glancing at Zhao Yuqin, who was leaving, and then at Lin Xingyo, saying, "Now, don't blame me for not warning you. Don't mess with Zhao Yuqin, and remember, in the primordial sanctuary, you are just an outer disciple. Some things, some words, don't go around saying them, understand?" "Yeah, I understand." Lin Xingyo responded but didn't say anything more, as he felt the old man was right. Regardless of the reason, he needed to speak less now. Don't attract attention to himself. Easily complete the 3-month attendance task, get the final ultimate reward, and then challenge Du Morua to return to the Heavenly Sword Sect to farm. All right. Seeing that Lin Xingyo wasn't talking, the old man didn't dwell on it and simply instructed, "Go sweep somewhere else. The scripture repository will get more crowded soon. Don't sweep here anymore." Imagem. Lin Xingyo looked at the old man's gradually disappearing back and responded, as the old man was his master, Gaijushan. His cultivation level? Not high, merely at the sovereign realm, making him an outer sect elder, but his status was quite low, with few in the outer sect respecting him. After all, his cultivation wasn't high. He only had Lin Xingyo as a disciple, and he was always drunk, never caring about sect affairs, so his status in the primordial sanctuary wasn't even as impressive as Su Zijuan's as an inner disciple. However, this old man was said to have been quite formidable in the past, one of the powerful figures in the primordial sanctuary. But for some reason, his cultivation went wrong, and he ended up like this. Of course, Lin Xingyo also noticed that the old man was unusually sober today. Being able to talk to him like this was quite rare. Usually, he was drunk, stumbling as he walked. This was also the reason Lin Xingyo chose this identity, as it was perfect for him. As for the original owner of this identity, Lin Xingyo had sent him to the ancient Forbidden Zone. That guy was now in the ancient Forbidden Zone. Because of Lin Xingyo, he had become a disciple of the true martial emperor, and he couldn't be happier. Chapter 334. Su Zijuan's Fury. Bang! Chapter 334. Su Zijuan's Fury. Smash! Su Zijuan of the Tai Chusung Di returned to his cave dwelling, but his anger boiled over, and he smashed everything inside into pieces. Brother Su, please calm down. Seeing this, Su Shan said to Su Zijuan, he's just an insignificant ant. It's not worth getting so angry over him. He's not worthy. Su Shan, how should I kill him? Su Zijuan smashed things for a while, then suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Shan with a cold, sinister gaze. Brother Su, you don't need to worry about that. Su Shan stepped forward and said to Su Zijuan, I'll take care of that insignificant ant for you. I'll torture him piece by piece and boil his oil to light your lamp. No, that won't do. Su Zijuan smashed the table in front of him into pieces with a single slap and said, That ant today made me lose face in front of the holy maiden. I must personally kill him to vent my anger. This? Upon hearing this, Su Shan immediately said to Su Zijuan, Brother Su, Elder Chen and the others have been keeping a close eye on you lately. It's best if you don't act personally. How do you want to punish him? Just give me a word, and I'll make sure you're satisfied. What are you afraid of? Su Zijuan frowned coldly and said arrogantly, Even if I gave Qin Chong 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare do anything to me. Don't forget, the strength behind the Su family is not just having an uncle who is the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, but most importantly, the Su family is part of the Spiritual Treasure Tower's forces. Brother Su, you're right. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately smiled and flattered Su Zijuan. Now, who doesn't know that the Spiritual Treasure Tower in Tianling City is presided over by your old man? Don't say Qin Chong, even Spiritual Wisdom Immortal would treat you with respect. So, with your status, why bother with that outer sect disciple? After all, he's not worth your attention. Smash! Before Zhang Feng could react, Su Zijuan, who was furious, slapped him across the face and said angrily, What do you mean by that? Are you telling me to swallow this insult? Zhang Feng opened his mouth, holding his painful face, wanting to say something but couldn't utter a word. Who is Su Zijuan? Zhang Feng was well aware that if it weren't for Su Zijuan's kindness to him, he wouldn't have stayed by Su Zijuan's side given his temperament. However, Zhang Feng didn't regret getting slapped. After all, if his words could save Lin Xingyo's life, he thought it was worth it. But he knew that Su Zijuan was truly enraged this time and wouldn't let it go easily. Hopefully, Zhang Feng prayed inwardly, hoping that Lin Xingyo would use the teleportation talisman he gave him to escape and leave the Tai Chusung Di, perhaps saving his life. Zhang Feng, don't speak. Su Shan glanced at Zhang Feng and said, Don't you see Brother Su is in a rage? You're still saying such things to provoke him. Now, don't think about pleading for that Fei Wu. I'm definitely on Brother Su's side. We'll just wait until nightfall and kill him, making him pay for making Brother Su lose face in front of so many people. Zhang Feng, don't be ungrateful. Hearing this, Su Zijuan's gaze also fell on Zhang Feng and said, If it weren't for me, Su Zijuan, saving you and your mother's lives back then, you and your mother would have died years ago. Brother Su, I dare not. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and immediately replied, Moreover, I've always remembered the kindness you showed me back then. I've been repaying it all these years. Remember that well? Su Zijuan glanced at Zhang Feng and said, Back then, during the Great Famine in Luzhou, if it weren't for me giving you and your mother a meal, you would have starved to death. Since you still remember this kindness, then later, you'll come with us to kill that Fei Wu. Zhang Feng clenched his fists tightly, as he didn't want to do such a wicked thing, as he wasn't without conscience. Seeing this, Su Zijuan immediately slapped Zhang Feng again and said, Zhang Feng, you don't want to do it? Brother Su, I do owe you a debt of gratitude. Zhang Feng knelt down on the ground, holding his swollen face, and said, But I can't accompany you in committing murder. If you insist on forcing me, I can die right here in front of you. Damn it, you're such a Fei Wu. Hearing this, Su Zijuan was so angry that he kicked Zhang Feng and said, Back then, I shouldn't have saved you. You should have starved to death? Brother Su, calm down. Seeing this, Su Shan spoke to Su Zijuan. He's just an insignificant ant. It's not worth getting so angry over him. He's not worthy. Su Shan, how do you think I should kill him? Su Zijuan vented for a while, then suddenly turned his head, his gaze icy as he stared at Su Shan. Brother Su, you don't need to worry about that. Su Shan stepped forward and said to Su Zijuan, That insignificant ant, I'll kill him for you. I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces and boil his fat to light your lamp. No, that won't do. Su Zijuan slammed his hand down, shattering the table in front of him, and said, That ant today made me lose face in front of the holy maiden. I must personally kill him to vent this anger in my heart. This? Hearing this, Su Shan immediately said to Su Zijuan, Brother Su, Elder Chen and the others have been keeping a close eye on you lately. It's best if you don't take action yourself. How do you want to punish him? Just give me the word, and I'll make sure you're satisfied. What are you afraid of? Su Zijuan's brow furrowed coldly, his posture incredibly arrogant as he said, Even if I gave Qin Chong 100 guts, he wouldn't dare touch me. Don't forget the power behind the Su family. Not only do we have an uncle who is the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect, but most importantly, the Su family is part of the Lingbao Tower's influence. Brother Su, you mean? Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately put on a smile and flattered Su Zijuan. Who doesn't know that the Lingbao Tower in Tianling City is presided over by your father? Even Qin Chong, let alone the immortal Lingji, treats you with respect. So, with your status, why bother with that outer sect disciple? After all, he's not worth your attention. Bang! Before Zhang Feng could even react, Su Zijuan, furious, slapped him across the face, then looked at him angrily. What do you mean by that? Are you telling me to swallow this insult? Zhang Feng opened his mouth, clutching his stinging cheek, looking at Su Zijuan several times, wanting to say something but unable to utter a word. Who is Su Zijuan? Zhang Feng was well aware that if it weren't for Su Zijuan's kindness to him, he wouldn't have stayed by Su Zijuan's side given his temperament and character. However, Zhang Feng didn't regret getting slapped. After all, if a few words from him could save Lin Xingyo's life, he thought it was worth it. But he knew Su Zijuan was truly enraged this time, and probably wouldn't let it go easily. Hopefully, Zhang Feng prayed inwardly, hoping that Lin Xingyo would use the teleportation talisman he had given him to make a quick escape and leave the Tai Chu sanctuary, thus possibly saving his life. Zhang Feng, don't speak. Su Shan shot a glance at Zhang Feng and said, Can't you see Brother Su is already livid? You're only adding fuel to the fire with your words. Now, don't even think about interceding for that wretch. I'm firmly on Brother Su's side. Let's just wait until nightfall and finish him off. He had the audacity to humiliate Brother Su in front of everyone. Zhang Feng, don't be ungrateful. Hearing this, Su Zijuan's gaze also fell on Zhang Feng. If it weren't for me, Su Zijuan, saving you and your mother would have died years ago. Brother Su, I dare not. Zhang Feng bit his lip and immediately replied, Besides, I've always remembered the kindness you showed me. I've been repaying it all these years. You remember that, then? Su Zijuan shot a glance at Zhang Feng and said, During the famine in Luzhou, if it weren't for me giving you and your mother a meal, you both would have starved to death. Since you still remember this debt of gratitude, then later you'll join us to kill that wretch. Zhang Feng clenched his fists tightly, as he didn't want to do such a heinous thing. After all, he wasn't without conscience. Seeing this, Su Zijuan immediately slapped Zhang Feng again. Zhang Feng, so you're unwilling? Brother Su, I do owe you a debt of gratitude. Zhang Feng knelt down abruptly, clutching his swollen cheek and said, But I can't accompany you in killing someone. If you insist on forcing me, I can die right here in front of you. Damn it, you're just a good-for-nothing. Hearing this, Su Zijuan was so angry that he kicked Zhang Feng. I shouldn't have saved you back then. I should have let you starve to death. Chapter 335. Forgive my impoliteness. Night has fallen. The sky is covered with dark clouds, not a single star in sight, and autumn rain begins to fall, dotting the ground outside Lin Xingyo's courtyard. Crack! A long, wide bolt of lightning suddenly tears through the sky, and then two black figures swiftly slip into Lin Xingyo's courtyard, racing toward his room at an incredible speed. Bam! Lin Xingyo's door is kicked open, and the two black figures charge straight into his room. Is it you? Lin Xingyo sits before an ancient zither, his fingers resting on the strings, his gaze fixed on Su Shan, who has barged into the room. What brings you here at this late hour? What brings us here? Su Shan sneers coldly, his posture arrogant as he stares at Lin Xingyo. You fool, can't you tell? Do yourself a favor and come with us. Senior brother Su Zijuan wants to see you. Oh! Lin Xingyo plucks a string with his hand and says, Su Zijuan wants to see me? Then why doesn't he come here himself? He's not a woman. I have no interest in meeting him at this hour. If he wants to see me, you can go back and tell him to come here. Huh. Su Shan's expression freezes for a moment, then he erupts in fury. This fool is too brazen. Does he even know what he's saying? How dare he speak to them like this? Has he no idea who Su Zijuan is? Being summoned by him is already a tremendous honor. Yet this insignificant worm isn't grateful? He dares to speak to them in such a manner. It seems he must be taught a lesson about the consequences of such arrogance. Fool, I'll give you one last chance. Su Shan regains his composure, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he stares at Lin Xingyo. Come with us now, or don't blame us for getting rough. Oh! Lin Xingyo purses his lips, his gaze calm as he looks at Su Shan. You want to fight here? But I advise you, it's best not to. I don't want to dirty my floor. You dare. Su Shan bellows at Lin Xingyo. You're utterly reckless. Do you even know who you're dealing with? To speak to me like this again and again, there's no need to let you leave here alive. Zhang Feng, junior brother. Su Shan draws his blade and shouts, Attack! We'll kill him. Senior brother, forgive my rudeness. Zhang Feng suddenly exclaims, drawing his sword and piercing it through Su Shan's chest in a flash. I didn't want to do this, but I had no choice. You killed me. Su Shan's eyes widen in disbelief as he glares at Zhang Feng. Why? Senior brother, you've done so many evil deeds. I don't want to be associated with you. Since you forced me into this, I can only ask for your forgiveness. Zhang Feng yanks his sword back and says, I have to kill you now. Compared to this gentleman, you are truly guilty of great evil. You'll regret this? Su Shan collapses to the ground, pointing at Zhang Feng. Senior brother Su will never let you get away with this? That's not your concern. Zhang Feng held the blood-stained sword, gazing down at Su Shan. Since I've made the decision to kill you, I will leave the Taichu Sanctuary and never appear before senior brother Su again. Zhang Feng, if that's the case? Su Shan spits out blood, glaring at Zhang Feng in a rage. Then why did you kill me? Why? Chapter 336. Utter shock. Zhang Feng, if that's the case, then why did you still kill me? Why? On the path from the fire gate of the primordial sacred ground to the sutra repository, the voice of Su Shan before his death kept echoing in Zhang Feng's mind. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's eyes snapped open, and when he looked around, he saw that he was surrounded by people, all pointing at him and chattering away. What's going on? Why am I here? Zhang Feng covered his head with both hands, his face instantly showing an expression of unbearable pain. He remembered it clearly. Last night, he was forced by Su Zijuan to accompany Su Shan in killing Lin Xingyo. In the end, unable to bear the thought of Lin Xingyo being killed, he reluctantly took Su Shan's life. But what happened afterward? He couldn't remember anything at all. What's going on? Zhang Feng shook his head forcefully, feeling his head about to explode as he looked at the crowd pointing and whispering. What exactly happened after that? Why can't I remember anything? This is bad. After a while, Zhang Feng finally snapped out of his daze and mustered all his strength to get up. He had to leave here. Last night, he had killed Su Shan, and Su Zijuan would soon find out. If he didn't leave right now, Su Zijuan would surely not let him off. Zhang Feng understood this very well, as he was well aware of Su Zijuan's methods. I have to get out of here. In the midst of his splitting headache, Zhang Feng, who had just come to his senses, stretched out his hands and desperately pushed through the crowd, trying to make his way out. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands grabbed him firmly. Zhang Feng, what's wrong with you? Su Zijuan grabbed Zhang Feng tightly and asked, Where's Su Shan? Why isn't he with you? Seeing Su Zijuan, Zhang Feng's heart sank immediately. He looked at Su Zijuan with his eyes, several times opening his mouth to say something, but unable to utter a single word. Brother Su, don't ask Zhang Feng. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but speak up, judging by his appearance. He must have encountered that giant snake last night and was scared unconscious. As for Brother Su Shan, many people saw him. He was eaten by that giant snake. The giant snake ate Su Shan? Both Zhang Feng and Su Zijuan were stunned by this news, especially Zhang Feng, who was completely dumbfounded. The information contained in this revelation was too much, and he couldn't process it all at once. Brother Su, don't stand here. Quickly take Zhang Feng back to rest. The surrounding crowd continued. After all, it seems he's been through quite a shock. He should rest and recover his senses. Zhang Feng, come. Su Zijuan was momentarily stunned but quickly came to his senses, saying, Let's go back first. Su Zijuan supported Zhang Feng and began to walk away. After all, he wasn't stupid. With Zhang Feng in this state, if he revealed what happened last night and everyone here found out, even with his influence, Su Zijuan knew he wouldn't get away unscathed. So, he helped Zhang Feng walk away. Huh? You? As Su Zijuan helped Zhang Feng take a few steps forward, his gaze suddenly fell on Lin Xingyo, and his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Humph! Compared to Zhang Feng's shock, Su Zijuan's eyes beside him were filled not only with anger, but also with boundless killing intent and hatred. Worthless fool, just wait. This time, you were lucky. Su Shan was suddenly eaten by a giant snake. Next time, there won't be such an opportunity. I will make sure you die a miserable death. Chapter 337. Overstepping Boundaries. Huff. Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply, leaving Su Zijuan and the others with a cold, stern back as he gripped the broom in his hand and moved forward. Originally, he had intended to kill Su Zijuan. However, just as he was about to make his move last night, he encountered a formidable figure who not only stopped him from killing Su Zijuan, but also engaged him in a battle that ultimately drew the attention of the Spirit Void Empress. With no other choice, Lin Xingyo had to have the Fei King swallow Su Shan and knock Zhang Feng unconscious to divert attention. Meanwhile, he himself battled the Spirit Void Empress and her allies until the wee hours of the night. Of course, the Spirit Void Empress was no match for him, but the individual who had blocked him from killing Su Zijuan was incredibly strong. Although both sides had refrained from fully unleashing their powers, Lin Xingyo could sense that this person was at least at the celestial realm. This piqued Lin Xingyo's interest. After all, everyone in the primordial sacred land knew that aside from Du Morua, there shouldn't be anyone else this powerful. What puzzled Lin Xingyo even more was that Su Zijuan was merely a lowly formation realm cultivator, yet there was such a powerful being protecting him. This revealed far too much, making Lin Xingyo feel that the waters of the primordial sacred land were deep. He would need to make good use of Zhang Feng in the future. After all, Zhang Feng was someone close to Su Zijuan. He would undoubtedly have a better chance of uncovering the truth than Lin Xingyo himself. That was why Lin Xingyo had the Fei King conceal Zhang Feng's involvement in Su Shan's death. There was no other way. Lin Xingyo dared not be careless at all, as he was scheduled to duel with Du Morua in 3 months. With such a powerful figure now appearing in the primordial sacred land, he had to remain vigilant. After all, he couldn't allow himself to be outmaneuvered. He had to uncover the truth behind this matter, because he couldn't believe that such a powerful individual would merely be protecting Su Zijuan. There had to be a massive conspiracy at play. Hey, what's wrong with you? As Lin Xingyo was walking, he suddenly heard a shout. Lifting his head, he saw a stout, unkempt fat man approaching him, yelling, "Look, look, what time is it now? Why are you still wandering around with a broom? Do you even know what you're supposed to be doing? Hurry up and sweep the grounds." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, ignoring the man, but continued walking past him, gripping the broom tightly as he began sweeping the fallen leaves in front of the primordial sacred land's scripture repository. Of course, the fat man who had shouted at him, Lin Xingyo recognized him. He was an outer sect elder in charge of overseeing him, named Zhao Shanbao. As for his character, he was the type to bully others with his authority. He constantly exploited the outer sect disciples. He did nothing all day. He roamed around the primordial sacred land, indulging in fine food and drink. Yet, he treated the outer sect disciples harshly, rarely providing them with anything decent to eat. According to his words, "It's a privilege for you trash to remain in the primordial sacred land. That's a meal bestowed by us elders. If anyone's dissatisfied, they can leave the primordial sacred land." Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xingyo lowered his head and swept the ground methodically. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared in front of him. Already somewhat distracted, Lin Xingyo accidentally swept his broom over those feet, and before he could react, a loud slap came flying toward his face. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Xingyo hadn't even seen who it was, but his instinctive reaction caused him to take 3 steps back, dodging the slap aimed at him. "Hey, I'm hitting you, and you dare to dodge?" As Lin Xingyo steadied himself, holding the broom, a piercing voice rang out, "You dog, come here. Open your dog eyes and see whose feet your broom just swept over. I'm hitting you, and you dare to dodge? Do you know what kind of grave offense this is?" Chapter 338, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist. "I'm sorry." Lin Xingyo was startled and then looked up, saying, "I was a bit distracted just now. I accidentally swept my broom onto your foot. I apologize to you now." "Heh, you think you're something, huh?" Zhang Heng glared at Lin Xingyo with fury in his eyes. "You think just a measly sorry is enough for you? Do you even know who you're dealing with? This is our divine son of the supreme beginning holy land, Nangong Yu. You filthy wretch, you swept your broom onto his foot, and with your lowly status as an outer sect disciple, do you think a simple sorry will suffice?" Zhang Heng continued, unrelenting in his aggressive tone. "Oh." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, propped his broom against the ground, and fixed Zhang Heng with a cold gaze. "Then what do you want me to do, to satisfy you?" "What do you do?" Zhang Heng sneered, his posture arrogant as he looked down on Lin Xingyo. "That's a good question. Of course, you should kneel down and lick clean whatever you swept onto our divine son's foot." "Is that so?" Lin Xingyo clenched his fists tightly, a surge of killing intent slowly rising within him. "But isn't this a bit too much?" "Too much?" Zhang Heng's lips curled into a smirk, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. "You little wretch, what do you mean by that? Do you think we're giving you a chance? If not for this, we could have killed you on the spot for your mistake. Don't you know your place as a lowly outer sect disciple?" "Oh." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo's lips curved into a cold smile, and an overwhelming killing intent surged in his eyes. "Are outer sect disciples of the supreme beginning holy land so easily bullied in your eyes? Are they no better than pigs or dogs? Can inner sect disciples really oppress others to death like this?" "You've got it right, you wretch." Zhang Heng's eyes darkened with anger as he disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo. "Outer sect disciples of the supreme beginning holy land are no better than pigs or dogs. The fact that you're allowed to stay here is a blessing from your ancestors, an 8-generation fortune. Otherwise, what gives you scum the right to cultivate in such a blessed land as the supreme beginning holy land? Is this guy an idiot?" The crowd that had gathered around was all looking at Lin Xingyo in astonishment, especially the other outer sect disciples. Instead of speaking up for Lin Xingyo, they thought he was utterly foolish. In the immortal realm, Who doesn't know that one's status is determined by talent and cultivation, especially in a sect like the Supreme Beginning Holy Land? Almost everyone's status is based on their talent and cultivation. The higher the grade of one's spiritual bones and bloodline, the more noble their status. Of course, cultivation level is also a factor. Conversely, those with lower talent are considered as lowly as ants, despite the fact that they, as outer sect disciples, have no status or even a somewhat lowly position in the Supreme Beginning Holy Land. If they were to leave and enter the mortal world, they would all be revered as gods. This is the way of this world. Spiritual bones, bloodline, the realm of cultivation, these determine one's status. If one cannot become a noble cultivator, then they are nothing but an ant. Hey, what's going on? At this moment, Zhao Shanbao, hearing the commotion, walked over to Nangongyu with a fawning expression. Divine Son, who has upset you? Tell me. I'll take care of him for you. It's him. Seeing Zhao Shanbao approach, Zhang Heng immediately pointed at Lin Xingyo with a mocking expression, then turned his gaze to Zhao Shanbao. He just swept his broom onto our Divine Son's foot, and now he dares to argue with us. Zhao Shanbao, what do you think we should do about this? Damn, it's you again? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanbao immediately stormed towards Lin Xingyo with anger. I already found you very annoying earlier. How dare you be disrespectful to the Divine Son? Do you know your lowly status? You'd better kneel down and apologize to the Divine Son right now. Get lost. Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened with fury as he glared at Zhao Shanbao. If you keep talking to me like that, don't blame me for killing you. Huh. Zhao Shanbao was momentarily stunned, not reacting immediately. When he did, he was filled with rage. Who was he? He was an outer sect elder of the Supreme Beginning Holy Land, on the same level as Lin Xingyo's master. Yet, this Lin Xingyo dared to speak to him like this. Zhao Shanbao couldn't hold back anymore. Moreover, with so many eyes watching, if he didn't teach Lin Xingyo a lesson today, how would he maintain his dignity in the Supreme Beginning Holy Land? You wretch, well, you're really something, aren't you? After a moment of silence, Zhao Shanbao spoke with rage boiling within him. Now I'm going to slap you to death. Stop. Just as Zhao Shanbao was about to slap Lin Xingyo, a sharp rebuke rang out. Turning his head, he saw the saintess of the Supreme Beginning Holy Land, Zhao Yuqin, walking over with a cold, frosty expression. You dare to touch him? Sister, don't interfere with this. Seeing Zhao Yuqin approach, Nangongyu immediately spoke to her. This wretch is being very arrogant. Let Zhao Shanbao teach him a lesson, so he understands his place in the Supreme Beginning Holy Land. Otherwise, he'll never know his true identity. He's mine. Zhao Yuqin didn't even look at Nangongyu as she walked over and stood in front of Lin Xingyo, looking up at Zhao Shanbao and the others with her head held high. You're not allowed to bully him anymore. He's mine. The surrounding crowd was struck as if by lightning upon hearing these 5 words. They all opened their mouths wide, their eyes bulging as they stared at Lin Xingyo, completely dumbfounded. What? Nangongyu, seeing his beloved sister so fiercely defending Lin Xingyo, felt both heartbroken and began to resent Lin Xingyo. Sister, does this wretch even deserve it? Zhao Yuqin disdainfully glanced at Nangongyu. He doesn't deserve it? Then do you? Nangongyu was completely infuriated upon hearing this. He, Nangongyu, was destined for greatness. He possessed the innate Chaos Dao physique. His cultivation had already reached the sovereign realm. What was this ant before him? He was merely a lowly outer sect disciple of the Supreme Beginning Holy Land, with only the talent of a spirit physique among the 5 types of spiritual bodies: mortal, spirit, saint, immortal, and divine. His cultivation was pitifully low. Even at his strongest, he might only be at the transcendent spirit realm, and it was unlikely he would ever reach the talisman realm. Such a waste of potential had no comparison to himself, let alone being on the same level. Did he not deserve it? But this wretch was more worthy of being with his sister? Damn, Sister Zhao. Before Nangongyu could speak, Zhang Heng had already jumped out impatiently, shouting at Zhao Yuqin. What kind of eyes do you have? You think our divine son doesn't deserve it, but this lowly wretch does. Are you blind? Do the two of them even have anything in common? Shut up. Before Zhang Hong could finish, he felt countless icy, piercing gazes fixed on him, their eyes filled with killing intent. Did I say something wrong? Zhang Hong was completely unaware of his mistake, instead puffing out his chest and looking around at the crowd. Shut up and get out of here. Nangong shot a glare at Zhang Hong, rebuking him, don't embarrass me here. Zhang Hong was oblivious to his own mistake. Nangong, on the other hand, was furious in his heart. After all, Zhao Yuqin was the goddess of everyone in the supreme beginning Holy Land. How could he allow Zhang Hong to disrespect her like this? Moreover, Nangong hadn't even spoken yet. What gave Zhang Hong the right to speak to his goddess like that? And to call her blind? What was even more infuriating was that he dared to compare himself to that wretch. He was utterly unworthy. After all, he was the divine son of the supreme beginning Holy Land, while that wretch was just an outer sect disciple. Comparing himself to such an ant was a humiliation. You're doing well. Nangong became angrier the more he thought about it, and couldn't help but glare at Lin Xingyo, raising his middle finger and staring at him intently. I'll give you a chance to prove yourself as a man right now. Do you dare to face me, Nangong, in a life and death battle on the arena? You. Lin Xingyo simply pursed his lips and scanned Nangong from head to toe, dismissively remarking, You're not worth my effort? You. Not worthy of my engagement. These words were like a thunderbolt, instantly shocking everyone present. Zhao Yuqin looked at Lin Xingyo, her mouth opening several times as if she wanted to say something, but the words never came out. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong and the others were all gaping, their eyes wide as they stared at Lin Xingyo in complete stupefaction. Who was this person before them? A mere outer sect disciple, yet he dared to speak such words? This was too arrogant. After all, Nangong was the divine son of the supreme beginning Holy Land, a man destined for greatness. He possessed the innate chaos Dao physique. His cultivation had already reached the sovereign realm. What was this ant before him? He was merely a lowly outer sect disciple of the supreme beginning Holy Land, with only the talent of a spirit physique among the 5 types of spiritual bodies: mortal, spirit, saint, immortal, and divine. His cultivation was pitifully low. Even at his strongest, he might only be at the transcendent spirit realm, and it was unlikely he would ever reach the talisman realm. Such a waste of potential had no comparison to himself, let alone being on the same level. This mere ant dared to say that Nangong wasn't worthy of his engagement. This was too bold, too arrogant. Good. You truly live up to being my disciple, the wine immortal. Gai Jiushan stepped out from behind Lin Xingyo, his eyes slightly unfocused from drink as he clutched a wine gourd, raising his thumb towards Lin Xingyo. This line is bold and powerful. It doesn't disgrace me. Bold? Zhang Hong and the others almost burst out laughing at this remark, their disdain for Lin Xingyo growing even more. After all, Nangong possessed the strength of the sovereign realm. He was almost invincible among his peers. Now, Lin Xingyo's words were indeed bold and imposing, but if he truly provoked Nangong and ended up on the life and death arena, a mere outer sect disciple like Lin Xingyo would undoubtedly be beaten to death. Good, you're very good. Nangong, hearing this, was completely enraged. Then let's settle this on the life and death arena. No holds barred. Nangong, is it? Lin Xingyo, however, held his broom in hand, his gaze fixed on Nangong as he pursed his lips. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't do it, because I'm afraid I might not be able to hold back and end up killing you. What? Everyone around, upon hearing this, was stunned, their mouths gaping and eyes wide as they stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief. What the hell? This guy is too good at pretending, isn't he? A mere outer sect disciple dares to say such things? Does he really think he's something? I'm afraid I might not be able to hold back and end up killing you. You. Lin Xingyo smirked, sizing up Nangong disdainfully. You're not worth my effort. These words, like a needle stabilizing the ocean, instantly stunned everyone present. Zhao Yuqin opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. Zhang Hong and the others gaped at Lin Xingyou in shock, their eyes wide as if petrified. Who was this person? A mere outer sect disciple dared to speak such words. This was beyond arrogant. Nangongyu was the divine son of the supreme beginning Holy Land, a figure with the potential to become an emperor. This insignificant ant actually claimed Nangongyu wasn't worthy of his effort. This was too bold, too audacious. Good. My disciple lives up to the name of the wine immortal. Guy Jiushan stepped out from behind Lin Xingyou, his drunken eyes half closed as he held a wine gourd, giving Lin Xingyou a thumbs up. That was a bold statement. You haven't embarrassed me. Bold? Zhang Hong and the others almost laughed at this, their disdain for Lin Xingyou evident. Nangongyu possessed the strength of a supreme lord. He was nearly invincible among his peers. Lin Xingyou's words were indeed bold, but if he truly faced Nangongyu on the Sungster Leitai, this mere outer sect disciple would surely be killed. Good, very good. Nangongyu, hearing this, was utterly enraged. Then let's settle this on the Sungster Leitai, to the death. Nangongyu, huh? Lin Xingyou held a broom in his hand, gazing at Nangongyu with a smirk. I advise you not to, because I might not be able to hold back and end up killing you. What? The surrounding crowd gasped, staring at Lin Xingyou in disbelief. This guy was too full of himself. A mere outer sect disciple dared to speak such words. Did he really think he was something? The phrase, I might not be able to hold back and end up killing you, coming from a Feiwu outer sect disciple, directed at the invincible divine son Nangongyu, left everyone looking at Lin Xingyou as if he were a madman. Good, a true man should be like this. Guy Jiushan exclaimed. Invincible in all directions. Very well. Nangongyu, seething with anger, glared at Lin Xingyou with eyes blazing with tangible fury. Zhang Hong knew Nangongyu had formed a killing intent. This insignificant ant was as good as dead. Zhao Yuqin stared at Lin Xingyou in shock, unable to comprehend. The person she knew was gentle, and wouldn't dare speak such words in public. Moreover, she knew Lin Xingyou was only at the Banshuijing. How could he possibly face Nangongyu, a supreme lord? Even she, Zhao Yuqin, didn't dare claim she could defeat Nangongyu. Why was Lin Xingyou so calm and confident? Was it not just a moment of impulsiveness? Did he truly possess the strength to fight Nangongyu? Zhao Yuqin's beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Xingyou in bewilderment, unable to fathom his confidence. He's gone mad, completely mad. After a while, the crowd finally recovered from their shock, glaring at Lin Xingyou in outrage. A mere outer sect disciple dares to provoke the divine son of the supreme beginning Holy Land, Nangongyu. He must be insane. Wretch, since you dare speak thus. Nangongyu, radiating murderous intent, glared at Lin Xingyou. There's no need for further verbal sparring. Come to the Sungster Leitai and face me in a duel to the death. Do you dare? Why wouldn't I? Lin Xingyou's eyes gleamed with a fighting spirit. If you wish to fight, then let's fight. I never back down. Good, then follow me. Nangongyu, even more filled with murderous intent, glared at Lin Xingyou. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of disrespecting me. Divine Son, such an insignificant wretch doesn't deserve your attention. Let me, Zhang Hong, take care of him on the Sungster Leitai. Zhang Hong immediately stepped forward. Fine, you deal with him. Nangongyu glanced at Lin Xingyou before instructing Zhang Hong. Remember, don't let him die too easily. Divine Son, rest assured. Zhang Hong grinned maliciously. I'll make him suffer through countless torments before his death. Let's go to the Sungster Leitai. Nangongyu didn't want to waste another word, turning and flying toward the supreme beginning Holy Land's Yanwuchang. The crowd followed, eager to see how Nangongyu and Zhang Hong would deal with Lin Xingyou. You're really going? Zhao Yuqin finally recovered from her shock, her gaze fixed on Lin Xingyou's face. I don't know what gives you such confidence, But if you step onto the Sungster Leitai, even Zhang Hong could crush you with a single hand. Are you sure you can handle it? A man can never say he can't. Lin Xingyo smirked at Zhao Yuqin. Especially not in front of a beauty like you. You. Zhao Yuqin blushed, opening her mouth several times to say something but unable to speak. She was bewildered. In that moment, she felt that the person before her was not the one she had known before. His aura and demeanor were completely different. Disciple, not bad. Gai Zhishan, holding his wine gourd, stepped forward and patted Lin Xingyo's shoulder. I'm starting to like you. I haven't taught you much over the years, but since you're about to face the Sungster Leitai, I'll tanso you a Chenfa as a gift for our Sertu Yunfun. Watch closely, Gai Zhishan declared, demonstrating the Liudao Lun Hui Chen in front of everyone. I'll chanso you the Liudao Lun Hui Chen now. Liudao Lun Hui Chen? The bustling crowd fell silent, everyone in shock. Liudao Lun Hui Chen? It was created by the Huang Tiandi and later became the Wang Pai of the Ye Tiandi, used to jinya an entire Jiyan. In that era, it was unmatched. Now, Gai Zhishan was chanso this Jinfa to Lin Xingyo. How could anyone miss such an opportunity? Everyone focused on Gai Zhishan's demonstration. However, the Liudao Lun Hui Chen was created by the Huang Tiandi. Even though everyone was watching, few could comprehend even a fraction of its essence. Lin Xingyo could only grasp about 30%, unable to fully tanwu the Liudao Lun Hui Chen, as it involved the profound al-yi of the Liudao Lun Hui. They thought Lin Xingyo had gone mad. Good, a true man should be like this. Gai Zhishan, upon hearing this, let out a loud shout. Invincible in my path. Good, very good. Nan Gongyu, however, was so angry that he laughed instead, his cold, piercing eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, practically spewing tangible fury. Zhang Hong, seeing this, knew that Nan Gongyu had definitely formed a killing intent. This ant before them was now absolutely doomed. Because in Nan Gongyu's current state, he would not allow Lin Xingyo to live. Zhao Yuqin, on the other hand, stared at Lin Xingyo with wide eyes, completely unable to react. The person she knew was definitely not like this. He was originally very timid. He wouldn't dare to say such things in public. After all, Zhao Yuqin knew that Lin Xingyo's cultivation was only at the moving blood realm. With such a weak strength, how could he possibly challenge Nan Gongyu? Nan Gongyu was a sovereign realm expert. Even she, Zhao Yuqin, didn't dare say she could defeat Nan Gongyu. Why was Lin Xingyo so calm and composed today, saying such things with such confidence? Was he really that confident? Or was it just a momentary impulse? Did he truly have the strength to fight Nan Gongyu? Zhao Yuqin's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xingyo in complete bewilderment, as she simply couldn't understand what gave him such confidence. He's gone mad, completely mad. After a while, everyone finally snapped out of their shock, glaring at Lin Xingyo with wide eyes and shouting, "A mere outer sect disciple dares to provoke the divine son of the supreme beginning Holy Land, Nan Gongyu. This is absolutely insane. Wretch, since you dare to speak like this." Nan Gongyu, filled with killing intent, stared at Lin Xingyo. "Then there's no need for us to waste words here. Step onto the life and death arena and fight me to the death. Do you dare?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened, his competitive spirit rising. "If you want to fight, then let's fight. I never back down." "Good, then follow me." Nan Gongyu, hearing this, stared at Lin Xingyo with even more killing intent. "Today, I'll let you know what kind of tragic end awaits those who disrespect me. Divine Son, why bother with such an insignificant ant? Let me handle him on the life and death arena." Zhang Hong immediately stepped forward and offered. "Fine, you deal with him." Nan Gongyu glanced at Lin Xingyo, then instructed Zhang Hong, "Remember, don't let him die too easily. Divine Son, rest assured." Zhang Heng's lips curled into a cruel smile, his expression vicious. "I'll make sure he suffers through every possible torment before he dies. Let's go, to the life and death arena." Nan Gongyu didn't want to waste any more words, turning his head and flying toward the supreme beginning Holy Land's martial arena. The surrounding crowd followed suit, all eager to see how Nan Gongyu and the others would deal with Lin Xingyo. You're really going? Finally snapping out of her shock, Zhao Yuqin immediately focused her gaze on Lin Xingyo's face. I don't know what gives you such confidence, but if you really step onto the life and death arena, even if Nan Gongyu doesn't act, Zhang Heng alone could crush you with a single hand. Are you really sure you can do it? A man can't say he's not capable. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, looking at Zhao Yuqin and smiling. Especially not in front of a beauty like you. You. Zhao Yuqin's face turned red, her mouth opening several times as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. She was utterly surprised. Because in that moment, she felt that the person before her was not the one she had known before. Whether in terms of demeanor or speech, he was almost a completely different person. Kid, not bad. Gai Jiushan, holding his wine gourd, stepped forward and patted Lin Xingyo on the shoulder. Now, I'm starting to like you a bit. All these years, I haven't taught you much, but since you're about to step onto the life and death arena, I'll pass on a set of fist techniques to you. Consider it a gift from our master-disciple relationship. Watch carefully. After saying this, Gai Jiushan, in front of countless onlookers, immediately began to demonstrate the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Now, I'll teach you this set of 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 6 paths of reincarnation fist? The bustling crowd, one by one, was completely stunned. 6 paths of reincarnation fist? It was created by the Emperor of the Wasteland, later becoming the ultimate technique of the Emperor of the Sky, used to suppress an entire era. In that era, no one could rival it. Now, Gai Jiushan was actually going to pass on this technique to Lin Xingyo. How could the surrounding crowd miss such an opportunity? Almost everyone was paying close attention to Gai Jiushan's demonstration. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was created by the Emperor of the Wasteland. Even though everyone was watching, the chances of truly comprehending it were less than 1 in 10,000. Even Lin Xingyo could only comprehend about 30% of it, unable to fully grasp the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. After all, it involved the profound mysteries of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 339, Crushing Defeat. The sacred ground of Tai Chu. The martial arena. It was already packed with disciples of the Tai Chu sacred ground, with nearly everyone rushing over as soon as they heard the news. Even the 4 Grand Masters of the Tai Chu sacred ground, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, had arrived. All eyes were fixed on the martial arena of the Tai Chu sacred ground. As everyone knew, an outer disciple of the Tai Chu sacred ground was about to engage in a life and death duel with the divine son of the Tai Chu sacred ground, Nan Gongyu. Although Zhang Heng was currently on the stage, it still captivated everyone's attention. Especially for the outer disciples of the Tai Chu sacred ground, almost all of them stretched their necks to get a better look at Lin Xingyo. They all wanted to see who this fool was, daring to challenge the divine son Nan Gongyu with his status as a mere outer disciple. Worthless scum, are you ready? Seeing the martial arena packed with people, Zhang Heng couldn't help but puff out his chest proudly and look down at Lin Xingyo. This is a life and death duel. Once it starts, there's no turning back. Have you thought it through? I can still give you a chance. If you kneel down in front of everyone and kowtow to me 3 times, then loudly declare to everyone that you're a worthless piece of trash, I might consider leaving you a whole corpse. Otherwise, I'll smash you to pieces with my fists. Hmph! Lin Xingyo couldn't help but let out a cold snort. This ant in front of him was merely at the formation stage. If it weren't for his intention to hide his true strength, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger against such a lowly existence. He could just blow on them, and they would be obliterated in an instant. Yet now, this ant was actually threatening to smash him to pieces with his fists. All right. Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened as he looked at Zhang Heng and gestured with his finger, thinking to himself, I won't bully him. I'll crush him with my strength at the formation stage. Worthless scum. You're courting death? Seeing Lin Xingyo's disdainful attitude, Zhang Heng stomped his foot on the ground, clenched his fists, and launched a ferocious attack on Lin Xingyo. Watch as my Wufang fist crushes you. As Zhang Heng finished speaking, His fist, accompanied by a piercing whistle, tore through the air like a thunderbolt, hurtling towards Lin Xingyo. Huh, what's going on? Why isn't that trash doing anything? Su Zijuan, amidst the bustling crowd below the martial arena, stared at Lin Xingyo on the stage in bewilderment. Is he frozen in fear by Zhang Heng's powerful strike? Zhang Feng, upon hearing this, also stared at Lin Xingyo in shock. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already dead. Especially Nan Gongyu, whose cold, sinister gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo, his lips curling into a disdainful sneer, as if he had already witnessed Lin Xingyo being crushed by Zhang Heng's iron fist. Damn, so it was just bluster. The outer disciples around all looked at Lin Xingyo with expressions of utmost disdain. I thought he was actually strong. Worthless scum, die. Seeing this, Zhang Hong was overjoyed. He was now the center of attention, and if he could crush Lin Xingyo with just one punch, he would undoubtedly become the brightest star of the Taichu sacred ground. For a long time, he would be the subject of everyone's conversations and admiration, drawing the attention of many. This is too exhilarating. The more Zhang Hong thought about it, the happier he became, and his fists sped up even more. Worthless scum, you'll die a worthy death. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward, raising his hand to deliver a punch towards Zhang Hong. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, Crushing Strike. Crack! With a single punch, the Six Paths Reincarnation appeared, and the violent fist storm shattered the void, colliding with Zhang Heng's Wufang fist. In an instant, Lin Xingyo's punch sent Zhang Hong flying out of the life and death arena. Zhang Heng's feet stomped the ground over 100 times before he finally slammed into a wall, stopping his momentum. However, the wall behind him cracked and then shattered in front of everyone's astonished gaze. Wow! Almost everyone at the martial arena of the Taichu sacred ground gasped in shock. All eyes were fixed on Lin Xingyo, their mouths agape and eyes wide, unable to react for a long moment. When they finally did, the entire arena erupted in uproar. How was this possible? What just happened? It was too sudden. Everyone was dumbfounded, as just moments ago, they all thought Lin Xingyo was doomed to die. Yet, Lin Xingyo had crushed Zhang Hong with a single punch. This was completely unexpected. Clang! Su Zijuan's knife fell from his hand and clattered to the ground. His eyes, staring at Lin Xingyo, were completely petrified. He had been waiting for Zhang Hong to kill Lin Xingyo, but now, it was Lin Xingyo who had sent Zhang Hong flying with a single punch. Su Zijuan's face was filled with nothing but shock. This trash? Nan Gongyu stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, his mind buzzing, unable to react for a moment. This scene was too unexpected. He felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat. After all, Lin Xingyo was just an outer disciple of the Taichu sacred ground, with a mere blood-refining stage cultivation. Yet, the strength he had just displayed was far beyond that. Seeing this, Nan Gongyu's eyes darkened further. I must kill him. After a while, Nan Gongyu recovered from his shock and stepped onto the life and death arena, planting the seed of killing intent in his heart for Lin Xingyo. Such a person must not be allowed to exist in the Taichu sacred ground. Anyone who stands in my way to invincibility must die. How did he become so strong? Seeing Nan Gongyu land on the life and death arena, Zhao Yuqin finally snapped back to reality, staring at Lin Xingyo in complete disbelief. The impact on her was no less than witnessing a collision between Mars and Earth. Worthless scum, you've surprised me. Nan Gongyu glanced at Lin Xingyo and took a step forward. I didn't expect that you, a mere outer disciple, would possess such strength. This does make me look at you in a new light, but all of this will end here, because I, Nan Gongyu, will kill you. Come and fight. Lin Xingyo waved his fist, his eyes fixed on Nan Gongyu. Let me see if the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist can crush you. You're asking for it? Hearing this, Nan Gongyu was completely enraged. He stomped his foot on the ground, summoned a long blade into his hand, and, like a thunderbolt, slashed at Lin Xingyo. Bring it on. Seeing Nangongyu's blade coming, Lin Xingyo suppressed his strength to the sovereign stage, raised his fist, and, like lightning, slammed it against Nangongyu's blade. Crack! Lin Xingyo's six paths reincarnation fist collided with Nangongyu's blade, and a powerful shockwave exploded where they met. Clang, clang, clang. After the strike, what shocked everyone was that the divine son of the Tai Chu sacred ground, Nangongyu, was forced to take a dozen steps back, almost falling off the arena before he managed to steady himself. How is this possible? Those at the martial arena of the Tai Chu sacred ground, seeing this scene, were all stunned, their eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, ready to burst with blood. Crushing Zhang Hong with a single punch was barely acceptable, but now, he had forced Nangongyu back with a single strike, and not just any strike, but one that sent him back nearly 10 steps, almost knocking him off the life and death arena. This scene was not just shocking. It was a scene that should never have happened. Yet, it had indeed occurred, and it happened right before the eyes of countless disciples of the Tai Chu sacred ground. Seeing this scene, not only did the disciples of the Tai Chu sacred ground gasp in astonishment, but even the grand masters like Lingji, along with the other elders, couldn't help but stand up, their eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, completely dumbfounded. Good job, Xingyo. Gai Jiushan, however, looked at Lin Xingyo with satisfaction, then raised the wine gourd in his hand and took a hearty swig, saying, "You've already grasped 3/10 of the six paths reincarnation fist. With time, you'll surely bring this fist technique back to its former glory." Chapter 340. It ends here. You worthless trash. You've truly enraged me. Nangongyu snapped out of his shock and, with a look of extreme fury, roared at Lin Xingyo. If that's the case, then try this move of mine. Come on, Lin Xingyo retorted with a dismissive smirk, gesturing toward Nangongyu with a curled finger. Just make sure it's not as weak as your last one. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu's inner rage exploded. A surge of divine radiance rose from behind him, his eyes turning blood red as his aura skyrocketed. You worthless scum, you deserve to die. With a sudden thunderous roar, Nangongyu shot into the air like a demon god, gripping his massive blade tightly. He swung it down toward Lin Xingyo, shouting, 5 elements reversal slash, slaughter. Nangongyu plummeted from the sky, his flaming blade gripped tightly in both hands. He unleashed 7 consecutive slashes at Lin Xingyo. In that instant, under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, 7 blade lights, each capable of cleaving the heavens, merged into one, piercing through the 8 trigrams diagram behind Nangongyu before he brought the blade down with full force toward Lin Xingyo. Worthless trash, can you survive this? Seeing Nangongyu unleash the 5 elements reversal slash, nearly everyone in the audience looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already dead. No one believed that Lin Xingyo could withstand Nangongyu's attack, especially Su Zijuan and the others, who were absolutely certain that Lin Xingyo would be killed by this move. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo stomped the ground, clenched his fist, and with the speed of a meteor chasing the moon, he launched a counterattack upward at the descending Nangongyu. 6 paths reincarnation fist, break. Lin Xingyo's iron fist tightened, and the 6 paths reincarnation disc rotated around him as he unleashed a devastating punch toward Nangongyu's descending blade. In an instant, the fist storm crashed into Nangongyu's blade light, and under the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, the very heavens and earth were shattered. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xingyo grew more and more ferocious, his 6 paths reincarnation fist shattering the heavens and splitting the earth as he relentlessly attacked Nangongyu. In just a short moment, he had shattered Nangongyu's massive blade. Crack! Nangongyu, having lost his move, was directly blasted down from the sky by Lin Xingyo. Then, in the horrified gazes of everyone, Lin Xingyo descended from the sky and, with brutal force, began pounding Nangongyu on the life and death arena. Ugh! The usually bustling crowd was completely stunned. This scene was simply too shocking. The divine son of the supreme origin sacred land. The almost peerless Nangongyu, who was now being completely suppressed and beaten by an outer sect disciple of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land. Not only the disciples of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land, even the sect master and various elders of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land were gaping in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. The scene before them was simply too earth-shattering. They were completely caught off guard. Chapter 340. It ends here. Worthless trash, you've truly enraged me. Nangongyu returned to his senses from the shock, glaring at Lin Xingyo with extreme fury as he roared, "If that's the case, then try to withstand this move of mine. Come on, just what I need to further comprehend the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist." Lin Xingyo, however, curled his lips and beckoned Nangongyu with his finger, saying, "Don't make it as weak as your previous move." Upon hearing this, Nangongyu's wrath exploded. Immediately, divine radiance surged from behind him, his eyes turning blood red, and his aura skyrocketing. "Worthless trash, you deserve death?" Nangongyu suddenly let out a thunderous shout. His figure, like that of a demon god, soared into the air. Gripping his massive blade tightly, he slashed down at Lin Xingyo, shouting, "Five elements heaven reversing slash, slaughter." Nangongyu descended from above, his blade engulfed in raging flames, slashing down 7 times at Lin Xingyo. In an instant, under the horrified gazes of countless onlookers, 7 blade auras capable of cleaving the heavens merged into one, piercing through the 8 trigrams array behind Nangongyu, and then slashed fiercely at Lin Xingyo. "Worthless trash, can you still survive this?" Seeing Nangongyu unleash the 5 elements heaven reversing slash, almost everyone looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already dead. No one believed that Lin Xingyo could withstand this attack, especially Su Zijuan and the others, who were almost certain that Lin Xingyo would be killed by this move. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo stepped forward, clenched his fist, and, like a meteor chasing the moon, punched upward at the descending Nangongyu. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, break. With his iron fist clenched and the Six Paths Reincarnation disc rotating around him, Lin Xingyo unleashed an exceptionally violent punch against Nangongyu's descending blade. In an instant, the fist storm slammed into Nangongyu's blade aura, shattering this part of the sky in front of countless shocked eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xingyo grew more and more ferocious in battle. His Six Paths Reincarnation Fist was shattering the heavens and splitting the earth as he fiercely attacked Nangongyu. In just a short moment, he had even shattered Nangongyu's massive blade. Crack! Nangongyu, having missed his move, was directly blasted down from the sky by Lin Xingyo. Then, in front of countless horrified onlookers, Lin Xingyo descended from the sky and, with extreme ferocity, repeatedly punched down at Nangongyu, who lay on the Sungsu Leitai, life and death arena. Wow! The normally bustling crowd was now completely stunned, one by one, as if turned to stone. This scene was simply too shocking. The divine son of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land, Nangongyu, who was almost invincible among his peers, was now being completely suppressed and beaten by an outer sect disciple of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land. Not just the disciples of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land. Even the sect leader and various elders of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land were gaping with wide eyes, completely dumbfounded. The scene before them was simply too earth-shattering. They simply couldn't react to it. It was impossible to believe that what was happening before their eyes was real. A mere outer sect disciple, often mocked as worthless trash, had completely overpowered the divine son of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land. This was simply too earth-shattering. Even we outer sect disciples can be this strong? The first to react among the outer sect disciples of the Supreme Origin Sacred Land were all staring at Lin Xingyo with eyes wide open, almost all of them showing expressions of admiration. They looked at Lin Xingyo with eyes that sparkled with hope, because at this moment, they were absolutely certain. Talent does not determine everything. Because Lin Xingyo was the best proof. As long as one worked hard in cultivation, even with low talent, one could rise against the heavens. Worthless trash, you've truly enraged me. Nangongyu was completely driven mad, shouting, How dare you treat me like this? I must kill you. Shut up. Lin Xingyo curled his lips, raised his fist the size of a sandbag, and punched Nan Gongyu's face more than a dozen times, saying, "If you've got the guts, show it. Stop shouting nonsense. I hate people like you the most." You. Nan Gongyu tried to say something several times, but the words couldn't come out. However, Su Zijuan and the others were all dumbfounded. This worthless trash on the arena was actually calling Nan Gongyu a spineless thing. Hearing this, everyone was like a fishbone stuck in their throat, completely stunned. Who was Nan Gongyu? Nan Gongyu was the divine son of the supreme origin sacred land, with a cultivation level that had reached the terrifying sovereign realm. Such a figure was not only invincible in the lower realms, but also a monstrous existence in places like the immortal spirit realm. Even in the immortal domain, he should be able to rank among the kings. Now, this worthless trash on the arena was actually calling him a spineless thing. Then, what kind of person could be considered promising? Him? Su Zijuan and the others all stared at Lin Xingyo, their eyes wide open and mouths agape, unable to speak for a long time. They all felt something blocking their throats, staring at Lin Xingyo in a daze. Why is he so strong? Zhao Yuqin looked at Lin Xingyo, her eyes almost popping out as she said, "How did he become so powerful overnight? Did he eat some immortal elixir or divine medicine?" Zhao Yuqin was completely dumbfounded. This most humble outer sect disciple had, at this moment, become so extraordinary. Zhao Yuqin was completely stunned. "Nan Gongyu, do you still have any powerful moves?" Lin Xingyo looked at Nan Gongyu and said, "If not, it's too boring." "What?" Nan Gongyu's heart sank, and his eyes instantly filled with anger. What other moves did he have? If he had them, wouldn't he have used them already? Could he let you keep stepping on him? Nan Gongyu was truly infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. He simply couldn't win. This worthless trash in front of him was definitely no ordinary person. He was absolutely certain that he was a monstrous talent with extraordinary means. With his strength, he simply couldn't defeat him. "Nan Gongyu, it ends here." Lin Xingyo curled his lips, his gaze falling on Nan Gongyu. "There's no point in continuing. I'll send you on your way." This was simply too earth-shattering. Can we outer sect disciples be this strong? The outer sect disciples of the supreme origin sacred land were the first to snap out of their daze. They stared at Lin Xingyo with wide, bloodshot eyes, each one filled with admiration. They looked at Lin Xingyo, their eyes glimmering with hope. At this moment, they were absolutely certain. Talent does not determine everything, because Lin Xingyo was the best proof. With hard work and determination, even those with low talent could rise to the heavens. "Worthless trash, you've truly enraged me." Nan Gongyu was completely consumed by madness. "How dare you treat me like this? I must kill you." "Shut up." Lin Xingyo smirked and raised his fist, delivering a dozen heavy punches to Nan Gongyu's face. "If you've got something, bring it out. Stop yelling like a useless piece of trash. I'm sick of dealing with people like you." You. Nan Gongyu opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. Meanwhile, Su Zijuan and the others were completely dumbfounded. The so-called worthless trash on the arena was actually calling Nan Gongyu a useless piece of trash. Hearing this, everyone felt as if something was stuck in their throats, their mouths agape in shock. Who was Nan Gongyu? Nan Gongyu was the divine son of the supreme origin sacred land, with cultivation at the terrifying level of a supreme lord. Such a figure wasn't just invincible in the lower realms. Even in places like the immortal spirit realm, he was a monstrous existence. Even in the immortal domain, he could likely rank among the kings. And now, this figure on the arena was calling him a useless piece of trash. So, what kind of person would be considered accomplished? Him? Su Zijuan and the others stared at Lin Xingyo, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. They felt as if something was blocking their throats, their expressions frozen in shock. Why is he so strong? Zhao Yuqin stared at Lin Xingyo, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. How did he become so powerful overnight? Did he take some divine elixir or pill? Zhao Yuqin was completely dumbfounded. This once humble outer sect disciple had suddenly become so extraordinary. Zhao Yuqin was utterly stunned. Nangongyu, do you have any more powerful moves? Lin Xingyo turned his gaze to Nangongyu. If not, it's really no fun. What? Nangongyu's heart sank, and his eyes instantly filled with fury. What more moves did he have? If he had any, wouldn't he have used them already? Could he really keep letting you trample all over him? Nangongyu was absolutely furious, but there was nothing he could do. He simply couldn't beat him. The so-called worthless trash before him was absolutely not what he seemed to be at all. He was absolutely certain that this was a monstrous genius with unparalleled abilities. With his strength, he simply couldn't defeat him. Nangongyu, it ends here. Lin Xingyo smirked, his gaze falling on Nangongyu. There's no point in continuing. I'll send you on your way. Chapter 341. Astonishing Identity. Send me on my way? Nangongyu's head nearly exploded in a sudden burst of panic. For a moment, he was completely stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. When it finally dawned on him, sheer terror gripped him. Chapter 341. Astonishing Identity. Send me on my way? Nangongyu's head buzzed, almost exploding. For a moment, he was completely stunned, and when he finally reacted, he was utterly panicked. What did this so-called Fei Wu mean by that? Was he going to kill me? This? How could he kill me? I am the divine son of the primordial sacred land. At such a young age, I have already broken through to the Zunzhi Jing, destined to be invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths when I grow up. Even someone like me, with such invincible potential, is going to be killed. No, I can't die. I haven't even become invincible yet. How can I die like this? Absolutely not. All right, off you go. Lin Xingyo threw a few punches and suddenly said to Nangongyu, I'll remember to burn some extra paper money for you next year. Wait. The 4 grandmasters of the primordial sacred land, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, seeing Lin Xingyo about to kill Nangongyu, all cried out in shock. Nangongyu is the divine son of our primordial sacred land. You cannot kill him. He's just a useless piece of trash. Lin Xingyo pouted, looking at the grandmasters. The primordial sacred land will be fine with me. What use is there for a piece of trash like him? Letting him live will only bring shame to the primordial sacred land. It's better to send him on his way now. In 20 years, he'll be a formidable figure again. How dare you? Hearing this, the grandmasters were immediately furious. How can such a matter be decided by you? We are giving you a chance now. Release Nangongyu at once, or don't blame us for punishing you according to the sect rules. Gaizhou Mountain's gaze darkened as he stood up, holding a large wine jar, taking a few big gulps. His eyes fell upon the grandmasters. Who are you going to punish with the sect rules? What crime has my disciple committed? They are currently in a life-and-death duel. The winner of a life-and-death duel can decide the fate of the loser. Have you forgotten this rule? The grandmasters were all stunned, opening their mouths several times, wanting to say something, but unable to find the words. Do you still remember the sect rules of the primordial sacred land? Gaizhou Mountain pressed on. Uncle, please don't be angry. As the grandmasters were at a loss for words, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. Looking up, they saw the spirit void empress descending from the void, dressed in a feather robe, like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens. This matter is my disciple's fault. I apologize to you here, but please, for the sake of my master, spare him this once. Humph. Gaizhou Mountain casually glanced at the spirit void empress, then picked up his wine jar and took a gulp. Does your master have a lot of face? I don't want to give her face. If you want to save your disciple, you'll have to offer something in exchange. Otherwise, his life belongs to my disciple. Uncle, please instruct. The spirit void empress landed and immediately bowed to Gaizhou Mountain. Anything in my cave will be yours. Good. Gaijiu Mountain's lips curved into a sly smile as he looked at the Spirit Void Empress. Then dig out those few jars of fine wine buried in your cave and send them to me. Yes, uncle. The Spirit Void Empress did not dare to refuse, immediately bowing low to Gaijiu Mountain in front of countless astonished gazes. I will have them fetched and sent to your residence at once. Qingzi, that's enough. Hearing this, Gaijiu Mountain immediately smiled and waved to Lin Xingyo. Stop beating that piece of trash. Listen to your master and spare his life. Okay? Lin Xingyo was in pain. Nangong life was now in his hands. He hadn't even had a chance to demand any benefits. This old man had already sealed the deal. And the life of the divine son of the primordial sacred land was only worth a jar of wine. This old man is too easy to please. That's the life of the divine son of the primordial sacred land. He should have demanded a divine weapon or something. Nangongyu, come with me? The Spirit Void Empress didn't even look at Lin Xingyo, directly reaching out to grab Nangongyu. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo wanted to stop her but hesitated and let the Spirit Void Empress take Nangongyu away. There was no other way. Lin Xingyo couldn't reveal his identity. Although it had been quite satisfying to kick the Spirit Void Empresses but last night, he didn't dare to confront her now. After all, he still needed to sign in at the Primordial Sacred Land's scripture repository, so he could only watch as the Spirit Void Empress took Nangongyu away. Wow! Seeing the Spirit Void Empress's distant figure, everyone who had just reacted was completely shocked. That one word from the Spirit Void Empress, uncle. It revealed far too much information. So much so that even the Grandmasters were all stunned, as they had never expected Gaijiu Mountain to be the junior brother of the immortal ancestor Du Morua. Over the years, they had only known that Gaijiu Mountain was originally from the Holy Academy of the Primordial Sacred Land. But later, due to a problem with his cultivation, his realm had drastically fallen, causing him to be demoted to an outer court elder. They had never imagined his identity to be so precious. Once everyone understood, they no longer dared to show any disrespect to Gaijiu Mountain. As for Gaijiu Mountain, he raised his head and couldn't help but glance at the floating immortal mountain in the sky above the primordial forbidden zone. That was the Holy Academy of the Primordial Sacred Land. Only cultivators at the Tundi Jing were qualified to train there. The mountain was full of old monsters that even the disciples of the Primordial Sacred Land were unfamiliar with. Each one was incredibly powerful, often in seclusion for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. It was extremely difficult to meet them. Alas, Gaijiu Mountain seemed to think of something, finally shaking his head. Without waiting for the others to react, he held his wine jar, walking left and right, and left the Primordial Sacred Land's martial arena. Old. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo raised his hand, opened his mouth, wanting to call out to Gaijiu Mountain, but in the end, he didn't utter a sound, only watching as he walked out of the crowd. Was he planning to kill me? How could he possibly kill me? I am the divine son of the Primordial Sacred Land. I broke through to the sovereign realm at a young age and am destined to become invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths as I mature. Even someone like me, with such an invincible potential, is to be killed. No, I can't die. I haven't even become invincible yet. How could I die like this? Absolutely not. All right, off you go. Lin Xingyo punched a few more times and suddenly said to Nangongyu, I'll remember to burn more paper money for you on next year's anniversary. Wait. The 4 sect leaders of the Primordial Sacred Land, Wind, Fire, Thunder, and Lightning, were all shocked to see Lin Xingyo about to kill Nangongyu. They shouted in panic, Nangongyu is our divine son of the Primordial Sacred Land. You cannot kill him. He's just a useless piece of trash. Lin Xingyo shrugged and looked at the elders, saying, The Primordial Sacred Land will be fine with me around. What use is there in keeping such a useless piece of trash? Letting him live will only bring shame to the Primordial Sacred Land. It's better for me to send him on his way now. In 20 years, he'll be reborn as a remarkable talent. How dare you? Upon hearing this, the elders were furious. How can you decide such matters? We're giving you a chance now. Release Nangongyu immediately, or don't blame us for punishing you according to the sect rules. Guy Jushan's gaze darkened as he stood up, clutching a large wine jug. He took a few hearty gulps and fixed his eyes on the elders, saying, "Who are you going to punish with the sect rules? What crime has my disciple committed? They're currently in a life-and-death duel. The winner of a life-and-death duel has the right to decide the fate of the loser. Have you forgotten such basic rules?" The elders were left speechless, struggling to find words. "Do you still remember the sect rules of the primordial sacred land?" Guy Jiushan pressed, dominating the atmosphere. "Uncle, please calm down." As the elders were at a loss for words, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. Looking up, they saw the spirit void empress descending from the sky, dressed in a feather robe, like a celestial maiden from the heavens. She said, "This matter is my disciple's fault. I apologize to you here and now. Please, for the sake of my master, spare him this once." Guy Jiushan glanced casually at the spirit void empress and took another swig from his wine jug. "Does your master have that much face? I don't feel like giving her any. If you want to save your disciple, you'll have to offer something in return. Otherwise, my disciple will take his life. Uncle, please instruct." The spirit void empress landed and immediately bowed to Guy Jushan. "Anything in my cave will be yours without reservation." "Good." Guy Jushan's lips curled into a sly smile as he looked at the spirit void empress. "Then dig out those fine wines you've buried in your cave and send them to me." "Yes, uncle." The spirit void empress didn't dare to argue. In front of the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, she bowed deeply to Guy Jushan. "I will have them retrieved immediately and delivered to your residence." "Xingyo, that's enough?" Hearing this, Guy Jushan immediately smiled and waved his hand at Lin Xingyo. "Stop beating that useless piece of trash. Listen to your master and spare his life, will you?" Lin Xingyo felt a bit annoyed. After all, Nangongyu's life was now in his hands. He hadn't even had the chance to demand any benefits. This old man had already sealed the deal. And all it took to save the life of the divine son of the primordial sacred land was a few jars of wine. The old man was too easy to appease. After all, that was the life of the divine son of the primordial sacred land. Shouldn't he have demanded something like a divine artifact or something equally valuable? "Nangongyu, come with me." The spirit void empress didn't even glance at Lin Xingyo as she reached out and grabbed Nangongyu. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo initially wanted to stop her but hesitated and ultimately let the spirit void empress take Nangongyu away. What could he do? Lin Xingyo couldn't reveal his identity. Although kicking the spirit void empresses but last night had been quite satisfying, he didn't dare to confront her now. After all, he still needed to sign in at the primordial sacred lands library. So, he could only watch as the spirit void empress took Nangongyu away. Wow! As the spirit void empress's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, the crowd finally reacted, their eyes wide with shock. That one word from the spirit void empress, "Uncle." It revealed far too much information. Even the elders were stunned, as they hadn't expected Guy Jiushan to be the junior brother of the eternal ancestor, Du Morua. Over the years, they had only known that Guy Jiushan had originally been from the Sacred Academy of the Primordial Sacred Land. Later, due to a problem with his cultivation, his realm had plummeted, causing him to fall from grace and become an outer sect elder. They had never imagined his identity to be so precious. Now that they understood, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect to Guy Jiushan. As for Guy Jiushan himself, he couldn't help but glance at the floating immortal mountain in the sky above the primordial forbidden zone. That was the Sacred Academy of the Primordial Sacred Land. Only cultivators at the quasi-emperor level were qualified to train on that mountain. The peak was inhabited by ancient, reclusive figures unknown even to the disciples of the primordial sacred land. Each of these beings possessed immense power and often secluded themselves for tens of thousands of years, making it exceedingly rare to encounter them. Alas! Guy Jiushan seemed to recall something and eventually shook his head. Without waiting for the others to react, He clutched his wine jug and, with a zigzag gait, left the martial arena of the primordial sacred land. Old. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo raised his hand and opened his mouth, intending to call out to Gai Jiushan. In the end, he didn't utter a sound, only watching as he disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 342. Let's talk. As the sky gradually darkened, everything seemed to quiet down. However, the storm caused by Lin Xingyo's battle with Nangongyu had not subsided. Instead, it intensified within the Taichu sacred land. Almost everyone was discussing this incident. A once despised outer sect disciple of the Taichu sacred land had unexpectedly defeated the divine son, Nangongyu. Lin Xingyo suddenly found himself gaining some recognition within the Taichu sacred land. But this paled in comparison to the astonishment caused by Gai Jiushan. Over the years, Gai Jiushan had been residing in the Taichu sacred land, and almost everyone regarded him as just a senile old man with negligible cultivation. However, today, the Spirit Void Empress referred to him as her Sirsu, Shirshu, or uncle, which left the entire Taichu sacred land in shock. This revelation stunned everyone in the Taichu sacred land. The Spirit Void Empress's master was the immortal ancestor Du Mo Ruo of the Taichu sacred land, an invincible figure in the entire Xianling realm. Gai Jiushan, being her junior brother, elevated his status far above everyone else, making him a deity-like existence. Previously, Gai Jiushan was merely a legend. Now, his identity seemed to dominate the heavens and earth, almost suffocating many in the Taichu sacred land. Lin Xingyo, however, paid no attention to these matters. After all, he was the White Robe Emperor. If not for avoiding trouble and hiding his identity to complete a 3-month sign-in mission, he wouldn't care about the Taichu sacred land or its immortal ancestor. With his spear, Lin Xingyo could easily conquer anyone who dared to challenge him. If anyone dared to resist, with his current heavenly realm strength, he could send them into eternal reincarnation with a single thrust. Zheng. In front of Lin Xingyo lay the Demon Lord's lute, and his delicate fingers gently strummed the strings. Melodious tunes flowed from his fingertips, spreading through the air. What a beautiful melody! Fatty Wong, lying next to the incense burner in Lin Xingyo's room, raised his head in delight. It's as if the Tao and the lute have merged, enhancing my understanding and unconsciously boosting my cultivation. Even more terrifying is that my bloodline is transforming, evolving towards the ancestral divine beast. Wow, what kind of terrifying realm has he reached? Fatty Wong also had many doubts in his mind. But why? Why would such a powerful figure hide his identity and become an outer disciple in the Taichu sacred land, sweeping the scripture repository every day? Is this the so-called demeanor of a master? Fatty Wong lay on the table, his small eyes staring at Lin Xingyo, unable to understand. After a while, he sighed in resignation. Perhaps this is the path of cultivation for an invincible supreme being. After reaching their level, mere seclusion and training can't lead to breakthroughs. They need to quietly comprehend and experience the most fundamental Tao of the world, something beyond my current understanding. Alas, when will I ever reach such a realm? After a long while, Fatty Wong couldn't help but sigh. No need to train. Just sweep the floor? Zheng. Lin Xingyo was completely immersed in his musical world, oblivious to Fat Wong's expressions. His fingers danced freely over the ancient lute, as if he had forgotten everything else. His entire body exuded a sacred aura, as if a divine king was playing and comprehending here, filling the room with a dense Tao aura. Gai Jiushan, who had been lying drowsily on the bed, suddenly opened his cold eyes, sharp glimmers flashing through them. In that instant, he seemed to recall something, staring blankly at the void while murmuring 3 words repeatedly. The path to immortality? After muttering a few times, his eyes suddenly closed, and he collapsed back onto the bed, falling into deep sleep. It seemed that some rule prevented him from remembering certain things. Creak. Just as Lin Xingyo was playing the lute, his door was suddenly pushed open. Someone hesitated at the door before entering and closing the door behind them, then walked up to Lin Xingyo. Without waiting for instructions, The person sat down. Lin Xingyo recognized him immediately. It was Zhang Feng, who had visited him the previous night. Zhang Feng remained silent, sitting in front of Lin Xingyo without saying a word, patiently waiting for him to finish playing. After playing for a while, Lin Xingyo let out a long sigh and opened his eyes, looking at Zhang Feng. "You're here?" Zhang Feng's expression froze upon hearing this. He could tell that Lin Xingyo seemed to know he would come, as if waiting for him. "Ask your questions," Lin Xingyo said, pressing his fingers against the lute strings and looking at Zhang Feng. "Tonight, I will answer you without reservation. I want to know what happened last night. Why was I on my way to the Taichu Sacred Land Scripture Repository after waking up? What happened after I killed Su Shan? Why can't I remember anything?" Zhang Feng looked at Lin Xingyo and asked many questions. Lin Xingyo picked up a boiling kettle from the side and poured 2 cups of tea, saying, "Does it still matter now?" After setting the kettle back on the stove, Lin Xingyo pushed a cup of tea toward Zhang Feng. "Please, have some tea." Zhang Feng stared at the teacup Lin Xingyo pushed over, stunned. What Lin Xingyo said was true. His questions no longer mattered. He was merely confirming his suspicions, and the events were likely as he had imagined. Everything was orchestrated by Lin Xingyo. Whether he asked or came here didn't matter. In the end, Lin Xingyo had spared his life, or perhaps even saved it out of kindness. "All right." Lin Xingyo smiled, showing his white teeth. "Let the past be the past. It's gone and can't be changed, so there's no need to dwell on it. Now, let's talk about our cooperation." "Cooperation?" Zhang Feng was shocked, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, unable to react for a moment. He couldn't understand what Lin Xingyo meant. What kind of cooperation could they possibly have? They were from completely different worlds. If not for Su Zijuan trying to kill him, they would never have crossed paths. Wait. Zhang Feng's expression suddenly changed, his eyes revealing comprehension. He quickly stood up and bowed to Lin Xingyo. "I'm sorry. I understand what you're planning, but I can't help you with this." After glancing at Lin Xingyo one last time, Zhang Feng turned and left, leaving behind a cold, resolute back as he quickly made his way out of Lin Xingyo's room. Lin Xingyo didn't stop him. Like Jiang Taigong fishing, he believed in letting the fish come willingly. Besides, this matter couldn't be rushed. If Zhang Feng came to understand later and wanted to cooperate, it would still be possible. After all, this wasn't a simple task, and it could cost him his life. Zhang Feng left quickly, almost like a flash of light, because he realized what Lin Xingyo's cooperation entailed. Even a fool would know. Lin Xingyo wanted him to help deal with Su Zijuan. After all, Su Zijuan had sent them to kill Lin Xingyo the previous night. But the attempt failed, and Zhang Feng had nearly fallen into Lin Xingyo's hands. Now, Lin Xingyo was proposing cooperation, which clearly meant involving him in dealing with Su Zijuan. Zhang Feng didn't want to get involved. After all, he owed Su Zijuan his life. During the Great Famine, if not for Su Zijuan giving him food, he and his mother would have starved to death, of course. Over the years, although Zhang Feng despised Su Zijuan's character, it was impossible for him to help Lin Xingyo harm Su Zijuan. Chapter 343, Come Out If You're Here. Phew. Seeing that Zhang Feng had already left his courtyard, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. His gaze then turned towards the entrance of the courtyard as he spoke. "If there is a beauty here, why not come into my room for a chat?" No sooner had his words fallen than Zhao Yuqin, clad in a long white feather robe, descended gracefully into Lin Xingyo's courtyard like a celestial maiden. She approached him with the icy demeanor of a glacier. "Miss Zhao." As Zhao Yuqin approached, Lin Xingyo immediately narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling upon her ivory-like long legs. "Please have a seat. The tea in the cup is still warm. If you don't mind, join me for a sip or two." "Humph." Zhao Yuqin shot Lin Xingyo a cold glare, and with a flick of her hand, closed the door to his room. She then spread her snow-white legs and sat cross-legged in front of him. Lin Xingyo's eyes, however, were practically glowing with desire. Those legs, illuminated by the red candlelight, they were almost too mesmerizing to look away from. His gaze remained fixed, unable to shift. Zhao Yuqin seemed to sense Lin Xingyo's invasive gaze, and her face instantly radiated an icy aura of murderous intent. This good-for-nothing dares to disrespect me. And so brazenly? This is too bold. Are you still looking? Do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes? Coming to her senses, Zhao Yuqin's face immediately filled with anger. Lin Xingyo was too audacious, completely disregarding her status as the saintess of Tai Chu Sungdi. How dare a mere ant like him gaze upon her? Although he had once helped her by providing medicinal herbs, that did not give him the right to be so insolent. Miss Zhao, I'm sorry. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately realized his impropriety and quickly apologized. I was indeed impolite just now. It's just that your legs are so beautiful, which led me to overstep. As soon as his words fell, Lin Xingyo felt a cold, piercing gaze directed at him, brimming with murderous intent, as if it could slay him with a mere glance. You're being insolent. After a moment, Zhao Yuqin, having regained her composure from her anger, gazed at Lin Xingyo with undisguised killing intent. Who was she? She was the saintess of Tai Chu Sungdi, her purity untainted, never having had any man dare to address her so boldly, much less gaze at her thighs with lecherous intent. Zhao Yuqin was furious. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her expression towards Lin Xingyo showed nothing but dissatisfaction. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He hadn't had any physical intimacy for days, and now Zhao Yuqin, with her flawless, snow-white legs, was sitting in front of him late at night. How could he control his eyes? Are you still looking? Zhao Yuqin was completely enraged. Not only was Lin Xingyo staring at her legs, but his gaze was also sneaking peeks at places he shouldn't. Seeing this, Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but draw her sword. She regretted it. She shouldn't have come here. This man was no good. Despite having helped Lin Xingyo, he was now disrespecting her. She was the icy goddess of the Tai Chu Sungdi. How could she tolerate such insolence from Lin Xingyo? Death. With that thought, Zhao Yuqin completely forgot why she had come here. She lunged at Lin Xingyo with her sword. Zhao Yuqin was too furious. All she wanted now was to kill Lin Xingyo, leaving any questions for later. But in the next instant, as Zhao Yuqin's sword approached, Lin Xingyo reached out and caught the blade between his fingers. He stepped back. Pulling Zhao Yuqin into his arms, his eyes fell upon her moist red lips. With a gaze that could captivate souls, driven by his primal instincts, he leaned in and kissed her. MMM. Seeing Lin Xingyo's advance, Zhao Yuqin was completely stunned, her captivating eyes wide with disbelief. Was she, the saintess of the Tai Chu Holy Land, about to have her first kiss taken by this good-for-nothing? She was the saintess of the Tai Chu Sungdi. Countless men desired her, but was she about to lose her innocence here? No. No. As the saintess of the Tai Chu Sungdi, she absolutely could not let this happen. She would not let this good-for-nothing take advantage of her. As the saintess of the Tai Chu Sungdi, she absolutely could not allow this to happen. She would not let this good-for-nothing take advantage of her. The man of her dreams should be someone as majestic as the white-clad emperor, not a good-for-nothing like him. How dare you? Coming to her senses, Zhao Yuqin gritted her teeth and mustered all her strength to push Lin Xingyo away. With deep shame and anger, she slapped him across the face. Good-for-nothing. How dare you be so disrespectful? Do you know what kind of crime this is? Lin Xingyo, clutching his stinging cheek, stared wide-eyed at Zhao Yuqin. He tried to speak several times, but the words wouldn't come out. He realized he was wrong. How could he have let his primal instincts take over like that, acting so disrespectfully towards Zhao Yuqin? No, something's wrong here. Lin Xingyo's expression suddenly changed. He immediately looked at Fei Wang, who was crouched on the table, and the latter quickly hid. Fei Wang, you? Realizing this, Lin Xingyo glanced at Zhao Yuqin's fading consciousness and, without giving her any time to react, struck her neck with a swift chop. Chapter 344. There seems to be a misunderstanding here. The next morning, Lin Xingyo woke up and held a wooden sword in his hand. He hung Fei Yiwang upside down from a maple tree in the courtyard and thrust his sword at him lightning fast. "Master, spare me." Fei Yiwang struggled with his frail body, seeing Lin Xingyo's sword coming, and screamed in fear, "I promise I won't dare to do it again next time." Lin Xingyo completely ignored Fei Yiwang, thrusting his sword at him repeatedly, causing Fei Yiwang to let out blood-curdling screams. He was on the verge of collapse. This time he really knew he was wrong. Last night he shouldn't have made a move, and worse, he was caught by Lin Xingyo. Fei Yiwang was on the verge of tears. He was only trying to help Lin Xingyo pursue happiness. Besides, he could clearly see that. Didn't Lin Xingyo like that young woman? What was wrong with helping out with a little trick? And it was you who ate the meat. At most, he just enjoyed the view. Why treat him like this? Human emotions are so complicated. Unlike their snake clan, where if you like someone, you go for it, and then you lay eggs and hatch a bunch of baby snakes. These humans are so boring. They like someone but don't act on it. He was so eager to help, and now he was hung up here to suffer. I was helping you, was I wrong? Fei Yiwang looked at Lin Xingyo with a face full of despair, then pleaded with a pitiful expression, "Master, please, I really know I was wrong. Please spare me this once." Lin Xingyo didn't want to pay any attention to Fei Yiwang, because now he was in trouble. After all, while women are great, not just any woman can be approached, especially not the esteemed saintess Zhao Yuqin of the Tai Chu sacred land. What he needed now was to keep a low profile and quietly complete the 3-month sign-in task, finally obtaining the ultimate reward and then facing Du Morua in a duel. And only after completing that task would he consider Zhao Yuqin. Slowly cultivate feelings. Only then can things naturally fall into place. How could he resort to such despicable means? Lin Xingyo was truly furious. Of course, Lin Xingyo did have a bit of a liking for Zhao Yuqin's cold elegance, especially her flawless, long legs. But he couldn't act like Fei Yiwang. What kind of person would that make him? What made it even more troublesome for Lin Xingyo was that Zhao Yuqin was still asleep in his bed. Although nothing had happened the previous night, he was at a loss as to how to explain himself once she woke up. Creak. As Lin Xingyo was grappling with his dilemma, a door creaked open. He turned to see Zhao Shanbao entering with a fawning smile that resembled a blooming chrysanthemum. "Zhao Shanbao, what are you doing here?" Seeing Zhao Shanbao enter, Lin Xingyo's face immediately showed a look of great displeasure. But Zhao Shanbao acted as if he didn't notice, approaching with a bow and nodding, "Young nephew, what are you doing? I am your uncle by marriage. Why are you being so distant with me?" "Is that so? You're my uncle by marriage?" Hearing this, Lin Xingyo was immediately amused by Zhao Shanbao. What kind of person was this guy? When he was down and out, why wasn't this guy his uncle by marriage then? Now that he had fought with Nangong Yu and gained some fame, he suddenly became his uncle by marriage? Lin Xingyo really wanted to slap Zhao Shanbao to death. "Young nephew, don't doubt it." Zhao Shanbao didn't care about Lin Xingyo's unpleasant expression. Instead, he took out a genealogy book and showed it to Lin Xingyo. "Your 8th grandfather's concubine married our Zhao family's daughter, Zhao Yunji. Although it has been 3 generations, according to the genealogy, you really are my young nephew. I am your uncle by marriage." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and coldly looked at Zhao Shanbao, his eyes showing utter disgust. What was his attitude towards him yesterday? And what was it today? The difference was so stark that Lin Xingyo felt like vomiting. It was just too shameless. To establish a connection with him, he even brought out a genealogy book. What made Lin Xingyo even more want to slap him was that even after 3 generations, his 8th grandfather's concubine made Zhao Shanbao his uncle by marriage. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but admire Zhao Shanbao. At the same time, he had never seen such a shameless person, which really opened his eyes. When you're poor, they step on you. When you're successful, they try every trick to establish a connection with you. Lin Xingyo despised such people the most, so he tightly gripped his sword and didn't want to talk to Zhao Shanbao. Just hearing his voice made Lin Xingyo feel like vomiting. "Young nephew, look, look." Zhao Shanbao didn't want to let Lin Xingyo go. Instead, He clung to him, holding the genealogy book and talking nonstop. Here is the genealogy as proof. I really am your uncle by marriage. Get lost. As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has 3 points of fire. Lin Xingyo was already extremely annoyed with Zhao Shanbao, so after being pestered for too long, he couldn't help but lose his temper. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for cutting you down with my sword. Zhao Shanbao looked at Lin Xingyo, pursed his lips, and started rubbing his eyes, looking pitiful as if he was about to cry. Of course, this was all Zhao Shanbao's acting. That's how he managed to rise to the position of outer sect elder in the Taichu Holy Land. Otherwise, with his lack of background and mediocre strength, how could he have reached this position? Go away, go away. Seeing him like this, although Lin Xingyo felt extremely disgusted, he had no choice but to wave his hand at Zhao Shanbao. I'm busy right now. I don't have time to deal with your matters. Yes, young nephew. You go ahead and handle your affairs. Hearing this, Zhao Shanbao's face immediately showed a flattering smile. Your uncle has prepared a few bottles of good wine tonight. When you're free, come to me. We can close the door and have a couple of drinks, and then we can talk about some heartfelt words. What do you say? You bastard. What did you do to me? As Lin Xingyo was feeling disgusted by Zhao Shanbao, a sharp scream suddenly rang out. Before he could react, Zhao Yuqin burst out of the room like a bolt of lightning, her Wu Qingjian slicing toward Lin Xingyo with the force of a thunderbolt. Clang! At this sight, Lin Xingyo swiftly dodged to the side. In a flash, Zhao Yuqin's Wu Qingjian barely missed Lin Xingyo's ear and plunged into the maple tree behind him. My dragon root! Fei Wang, suspended upside down from the maple tree, let out a scream as his body jolted up. His eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Zhao Yuqin's 7-foot-long sword. Just now, he almost got cut off. Fortunately, although his cultivation was sealed by Lin Xingyo, his body was still quite agile. Otherwise, he would have been completely severed. Chapter 345. It's not what you think. Holy maiden. Niece? You too last night? Oh my heavens. Zhao Shanbao glanced at Lin Xingyo, then at Zhao Yuqin, and suddenly felt his vision darken. Before he could react, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Miss Zhao, it's not what you think. Lin Xingyo immediately exclaimed. Last night, I only knocked you out. I didn't do anything else. Shut up. Zhao Yuqin was completely livid, and she wouldn't believe Lin Xingyo's words. Before she passed out, Lin Xingyo had tried to kiss her, and now he had knocked her out and kept her in his bed for the night? Could he have done nothing? Was this the behavior of a man like him? Zhao Yuqin wouldn't believe it, based on Lin Xingyo's previous actions toward her, who knew how wild he had been with her last night. Kill, kill, kill. With a determined heart, Zhao Yuqin drew her 7-foot-long sword and swung it horizontally at Lin Xingyo, shouting, I must kill this scoundrel. Miss Zhao, listen to me. Lin Xingyo dodged and grabbed her right hand, pulling her into his embrace. It's really not what you're imagining. I'm a gentleman. I would never take advantage of someone in distress. You have to believe me. I believe you not. Zhao Yuqin stomped hard on Lin Xingyo's foot and struggled fiercely. You dare say you didn't disrespect me. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe you. There's no point in wasting your breath. I can only kill you to protect my honor. Lin Xingyo opened his mouth but was speechless. The situation was clear. Zhao Yuqin simply didn't believe him, and no matter how he explained, it would only make things worse. What should he do? Lin Xingyo's head was about to explode. The situation was unexplainable, and he needed to find a way to escape before things got even worse for him. What are you two youngsters doing? At that moment, Gai Jiushan, who had just woken up, stretched and walked out of his room, surprised to see Zhao Yuqin. Girl, why are you here? And why are you tangled up with my disciple? You young people are really too much, Gai Jiushan said with a headache, looking at Lin Xingyo and the others. If this gets out, where will I, an old man, put my face? Stop fighting. If someone sees this early in the morning, the entire Taichu Sengdi will be in an uproar in no time. Let go. Seeing this, Zhao Yuqin snapped, firmly grabbing Lin Xingyo's hand and biting down on his arm. This matter is not over between us. If I get pregnant, I'll definitely kill you. Pregnant? Lin Xingyo endured the pain in his hand, looking at Zhao Yuqin with a wince. What was the holy maiden of Tai Chu thinking? He was a noble and upright gentleman. Sure, he had some thoughts, but he still had principles. He wouldn't act impulsively without mutual consent. There were still boundaries. As Lin Xingyo was lost in his thoughts, Zhao Yuqin suddenly turned around, wrapping her arms tightly around his shoulders. With her sexy red lips slightly parted and her enchanting eyes fixed on him, she suddenly glared and kicked fiercely at his crotch. You. Lin Xingyo bent over, his face contorted in pain. He hadn't even had time to react before she struck. The sour sensation? Lin Xingyo couldn't even imagine it. What are you saying? Zhao Yuqin released him, glaring coldly, then, without giving him a chance to react, she turned and flew out of Lin Xingyo's courtyard, leaving him with a chilling back view. Just wait. I'll definitely castrate you. Look, it's the holy maiden Zhao Yuqin. As Zhao Yuqin flew out of Lin Xingyo's small courtyard, she almost lost her balance and crashed to the ground. Just as she flew out, countless outer sect disciples, who were practicing, saw her. Everyone was extremely excited, standing up and cheering, then began to discuss loudly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yuqin knew she couldn't linger. She swiftly flew toward the inner sect, fully aware that today's incident would likely stir up a significant commotion within Tai Chu's sacred ground. Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but glance at Lin Xingyo's courtyard, feeling a strange emotion in her heart, but also planting a seed of murderous intent toward him. She must kill Lin Xingyo. He absolutely couldn't become an obstacle on her path to enlightenment. Since a causal connection had been formed, she had to cut it off. She couldn't let him become a demon that affected her future path to enlightenment. You. Gai Jishan, seeing Zhao Yuqin fly away, walked over to Lin Xingyo. You must stay away from that woman in the future. There are many female disciples in Tai Chu Sung Di, and if you like any, I, as your master, will naturally help you make them your Tao companion. Gai Jishan took a swig of wine and continued, but Zhao Yuqin, you must stay away from her. Do not provoke her or even think about sleeping with her, or you'll definitely bring about a great calamity. Remember that. Lin Xingyo opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't utter a word. His eyes were fixed on the direction where Zhao Yuqin had disappeared, lost in thought. Chapter 346. There's something wrong with this tree. The primordial sacred land. It was in an uproar. Almost all eyes turned towards Lin Xingyo, each pair of eyes revealing complex emotions. Of course, the predominant sentiment was a barely concealed killing intent towards Lin Xingyo. If not for his impressive display of strength yesterday, defeating even Nangongyu, and the fear surrounding Gai Jishan's astonishing background, many would have already made a move against Lin Xingyo. Standing before the primordial sacred land's scripture repository, Lin Xingyo was well aware of the tense atmosphere, but he paid no heed to these people. After all, with his current strength, he no longer cared about the killing intent directed towards him. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xingyo held a broom in his hand, sweeping the ground with great care. The male disciples who came to the scripture repository to exchange for scriptures never took their eyes off Lin Xingyo, especially Su Zijuan among the crowd. Watching Lin Xingyo's figure, he was almost itching to rush forward and kick the sweeping Lin Xingyo a few times, just to vent this pent-up anger. Su Zijuan was almost driven mad. A couple of days ago, Lin Xingyo had publicly contradicted him, causing him to lose face. He had sent Su Shan and others to kill Lin Xingyo at night, resulting in one death and one injury. Yesterday, he had eagerly awaited Nangongyu to suppress Lin Xingyo, only to see Nangongyu being suppressed instead. What made him even more devastated was his longtime crush, Zhao Yuqin. She had been slept with by Lin Xingyo. Now, the entire primordial sacred land knew. The primordial saintess might be pregnant, as these were the words of the primordial saintess Zhao Yuqin herself. Elder Zhao Shanbao was the living proof. He had been present when the primordial saintess said this, and countless outer disciples of the primordial sacred land had seen Zhao Yuqin leave Lin Xingyo's courtyard after a night. This matter had already spread throughout the primordial sacred land. Once the news broke, it overshadowed Lin Xingyo's victory over Nangongyu, and now, it was the main topic of conversation before and after tea in the primordial sacred land. Lin Xingyo had become quite a notable figure in the primordial sacred land. However, none of this mattered to Lin Xingyo. Life went on as usual. Every morning, he would take a broom to the scripture repository to sign in, then accept the system's daily tasks and start sweeping in front of the scripture repository. Of course, sweeping also earned him some small daily rewards. Lin Xingyo also enjoyed doing this, as he liked this kind of life, simple yet not monotonous. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xingyo completely ignored Su Zijuan and the others' gazes, instead looking at the massive ginkgo tree in the courtyard of the scripture repository. Watching its golden leaves fluttering to the ground in the wind, he couldn't help but shake his head. Then, holding the broom, he started sweeping the fallen leaves of the ginkgo tree. However, Lin Xingyo knew that this ginkgo tree was no ordinary tree. Although it looked like an ordinary big tree, everyone in the primordial sacred land knew that this tree might be even older than the primordial sacred land itself. It was said to have been brought back from the land of illusion by the founding ancestor of the primordial sacred land. He planted it here with his own hands. At that time, there was no scripture repository, nor the primordial sacred land, only a desolate mountain gate. It wasn't until later that the founding ancestor of the primordial sacred land achieved divine status and established the primordial sacred land here. However, it was said, the primordial sacred land was named by the Emperor of Desolation. At that time, the great Emperor Wuxi and the Emperor Yi had both been here, and they had even spent some time cultivating here. Some legends even said they had left behind some precious techniques for future generations. However, these were, after all, just legends. After countless years. So now, very few people know about these things, and only occasionally will someone mention them. But no one pays attention to this ancient and weathered ginkgo tree anymore. Almost everyone's eyes are on the scripture repository. After all, it's common knowledge that the ginkgo tree has nothing special, but the scripture repository is filled with precious techniques and primordial bones. Only by possessing these can one become a truly powerful practitioner. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xingyo, however, never looked at the scripture repository. From beginning to end, his gaze never left the ginkgo tree in front of the scripture repository, because with his profound cultivation and his martial Tao heavenly eyes, he could see what others couldn't. The ginkgo tree in front of the scripture repository had already developed a spirit, and there were 6 great Tao revolving around it. It was surrounded by terrifying Tao energy. However, the tree spirit was damaged. The tree had probably been struck by heavenly tribulation before, and the current branches were all new growth after the calamity. Huff! After sweeping for a while, when Lin Xingyo reached the ginkgo tree, he suddenly stopped, unable to resist reaching out and touching the thick trunk of the ginkgo tree. He could feel the ginkgo tree's pulse. It seemed to be telling him something, but it was too vague for Lin Xingyo to understand a single word. Alas! After a long time, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but sigh, because he could feel that the ginkgo tree was somewhat similar to the Zijin gourd vine on the mysterious peak of the Heavenly Sword Sect, both trying to convey something to him. But it was too vague. Until now, he could only feel that pulse, but he still didn't know what they were trying to convey to him. Little nephew, why are you still sweeping the ground here? As Lin Xingyo was lost in thought, gazing at the ginkgo tree, he suddenly heard a call. Turning his head, he saw Zhao Baoshan approaching with a smile like a chrysanthemum. You don't have to do this kind of work anymore in the future. I've just secured you a great opportunity. From now on, you'll be organizing precious techniques and spirit bones in the scripture repository. I'll arrange for other disciples to do the sweeping. With your current status, how can you still be doing such a thing? What? The noisy crowd, upon hearing this, all turned to look at Lin Xingyo in a daze, especially Su Zijuan, who was almost about to explode. This wasn't just a great opportunity, because everyone knew that being able to organize precious techniques and spirit bones in the scripture repository was an enormous fortune. After all, it meant essentially staying in the scripture repository every day, with countless primordial bones and powerful techniques available to read without any cost. Such an opportunity was usually reserved for inner disciples who had made significant contributions to the sect. Ordinary disciples would have to work their way in, paying a huge price with massive sect contributions to borrow a few techniques from the scripture repository. Such an opportunity was given to him so easily. This was too unfair. Chapter 347. I'll be waiting in the next realm. No way. I just like sweeping the floors. Lin Xingyo pouted and without hesitation rejected the offer outright. After all, completing his daily tasks was far more rewarding than learning any precious techniques from the Supreme Beginning Sacred Grounds archives. Furthermore, he had already perused the archives of the Supreme Beginning Holy Land. There were no powerful techniques within. Most of them stopped at the celestial immortal realm. Any stronger techniques were all housed in the floating Holy Academy of the Supreme Beginning Sanctuary. The archives here contained only techniques and primordial bones below the celestial immortal realm, so Lin Xingyo wasn't the least bit interested. It was better to sweep the courtyard and earn daily task rewards. After all, the rewards like elixirs, heavenly treasures, immortal water, and sacred springs were far more valuable than the techniques in the archives. Although these rewards were of no use to Lin Xingyo, he could always gift them to Shi Han and Wang Xian in the future, as they could certainly use these resources. What? Did this good-for-nothing just say what I think he said? He's refusing. He likes sweeping floors. Everyone around was left dumbfounded, their mouths agape and eyes wide as they stared at Lin Xingyo, unable to utter a word for a long time. This was simply infuriating. They knew how much effort it took for them to get an opportunity like this, yet Lin Xingyo didn't even think before rejecting it outright. This left them feeling like a fishbone was stuck in their throats, especially Su Zijuan, whose eyes were practically bulging out as he glared at Lin Xingyo. He had expended significant resources for this opportunity, even enlisting the help of his grandfather, Su Tianzhan, who had personally gone to the Supreme Beginning Sungdi to negotiate with the Spirit Void Empress. Despite these efforts, the request had been denied. Now, Lin Xingyo had such a great fortune, and he didn't even think before rejecting it? What kind of person is he? Did his brain get squeezed by a door? Or did he forget to take his medicine? Chapter 347. I'll be waiting in the next realm. No way. I just like sweeping the floor. Lin Xingyo pouted, not even thinking before he directly refused, because completing a day's routine task was far more rewarding than learning any secret techniques from the Supreme Beginning Sungdi's scripture repository. Besides, he had already browsed through the Supreme Beginning Sungdi's scripture repository. There weren't any powerful secret techniques inside. Most of them were limited to the heavenly immortal realm. The truly powerful techniques were all stored in the floating Holy Academy of the Supreme Beginning Sungdi. The repository here only contained techniques and primordial bones below the heavenly immortal realm, so Lin Xingyo wasn't interested at all. It was better to sweep the courtyard outside and earn daily task rewards. After all, the pills, treasures, elixirs, and holy springs rewarded from daily tasks were far more valuable than the techniques in the scripture repository. Although these rewards were useless to Lin Xingyo, they could all be given to Shi Han and Wang Xian in the future, as they desperately needed these resources. What? What did this Fei Wu just say? He's refusing. He likes sweeping the floor? Everyone around was completely dumbfounded, their mouths agape and eyes wide, staring at Lin Xingyo for a long time without saying a word. This is just infuriating. They knew how much effort it took to get an opportunity like this, yet Lin Xingyo didn't even think before refusing it outright. This left them completely unprepared, like a fishbone stuck in their throat, especially Su Zijuan, whose eyes were practically popping out as he glared at Lin Xingyo. He had used significant connections for this opportunity, even involving his grandfather Su Tianzhan, who had gone to the Supreme Beginning Sungdi to speak with the Spirit Void near Di, only to be rejected. Now Lin Xingyo had such a great fortune? And he didn't even think before rejecting it? What kind of person is he? Did he get his head smashed by a door? Or did he forget to take his medicine? Does sweeping the floor here compare to organizing scriptures in the archives of the supreme beginning Sungdi? What on earth is he thinking? A Fei Wu is a Fei Wu. Zhang Hong clenched his fists tightly, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo, his eyes filled with overwhelming Sa Yi. Sa Yi. Even if he rises for a moment, he will eventually be crushed by us. Su Zijuan and the others, having recovered from their shock, looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were a fool. Even a fool would know how to choose in this situation. Yet Lin Xingyo chose to give up. Su Zijuan and the others immediately began to look down on Lin Xingyo, considering him a fool, fit only to sweep the streets in front of the supreme beginning Sengdi's scripture repository. Realizing their advantage, Su Zijuan and the others felt their status and position elevate compared to Lin Xingyo. Their gazes towards him were filled with contempt. Little nephew, you should reconsider. This opportunity isn't something everyone can get, Zhao Shanbao said with a forced smile, his face wrinkling like a chrysanthemum. Zhao Shanbao, stop sucking up. Zhang Hong couldn't help but mock Lin Xingyo. He's a genius, a rising star, with the potential of an emperor. How could he need such an opportunity? He sweeps the floor and becomes invincible. The surrounding crowd, initially confused, burst into laughter after realizing the joke, their eyes filled with ridicule as they looked at Lin Xingyo. Zhang Hong, I sweep the floor and become invincible. Lin Xingyo pouted, his cold eyes fixed on Zhang Hong. If you don't believe me, come and fight me. Don't be so arrogant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng's face turned red and then pale. I'll be waiting in the next realm, and then I'll definitely crush you. Lin Xingyo merely smiled without responding. Seeing this, Zhang Hong realized his mistake. Although he had mocked Lin Xingyo earlier, he had to admit that he couldn't defeat him. Claiming to wait in the next realm was just a way to save face. If they actually fought, he knew he would lose, as even Nangong you couldn't defeat Lin Xingyo, let alone him. Why is the gap between us so big? He was a spiritual talent with terrifyingly high cultivation, having reached the formation stage through daily hard work. But Lin Xingyo was originally just an insignificant ant, with almost no time to cultivate. Yet, as he said, sweeping the floor made him invincible. No, it can't be. Zhang Hong suddenly shook his head, clenching his fists tightly. His identity can't be hidden anymore. He's the disciple of Gai Jushan. There must be some secret cultivation method we don't know about, and he must have consumed a lot of pills. Otherwise, with his Zucher, he couldn't have reached this level. Yes, that must be it. Zhang Heng's face relaxed as he thought this through, then glared at Lin Xingyo. Everything he has now is given by Gai Jushan. If not for his luck in meeting such a divine being, he would still be a Fei Wu. His Jingjia must have been raised by pills, and his path won't last long. One day, he'll die by our hands. Fei Wu, you don't need to laugh. Zhang Hong confidently looked at Lin Xingyo. I understand your situation. Your cultivation is higher than mine now. But one day, I'll surpass you. Because you've taken the wrong path. Although your cultivation is higher than ours now, one day, we'll all surpass you. Because relying on external aids like pills to enhance your strength isn't the way of the great Da. One day, your path will come to an end, and you'll be unable to progress further, reduced to an insignificant ant. Is that so? Lin Xingyo laughed bitterly. It seems you know me very well. Since you're so confident, I'll be waiting in every major realm. You can challenge me anytime? Humph. Zhang Hong snorted. Fei Wu, remember what you said today. One day, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Zhang Hong, don't waste your breath on him. Su Zijuan stepped forward, his cold eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo. He's just an insignificant ant. If not for Gai Jushan helping him, how could he deserve our attention? In the next realm, we'll be waiting for him, and then we'll show him our true strength. Fei Wu, I'll be waiting for you in the next realm. Zhang Hong, remembering his defeat yesterday, tried to save face by firmly declaring to Lin Xingyo, at that time, I'll definitely fight you and cut you down with my blade. All right. Lin Xingyo pouted, his eyes flashing with mischief as he looked at Zhang Hong and Su Zijuan. Then I'll be waiting for you too in the next realm. I hope you won't disappoint me. Humph. Seeing Lin Xingyo's gaze, Su Zijuan and Zhang Hong both clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with overwhelming Sa-yi. They had made up their minds. They would definitely kill Lin Xingyo in the next realm, or else they would have no face left in the supreme beginning Sung Di. What on earth is he thinking? Waste is waste. Zhang Hong clenched his fists tightly, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo, his eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. Even if he rises for a moment, he will eventually be crushed by us. Su Zijuan and the others, having recovered from their shock, looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were a fool. After all, even a fool would know how to choose in this situation. Yet, Lin Xingyo chose to give up. Su Zijuan and the others immediately began to look down on Lin Xingyo, treating him as a fool who was only fit to hold a broom and sweep the streets outside the supreme beginning Holy Land's archives. Recovering their senses, Su Zijuan and the others found their sense of superiority, feeling their status and position had risen significantly compared to Lin Xingyo. Their gazes toward him were filled with as much contempt as they could muster. Little nephew, perhaps you should reconsider. This opportunity is not something everyone can get, Zhao Shanbao said with a smile that looked like a chrysanthemum. Zhao Shanbao, stop flattering him. Zhang Hong couldn't help but sneer at Lin Xingyo. He's a genius, with extraordinary talent, possessing the potential of an emperor. How could he need such an opportunity? He sweeps the floors and becomes invincible. Everyone around, after a moment of confusion, burst into laughter, their eyes filled with ridicule as they looked at Lin Xingyo. Zhang Hong, I just sweep the floors and become invincible. Lin Xingyo pouted, his cold eyes fixed on Zhang Hong. If you don't believe me, come and fight. Don't be arrogant. Hearing this, Zhang Heng's face turned red and then pale as he retorted, I'll be waiting for you in the next realm, and I'll definitely crush you. Lin Xingyo just smiled without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhang Hong realized his mistake. Earlier, he had mocked Lin Xingyo, but now, he had to admit that he couldn't defeat Lin Xingyo. The next realm was just a way for him to save face. If he really fought Lin Xingyo, he knew he would lose, since even Nangong couldn't defeat Lin Xingyo, let alone him. Why is the gap so big? He was a spiritual talent, with his cultivation already at the terrifying formation array realm, achieved through daily hard work. Yet Lin Xingyo, who was originally just an insignificant being, barely had time to practice, had become invincible just by sweeping floors. No, it can't be. Zhang Hong suddenly shook his head, clenching his fists as he muttered to himself. His identity can't be hidden anymore. He's the disciple of Gai Jiushan. There must be some secret training method we don't know about, and he must have consumed a lot of elixirs. Otherwise, with his talent, he couldn't have reached this realm. Yes, that must be it. Zhang Heng's face relaxed, and he glared at Lin Xingyo, thinking, everything he has now is given by Gai Jiushan. If not for his luck in meeting such a divine being, he would still be a waste. And his realm must have been boosted by elixirs, so his path won't go far. One day, he'll die by our hands. Waste, don't laugh. Zhang Hong calmed down and looked at Lin Xingyo. I understand your situation now. Your cultivation is higher than mine now. But one day, I'll surpass you. Because you've taken the wrong path, even though your current cultivation is higher than ours. But one day, we'll all surpass you. Because strength boosted by external objects like elixirs isn't the way of the great path. One day, you'll hit a dead end and won't be able to advance at all, reduced to an insignificant being. Is that so? Lin Xingyo laughed bitterly. It seems you know me very well. Since you're so certain, I'll be waiting in every major realm for you. You can challenge me anytime? Humph. Zhang Heng snorted coldly. Waste. Remember what you said today. One day, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Zhang Heng, no need to waste words with him. Su Zijuan stepped forward, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo. With his insignificant status, if not for the help of Gai Jiushan, how could he deserve our attention? In the next realm, we'll be waiting for him, and then we'll show him our methods. Waste, I'll be waiting for you in the next realm. Zhang Heng, recalling his defeat in a single move yesterday, tried to regain some face by firmly declaring to Lin Xingyo, at that time, I'll definitely fight you and cut you down with my blade. All right then. Lin Xingyo pouted, his eyes flashing with a hint of mockery as he looked at Zhang Heng and Su Zijuan. Then I'll be waiting for you too in the next realm. I hope you won't disappoint me. Humph. Seeing Lin Xingyo's gaze, Su Zijuan and Zhang Heng both clenched their fists, their eyes filled with overwhelming killing intent. They had solidified their determination. They would definitely kill Lin Xingyo in the next realm, or else they would have no face to remain in the supreme beginning sacred ground. Chapter 348. Even a sword pageant can be formidable. Who among you is Yu Fan? Just as Su Zijuan and the others were planting the seeds of killing intent in Lin Xingyo's mind, they suddenly heard a shout. Turning their heads, they saw a female sword page dressed in white, her face filled with anger, walking towards them. Yu Fan? Oh, right. Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and he immediately realized. He was now called Yu Fan? That guy had been taken to the ancient forbidden zone by him, and now he had assumed his identity, his name being Yu Fan. Realizing this, Lin Xingyo immediately turned his gaze towards the approaching female sword page and said, Kid, I'm Yu Fan. What do you want with me? The female sword page was momentarily stunned, and after realizing what had just happened, she became furious. Who was she? She was the sword page of the Qingxia Empress, and her cultivation had long since reached the heavenly immortal realm. Yet, this lowly ant dared to call her a kid? This was simply outrageous. You're out of your mind, you wretch. Zhao Shanbao, having snapped out of his astonishment, glared at Lin Xingyo with eyes full of bloodlust and bellowed, Do you have any idea who you're addressing? Kneel down and speak properly. How dare you talk to her like that? You're finished. Uncle Zhao, what do I have to be afraid of? Lin Xingyo sneered, his expression filled with mockery as he looked at Zhao Shanbao. Isn't this the primordial sacred land, where you've got my back? Who in the primordial sacred land would dare to trouble me? I'm not afraid. After all, I have Uncle Zhao looking out for me. Pft, pft, pft. Hearing this, Zhao Shanbao quickly distanced himself, saying, Who's your uncle? Don't go around claiming relatives. I have nothing to do with you. I don't know you. Don't you dare say I'm your uncle outside, or I'll beat you to death. You can't deny being my uncle, can you? Lin Xingyo pouted, his gaze still mocking as he looked at Zhao Shanbao. Didn't you have a family genealogy? My 8th uncle married into your Zhao family. We're related by marriage. Isn't that right? What genealogy? There's no such thing. Zhao Shanbao's face turned pale upon hearing this. Qingzi, don't go looking for trouble. I, Zhao Shanbao, have nothing to do with you. If you get into trouble, don't drag me into it. I might be the first to beat you up. Shut up, shut up. The female sword page's cold gaze darkened, and she revealed an overwhelming killing intent, saying, What do you mean by this? Didn't you hear what I just said? What do you take me for? You are far too bold. Holy emissary, please don't be angry. Seeing this, Zhao Shanbao immediately fell to his knees and started kowtowing, begging. It was my rudeness earlier. I deserve to die. Good. The female sword page glanced at Zhao Shanbao, and before anyone could react, she casually waved her hand towards him, saying, Since you've admitted your guilt, then you, this lowly being, shall pay a heavy price. Slap. Before the words even finished, Zhao Shanbao, who had been kneeling and begging for mercy, had already lost an arm. Ah! The bustling scene froze, and everyone present was struck dumb. Zhao Shanbao had lost an arm? It was as if the arm had been severed instantly, and everyone was too slow to react, watching as the female sword page cut off Zhao Shanbao's arm right before their eyes. Everything happened too quickly. No one had anticipated it. Zhao Shanbao was already injured. After all, he was an outer sect elder of the primordial sacred land. Yet he was instantly maimed just for being disrespectful to the female sword page. This was too overbearing. Are you Yu Fan? The female sword page ignored the shocked expressions around her and directly turned her gaze to Lin Xingyo, saying, "This sword is a gift from our Qingxia Empress to you." A gift of a sword? Lin Xingyo, holding a broom in his hand, frowned at the female sword page and didn't reach out to take the sword, saying, "Why would the Qingxia Empress give me a sword? I have no connection with her. Take it." The female sword page spoke arrogantly. "Our Qingxia Empress has decreed. This sword is given to you. Use it to commit suicide." "Why should I?" Lin Xingyo pouted, almost unable to hold back as he said, "Just because of that old hag. She's not worthy." Ah! Everyone around looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already a dead man, and one by one, they were almost forced to their knees by the pressure emanating from the female sword page. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. There's no need to wait for the next realm. We'll see this piece of trash get killed right away. How dare he be so bold? He actually said such things in front of the holy emissary. He's definitely doomed. This time, even Gai Jiushan won't be able to protect him? This is too satisfying. This guy is just asking for death. How dare he call the Qingxia Empress an old hag and even claim she's not worthy for him to die for her? I don't believe the holy emissary won't kill him. Su Zijuan and the others were ecstatic, their faces as dark as water as they shouted at Lin Xingyo. "You dog, you're far too bold, daring to be so disrespectful to the Qingxia Empress. Why don't you draw the sword and kill yourself? Or do you want the holy emissary to do it for you?" Chapter 349. You dare hit me. You are bold. After a while, the female sword attendant finally recovered from her shock and immediately glared at Lin Xingyo with eyes full of killing intent. "You insulted my junior sister, and now you dare to disrespect my master. You truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I will take you back and boil you into oil to light the sky lantern." "Little girl, you're quite fiery for someone so young, huh?" Lin Xingyo frowned, looking extremely displeased as he reached out and pinched the female sword attendant's cheek. "You're quick to kill, aren't you? Are you that strong? Why don't we have a match?" Huh. Seeing this, Su Zijuan and the others mocking, sarcastic smiles all froze, their mouths agape and eyes wide as they stared at Lin Xingyo, completely petrified. It was too sudden. They hadn't even reacted yet. What was going on? Lin Xingyo had just reached out and pinched the female sword attendant's cheek, and he was even smiling about it. "You useless wretch, you're too audacious." Su Zijuan was the first to jump out, pointing at Lin Xingyo in utter disbelief. "Are you crazy? You actually dared to pinch the face of a divine envoy. You're audacious beyond measure. The divine envoy will surely slay you now." Zhang Heng and the others were also dumbfounded. They had been expecting Lin Xingyo to kneel and beg for mercy, but instead, he had pinched the female sword attendant's cheek. This was completely unexpected and left them feeling like they had a bone stuck in their throats. "You fool, you're done for now." Zhang Heng recovered from his astonishment and glared at Lin Xingyo, his face instantly lighting up with a gleeful expression. "I'll eat shit if you manage to survive this." You pinched my face?" The female sword attendant was also stunned, her eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo as she struggled to process what had just happened. After all, she was the sword attendant of the Qingxia Empress. She had lived for tens of thousands of years, and no one had ever dared to treat her so disrespectfully. Now, this mere ant had pinched her face in front of so many people. This was truly too bold. "Little girl, you're still so young." Lin Xingyo, however, pinched her cheek a few more times, his eyes filled with pity. "Why are you staying by the side of the Qingxia Empress? Look at all the resentment in you. It's not something a little girl like you should have. You shouldn't follow that Qingxia Empress anymore. Stay by my side instead. I promise to discipline you properly and make you a lively little girl again." "What? Discipline me? Who do you think you are? Do you even know who I am? Do you know how old I am?" The female sword attendant's killing intent exploded, her eyes turning ice cold as she glared at Lin Xingyo. "You, a mere ant, dare to speak to me like this? You're truly asking for death? Kill." With that, The female sword attendant drew her sword and lunged at Lin Xingyo like a thunderbolt, her blade slicing through the air toward him. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Su Zijuan and Zhang Hong couldn't help but burst into delighted laughter, especially when they saw the sword about to pierce Lin Xingyo's face. Their expressions grew even more gleeful. It was as if they were already witnessing Lin Xingyo's head flying off, blood spraying everywhere, and they couldn't contain their excitement. But the next moment, Su Zijuan and the others were all wide-eyed and gaping, their expressions frozen in shock, because just as the female sword attendant was about to pierce Lin Xingyo's forehead, the ground in front of the sutra repository suddenly cracked, and in the stunned gazes of everyone present, an ancient tree root suddenly emerged, wrapping around the sword and lifting the female sword attendant into the air.
Smack!
Lin Xingyo, however, simply pursed his lips and raised his hand, delivering a firm slap to the female sword attendant's bottom. Little one, now you know my power, huh? You dare sneak attack me? The female sword attendant was stunned, then immediately screamed at Lin Xingyo in furious outrage. The Qingxia Empress will never forgive you when she finds out. Xiaolingxi, do you still not recognize your guilt? As the female sword attendant threatened Lin Xingyo, a sharp rebuke suddenly rang out. Turning her head, she saw Gai Jiushan walking out from behind Lin Xingyo. Even the Great Spirit has been angered. How dare you act so arrogantly here? Is this how your master, the Qingxia Empress, usually teaches you? The immortal sovereign? Seeing Gai Jiushan approach, the female sword attendant, Lingxi, was so terrified that her eyes widened in horror. How are you here? The immortal sovereign. It's been a long time since anyone called me that, Gai Jiushan said, his expression shifting as he took a swig of wine and staggered slightly toward Lin Xingyo. Humph, too bad you're just a has-been now. Lingxi paused, then recovered and said, if it were back then, I might have feared you a bit, but now, I don't fear you at all. Is that so? Gai Jiushan approached, his gaze calmly falling on Lingxi. Unfortunately, now you are the fish, and I am the knife. Your life is in our hands. Gai Jiushan, don't forget you're just a spirit body. As Gai Jiushan approached, Lingxi's eyes flashed with disdain. I admit, you were once formidable, nearly unmatched in the world, but now you've lost all your power. Your true body has fallen into the cycle of rebirth at the heavenly gate. You're just a spirit form now, with incomplete faculties and a fragmented soul. If you cross me, I'll annihilate your spirit form, and even your true body on the path to immortality will crumble. Everyone around them was stunned, as the information revealed was too much for them to process. Su Zijuan and the others all stared at Gai Jiushan in shock. The road to immortality? The immortal sovereign? True body? Spirit body? These terms formed a web that made everyone realize Gai Jiushan had once been powerful, but now he had fallen into a state of decline and insignificance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been expelled from the Holy Academy. Oh, I get it. Su Zijuan's expression changed as he realized the truth, his mind racing. Gai Jiushan was once very powerful, but now he's nothing special, and his status isn't as high as we thought. That's why he was expelled from the Holy Academy. So, if I want to kill Lin Xingyo, I don't have to worry about him, because with his current status, he can't stop me. Chapter 350. This little girl is not bad. Yes. Su Zijuan's heart settled, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. His cold, piercing gaze immediately turned towards Lin Xingyo, thinking, it seems I must carefully plot my next move. This good-for-nothing has embarrassed me one too many times. I must find an opportunity to eliminate him. Smack! On Lin Xingyo's side, he pursed his lips and raised his hand to smack the female sword attendant Lingxi's, but, little brat, don't be rude to my master. One day, his true body will return because he has an outstanding disciple like me. I will definitely step onto the path of immortality and bring his true body back. You? Just you? Not showing off won't kill you. Do you even know what the path of immortality is? Lingxi's eyes widened, and then she disdainfully looked at Lin Xingyo. Since ancient times, Countless talents have embarked on that path, yet only 1 in 10,000 survives. Even your master, an immortal realm heavenly sovereign, fell into it. Now, a mere ant like you dares to make such big talk. It's truly laughable. You don't believe me? Lin Xingyo smacked the female sword attendants, but again, we'll see. Hmph. At these words, Lingxi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It wasn't that she didn't believe him. But even if she believed him, what then? The path of immortality is ultimately empty. It drives countless talents insane. Since ancient times, how many have gone? And how many are still alive today? The path of immortality is a giant trap. It's a trap deliberately set by the Shanyu to exterminate the Shanlingjia and even the entire Dongxingyu. It deliberately lures the strong from this domain to ascend, and then the strong from the Shanyu take advantage of the situation to slaughter them. Of course, there are also many who have succeeded in crossing it. Otherwise, people wouldn't be aware of the dangers and still rush toward it like moths to a flame. But just a mere Lin Xingyo. Lingxi didn't believe him, especially not about the claim of saving Gaiju-san's true body. Smack! Lin Xingyo didn't notice Lingxi's expression, but he smacked her little butt again. What are you hemfinji about? Lingxi was completely furious, her eyes glaring at Lin Xingyo as if she wanted to bite him to death. Who was she, Lingxi? She was the sword attendant of the Qingxia Emperor, and a powerful Qingwen divine bird that had cultivated into human form. Moreover, Lingxi was the sword attendant of the Qingxia Nirdi, a formidable figure who had cultivated into a Qingwen divine bird. The Qingxia Nirdi herself was a great emperor of the Taichu Sungdi, having reached the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm. This insignificant ant before her dared to be so disrespectful to her again and again. It was truly too infuriating. If it weren't for the Jiling of the Taichu Sungdi trapping her now, not to mention the Qingxia Empress herself taking action on her behalf, she, Lingxi, could kill Lin Xingyo 1,000 times over. Now, this ant not only didn't have any reverence for her, but also kept smacking her butt. This was truly too bold. Ant, you dare to hit me again and again. Just wait, I'll make sure we're enemies for life. Lingxi thought more and more angrily. The more she thought, the more her pride was hurt, and she immediately roared at Lin Xingyo with extreme rage. I'll make sure you die 1,000,000 times. Oh! Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and immediately gave Lingxi's little but several hundred smacks. Then I might as well hit you a few more times now, since you're not planning to let me off anyway. Now that the opportunity is here, how can I let it go? I'm hitting. You're driving me crazy? Seeing this, Lingxi directly exploded with rage. I'll fight you. Smack! Lin Xingyo didn't care about her and slapped her again. This little sword attendant was lacking discipline, which was why she had such a violent temper. Looking down on everyone, Lin Xingyo naturally had to teach her a lesson, so he gave her another series of slaps. Stop! As Lin Xingyo continued his discipline, he suddenly heard a sharp reprimand. Looking up, he saw the Qingxia Empress descending before him, clad in a long white feathered gown, with 9 rivers of laws swirling around her and white blossoms drifting down. Her countenance was one of wrath, akin to a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. This little girl is not bad. Upon seeing the Qingxia Emperor descend, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but narrow his eyes and gaze at her round, shapely posterior, appraising her with a keen eye. He muttered to himself, the buttocks are full, the chest is firm. The appearance is also quite exquisite, but this icy demeanor makes her seem unapproachable. How dare you blaspheme me? Seeing Lin Xingyo's gaze, Qingxia Nirdi's eyes immediately radiated the killing intent of 10,000 years of Shen being, her voice cold as she spoke. How dare you, an insignificant ant, blaspheme me? Lin Xingyo frowned, extremely displeased. This woman was definitely lacking a man's embrace. Otherwise, why would she be so icy? Such a woman could be conquered. He must let her experience his might well, see if she would still be so icy. Hmm. The Qingxia Empress's expression darkened, and for a moment, she was caught off guard. When she finally processed what had happened, she was seething with anger. She was the Qingxia Emperor. Her most powerful technique was the ability to read minds, and almost instantly, she knew what Lin Xingyo was thinking. But what she never expected was, this ant, not only did he blaspheme her without restraint, but now he even dared to have the thought of conquering her. And in various positions, the Qingxia Empress could no longer endure it. In her hundreds of thousands of years, no one had ever dared to blaspheme her in such a manner. This ant in front of her was completely unrestrained. He was utterly shameless towards her. Kill. I must kill him. The Qingxia Empress immediately harbored the intent to kill Lin Xingyo, and her aura erupted at that moment. A series of divine lights surged from behind her, declaring, such a being must not be allowed to remain in this world. Master, please don't be angry. Zhao Yuqin stood behind Qingxia Emperor, witnessing her unleash a torrent of killing intent. She glanced at Lin Xingyo, then opened her mouth several times to speak, but in the end, she could only stammer, he. If you don't want me to kill him, you can. Hearing Zhao Yuqin speak, Qingxianirdi immediately turned to look at her. If you don't want me to kill him, then you do it yourself. After all, this is your karma. You should sever this strand of desire with your own hands, so it won't become a demonic thought in your heart later. Zhao Yuqin was stunned, looking at Lin Xingyo in a daze, because she couldn't bear to harm him. How could this be? This must be because my cultivation is still shallow, so I can't be ruthless. Otherwise, why would such a demonic thought arise? You have disappointed me greatly. Could it be that you have already developed feelings for him? Qingxianirdi looked down at Zhao Yuqin with a stern gaze. No, I haven't. Hearing this, Zhao Yuqin immediately replied to Qingxia Emperor, I am the holy maiden of the Tai Chu Sung Di. How could I possibly develop feelings for such an insignificant ant? Chapter 351. Severing Emotions and Desires. Good, as long as there's nothing. The Azure Mist Empress shifted her gaze directly to Lin Xingyo, then handed the longsword in her hand to Zhao Yuqin, saying, then take this sword and kill him. Zhao Yuqin stared at the sword the Azure Mist Empress handed her, her eyes going wide in shock, almost too afraid to take it. Her entire being was entangled in a deeply complex emotional turmoil. You still dare to say you have no feelings for him? Seeing this, the Azure Mist Empress immediately swept her sleeve and spoke to Zhao Yuqin with a stern voice. You've disappointed me greatly. After this matter is settled, you will go to the reflection cliff to meditate for 3,000 years. Only when you sever this emotion will you be allowed to come down. If you cannot sever it, then stay there forever. Silence. Lin Xingyo took a step forward, glaring at the Azure Mist Empress with boundless killing intent emanating from his body. You old hag, who gave you the right to do this? Did you even ask me? The Azure Mist Empress was stunned, her expression freezing instantly. Her beautiful eyes widened in utter shock as she stared at Lin Xingyo. What did this insignificant being just say? Calling her an old hag? And questioning her authority over her own disciple? This is outrageous. She was a celestial emperor at the peak of the 9th realm. Now, punishing her disciple who had fallen for mortal desires, this insignificant being dared to speak to her like this? The Azure Mist Empress could no longer contain herself. She was about to kill Lin Xingyo, to make him understand the horrific consequences of defying her. Master, no? Seeing the Azure Mist Empress about to strike, Zhao Yuqin, driven by instinct, suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Master, please spare his life. I promise to listen to you and sever the emotions in my heart. If I don't, I won't leave the reflection cliff. If I don't sever it, I won't leave the reflection cliff. The surrounding crowd was struck dumb by these words, their shock reverberating through the entire area. Especially Su Zijuan and the other male disciples, their eyes bloodshot as they glared at Lin Xingyo. They wanted to say something, but the words stuck in their throats. Their hatred was boundless. Even a fool could see now. Zhao Yuqin had feelings for Lin Xingyo. The rumors were true. The saintess of the primordial sacred land, the renowned ice-cold beauty, the goddess of countless hearts, had truly fallen for Lin Xingyo, this lowly outer sect disciple. The people around were all in disbelief. Their eyes were wide with fury. Why? Just because he's handsome and defeated Nangongyu? The surrounding crowd stared at Lin Xingyo and Zhao Yuqin, their mouths agape, their eyes wide, completely dumbfounded. Zhao Yuqin, are you insane? After a while, Su Zijuan finally managed to regain his composure, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Zhao Yuqin. Do you know who you are? You've fallen for this mere outer sect disciple? Why would you belittle yourself like this? Don't you know he's not worthy? The Azure Mist Empress frowned at Su Zijuan, her expression displeased. With me here. When did it become your place to speak? You insignificant being? Step back. Su Zijuan immediately realized his lapse, fearfully kneeling down, not daring to speak. His gaze, however, was fixed on Lin Xingyo, as he believed Lin Xingyo was as good as dead. He was now waiting for the Azure Mist Empress to execute Lin Xingyo, but his hatred for Lin Xingyo had reached its peak. Yuqin, stand up. Lin Xingyo, after regaining his senses, stepped forward to help Zhao Yuqin to her feet. The situation had already reached this point. What's the worst that could happen? His identity exposed. He would wreak havoc in the primordial sacred land, spilling blood and piling up corpses, and challenge Du Morua ahead of schedule. Then, he would forcefully sign in at the primordial sacred land's scripture repository for 3 months before leaving. What are you doing? Seeing Lin Xingyo come to help her up, Zhao Yuqin panicked, exclaiming, Quick, kneel with me and beg my master to spare your life. Yuqin, there's no need to panic. Lin Xingyo forcefully helped Zhao Yuqin to her feet, his killing intent surging as he declared, This old hag wouldn't dare. If she dares to lay a finger on me, I'll turn the primordial sacred land into a river of blood and a mountain of corpses, leaving no one alive. What? What did he just say? The once bustling scene was now eerily silent, everyone frozen in shock. Who is this guy? Daring to say such things? Turning the primordial sacred land into a river of blood and a mountain of corpses, leaving no one alive. Who does he think he is? Does he think he's the white-robed emperor who devours mountains and rivers? Does he think he's the invincible white-robed emperor? To utter such boastful words is beyond arrogance. Lunatic, lunatic. Su Zijuan and the others, after recovering from their shock, exploded in outrage. This is a complete lunatic, daring to say such things in the primordial sacred land. Who does he think he is? Compared to the shocked Su Zijuan and the others, Zhao Yuqin's eyes, besides shock and surprise, also revealed a complex tenderness. She was truly stunned. She could feel a sense of security in Lin Xingyo's eyes, and his figure had become towering in her heart. Very well, very well. The Azure Mist Empress clenched her teeth, her fingers trembling, her entire body shaking as she stared at Lin Xingyo with boundless killing intent. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish, you shall all die. Sister, stop. Suddenly, Gai Jishan, who had been silent until now, staggered forward with a wine jug in hand, standing in front of Lin Xingyo. He said, This is, after all, a matter for the younger generation. Why go to such extremes? Gai Jishan, you want to stop me? The Azure Mist Empress, seeing Gai Jishan block Lin Xingyo, immediately unleashed her explosive aura. Sister, I know your lineage practices the Tao of emptiness. Gai Jishan didn't answer the Azure Mist Empress, but instead looked at her with a heartfelt tone. But the ultimate state of emptiness is full of emotions. I told you this back then. Why hasn't it been understood after hundreds of thousands of years? Gai Jishan, shut your mouth. The Azure Mist Empress, hearing this, became even more murderous. Back then, Xin Bing was influenced by your words. From emptiness to emotions. And what was the result? She ended up obliterated, body and soul destroyed. Gai Jushan took a slow sip of wine, his voice calm. Back then, Xian Bing wasn't just changing from emptiness to emotions. A demonic thought had already taken root in her heart, which is why she failed to transcend the heavenly tribulation during the primordial ascension. You're just making excuses. The Azure Mist Empress swept her sleeve, glaring harshly at Gai Jushan. I don't need to hear any more from you. I absolutely won't let my disciple follow in Xian Bing's footsteps. If she cannot forget the mundane and sever this attachment, then I will personally end her today, lest she meet her demise during her tribulation in the future. Chapter 352. Desperately Seeking Death. Sister, you have fallen into the path of evil. Gai Jushan looked at Qing Xianu Di and couldn't help but sigh before shaking his head helplessly and saying, if you cannot awaken from this delusion, the one who will perish in the future will be you, not your disciple. Humph. Qing Xianu Di let out a cold snort, almost laughing at Gai Jushan's words. Her expression was filled with nothing but arrogance as she said, I, Qing Xianu Di, have already seen through the mysteries of heaven. I await the arrival of the heavenly tribulation, and when it comes, I will surely break through the Emperor realm and attain the power of the primal realm. All right then, Gai Jushan exhaled deeply and looked at Qing Xianu Di. Can we end this matter here? On my account, spare my disciple's life? You? Why should I give you face? Qing Xianu Di disdainfully glanced at Gai Jushan, her expression radiating utter contempt. Besides, you're now nothing but a useless waste. Why should I, the mighty Qing Xianu Di, give face to a worthless being like you? What face do you have before me? I might spare your life, but your disciple? I must kill him today. Otherwise, he will leave a trace of evil in my heart, which will hinder my path to the primal realm. Gai Jushan remained silent, for he understood that the Tai Chusung Di was now governed solely by power and cultivation. At present, he was nothing more than a spiritual projection left in the immortal realm. His true body had ascended the path to immortality at the wrong time, and was now trapped in an endless cycle of rebirth. The chance of breaking through the void to return was practically zero. This spiritual body had also suffered an irreversible injury during the battle to protect the sect 10,000 years ago, leaving him with only the cultivation of a venerable realm. If not for the constant nourishment of spiritual herbs, this body might have dissipated after tens of thousands of years, and his true body would truly be erased by the 6 paths of reincarnation on the path to immortality. Who? Gai Jushan was unusually clear-headed today. He glanced at Lin Xingyu, then at Zhao Yuqin, and finally at Qing Xianu Di before gazing into the endless void. Sister, I'm begging you today. After a long while, Gai Jushan's gaze returned to Qing Xianu Di's face. Even if you consider our past as fellow disciples, let's end this matter here today. The moment my beloved sister Xian Bing ascended and perished, the ties between us were cut, Qing Xia Empress declared resolutely. There is no longer any sentiment between us, only hatred in my heart. All right then, Gai Jushan straightened his body and said, if that's the case, then kill me first. Do you think I won't? Seeing this, Qing Xianu Di clenched her fists, her gaze filled with murderous intent as she stared at Gai Jushan. At this moment, she truly wanted to kill him. Although they had all once been disciples of the Tai Chusung Di's founder, Tai Su Shangren, Qing Xianu Di had always disliked Gai Jushan. Especially after her beloved Xian Bing Sirmei perished because of him, her hatred for Gai Jushan had only grown stronger. Of course, over the years, Gai Jushan's exile from the academy and his descent into his current state were all due to her. Without her interference, no one in the Tai Chu Holy Land would have dared to treat him so harshly. Old witch, you dare. Seeing this, Lin Xingyu stepped forward, shielding both Zhao Yuqin and Gai Jushan behind him, standing directly in front of Qing Xianu Di. Qing Xianu Di's face turned as black as ink at this sight. This was supposed to be a final reckoning between her and Gai Jushan. But now, this insignificant ant, Lin Xingyu, had dared to step forward. Qing Xianu Di was utterly infuriated. What did this mean? Were both master and disciple seeking death? Very well. Qing Xiaonudi's murderous aura exploded, filling the sky and shattering the void. Since you all want to die, I'll kill all of you today. That way, I can sever this lingering attachment and ascend to the primal realm without any trace of evil in my heart. Ha ha ha. Suzy Jun, seeing this, couldn't help but smile with glee. Waste, I don't believe you'll survive this time. Even the mighty Qing Xianudi, an emperor of the realm, has been enraged by you. I don't believe you'll survive. Waste, die. Zhang Heng and the others also showed vicious expressions, as if they were about to witness Qing Xianudi kill Lin Xingyu. But the next moment, the previously chaotic scene froze with everyone, including Lin Xingyu, opening their mouths and staring with wide eyes, completely immobilized. Time and space had completely stopped flowing. In the next instant, Qing Xianudi saw a golden wall of light blocking her attack. In her shock, the ginkgo tree in front of the Tai Chu Xingdi's scripture repository transformed. In an instant, a woman with bare jade feet and dressed in golden feathers stepped across the void and appeared in front of Lin Xingyu. Qing Xia, let this matter end. The ginkgo tree spirit fixed its gaze upon Qing Xianudi and transmitted a thought that weighed heavily upon the heavens, declaring, "This child is imbued with great destiny and will one day safeguard the Tai Chu sanctuary through its most perilous times. You must not harm him. Regarding your disciple, she shares a three-life bond with him. It is not within your power to break such a connection." What? Qing Xianudi was so shocked that she fell to her knees, staring at the ginkgo tree spirit several times, wanting to say something but unable to find the words. She was utterly stunned. Although only she could hear these words, they contained too much information, leaving her in a daze for a long time. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Xingyu, her gaze filled with disbelief. You must know, the ginkgo tree spirit of the Tai Chu sacred land had not manifested for many years, leading many to forget its existence. Who would have thought that today? The ginkgo tree spirit of the Tai Chu Xingdi made its presence known solely to request that she spare Lin Xingyu, leaving Qing Xianudi utterly astonished. All right. The ginkgo tree spirit waved its sleeve, dispersing before Qing Xianudi's eyes. Killing this child goes against the will of heaven. Only you know this, so remember not to tell anyone, understood? Huh, look, what's happening? As the ginkgo tree spirit dispersed, everyone around turned their gaze to Lin Xingyu and Qing Xianudi, for the scene before them was too shocking. Just moments ago, Qing Xianudi, with her overwhelming killing intent and imperial aura, had been poised to strike. Now, in full view of everyone, she was kneeling before Lin Xingyu. Seeing this, everyone was utterly shocked, their minds unable to process the sudden change. Almost everyone was dumbfounded. They had no idea what had happened. Why would the all-powerful, wrathful Qing Xianudi kneel before Lin Xingyu like this? Something's not right. Lin Xingyu's expression shifted, and his gaze immediately landed on the ginkgo tree in front of the Tai Chu sacred land scripture repository. There's something off about this ginkgo tree. Yu Qin, let's go. Qing Xianudi shot a fierce glare at Lin Xingyu before speaking to Zhao Yuqin in front of everyone's astonished gaze. Follow me back. Huh, what's going on? Suzy Jun and the others watched as Qing Xianudi and her two disciples left, their eyes wide and mouths agape, completely petrified. What was happening here? Qing Xianudi wasn't supposed to be killing Lin Xingyu? Why did she kneel before him and then leave without saying a word? Were Lin Xingyu and Gai Zhoushan spared? Suzy Jun and the others stared blankly at Qing Xianudi's retreating figure, utterly baffled. They had been waiting for Qing Xianudi to slay Lin Xingyu. But now, it ended abruptly without a clear resolution. Suzy Jun and the others were completely unprepared for this outcome, feeling as if a bone was stuck in their throats, deeply uncomfortable. This isn't right. Suzy Jun suddenly frowned, exclaiming, "This must all be an illusion I'm seeing." Smack, smack, smack. Recovering from his shock, Suzy Jun immediately slapped his own face dozens of times in quick succession, his eyes bloodshot. In the next moment, he froze in disbelief. What he saw before him wasn't an illusion. It was all real, because he felt pain when he hit himself. How could this be? Everything that happened was real. Yet why did Qingxianu Di suddenly change her attitude and spare this worthless person? Su brother, since even Qingxianu Di didn't kill him, we can't let him off either. Why don't we join forces and take care of him together? Zhang Hong, gazing at Qingxianu Di's retreating figure, suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Zijun. Zhang Hong, I was just thinking the same. Upon hearing this, Su Zijun's eyes darkened. Come to my place later to discuss. We'll make a plan and ensure we eliminate him in one fell swoop. All right. As Su Zijun and the others were talking, Gai Jushan, standing beside Lin Xingyu, watched Qingxianu Di and her disciples disappear into the distance. He then patted Lin Xingyu on the shoulder and said, "The matter is finally over. You don't need to sweep the ground anymore. Go back and rest." Master! Lin Xingyu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Gai Jushan waved his hand, stopping him. In the future, don't provoke Zhao Yuqin. That's all I can tell you. As for this ginkgo tree, you two are fated. This is your karma, and there's nothing more I can say. Gai Jushan tightly gripped his wine gourd, took a swig, and then stumbled away from Lin Xingyu. Master! Lin Xingyu watched Gai Jushan's retreating figure, wanting to say something several times, but the words never left his mouth. The surrounding crowd was still in shock, many of them unable to process the sudden turn of events. Little nephew, help me reattach this severed arm, will you? Zhao Shanbao, recovering from his pain, called out to Lin Xingyu. I only got cut because of you. Humph. Lin Xingyu coldly glanced at Zhao Shanbao, then flicked his sleeve, leaving behind a cold, stern back as he walked away with his broom from the Taichu Sacred Land Scripture Repository. You. Zhao Shanbao picked up his severed arm, glaring at Lin Xingyu's retreating back, and couldn't restrain himself from cursing loudly as he sat on the ground. The onlookers around him shot him disgusted glances before dispersing. Waste, I won't let you live past tomorrow. Chapter 353, Conspiracy. The sky gradually darkened. Dark clouds enveloped the heavens, blocking out all light. Chapter 353, Conspiracy. The sky gradually darkened. Dark clouds enveloped the heavens, blotting out all light. Inside Su Zijuan's residence, Zhang Hong, in a fit of rage, slammed his palm on the table, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at those in the room and said, Everyone, we must carefully plan this. We absolutely cannot allow that good-for-nothing to continue living in Taichu Sengdi. We must eliminate him. Zhang Shixiang, you're absolutely right. Upon hearing this, Su Zijuan also slammed the table in extreme anger, saying, We absolutely cannot let him live. We must kill him, or else we won't be able to vent our pent-up anger. Su Shixiang, you must not act rashly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but clench his fists and advise Su Zijuan and the others. After all, his strength is not to be underestimated. If we rashly try to kill him again, it's very likely that we will all be counterattacked. So, perhaps we should just let this matter go? Su Zijuan's expression darkened, and he immediately showed anger, saying, Zhang Feng, what do you mean by that? Are we just going to let the humiliation we've endured these past few days go unavenged? Su Shixiang, please listen to me. Seeing Su Zijuan's anger, Zhang Feng couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, You see, even the divine son Nangong you couldn't defeat him, let alone us. Moreover, he has Gai Jushan backing him. If this matter escalates, it will definitely not be to our advantage. So, perhaps we should just let it go. Smack. Upon hearing this, Su Zijuan was completely enraged. He slapped Zhang Feng across the face, saying, Zhang Feng, what do you mean by that? Are you speaking on behalf of that bastard? Do you have some connection with him, which is why you've been defending him all along? Zhang Feng, holding his stinging cheek, looked at Su Zijuan, speechless. He didn't know how to explain, but he had said this more to prevent Su Zijuan from provoking Lin Xingyu again. After all, he didn't view Lin Xingyu as easily bullied as Su Zijuan and the others did. Instead, He felt that Lin Xingyo was unfathomably deep and not someone they could afford to provoke. That's why he didn't want Su Zijuan and the others to provoke Lin Xingyo again. But how could Su Zijuan let it go? He was the future heir of the Su family. His backer was the Ling Baolu, and he didn't even place Tai Chusengdi in his eyes, let alone a mere Lin Xingyo. After all, in the Xianling realm, who didn't know that the true rulers of the Eastern Star Domain were the Xian Baozhai and the Ling Baolu? Their backing was the power of the immortal realm. Moreover, the Xian Baozhai and Ling Baolu controlled all the Shaoxing resources in the Xianling realm. So, in the Xianling realm, no matter what, surely, none dared to offend the Xian Baozhai and Ling Baolu easily. Therefore, Su Zijuan had no qualms. Furthermore, the Nangong family controlled the entire Qiyu Dalu de Shenbaojia. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Shuang, was one of the 5 grand elders of the Xian Baozhai. He had absolute authority in the Xian Baozhai. Now that the two families were cooperating, could they not kill Lin Xingyo? What kind of trouble could they possibly cause? Even if it were a huge disaster, what could Tai Chusengdi do to them? At most, they would just expel them from Tai Chusengdi. So, Su Zijuan and the others had no qualms about killing Lin Xingyo. After all, their pride had been trampled on. If they couldn't kill Lin Xingyo, what face would they have to stay in Tai Chusengdi in the future? Everyone, don't worry. Seeing this, Zhang Heng immediately spoke to everyone. Our divine son has given us instructions. As long as we can eliminate that bastard, he will support us from behind. Upon hearing that Nangong Yu was backing them, everyone in the surroundings started to discuss noisily, especially Su Zijuan, whose face immediately showed excitement. After all, Nangong Yu's identity was significant. Not only did he have the Nangong family behind him, but he also had the support of the Spirit Void Empress of Tai Chusengdi. So, Su Zijuan became even more reckless. Zhang Shixiang, since the Divine Son is backing us. Coming back to his senses from his excitement, Su Zijuan immediately said happily, "This time, we must finish the job thoroughly. We must kill him in one go, so he can never rise again. We must also let everyone in Tai Chusengdi know that if they provoke us, they will be punished, no matter how strong they are." Then Zhang Shixiang, do you have any good plans? Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng immediately looked at Su Zijuan, because Zhang Heng wasn't particularly stupid. He knew that Su Zijuan must have a plan to deal with Lin Xingyo. Everyone should know that the ancient Ling Year of Tai Chusengdi is about to open. This is a great opportunity for outer sect disciples. Seeing everyone's attention, Su Zijuan immediately straightened up and looked at everyone, saying, as long as the outer sect disciples accept the sect's mission and enter the ancient Ling Year to complete the mission, they can gain a chance for a rebirth. If the rebirth is successful, they may be promoted from outer sect disciples to inner sect disciples. So, I dare to predict that that bastard will definitely participate in the mission to the ancient Ling Year. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng couldn't help but get excited, saying, the ancient Ling Year has rules that suppress Jingjie. Once that bastard enters the ancient Ling Year, he will be at the same level as us, the Liajunjing. So, if we want to deal with him there, it will be a piece of cake. Zhang Shixiang, that's right. Su Zijuan clenched his fist, his face showing a sinister expression, saying, as the saying goes, a single hand cannot fight against many enemies. Once he enters the ancient Ling Year, we will attack together. Even if he is strong, he will surely be killed in the ancient Ling Year. Su Shixiang, but what if he doesn't go? Zhang Heng frowned, looking at Su Zijuan, saying, what should we do then? Zhang Shixiang, you don't need to worry about that. Su Zijuan suddenly looked at Zhang Feng, saying, I believe Zhang Feng must have a way to get that bastard to go to the ancient Ling Year. Right, Zhang Feng? Me. Zhang Feng looked at Su Zijuan, completely stunned, because he really didn't know what Su Zijuan meant. What ability did he have to make Lin Xingyo go to the ancient Ling Year? He wasn't even familiar with Lin Xingyo. Moreover, he specifically didn't want to get involved in this matter, let alone having him talk to Lin Xingyo. Getting Lin Xingyo to go to the ancient Ling Year, and then being killed by Su Zijuan and the others. He, Zhang Feng, couldn't do such a harmful thing. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that Su Zijuan had once done him a favor by giving him a meal. For such a matter now, he specifically wouldn't have participated. He wouldn't have stayed here. Zhang Feng, you don't want to? Su Zijuan looked coldly at Zhang Feng, saying, don't forget that your mother is under my Su family's protection. If you make me unhappy, it would be too easy for me to do something to your mother. Su Shixiang, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately became very agitated. After all, he and his mother had depended on each other for more than 10 years. Now that his mother's life was finally getting better, if she were to suffer because of Su Zijuan, he, Zhang Feng, would fight Su Zijuan no matter how good-natured he was. After all, that was his mother, who had suffered and endured so much for him over the years. Now that Su Zijuan was using this to coerce him, how could Zhang Feng not be angry? Zhang Feng, you know what you've done. Don't think I don't know just because that bastard helped you hide it. Let me tell you, if you want to keep something secret, you have to do it yourself. So, I'm making a deal with you now. Su Zijuan suddenly looked at Zhang Feng with a cold and sinister gaze, saying, I don't care what method you use, as long as you get that bastard to the ancient Lingyi. Then, from now on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. I, Su Zijuan, will have no more dealings with you. As for your mother, I will let her return to you safely. How about it? You. Zhang Shixiang, you're right. Su Zijuan, hearing this, also slammed the table in fury, saying, he must not be allowed to live, we must kill him. Otherwise, we will never be able to quell the hatred in our hearts. Su Shixiang, you must not act rashly. Seeing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but clench his fists and advise Su Zijuan and the others. After all, his strength is not weak. If we recklessly try to kill him, it's very likely that we will all be counterattacked. So, perhaps we should just let this matter go. Su Zijuan's expression darkened, and he immediately showed anger, saying, Zhang Feng, what do you mean by that? Are we just going to let the humiliation we've suffered these past few days go? Su Shixiang, listen to me. Seeing Su Zijuan's anger, Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and said, you see, even the divine son Nangong, you couldn't defeat him. So what chance do we have? Moreover, he has Gaiju Mountain behind him. If this matter escalates, it will definitely not be good for us. So, perhaps we should just let it go. Smack. Hearing this, Su Zijuan was completely enraged. He slapped Zhang Feng across the face, saying, Zhang Feng, what do you mean by that? Are you defending that wretch? Are you colluding with him, which is why you've been speaking up for him? Zhang Feng, holding his stinging face, looked at Su Zijuan, speechless. He really didn't know how to explain. What he said was more out of hope that Su Zijuan wouldn't provoke Lin Xingyo again. After all, unlike Su Zijuan and the others, who thought Lin Xingyo was weak and easy to bully, Zhang Feng felt that Lin Xingyo was unfathomably deep and not someone they should provoke. Therefore, he didn't want Su Zijuan and the others to provoke Lin Xingyo again. But how could Su Zijuan let it go? He was the future heir of the Su family. His backers were the Lingbao Tower. He didn't even care about Tai Chu Shengdi, let alone a mere Lin Xingyo. After all, in the Xianling realm, everyone knew that the real rulers of the Eastern Star Domain were the Xianbao Zhai and the Lingbao Tower. They were backed by forces from the Immortal Realm. Furthermore, the Xianbao Zhai and Lingbao Tower controlled all the cultivation resources in the Xianling realm. Consequently, in the Xianling realm, regardless of the faction, no one dared to offend the Xianbao Zhai and Lingbao Tower. Thus, Su Zijuan had no qualms. Furthermore, the Nangong family controlled the Xianbao Zhai across the entire Chiwe continent. The head of the Nangong family, Nangong Shuang, was one of the 5 grand elders of the Xianbao Zhai. He had absolute authority in the Xianbao Zhai. Now that their 2 families were working together, could they not kill Lin Xingyo? What kind of trouble could they possibly stir up? Even if it were a huge disaster, what could the Tai Chu Shengdi do to them? At most, they would just expel them from the Tai Chu Shengdi. Therefore, Su Zijuan and the others had no qualms about their desire to kill Lin Xingyo. After all, their faces had been completely lost. If they couldn't eliminate Lin Xingyo, what face would they have to preserve in the Tai Chu Holy Land in the future? Everyone, don't worry. Seeing this, Zhang Heng immediately addressed everyone, saying, Our divine son has given us an order. As long as we can eliminate that wretch, he will support us from behind. Hearing that Nangongyu was supporting them, the surrounding crowd immediately began to chatter excitedly, especially Su Zijuan, whose face instantly showed a look of excitement. After all, Nangongyu's status was well known. Not only did he have the backing of the Nangong family, but he also had the support of the Spirit Void Empress of Tai Chu Sung Di, which made Su Zijuan even more audacious. Zhang Shixiang, since the Divine Son is supporting us. Coming back to his senses from his excitement, Su Zijuan said with great joy, This time, we must do it thoroughly. We must kill him in one fell swoop, so that he will never be able to rise again. We must also let everyone in the Tai Chu Sung Di know that if anyone offends us, they will be exterminated, no matter how strong they are. What good plan does Zhang Shixiang have? Hearing this, Zhang Heng immediately turned his gaze to Su Zijuan, because Zhang Heng wasn't particularly slow-witted. Hearing Su Zijuan's words, he knew that Su Zijuan probably had a plan to deal with Lin Xingyo. Everyone should be aware that the ancient spirit domain of the Tai Chu Sanctuary is about to open. This is a fantastic opportunity for outer sect disciples. Seeing the attention of the crowd, Su Zijuan immediately straightened up and looked at everyone, saying, As long as the outer sect disciples accept the sect mission and enter the ancient spirit domain to complete the mission, they can gain an opportunity for rebirth. If rebirth is successful, they may have the chance to become inner sect disciples. Therefore, I am confident that Fei Wu will definitely participate in the mission to the ancient spirit domain. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Zhang Heng couldn't help but get excited, saying, The ancient spirit domain has rules that suppress one's cultivation level. When Fei Wu enters the ancient spirit domain, he will be at the same level as us, at the formation stage. So, won't it be easy for us to deal with him there? Zhang Shixiang, that's right. Su Zijuan clenched his fist, his face showing a vicious expression, saying, As the saying goes, a single hand cannot fight against many enemies. As long as he enters the ancient spirit domain, we will attack together. Even if he is strong, he will surely be killed in the ancient spirit domain. Su Shixiang, but what if he doesn't go? Zhang Heng frowned, looking at Su Zijuan. What should we do then? Zhang Shixiang, you don't need to worry about that. Su Zijuan suddenly fixed his gaze on Zhang Feng, saying, I believe Zhang Feng must have a way to get Fei Wu to participate in the ancient spirit domain mission. Zhang Feng, isn't that right? Me? Zhang Feng looked at Su Zijuan, completely stunned. He really didn't know what Su Zijuan meant. What ability did he have to get Lin Xingyo to go to the ancient spirit domain? He wasn't even familiar with Lin Xingyo. Moreover, he specifically didn't want to get involved in this matter. Even less so would he go to talk to Lin Xingyo, asking him to go to the ancient spirit domain, only to be killed by Su Zijuan and the others. Zhang Feng couldn't do such a harmful thing. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that Su Zijuan had once done him a favor by giving him a meal, he wouldn't have participated in this matter at all. He wouldn't even be here. Zhang Feng, you don't want to? Su Zijuan coldly stared at Zhang Feng, saying, Don't forget, your mother is under the protection of my Su family. If I'm unhappy and want to do something to your mother, it would be too easy. Su Shixiang, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately became very agitated. After all, he and his mother had depended on each other for over 10 years. Now that his mother's life was finally getting better, if she were to suffer because of Su Zijuan, Zhang Feng, no matter how good-natured he was, would fight Su Zijuan. After all, that was his mother. For so many years, she had suffered countless hardships and difficulties for him. Now Su Zijuan was using this to coerce him. How could Zhang Feng not be angry? Zhang Feng, you know what you've done. Don't think that the Fei Wu covering for you means I don't know. Remember, you can't keep a secret unless you don't do it. So, I'm making a deal with you now. Su Zijuan suddenly fixed Zhang Feng with a cold, ruthless gaze, saying, I don't care what method you use, as long as you get Fei Wu into the ancient spirit domain. After that, we will have no further dealings with each other. I, Su Zijuan, will have no further connection with you. As for your mother, I will ensure her safe return to you. How about it? You, Zhang Feng, upon hearing these words, immediately became unsteady, stumbling back several large steps almost instinctively. His eyes, wide with fury, glared at Su Zijuan, his face contorted with rage. Chapter 354. Help me retrieve a weapon. Zheng. Lin Xingyo sat cross-legged on the floor, his hands caressing the Tianma qin on the table in front of him. The melody of the qin spread throughout the room, ethereal and mesmerizing, causing the listeners' Dao comprehension to deepen and their cultivation to soar as the overwhelming Dao aura permeated the air. Fei Wang, the king of Fei Yi, comfortably coiled his body and tightly curled up, immersing himself in the rhythm of Lin Xingyo's music, using it as a guide for his cultivation. Gulu. Gai Jiushan sat in front of Lin Xingyo, holding a wine gourd, which he took a swig from before gently shaking his head and tapping his fingers in rhythm with the music. Zheng. After playing a few tunes, Lin Xingyo seemed a bit tired. Suddenly, he stopped playing, his hands resting on the qin strings. It seemed he had remembered something, and his gaze turned towards the window. Why did you stop playing? Gai Jiushan slowly opened his dim eyes, looking at Lin Xingyo with a frown. You look like you've thought of someone. Is that the case? Lin Xingyo responded, lifting the boiling kettle from the small stove and pouring himself a cup of tea. I just miss home a little. Missing home is good. Upon hearing this, Gai Jiushan immediately took a couple of gulps of wine, murmuring to himself, at least there's something to look forward to, a sense of belonging. It gives you roots, knowing where you come from and where you should return. But now, I've become a rootless person. This place isn't my home. I don't even know where my home is. Back then, I was just an orphan, brought to the Taichu sacred land by my master to cultivate. This place used to be my home. But ever since I followed my master on the path to immortality, the Taichu sacred land has changed. There's no longer the feeling of home, just a decaying atmosphere. Unfortunately, even though I'm rootless, I can't bring myself to leave. It's pitiful. I have a home. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, letting out a sigh, and took a small sip of tea from the cup on the table. But it's very far. I'm afraid I'll never have the chance to return in this lifetime. This is no different from your situation, except that I still have a longing. But returning is extremely difficult. There's always a chance. Gai Jiushan looked at Lin Xingyo. Perhaps one day, when you've achieved great cultivation, you can go back and take a look. All right. Lin Xingyo didn't respond further. After all, returning to Earth was too far away for him now, and even if he did, what would be the point? After all, he was an orphan. The only home he had on Earth was under a bridge. Returning wouldn't bring him any relatives, just people who looked down on him. In that sense, he and Gai Jiushan were somewhat kindred spirits, both ending up in such a predicament. However, Lin Xingyo felt a little luckier than Gai Jiushan. At least now he had crossed over. He was now a transmigrator with a system. Although he couldn't return to Earth, at least in the Xianling realm, he was living quite well. Thinking about this, Lin Xingyo's mood lightened considerably. Gulu. Gai Jiushan didn't notice Lin Xingyo's expression. Instead, he took a few more gulps of wine, his gaze suddenly falling on Lin Xingyo. Fellow Taoist, could you do me a favor? What is it? Lin Xingyo focused his mind, not paying attention to the term fellow Taoist used by Gai Jiushan, but instead looked at him with a questioning gaze. I left something in the ancient spirit domain. Gai Jiushan took a couple of swigs of wine, then sighed heavily. My current state isn't good. I can't go to the ancient spirit domain myself. Could you help me retrieve it? Lin Xingyo frowned, looking at Gai Jiushan with confusion. What is it? It's a halberd. Gai Jiushan tightly gripped the wine gourd, his eyes filled with pain. It was my weapon back then. I left it in the ancient spirit domain. A few days from now, the ancient spirit domain in the Taichu sacred land will open. Could you go into the valley and retrieve it for me? Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo felt a bit troubled. After all, he had a task at hand. He needed to sign in at the Taichu Sacred Land Scripture Repository every day. So, several times he opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to respond. What's wrong? Seeing this, Guy Jushan couldn't help but frown. Do you have a problem? I can't leave the Taichu Sacred Land Scripture Repository recently. Going into the ancient spirit domain to retrieve your weapon is indeed a bit difficult for me, Lin Xingyo replied after gritting his teeth. I know. Guy Jushan's expression froze for a moment, then he relaxed. But don't worry, there's a time difference between the ancient spirit domain and here. 1 year in the valley is just 1 day here. So you can go without worrying about disrupting the karma between you and the Taichu Sacred Land Spirit Tree. Alright, I'll help you retrieve it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo felt relieved. After all, as long as it didn't interfere with his sign-in at the Taichu Sacred Land Scripture Repository, helping Guy Jushan retrieve a weapon was no problem. Of course, Lin Xingyo also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the sign-in matter was hard to explain. Now that Guy Jushan attributed it to the spirit tree of the Taichu Sacred Land, it saved him from having to explain. Then I'm leaving? Guy Jushan nodded, immediately standing up and staggering towards the door. I'm counting on you for this. If you can retrieve my weapon, I'll definitely grant you a great opportunity. Chapter 355, Taking a Disciple. Come in. Seeing Guy Jushan leave, Lin Xingyo immediately placed the teacup in his hand gently on the table and called out to the person outside, "There's no need to hesitate outside." Creak. After a while, the door to Lin Xingyo's room was pushed open. Zhang Feng, with an extremely complicated expression on his face, entered the room. Without hesitation, he knelt down in front of Lin Xingyo, but despite several attempts to speak, he couldn't utter a single word. Zhang Feng, stand up first? Lin Xingyo's expression grew serious as he looked at Zhang Feng, puzzled. Why are you doing this? Please save me, save my parents. Zhang Feng finally broke down and begged Lin Xingyo with tears in his eyes. What's going on? Lin Xingyo looked at Zhang Feng and said, Don't panic. Tell me everything slowly. I'll definitely help you. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately revealed everything. How Su Zijuan planned to harm Lin Xingyo and had imprisoned his mother, forcing him to coerce Lin Xingyo into going to the ancient spirit domain. This beast. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo clenched his fists tightly. He deserves to die. Lin Xingyo was truly enraged. He hadn't expected Su Zijuan to be such a despicable person, stooping so low just to kill him. Very well, very well. After a long silence, Lin Xingyo clenched his fists tightly and said, Since he wants to kill me in the ancient spirit domain, then I'll go there and wait for him. I'll make sure he knows what kind of power I wield. Brother, you must think carefully about this. Seeing this, Zhang Feng hurriedly said, The ancient spirit domain is no ordinary place. It seals all power above the formation stage. If one forcibly uses higher powers, they will be killed by the rules of the ancient spirit domain. I know your strength far surpasses Su Zijuan and the others, but once you enter the ancient spirit domain, your power will be suppressed to the formation stage. What will you do if Su Zijuan and the others try to kill you then? It's fine. Lin Xingyo shrugged, completely unconcerned about Zhang Feng's warning. After all, he was now at the celestial stage. Even a powerful spirit domain like the ancient spirit domain might not be able to suppress him. Lin Xingyo was completely unbothered. If worst comes to worst, he'll just shatter the ancient spirit domain. Zhang Feng, however, was deeply worried. This was originally his problem, but now Lin Xingyo was being dragged into it. He truly couldn't bear it. After all, his mother had always taught him that harming others was something he must never do. So, facing this situation, he felt immense pain. Of course, he also harbored hatred towards Su Zijuan. After all, his mother was his Achilles heel. Su Zijuan's threat to his mother had instantly erased any gratitude Zhang Feng had felt for Su Zijuan's past kindness. However, he didn't intend to kill Su Zijuan. As long as Su Zijuan returned his mother to him, from then on, Zhang Feng would go his own way, and have no further dealings with Su Zijuan. All right, go back now. After standing still for a long time, Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply and turned his gaze to Zhang Feng. Go tell Su Zijuan that you've done what he asked. Have him return your mother to you first. You don't need to worry about anything else. Thank you, brother. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately kowtowed to Lin Xingyo. The kindness you've shown me, I, Zhang Feng, will repay even if it means climbing mountains of swords or descending into seas of fire. There's no need for this, no need at all. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo quickly helped Zhang Feng to his feet. This is just a small matter. If you don't mind, let's consider ourselves brothers from now on. Yes, elder brother. Chapter 356. I'll take care of you. Sign in. Chapter 356. I'll take care of you. The next morning, Lin Xingyo, holding a broom in his hand, swept in front of the library of Taichu's sacred ground, unable to resist muttering, "Check in." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 5th day's sign-in task. Please continue to complete the 6th day's sign-in task and strive to obtain the final ultimate reward as soon as possible. Hearing the system's voice in his head, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He had already caused a huge uproar in the Tai Chu Sung Di, with countless eyes fixed on him. For a moment, he found himself at the center of attention in the Tai Chu Sung Di, but this was not what Lin Xingyo desired. After all he wanted was to stay here and quietly complete his sign-in tasks. But now it was only the 5th day of signing in. If this continues, Lin Xingyo was afraid he would not be able to hold back and eventually expose his identity, making it impossible to complete the sign-in tasks in the future. In that case, it might indeed be a good idea to leave for a while and help guide Yushan go to the ancient spirit domain to retrieve his weapon, the Fang Tian halberd, to avoid some attention. Lin Xingyo, holding the broom, couldn't help but sigh, while secretly making up his mind to be more low-key in the future. Sweeping the floor is just sweeping the floor. He mustn't provoke others anymore. He must learn to endure, be magnanimous, and not lose his dignity as a reclusive expert. Swish, swish, swish. Having made up his mind, Lin Xingyo began to sweep the floor seriously, but the surrounding people's gazes never left him. Almost everyone was pointing and whispering at him, especially some female disciples who giggled foolishly. The conversations had already started. Not only was Lin Xingyo handsome, but his cultivation was also incredibly profound. Hearing these words, Su Zijuan and the others' faces turned as black as ink, and their murderous gazes toward Lin Xingyo intensified. It was clear. They had already harbored an indelible killing intent toward Lin Xingyo. If it weren't for the fact that they simply couldn't match Lin Xingyo's strength, they would have already made a move on him. Kill. 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 Su Zijuan and the others were filled with overwhelming killing intent, already deciding that no matter what, they must kill Lin Xingyo in the ancient spirit domain. Yi Fan, I have something to tell you. Just as Su Zijuan and the others were harboring their killing intent toward Lin Xingyo, they suddenly heard a shout. Turning their heads, they saw Zhao Yuqin, cold as ice, walking over from the outer courtyard of the library. Zhao Yuqin, why is she here? Isn't she supposed to be confined to Reflection Cliff by the Qingxia Empress? Su Zijuan and the others were stunned, then all turned to look at Zhao Yuqin, their faces showing confusion. After all, everyone clearly remembered what happened yesterday. There were also rumors circulating in the Tai Chusung Ds Qingyun Peak that Zhao Yuqin had been ordered by the Qingxia Empress to be confined to Reflection Cliff as punishment. But why was she here now? Miss Zhao, but I'm busy right now. Lin Xingyo pouted, sweeping the floor one stroke at a time. Look, there are so many leaves waiting for me to sweep. Stop sweeping. Zhao Yuqin's cold eyes darkened, and she directly stepped forward, grabbing Lin Xingyo's hand. Come with me. I have something to tell you. What do you want to say? Lin Xingyo was in pain, as countless eyes were on him. Just moments ago, he had reminded himself to be low-key, but now with Zhao Yuqin pulling him, how could he stay low-key? He clearly saw countless male disciples glaring at him with undisguised killing intent. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was almost going crazy with frustration. Clop, clop, clop. Zhao Yuqin, however, completely ignored all this, directly pulling Lin Xingyo forward under countless complex gazes. The female disciples were almost green with envy. On top of their jealousy of Zhao Yuqin, not only was her status and cultivation higher than theirs, but she was also the saintess of the Tai Chu sacred ground. Now she was even walking together with Lin Xingyo. Why? Just because she was pretty? Were they not pretty too? They were not only pretty, but their cultivation was also not low. Why couldn't such a powerful Lin Xingyo be connected to them? Why does Tai Chu Seng Di always favor Zhao Yuqin with all the best opportunities? Aren't we all human? Why such a huge gap? The female disciples of the Tai Chu sacred ground, their eyes filled with palpable hostility, all glared at Zhao Yuqin. Meanwhile, Su Zijuan and the others also cast disdainful glances at Lin Xingyo, each harboring a burning desire to see him dead. Zhao Yuqin, however, paid no heed to these gazes. She grabbed Lin Xingyo's hand and swiftly departed the Tai Chu Sacred Grounds library, then flew forward with him until they reached a maple forest ablaze with autumn colors. The place was very beautiful. There were maple trees, a small lake, and a waterfall like a silver ribbon. Of course, there were also some mushrooms growing on the ground. With a breeze, the maple leaves, as big as palms, all fell from the trees, and Lin Xingyo, standing on a large rock in the maple forest, was immediately captivated by the beauty. Ah! Lin Xingyo was still staring blankly at the beautiful scenery when suddenly Zhao Yuqin hugged him tightly and bit his neck. Lin Xingyo was about to faint. Why was this woman so violent? She either attacked his lower body or bit him. What kind of karma had he accumulated? Why did he have to face this? Couldn't they just talk about what was going on? Lin Xingyo was in pain. He really didn't understand these women? Woo woo woo. Zhao Yuqin bit Lin Xingyo hard, then pushed him away, sat down on the large rock with her knees hugged to her chest, and buried her head between her legs, crying loudly. This? Lin Xingyo, holding his neck, looked at Zhao Yuqin, who was crying on the ground, and was instantly dumbfounded. He couldn't react at all. What was going on? He hadn't even gotten angry, so why was Zhao Yuqin crying? Zhao Yuqin, what's wrong with you? Lin Xingyo swallowed, looking at Zhao Yuqin. Just now, I didn't bully you. You were the one who bit me. Look, I didn't cry. Why are you crying? Zhao Yuqin completely ignored Lin Xingyo, sitting on the ground with her knees hugged to her chest, crying so hard that she could barely catch her breath. All right, don't cry. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo hesitated for a long time, finally had to squat down and hug Zhao Yuqin. Tell me what's bothering you. I'll help you. It's all you. Seeing Lin Xingyo squat down and hug her, Zhao Yuqin immediately raised her jade-like hand and punched Lin Xingyo. Now my master doesn't want me anymore. She has expelled me from Qingyun Peak, and I'm no longer a disciple of Qingyun Peak. It's okay. Lin Xingyo was stunned, then hugged Zhao Yuqin. I'll take care of you in the future. If you have no place to go, I'll support you. Humph. At this, Zhao Yuqin pushed Lin Xingyo away, wiping her tears with a pout. Who needs you to take care of me? She said, her voice tinged with defiance. I am the saintess of the Tai Chu Seng Di, not some abandoned waif. Lin Xingyo opened his mouth, but for a moment, he had nothing to say. Zhao Yuqin, however, wiped the tears from her face and laughed self-mockingly. I knew it. You're not sincere? Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and looking at Zhao Yuqin in front of him, he instinctively reached out and cupped her face, then closed his eyes and kissed her warm, sexy lips. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo's body shifted, and before he could react, he was pushed into the lake by Zhao Yuqin with a palm. Then, seeing Zhao Yuqin's face flushed with embarrassment, she stomped her foot on the large rock and looked at Lin Xingyo. 3 days from now is the opening of the ancient spirit domain. If you want to support me, then you must take the first place in the sect's mission contribution points. Otherwise, what right do you have to support me? Alright, it's a deal. Before Lin Xingyo could even react, Zhao Yuqin immediately leaped onto a flying sword and shot back towards the Taichu Sacred Grounds library like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 357. The Sect Platform. Time flies. The sun and moon race like a shuttle. 3 days passed in an instant. Chapter 357. Sect Platform. Time flies. The sun and moon race like a shuttle. 3 days passed in a flash. The Taichu Sacred Ground became bustling as the ancient spirit realm was about to open. In an instant, everyone rushed to the sect platform of the Taichu Sacred Ground to receive their respective sect missions. After all, the opening of the ancient spirit realm. For the disciples of the Taichu Sacred Ground, it was both a major evaluation and a great opportunity, exclusive to the disciples of the Taichu Sacred Ground. Of course, both outer and inner disciples could participate, but for the outer disciples, this opportunity was even more precious, as it was a chance to change their fate. They could obtain a vast amount of contribution points. With these contribution points, they could exchange for a chance to reawaken their spiritual body and bloodline. Therefore, many people came to the sect platform of the Taichu Sacred Ground to receive missions. Lin Xingyo also came. For Zhao Yuqin, he also came to the sect platform of the Taichu Sacred Ground to receive a mission. However, his appearance caused quite a stir, as almost everyone's gaze fell upon him, especially the bite mark still lingering on his neck. It made everyone's eyes almost burst with anger when they looked at Lin Xingyo, especially Nan Gongyu. He was so furious that he wanted to tear Lin Xingyo apart, as even a fool could tell that it must have been Zhao Yuqin who bit him. Seeing this scene, Nan Gongyu felt both heartbroken and enraged at Lin Xingyo, his face so dark it could squeeze out ink. This Fei Wu trash. Nan Gongyu, must kill him. Nan Gongyu clenched his fist, gazing at Lin Xingyo with a murderous intent. Holy Sun, calm down. Seeing this, Zhang Heng immediately spoke to Nan Gongyu. This Fei Wu, trash, won't survive. This time, if he dares to enter the ancient spirit realm, it will be suicide. Humph. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyu's killing intent intensified. This time, I must personally kill him in the ancient spirit realm. I will wash away the shame he brought upon me with his blood. Holy Sun, you are a person with the potential to become an emperor. Zhang Heng looked at Nan Gongyu with flattering eyes. He is just a mere insignificant ant. Killing him doesn't require the Holy Sun's personal effort. Me and Su Zijuan are enough. No. Nan Gongyu suddenly frowned. This matter must be foolproof. Go retrieve that item my father gave me last time from the sect platform. I need to bring that item with me. Only then can I ensure his death is certain. Zhang Heng was shocked. Just to kill this Fei Wu trash. Do we really need to use that powerful weapon? Less nonsense. Nan Gongyu glared at Zhang Heng. I told you to get it, so go get it. Against that Fei Wu trash, I must bring that item, or else I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him. This? Zhang Heng opened his mouth, feeling that Nan Gongyu was overreacting. After all, that was a powerful weapon. Wasn't it just to kill Lin Xingyo? Their current strength was more than enough to crush Lin Xingyo 1,000 times over. There was really no need to bring out that item. After all, it was a life-saving measure left by the Nan Gong family for Nan Gongyu. However, Zhang Heng didn't dare to disobey Nan Gongyu. After all, Nan Gongyu was the master, and he, Zhang Heng, was just a servant. So, with Nan Gongyu's orders, he had to comply. Excuse me, move aside. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyo completely ignored Nan Gongyu and the others. He directly squeezed through the crowd at the sect platform and walked towards the mission desk, saying, I'm here to receive a mission. He. Elder Sha Tongtian, the sect platform's executive elder, saw Lin Xingyo squeezing through and immediately showed an expression of dissatisfaction. Who are you? Didn't you see everyone is queuing up? What are you squeezing forward for? To receive a mission, you need to queue up at the back. No squeezing, no cutting in line, understand? Elder Sha, don't be angry. Seeing this, Zhao Shanbao immediately squeezed out a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum and walked over to Sha Tongtian. This little nephew of mine is just impatient. Look, can you give him the mission first on my account? Zhao Shanbao, is this person your nephew? Upon hearing this, Sha Tongtian's expression changed immediately. He couldn't help but size up Lin Xingyo, showing an obsequious expression. Then, quickly call him over to receive the mission first. The surrounding people didn't feel it was inappropriate. Almost everyone made way for Lin Xingyo, and they all enthusiastically started praising him. Forget it. I'll queue up. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo felt a headache. The current situation made him feel embarrassed, as everyone was queuing up. Now, facing all this praise, Lin Xingyo was very uncomfortable, but it would be impolite for him to cut in line and receive the mission, so he could only stand behind others and queue up. This made the praise even more enthusiastic. It elevated Lin Xingyo's status even higher. In contrast, Nan Gongyu and his group, who stood coldly at the front, Chang Shi, forcefully, pushing people aside to receive the mission, made everyone feel even more disgusted with them. In everyone's mind, they were all people. Why was the difference so vast? Seeing this scene, Nan Gongyu and his group's killing intent towards Lin Xingyo intensified even more. If they weren't afraid of losing, they would have wanted to kill Lin Xingyo immediately. Fei Wu trash, just wait. The ancient spirit realm will be your burial ground. After all, the opening of the ancient spirit realm. It was both a significant evaluation and a tremendous opportunity for the disciples of Tai Chu Sung Di, reserved exclusively for them. Of course, both outer and inner disciples could participate, but for outer disciples, the opportunity was even rarer, as it was a chance to change their fate. They could earn a vast amount of contribution points. With these points, they could exchange for an opportunity to reawaken their spiritual body and bloodline. Therefore, many people flocked to the Tai Chu Sung Di's sect platform to receive missions. Lin Xingyo also came. For Zhao Yuqin, he also arrived at the Tai Chu Sacred Grounds sect platform to receive a mission. However, his appearance caused quite a stir, as almost everyone's gaze fell upon him, especially the bite mark still visible on his neck. It made everyone's eyes burn with anger as they looked at Lin Xingyo, especially Nan Gongyu. He was so furious that he wanted to tear Lin Xingyo apart, as even a fool could tell that it must have been Zhao Yuqin who bit him. Seeing this scene, Nan Gongyu felt both heartbroken and enraged at Lin Xingyo, his face dark enough to squeeze out ink. This wretch, Nan Gongyu, must eliminate. Nan Gongyu clenched his fist, gazing at Lin Xingyo with a murderous intent. Holy Sun, calm down. Zhang Heng immediately spoke to Nan Gongyu. This trash won't survive. This time, if he dares to enter the ancient spirit realm, it will be suicide. Humph. Hearing this, Nan Gongyu's killing intent intensified. This time, I must personally slay him in the ancient spirit realm. I will wash away the humiliation he has brought upon me with his blood. Holy Sun, you are a person with the potential to become an emperor. Zhang Heng looked at Nan Gongyu with obsequiousness. He is nothing more than a mere ant. Killing him doesn't require the Holy Sun's personal involvement. Zhang Heng and Su Zijuan can handle it. No. Nan Gongyu suddenly frowned. This matter must be foolproof. Go retrieve that item my father gave me last time from the sect platform. I need to bring that item with me. Only then can I ensure his death is certain. Zhang Heng was shocked. Just to kill this insignificant wretch? Do we really need to use that killing weapon? Shut up. 南宫羽瞪着张衡，厉声道：“我让你去拿就去拿，对付这个废物，我必须带上那件东西，否则我担心我们杀不了他。” This? Zhang Heng opened his mouth, feeling that Nan Gongyu was overreacting. After all, it was a powerful killing weapon. Wasn't it just to kill Lin Xingyo? Their current strength was more than enough to crush Lin Xingyo 1,000 times over. There was no need to bring out that item. It was a life-saving tool left by the Nangong family for Nan Gongyu. However, Zhang Heng didn't dare to disobey Nan Gongyu. After all, Nan Gongyu was the master, and Zhang Hong was just a servant. So, he had to follow Nan Gongyu's orders. "Excuse me, let me through." On the other hand, Lin Xingyo didn't pay any attention to Nan Gongyu and his group. He directly squeezed through the crowd at the sect platform and headed toward the mission desk, saying, "I'm here to take a mission." He. Shi Sandong, the elder in charge of the sect platform, saw Lin Xingyo pushing through the crowd and immediately showed an expression of displeasure. "Who are you? Didn't you see everyone is queuing? What are you pushing forward for? Get to the back of the line to receive your mission. No cutting in line, understand?" "Elder Sha, don't be angry." Seeing this, Zhao Shanbao immediately stepped forward with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, approaching Shi Sandong. "This young nephew of mine is just a bit impatient. Could you, for my sake, let him receive his mission first?" "Zhao Shanbao, is this person your nephew?" Upon hearing this, Shi Sandong's expression changed immediately. He couldn't help but size up Lin Xingyo, his face showing an obsequiousness that was almost excessive. Then, "Hurry and let him come over to receive his mission first." The people around didn't find this inappropriate. Almost everyone made way for Lin Xingyo, and they all began to enthusiastically praise him. "Forget it. I'll just queue up." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo felt a headache coming on. The situation made him feel embarrassed, as everyone was queuing. Now, with all this praise, Lin Xingyo, who was not used to such attention, didn't feel right about cutting in line to receive his mission. So, he stood at the back of the line to wait. This only intensified the praise around him. It elevated Lin Xingyo's status even higher. In contrast, Nan Gongyu and his group, who were coldly standing at the front, pushing people aside to receive their missions, made the crowd even more disgusted with them. In everyone's eyes, they were all people. Why was the difference so vast? Seeing this scene, Nan Gongyu and his group's killing intent toward Lin Xingyo intensified even more. If they weren't so powerless against him, they would have wanted to kill Lin Xingyo immediately. "Waste of space, just wait. The ancient spirit realm will be your grave." Chapter 358, The Ancient Spirit Domain. The ancient spirit domain is about to open. Chapter 358, The Ancient Spirit Domain. The ancient spirit domain is about to open. After receiving their assignments, the disciples of the Supreme Origin Sungdi gathered at the foot of a valley filled with flowing spiritual energy. The moment the words left their mouths, the elders of the Supreme Origin Sungdi began to cast a series of spells, completely opening the entrance to the ancient spirit domain. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of dazzling light shot out, shaking the heavens and earth. The next moment, countless figures shot towards the source of the erupting light. Lin Xingyo was among them. Seeing this, Nan Gongyu and Su Zijuan immediately wore expressions of vicious intent. Although the ancient spirit domain was a complete small world, Nan Gongyu and the others were certain that this time, Lin Xingyo was doomed. They had over 100 experts at the formation stage, and with their strength, it would be impossible for Lin Xingyo to survive in this small world. After all, they outnumbered him greatly. Even if everyone spat on him, it would be enough to kill Lin Xingyo, let alone if they all attacked him together. "Useless Fei Wu. This time you won't escape death." Outside the ancient spirit domain, Su Zijuan, glaring viciously as Lin Xingyo shot into the light curtain, clenched his fists and his eyes revealed a tangible killing intent. "Let's go follow him in." After speaking, Su Zijuan led Zhang Feng and the others, shooting towards the entrance of the ancient spirit domain. Following them, Nan Gongyu and the others also rushed in. "You Fan, this time you might really die in the ancient spirit domain." Seeing Su Zijuan and the others rush in, everyone around felt that Lin Xingyo was definitely doomed this time. After all, Nan Gongyu and the others outnumbered him and were all at the formation stage. How could Lin Xingyo possibly stand a chance against so many of them? Everyone believed that Lin Xingyo would have no way to survive and come out of the ancient spirit domain alive. However, the elders of the Supreme Origin Sungdi, such as the wise sage, remained calm. It seemed they were not concerned about Lin Xingyo's life or death. Instead, they were focused on whether Lin Xingyo and the others could complete the sex mission within the allotted time. They needed to bring out the divine herbs immortal fruits, precious metals, and primordial bones from the ancient spirit domain. Therefore, they each waved their hands, summoning a mirror of illusion to observe the situation of those who had entered the ancient spirit domain. The boundaries of this place are incredibly strong, suppressing my strength to the formation stage. Moreover, there is an extremely powerful rule force flowing in the void, as if forcibly breaking through would result in my own destruction. Realizing this, Lin Xingyo immediately waved his hand to hide his aura, making it so that those outside the ancient spirit domain could no longer see him. Then, he channeled his spiritual energy and opened his martial Dao heavenly eyes. Let me see what kind of world this is. It's a broken blade and a tattered umbrella. What's that? It's Gai Jia's sky-splitting halberd. No wonder this spiritual domain has such powerful rule force. It's because this divine halberd is suppressing it. Lin Xingyo smirked, then reached out to grab Gai Jia's sky-splitting halberd hidden within the ancient spirit domain. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Following this, a colossal golden dragon roared in fury and fiercely struck Lin Xingyo's giant palm. Bang! The void of the ancient spirit domain shattered, and the massive golden dragon smashed Lin Xingyo's hand that was reaching for the halberd. In the next instant, an enormous umbrella that could seal the heavens and earth appeared, enveloping Lin Xingyo. It then transformed into a massive black hole of devouring, swallowing Lin Xingyo in without giving him any time to react. What just happened in the ancient spirit domain? As soon as the disciples' words fell, the elders of the Supreme Origin Holy Land began to cast a series of spells, fully opening the entrance to the ancient spirit domain. In an instant, tens of thousands of rays of brilliant light shot out like a spectacular display of heavenly might, and the next moment, countless figures rushed towards the source of the erupting light. Lin Xingyo also entered. Seeing this, Nangongyu and Su Zijuan immediately wore expressions of vicious intent. Although the ancient spirit domain was a complete small world, Nangongyu and the others were absolutely certain. This time, Lin Xingyo was definitely doomed. After all, they had over 100 experts at the formation stage on their side. With their strength, within this small world of the ancient spirit domain, it was impossible for Lin Xingyo to have any chance of survival. After all, they had overwhelming numbers. One spittle from each of them could suffocate Lin Xingyo, not to mention if they all attacked him together. Useless trash, can you still survive this time? Outside the ancient spirit domain, Su Zijuan, glaring viciously as Lin Xingyo shot into the light curtain, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes revealing a tangible killing intent as he said, "Let's go, follow him in." After speaking, Su Zijuan led Zhang Feng and the others in a rush towards the entrance of the ancient spirit domain. Following that, Nangongyu and the others also rushed over. "You Fan, this time you might die in the ancient spirit domain." Seeing Su Zijuan and the others rush over, everyone around them felt that Lin Xingyo was definitely doomed this time. After all, Nangongyu and the others had overwhelming numbers. Each of them had reached the formation stage, so how could Lin Xingyo possibly stand a chance against so many of them? Therefore, everyone thought that Lin Xingyo definitely wouldn't be able to come out of the ancient spirit domain alive. However, the elders like Lingji remained calm. It seemed that they didn't care much about Lin Xingyo's life or death. What they were concerned about was whether Lin Xingyo and the others could complete the sex mission within the specified time. Bringing out the divine herbs, immortal fruits, essence gold, primordial precious bones, and other treasures from within the ancient spirit domain. So, one by one, they waved their hands to summon a mirror image, paying attention to the situation of those who had entered the ancient spirit domain. The boundaries of this place are incredibly strong, forcibly suppressing my strength to the formation stage, and there's an unusually powerful rule force flowing in the void. It seems that if I forcibly break through, it will obliterate me. After realizing this, Lin Xingyo immediately waved his hand to hide his aura, making it so that no one outside the ancient spirit domain could see him. Then, he channeled his spiritual energy and directly opened his martial Dao heavenly eye, thinking, "Let me see what kind of world this is." It's a broken blade and a tattered umbrella. What's that? It's Gaija's battle halberd. No wonder this spirit domain has such a strong rule force. It's because this divine halberd is suppressing it. Lin Xingyo pouted, then reached out to grab Gaija's battle halberd hidden in the ancient spirit domain. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, and following that, a gigantic golden dragon appeared, roaring furiously before fiercely striking Lin Xingyo's giant palm. Bang! The void of the ancient spirit domain shattered, and the massive golden dragon instantly blasted apart Lin Xingyo's hand reaching for the battle halberd. In the next moment, a giant umbrella that could seal the heavens and earth appeared. It directly enveloped Lin Xingyo. Then it transformed into a massive black hole of devouring, leaving Lin Xingyo no time to react before he was swallowed up. What just happened in the ancient spirit domain? Chapter 359. The Ferocious Wolf. Where am I? My power. Lin Xingyo, who had been struck down by the Qinkuan umbrella and buried underground in the darkness, suddenly opened his eyes and immediately realized that his cultivation was still suppressed at the formation stage. Dragon subduing palm, break. Without hesitation, Lin Xingyo channeled all the spiritual energy from his dantian and with all his might, pushed out a powerful palm strike towards the soil in front of him. Boom! The earthen mound outside exploded, and a pair of pale hands immediately emerged from the ground. The hands forcefully pried open the soil on either side, allowing Lin Xingyo's head to emerge. As soon as his head emerged, Lin Xingyo spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm mixed with soil, then used all his strength to push against the hole and climb out of the ground. He wiped the dirt off his face with his hand and, after steadying himself, began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a valley. The valley was filled with graves. Scattered on the ground were human and animal bones, creating an eerie and fearsome atmosphere. Is this still the ancient spirit domain? After surveying the area for a while, Lin Xingyo muttered to himself, "Why can't I sense the presence of Gaija's halberd and those two divine artifacts? The 6 paths of reincarnation?" After observing for a moment, Lin Xingyo's brows furrowed deeply. He looked up at the void of the ancient spirit domain in shock. What's going on here? This spirit domain actually has a fragmented heavenly Tao? This is not right. Even the immortal spirit realm doesn't possess such a heaven-defying thing. How could this mere ancient spirit domain have something so extraordinary? Lin Xingyo was dumbfounded. The 6 paths of reincarnation was no ordinary heavenly Tao. It was an extremely netanded existence. If he could comprehend and refine it, he would possess a third Tao. This would allow him to break through the initial stage of the celestial realm and reach the middle stage of the celestial realm. Standing in the valley for a while, Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply, then looked up at the dark sky. Without hesitation, he took a step and began to move towards the valley's exit. Because he understood that he had to get out of the valley as soon as possible. He needed to complete the mission he had received at the sect platform. After all, if he could secure the first place in this sect contribution point ranking, the holy maiden Zhao Yuqin would be his. The mere thought of this made Lin Xingyo's heart swell with joy. After all, Zhao Yuqin was not only beautiful but also had a figure to die for, especially those long, perfect legs that would keep him in ecstasy for decades. As he thought about this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. But the next moment, his expression changed. He noticed that the surroundings were bathed in a greenish glow, as if countless fireflies were floating in the air, all staring in his direction. Damn, it's wolves. Bloodthirsty wolves. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo's heart sank. He immediately steadied himself and surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he spotted an escape route, a rocky area filled with towering boulders and unknown trees. With his current strength and the advantageous terrain of that area, he should be able to escape quickly. Heaven-shattering sword, come. Lin Xingyo made up his mind and immediately reached out to summon the sword. But the next moment, his expression froze. The heaven-shattering sword did not appear, nor could he summon the devouring spirit spear. Damn! Lin Xingyo was completely flustered. He realized that this was only a spirit domain. so it was impossible for the heaven-shattering sword and the devouring spirit spear, such top-tier immortal artifacts, to appear here. After all, the pressure from such artifacts could very well rupture this spirit domain. Oh whoa. The surrounding bloodthirsty wolves didn't care what Lin Xingyo was thinking. They all began to close in on him, surrounding him within the pack. Then, one by one, the bloodthirsty wolves raised their heads and howled fiercely. The next moment, like a tide, they all charged at Lin Xingyo with wild ferocity. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo's face turned dark. After all, his strength was suppressed to the formation stage, and now facing so many bloodthirsty wolves, Lin Xingyo's heart was filled with panic. Run! After a moment of shock, Lin Xingyo snapped out of it and quickly dashed towards the rocky area at full speed. Oh whoa! Seeing this, the surrounding bloodthirsty wolves roared in unison. They immediately understood Lin Xingyo's intentions. After all, they were bloodthirsty wolves at the blood refining and spirit transformation stages, and although their intelligence wasn't as high as humans, they weren't stupid. They began to flank Lin Xingyo from both sides, intending to trap him like dumplings. Kill! Lin Xingyo's eyebrows furrowed, and the killing intent in his heart exploded. He understood the situation clearly. To survive, there could be no mercy. No hesitation. He had to charge forward and carve out a path of blood. Otherwise, the mighty White Robe Emperor might very well capsize in this gutter. Sky-shattering fist, kill. Lin Xingyo made up his mind. With one hand forming a palm and the other a fist, he unleashed a lightning-fast strike at several bloodthirsty wolves charging towards him. Oh whoa! Lin Xingyo's attack instantly killed 4 or 5 bloodthirsty wolves. After all, the gap in cultivation levels was evident, and the wolves charging at him couldn't withstand his attacks. Soon, over 100 bloodthirsty wolves were killed. But the pack did not retreat. Instead, it only fueled their ferocity. They howled and charged at Lin Xingyo with even greater frenzy. Of course, the pack grew larger and larger, quickly filling the entire valley. Kill! Lin Xingyo was completely bloodthirsty. With his iron fists, he unleashed devastating attacks on the wolves, closing in from all sides. Almost every punch could explode a bloodthirsty wolf. Soon, he carved out a bloody path. Oh whoa! The bloodthirsty wolves were completely enraged. The stronger ones among them all charged at Lin Xingyo with madness, for they were the overlords of this region. This lowly insect had dared to invade their territory and now slaughtered their kin. Under such circumstances, they had to leave Lin Xingyo here, or else how could the bloodthirsty wolves rule the great wilderness in the future? Swish! As Lin Xingyo pushed forward, a sharp claw suddenly slashed past his ear, almost hitting his head. Fortunately, Lin Xingyo's reflexes were quick, and he dodged the attack by sidestepping. Then, with a swift kick, he sent the bloodthirsty wolf that had ambushed him flying, its body exploding into a cloud of blood. But the next moment, before Lin Xingyo could relax, a blood-soaked maw lunged at his neck. Dragon-subduing palm, break. Lin Xingyo was already in a frenzy, and the murderous intent in his heart exploded. Seeing the bloodthirsty wolf attack, he immediately unleashed a dragon-subduing palm. The golden dragon that emerged instantly blew up dozens of bloodthirsty wolves charging at him. Oh whoa! As countless bloodthirsty wolves were killed, a furious roar suddenly echoed through the air. The next moment, a pure white bloodthirsty wolf king shot out from behind Lin Xingyo like lightning. Chapter 360. The Wolf King as a Slave. Come at me. Lin Xingyo's eyes were bloodshot as he stomped the ground with a force that caused it to crack. He then twisted his body and turned around, clenching his fist and slamming it toward the charging bloodthirsty Wolf King. His punch tore through the air with a devastating force, aiming directly at the Wolf King's skull. Oh whoa! The bloodthirsty Wolf King let out an enraged howl upon seeing Lin Xingyo's incoming punch. It opened its massive jaws and spat out a bone blade infused with overwhelming killing intent. Bang! Lin Xingyo's fist collided with the bone blade, and in an instant, a shockwave exploded at the point of impact. The ground around them was obliterated, and countless bloodthirsty wolves that couldn't dodge in time were blasted apart, their bodies scattering across the shattered terrain. Oh woo! After the clash, the bloodthirsty Wolf King was thrown back, its body flipping onto the ground and sliding backward for over 100 meters. It stomped its paws repeatedly to steady itself, its bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo, his body drenched in blood and radiating an aura of a demonic overlord, clenched his fists and charged at the bloodthirsty Wolf King with unrelenting fury. Oh woo! Seeing Lin Xingyo's approach, the Wolf King's cold, beastly eyes erupted with tangible killing intent. It was the bloodthirsty Wolf King, the undisputed ruler of this forest, nearly invincible, yet now, Lin Xingyo was even stronger. He had been defeated. How could the Wolf King tolerate this? Kill! 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 The bloodthirsty Wolf King let out a frenzied howl and launched itself at Lin Xingyo with lightning speed, counterattacking with all its might. Bang bang bang! Lin Xingyo was completely consumed by madness, his aura exploding with divine radiance. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each one filled with killing intent, toward the bloodthirsty Wolf King. Oh woo! After a brutal exchange, the Wolf King's once proud gaze was now filled with nothing but fear. It had never encountered a human like Lin Xingyo before, a beast from the ancient times, utterly ruthless in battle, fighting with a ferocity that made even the Wolf King pale in comparison. This human was terrifying. Oh woo! After 1,000 moves, the bloodthirsty Wolf King let out a final howl, turned, and tried to flee. But Lin Xingyo was already in a frenzy, and at this point, there was no way he would let the Wolf King escape. He blocked its path and unleashed a series of devastating attacks, each one faster and more powerful than the last. The bloodthirsty Wolf King realized that Lin Xingyo had no intention of letting it live. He was determined to kill it, no matter what. Human, don't push me too far. The bloodthirsty Wolf King roared at Lin Xingyo in anger. I am the king of this forest. If you force me into a corner, I will fight you to the death. No one will survive. Is that so? Lin Xingyo sneered, his fists continuing to pummel the Wolf King. Then let's see who dies first. I will kill you, no matter what. You. Hearing this, the bloodthirsty Wolf King was utterly defeated. It could feel Lin Xingyo's unwavering determination to kill. It understood. Lin Xingyo wasn't just bluffing. He meant every word, and now, he was certainly going to end its life. But the bloodthirsty Wolf King didn't want to die. It was the king of this forest, with countless creatures bowing to its power. How could it accept its own demise? But Lin Xingyo was intent on killing it. Could it escape death if it begged for mercy? The Wolf King was on the verge of collapse. If it had known how powerful Lin Xingyo was, it never would have provoked him. Now, it had no way out. Bloodthirsty Wolf King, you don't have to die, Lin Xingyo said as he continued to attack, offering the Wolf King a chance. I can give you an opportunity. You can become my battle pet. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to kill you. This human is too arrogant. The surrounding bloodthirsty wolves, who had been assisting in the fight, all looked at Lin Xingyo with disdain and contempt. Our Wolf King would rather die than submit to him. But in the next moment, all the bloodthirsty wolves that had been charging toward Lin Xingyo suddenly froze in place, their movements coming to a halt. Each one stared at Lin Xingyo and the bloodthirsty Wolf King in shock. Master, why didn't you say so earlier? In front of countless stunned eyes, the bloodthirsty Wolf King knelt down on the ground. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything, even become your battle pet. Damn! Lin Xingyo felt a sharp pain in his teeth, and his fist, which had been about to strike the Wolf King's head, suddenly stopped. He looked at the sly, shifty-eyed Wolf King and regretted his decision. This wolf clearly wasn't a good one. With those cunning, devious eyes, it was obviously a bad wolf. Why had he even considered taking it as a pet? Well, fine. Since he was in unfamiliar territory, he might as well keep this bad wolf. After all, he needed a guide. With this wolf by his side, he could probably complete his sect's mission faster and retrieve Guy Jusan's halberd. Then he could return to the Tai Chu sacred land and continue his quiet life, sweeping the scriptures pavilion and signing in. Lin Xingyo made up his mind and immediately turned his gaze to the bloodthirsty Wolf King. Hand over your slave mark, or I will kill you right now. Yes, master. The bloodthirsty Wolf King dared not hesitate. In front of the shocked gazes of countless bloodthirsty wolves, it immediately handed over its slave mark. Lin Xingyo accepted it and placed a curse on the Wolf King, warning it that if it dared to betray him, the curse would consume it. After finishing this, Lin Xingyo looked at the bloodthirsty Wolf King and asked, "Where are we?" "Master, this is the Great Wilderness." Chapter 361. Shocking Discovery. What? Lin Xingyo stared at the bloodthirsty Wolf King, almost wishing for death, as he exclaimed, "You mean this is the Great Wilderness?" "Yes, master." The bloodthirsty Wolf King's beastly eyes gazed at Lin Xingyo as it confirmed, "This is the Great Wilderness." Damn it! Lin Xingyo couldn't help but curse under his breath, his face immediately showing signs of frustration. The area he was in was far too remote. There was nothing good here. Why was he so unlucky? He had been transported to such a remote place. What was he supposed to do here? How was he supposed to compete with others for sect contributions? Although Lin Xingyo was unhappy in his heart, he quickly moved towards the exit of the valley. "Master, wait for me." Seeing Lin Xingyo moving forward at a rapid pace, the bloodthirsty Wolf King immediately followed, flying swiftly alongside him. They traveled for 3 days, flying over 100 miles. Under the guidance of the bloodthirsty Wolf King, they headed towards a human tribe. Soon, they arrived near the human tribe. Out of caution, Lin Xingyo did not rashly fly into the human tribe. After all, the bloodthirsty Wolf King had been telling him that in the ancient spirit domain, different races had strong defensive awareness, especially among humans. Tribes rarely interacted with each other. Therefore, Lin Xingyo had to be cautious, carefully approaching the human tribe they had discovered with the bloodthirsty Wolf King. As soon as they got closer, Lin Xingyo could tell that the people living in this tribe were definitely natives, almost like an ancient tribe. They didn't wear silk or brocade. Most of them were wrapped in animal skins, and their living conditions were very poor. Their houses were made of animal skins and stones, and at first glance, it felt like he had gone back to the primitive society. However, the children in the village were all practicing martial arts. And what surprised Lin Xingyo even more was that there was an enormous willow tree in the village. What shocked him even more was that the willow tree had been struck by lightning and was broken, leaving a blackened stump with a few willow branches growing from it. The children in the village were all learning scriptural breathing techniques under the willow tree. This scene feels so familiar. Lin Xingyo was completely dumbfounded, and then his eyes suddenly caught sight of the 2 large characters. Sure village. Damn it! Lin Xingyo stared blankly at everything in front of him, his entire body in a state of shock. What's going on? Master, what's wrong? Seeing this, the bloodthirsty Wolf King immediately asked Lin Xingyo, "Should we go into the village?" "No, wait, let's see." Lin Xingyo crouched down, his eyes fixed on Sure village. Trembling, he raised his hand and pressed it against his throbbing temples before slowly closing his eyes. Because he was shocked. Sure village was the place where the Emperor of the Great Wilderness had once lived. How could it suddenly appear here? What had gone wrong in this situation? Could it be that he had traveled through time and space to the area where the Emperor of the Great Wilderness had once lived? That couldn't be possible. The Emperor of the Great Wilderness hadn't lived in Sure village in the ancient spirit domain. So why was there a village like this here? What exactly had happened? Lin Xingyo was completely dumbfounded, unable to react, because the scene in front of him was something he had never expected, like a bone stuck in his throat. Smack! Just as Lin Xingyo was thinking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Then he saw a huge hammer rapidly strike his head, instantly knocking him unconscious. Chapter 362. Ancient Bull Demon. Ah! As soon as Lin Xingyo opened his eyes, a searing heat engulfed him, and in an instant, he was screaming. He and the bloodthirsty Wolf King were tightly bound together. Poor them, they were tied to a large wooden pole, with raging fires burning below. On either side of the pole were two tridents, and a burly man was constantly rolling them over for roasting. What the? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo's head exploded in shock. What was going on here? Had he been captured by the people of Stone Village? Were they going to roast him and eat him? Lin Xingyo couldn't process it. The people of Stone Village weren't supposed to be kind and gentle? Why were they roasting living people like this? Huh, my power? Lin Xingyo was stunned, then exclaimed, "It's all been sealed. It's the power of runes. Go, increase the fire." Lin Xingyo was already in a state of despair when he suddenly heard a shout. Turning his head, he saw an old man approaching, holding a white bone staff. The old man said, "These two beasts have extraordinary bloodlines and bones. The fire isn't strong enough to roast them properly. We need to increase the heat to cook them thoroughly." "Yes, Elder Zaheo." A few children under the roasting rack heard the old man's command and immediately began adding more firewood to the fire. In an instant, the intense flames surged towards Lin Xingyo and the bloodthirsty Wolf King. Come. Quickly, brush on the oil." The village chief, the old man, instructed a burly man nearby. "Now that the fire is strong, don't let them get burnt. Brush oil." Lin Xingyo was on the verge of madness. His eyes scanned the surrounding natives, but he found his mouth was blocked. Soon, he saw a simple-minded man approaching. The man opened his thick mouth, staring at Lin Xingyo and the bloodthirsty Wolf King, muttering incessantly about meat. The other natives around them were all holding bowls, waiting to eat them once they were roasted. Lin Xingyo was utterly speechless. What was happening here? Was he, the revered white-clad emperor, a Heavenman realm cultivator, really going to be eaten by these natives after being roasted? Bang! Just as Lin Xingyo's eyes were about to burst with fury, a loud crash echoed. Turning his head, he saw a dark mass of furious ancient bull demons, all wielding weapons, charging in from all sides. In an instant, the entire village erupted into chaos. Screams, death, slaughter. The village was engulfed in chaos, with countless natives being killed, countless natives crying out in pain. The slaughter erupted in full force, with both sides fiercely battling. Bang! A massive blade struck Lin Xingyo, sending him flying and breaking the beast tendons binding him. Tui! Lin Xingyo landed on the ground and quickly spat out the stuff in his mouth. Then, grabbing a bone knife, he quickly put on some clothes and kicked the bloodthirsty Wolf King, raising the knife and charging toward an exceptionally ferocious ancient bull demon. Bang! Before the ancient bull demon could react, Lin Xingyo slashed the bone knife across its head and followed up with a powerful punch. Not good. As soon as the punch landed, Lin Xingyo realized something was wrong. Without any cultivation, this bone knife wouldn't harm the ancient bull demon at all. Realizing this, Lin Xingyo was about to let go and run. But, the next moment, his body was pinned down by the ancient bull demon, and before he could react, a massive force exploded in his chest. Bang, bang, bang. The ancient bull demon, enraged by Lin Xingyo's attack, unleashed hundreds of heavy blows on him. Again, Lin Xingyo's eyes turned blood red, and his aura exploded, radiating an overwhelming killing intent. Bang! The ancient bull demon disdainfully glared at him, then tightly grabbed Lin Xingyo's head and delivered dozens of lightning-fast blows to his chest. The immense power even tore apart the clothes on Lin Xingyo's back. Again, Lin Xingyo could feel a certain shackle within his body breaking. The runes placed on him by the natives had shattered. Bang! The ancient bull demon's punch shattered the space, delivering a devastating blow to Lin Xingyo's chest. In an instant, The explosive force broke all the shackles within Lin Xingyo's body. Good, very good. Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened, and with a shake of his body, the 3 supreme bones in his back exploded. A powerful force erupted from the depths of his body, creating a shockwave that obliterated over 100 creatures around him. Kill! Lin Xingyo's roar echoed, and he clenched his fists, delivering a lightning-fast punch to the ancient bull demon in front of him. Bang! The ancient bull demon, caught off guard, was instantly obliterated by Lin Xingyo's punch. Kill! Lin Xingyo didn't even glance at the fallen demon. With all 3 supreme bones activated and a flaming bone knife in hand, he appeared before another ancient bull demon, slashing it diagonally without giving it a chance to speak. Blood and intestines spilled all over the ground. Lin Xingyo didn't stop. Instead, he moved even faster, killing other ancient bull demons. Although he was only at the formation arrangement realm, his movements were exceptionally clean and efficient. He cut down powerful ancient bull demons one by one. Now, he had to protect the people of Stone Village. He couldn't let these ancient bull demons kill them. Because Lin Xingyo still had many questions he needed to resolve, he had to keep these natives alive to uncover the mysteries in his mind. Roar! The ancient bull demons engaged in the bloody battle soon noticed Lin Xingyo's actions. In an instant, over a dozen powerful ancient bull demons, filled with fury, charged toward Lin Xingyo. They all displayed the strength of the formation arrangement realm. Their weapons glowed with eerie flames as they unleashed savage attacks on Lin Xingyo. Clang! Seeing this, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to hesitate. Stepping forward, he raised his knife and delivered a lightning-fast slash to the ancient bull demon already attacking him. Not good. As soon as the slash landed, Lin Xingyo clashed with the ancient bull demon, but an eerie flame surged toward him. Colorless domain, activate. Facing the approaching flames, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot, activating the 3 supreme bones behind him, blocking the flames. But strangely, the colorless domain was burned through, and some of the flames penetrated, surging toward Lin Xingyo. Golden Buddha Wall, open. In response, Lin Xingyo had to summon the Golden Buddha Wall, barely managing to block the eerie flames. Soul power? Clutching his knife tightly, Lin Xingyo looked at the flames extinguished by the Golden Buddha Wall, his eyes revealing shock. He could clearly sense that this was a new kind of power, a power that refined the soul to its extreme. Human, you are strong. The surrounding ancient bull demons, all ferocious and brutal, glared at Lin Xingyo. Now, I can give you a chance. Submit to us. Hemph! Lin Xingyo simply snorted, not wasting a word. Clutching his bone knife tightly, he channeled all the spiritual energy in his dantian, unleashing a devastating attack on the surrounding ancient bull demons. Who was he? He was the white-clad emperor. How could he submit to these ancient bull demons? In his world, defiance meant fighting, and no longer will he be the spineless wretch of the past. Let's all attack together and crush this insignificant ant. Seeing that Lin Xingyo showed no signs of submission, the surrounding ancient bull demons immediately ignited their soul flames and raised their weapons, charging at Lin Xingyo with murderous intent. Kill! Although Lin Xingyo couldn't fully display his Heavenman realm strength, his body had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, even though he was only at the formation arrangement realm, he was still invincible among his peers. Of course, the soul flames of the ancient bull demons couldn't harm him either. After all, his body far surpassed that of an emperor. So even if the colorless domain couldn't withstand the soul flames, his body could still endure them. Naturally, if his realm were at the Heavenman realm, these flames wouldn't be able to penetrate the colorless domain. Kill, 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 kill. The surrounding ancient bull demons didn't care about Lin Xingyo's situation. Each of them gripped their weapons tightly and charged at him with wild abandon. Kill! Lin Xingyo didn't dare to slack off. In such chaotic battles, only the fearless survived. Otherwise, death was certain. So, gripping his bone knife tightly, he fiercely counterattacked the ancient bull demons charging at him. Soon, they were locked in a bloody battle. Awoo. The bloodthirsty Wolf King, however, was on the verge of collapse. With its power sealed, it was essentially reduced to a small mongrel. Although no ancient bull demons were specifically targeting it, this was still a battlefield. The entire area was filled with slaughter and attack streams of light, leaving it in a wretched state. Several times, it barely escaped with its life, thanks to its agility. Otherwise, it would have been dead long ago. Kill. The battle in Stone Village was exceptionally brutal. Countless natives fell in pools of blood, and even the village children weren't spared, almost all of them being killed by the ancient bull demons. This was the Great Wilderness. Such bloody battles were happening all the time. Almost all living beings in the Great Wilderness understood this truth. In the Great Wilderness, you must be strong and ruthless. Otherwise, you absolutely wouldn't be able to survive here. Because this was the most primitive condition of survival, everything needed to be fought for and seized. So no one would show you mercy. There was only slaughter, the most basic instinct of survival. Chapter 363, Gazing Through Eternity. It's over. Lin Xingyo didn't know how long he had been fighting, but when all the sounds finally ceased, he stood firmly, raising the bone blade in his hand and plunging it straight down into the head of a crippled ancient ox demon beneath his feet. Pfft. The ancient ox demon at Lin Xingyo's feet didn't even have time to let out a scream before Lin Xingyo pierced its skull with a single strike, splattering blood and brain matter all over the ground. How do you want to die? Lin Xingyo's eyes were bloodshot as he turned to look at the last ancient ox demon on the ground, which was already trembling with fear. Seeing this, the ancient ox demon understood. Lin Xingyo's killing intent was overwhelming. Right now, he probably wanted nothing more than to kill himself. After all, they had just been through a bloody battle. They had slaughtered everyone in this village. Not a single soul was left alive. Master, please don't kill me. I can serve you as your slave. The ancient ox demon, seeing Lin Xingyo's cold, murderous gaze, immediately trembled and kowtowed in supplication. Hand over your slave seal. Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth, looking at the ancient ox demon in front of him, and couldn't help but exhale deeply. Then, he plunged his blood-dripping bone blade into the ground right in front of the ancient ox demon. Yes, master. The ancient ox demon dared not delay and immediately condensed its slave seal, offering it to Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo quickly took the seal and placed a curse mark on the demon before plopping down on the ground, gasping heavily. To be honest, Lin Xingyo was exhausted. After the fierce battle, he had slain dozens of powerful ancient ox demons. Now, with his cultivation level suppressed to the formation arrangement realm, the intense fight had drained him. Master, let me massage your legs. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty Wolf King immediately walked over on two legs, speaking to Lin Xingyo in the most obsequious manner possible. Lin Xingyo ignored him. Instead, he looked toward the large willow tree in the village. Master, why do you want this ancient ox demon for? The bloodthirsty Wolf King, seizing the opportunity, immediately chimed in. He's just a useless waste. Keeping him alive is nothing but a burden. Why not let me finish him off instead? Shut up. Lin Xingyo shot the bloodthirsty Wolf King a glare and said, his affairs are none of your concern. Go dig some holes and bury all the corpses on the ground. Yes, master. The bloodthirsty Wolf King dared not argue and immediately called the ancient ox demon to start digging holes and burying the fallen bodies. Who? Lin Xingyo looked at the sea of corpses and couldn't help but exhale deeply. Then, he stood up and walked toward the sacred willow tree of the stone village. His eyes fell on the pitch-black stump in front of him, and he couldn't help but activate his martial Dao heavenly eyes. In an instant, all he saw was chaos. The willow tree before him was only a half-destroyed remnant. Boundless Dao energy flowed around it, but its life had undoubtedly reached its end. Dead. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, Then astonishment spread across his face. No, it's dead, yet it seems to still be alive. Moreover, there's a reincarnation seal forming within its remains, as if it's about to be reborn. Whose handiwork is this, to possess such incredible power, to defy the heavens and bring this half-destroyed willow tree back to life through reincarnation? Huh. The soil beneath the willow tree is also problematic? Lin Xingyo's expression eased slightly, but then he showed another look of astonishment. The soil beneath the willow tree is actually the all-encompassing soil of the burial ground. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was completely dumbfounded. He immediately focused his gaze on the stone tablet at the entrance of the stone village. In an instant, it was as if he had seen through the ages. He saw a solitary figure standing in front of the stone village, raising a hand to carve the words, "Stone Village," on the tablet before leaving with a cold and aloof back. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo finally understood. This village was left behind by the sovereign of heaven. He had placed half of the willow deity's remains here, planted with all-encompassing soil, left behind a drop of emperor essence blood devoid of killing intent to help the willow deity regain life, and then completely sealed this place, waiting for the willow deity to return through the 6 paths of reincarnation. But tens of thousands of years had passed. Who knows what had happened here? This village had somehow broken free from its seal and appeared, only to be occupied by a group of natives. It had become their village of life. Chapter 364. Taking away the willow deity. Huh. Lin Xingyo stood for a long time before he reached out and opened his portable small world, immediately storing half of the willow deity's remains. Then, he said to the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the others, "Let's go." Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the others immediately approached Lin Xingyo. Soon, they left Stone Village and flew deep into the great wilderness. They aimed to cross the entire Great Wilderness mountain range. Their destination was the ancient source vein at the northernmost part of the Great Wilderness mountain range, where they had to complete a sect mission to collect source ore. Therefore, Lin Xingyo and his group moved quickly. They cut through thorns and brambles. Finally, on the 7th day, they arrived at the ancient source vein. However, the ancient source vein was not peaceful at the moment, as a group of powerful beings were attacking it. What shocked Lin Xingyo the most was that he saw Su Zijuan and Zhang Feng among them. They had a group of over 100 people. Now, they were leading a group of powerful ancient beings in attacking the original inhabitants of the ancient source vein. The war was extremely brutal. Countless creatures were slaughtered, and everyone was engaged in a bloody battle. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo realized that Su Zijuan and his group were likely planning a forced assault, intending to wipe out all the inhabitants of the ancient source vein and then take away all the source stones. "Master, what should we do?" The bloodthirsty Wolf King, looking at the ongoing battle, immediately flattered Lin Xingyo, asking, "Should we join the fight too?" "Fight your ass." Lin Xingyo glanced at the bloodthirsty Wolf King and smacked his head, saying, "Now that they are engaged in a bloody battle, isn't this the perfect opportunity for us to sneak into the ancient source vein and take all the source stones?" "Master, you're brilliant." The bloodthirsty Wolf King looked at Lin Xingyo, his face showing the utmost flattery. Such a brilliant idea can only come from someone as outstanding as Master. Following you is definitely the right choice. "Shut up." Lin Xingyo glanced at the bloodthirsty Wolf King and immediately turned his gaze toward the entrances of the ancient source vein. After observing for a while, he suddenly said, "Look, the entrance on the eastern side has very weak defenses. Let's head toward that entrance. Follow me closely. Once we take the source stones from the ancient source vein, we leave immediately without any delay." The bloodthirsty Wolf King and the others nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo didn't waste any more words. He leaped into the air, gripping his bone blade tightly. He descended like lightning, landing on the ground with extreme speed. The resulting shockwave instantly knocked over several powerful creatures. Without giving anyone a chance to react, Lin Xingyo darted forward like a thunderbolt, aiming directly for the weakly defended entrance of the ancient source vein. "Zhang Feng, hurry up and stop him." Su Zijuan, who was in the midst of the battle, saw Lin Xingyo suddenly appear and charge toward the weakest defended entrance of the ancient source vein. He immediately shouted to Zhang Feng, "We can't let him be the first to get in." Seeing this, Zhang Feng quickly reacted, but instead of stopping Lin Xingyo, he actually helped Lin Xingyo by holding back the creatures that were trying to block his path into the ancient source vein. "Zhang Feng, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Su Zijuan was instantly furious. He had ordered Zhang Feng to stop Lin Xingyo, but instead, Zhang Feng was helping him. Su Zijuan was completely enraged. For this ancient source vein, he had exhausted all his efforts, not only subduing a group of powerful ancient creatures, but also leading over 100 beings in a fierce battle to claim the ancient source vein. But now, Lin Xingyo had suddenly appeared, charging straight toward the entrance they had almost breached, and Zhang Feng had dared to betray him by clearing the way for Lin Xingyo. How could Su Zijuan not be furious at this? If he could obtain the ancient source vein and its source stones, he would surely gain a massive amount of sect contribution points. But now, Lin Xingyo had become a meddlesome interloper, about to steal his hard-earned victory. Seeing this, Su Zijuan could hardly contain his anger. He immediately gathered his own people and charged toward Lin Xingyo. "Stop them!" The inhabitants of the ancient source vein, seeing this, naturally wouldn't let Su Zijuan go. They all surrounded him, blocking his path completely and unleashing powerful attacks on him and his group. They hated Su Zijuan and his group. After all, the ancient source vein was theirs, and no one in this region dared to touch it. Now, a group of unknown brutes had appeared, daring to covet their ancient source vein. These people deserve to die. "You lowly mortals, get out of my way." Trapped, Su Zijuan immediately roared at the surrounding creatures. "Do you know who I, Su Changqing, am? How dare you block my path? Who cares who you are?" The creatures attacking Su Zijuan didn't bother to argue with him. They immediately unleashed their most powerful attacks, shouting, "Anyone who dares to act arrogantly here must be killed." Chapter 365. All of it belongs to me. Su Zijuan thanks. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo glanced at Su Zijuan, then slashed down a powerful fire spirit rhinoceros with a single strike, and with lightning speed, he darted into the ancient or vein cave. "You useless fool, you're driving me insane." Su Zijuan, seeing Lin Xingyo already charging into the ancient or vein cave, was so furious that he nearly jumped out of his skin. "This time, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Just you wait." Lin Xingyo paid him no mind, gripping his blood-dripping bone blade and leading Zhang Feng and the others as they rushed deeper into the cave with incredible speed. Every living creature they encountered along the way was swiftly slain. Soon, they reached a massive cave, as large as several basketball courts combined. The cave was filled to the brim with ores. "Huh, why are you here?" Zhang Heng, who had been leading a few people to collect ores in the cave, saw Lin Xingyo enter and immediately widened his eyes in shock. "Zhang Heng, why are you here?" Before Lin Xingyo could speak, Zhang Feng, reacting to the situation, was equally shocked as he stared at Zhang Heng. "Weren't you fighting outside just now?" "Fighting?" Zhang Heng couldn't help but sneer. He wasn't as foolish as Su Zijuan, who had been leading his men in a bloody battle outside, deluding himself that he could wipe out all the creatures with sheer force. Zhang Heng was far more clever. Earlier, while Su Zijuan and his group were engaged in a fierce battle, Zhang Heng had used an invisibility technique to slip into the cave and filled over a dozen spatial bags with ores. Because he knew very well that Su Zijuan would never be able to breach this ancient or vein. Instead, he would only attract more powerful creatures from the wilderness, leaving Su Zijuan and his men with nothing, or worse, dead. But Zhang Heng was different. Not only would he complete his mission, but he would also leave unscathed, as Su Zijuan and his men had become his shield. "Useless fool, I may not like you." Zhang Heng ignored Zhang Feng and instead looked at Lin Xingyo. "But since you're here now, I believe you're a smart man. So let's cooperate. You take whatever ores you can, and we'll leave each other alone. Deal?" "Cooperate? You're not worthy." Lin Xingyo disdainfully glanced at Zhang Heng. All these ores are mine, including what you've collected. It all belongs to me now. You're insane. Zhang Heng almost laughed at Lin Xingyo's words. His expression, mocking and mocking again, said it all. Look at how many ores there are here. Even if they were all yours, do you have a spatial artifact big enough to hold them all? How ridiculous. Zhang Feng and the others were also dumbfounded. After all, the amount of ores here was comparable to several basketball courts. It was impossible for them to possess a spatial artifact large enough to contain such a vast amount, especially since these ores had been cursed and restricted. Even a spatial bag couldn't hold too many at once, so it wouldn't be easy for Lin Xingyo to take all the ores. Otherwise, Zhang Heng would have already taken them all. But the next moment, the noisy scene suddenly fell silent, and everyone, one by one, gaped in shock at Lin Xingyo, who stood there like a statue. Because in that split second, Lin Xingyo had casually waved his hand, and the entire cave's worth of ores had vanished without a trace. How did you do that? After a while, Zhang Heng finally snapped out of his shock and stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief. How did you manage such an incredible feat? Have you mastered the divine technique of sleeve of heaven and earth? Shut up. Lin Xingyo rolled his eyes and completely ignored Zhang Heng. Instead, he walked up to him and extended his hand. Hand over all the ores you've collected, or else I'll slap you to death. What? Zhang Heng was stunned for a moment, and when he finally realized what was happening, he exploded in fury. He, Zhang Heng, was Nan Gongyu's lackey. For over a decade, no one had ever dared to demand anything from him. Usually, it was he who demanded things from others. Now, Lin Xingyo was audaciously reaching out to him. Zhang Heng was furious. Here, they were both at the formation arrangement realm. How could he tolerate such humiliation? His eyes darkened with rage as he roared at Lin Xingyo. You insolent dog! Do you know we're both at the same level? I'm not even looking for trouble, yet you dare to provoke me? I'll kill you. Slap. Before Zhang Heng could make a move, Lin Xingyo slapped him across the face. Shut your mouth. This is your last chance. Hand over all the ores, or don't blame me for being rude. I'll kill you. Zhang Heng, having been slapped, exploded in rage. I'll fight you to the death. Slap. Lin Xingyo didn't even let Zhang Heng finish his sentence. With a flick of his hand, he sent Zhang Heng flying, where he slammed into the wall and passed out. Master, you're awesome. The bloodthirsty Wolf King, finally snapping out of his shock, immediately raised a paw in admiration. Lin Xingyo, however, gave the wolf a knock on the head. Shut up. Go and take everything off him. Yes, master. The bloodthirsty Wolf King responded and immediately pounced on Zhang Heng, thoroughly searching him from head to toe. He handed over everything he found to Lin Xingyo. Master, I've taken everything. Good, let's go. Lin Xingyo rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and stored Zhang Heng's belongings in his personal small world. But the next moment, just as Lin Xingyo and his group were about to leave, the entire ancient or vein suddenly began to shake violently, as if the entire vein was about to collapse. This is bad, master. A powerful creature must have arrived outside. They must have activated the ancient vein's killing array. The bloodthirsty Wolf King, regaining his senses, immediately looked at Lin Xingyo in panic. If we try to rush out, we'll likely be killed by the activated killing array. The only way to survive is to run deeper into the ancient vein. Otherwise, we're doomed. Chapter 366, Identity Revealed. Let's go. Head deeper into the depths of the ancient source vein. Lin Xingyo didn't dare to take any chances, especially since Zhang Feng and the others were following him. Although no killing array could harm him, his current strength was restricted. Therefore, he had no way to assist Zhang Feng and the others, so he led them all deeper into the ancient source vein. However, the journey was far from peaceful. Since the killing array outside had been activated, the entire mine tunnel was shaking violently, with large rocks falling from time to time. The tunnel also experienced frequent collapses. Fortunately, Lin Xingyo and the others were powerful, and despite the dangers, they managed to escape for over 10 miles. Gradually, they found themselves enveloped in complete darkness, where even their cultivation levels couldn't help them see ahead. A strong scent of blood wafted toward them. At this moment, Lin Xingyo and the others slowed down. As powerful cultivators, they knew that such a strong smell of blood meant something was ahead. With their vision obscured, they had to be cautious. Fortunately, the shaking of the mountain had lessened, likely because they had gone deep enough that the effects of the killing array outside were negligible. Huff! Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth and suddenly stopped, saying, "Does anyone have a light source? We need to know what's going on here." "Master, I have a daylight stone. It can emit light when infused with spiritual energy," the ancient bull demon quickly replied. "Quick, give it to me." Hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately asked the ancient bull demon for the stone. They urgently needed light. "Here, master." The ancient bull demon summoned a daylight stone and handed it to Lin Xingyo. Seeing this, the bloodthirsty Wolf King was displeased. After all, such an act of appeasement should have been his responsibility, but the ancient bull demon had taken the credit. Humph, humph. The bloodthirsty Wolf King snorted coldly, glaring fiercely at the ancient bull demon. In his mind, he muttered, "Ancient bull demon, just wait. I'll make you regret this." "Huh, what's that over there?" As the bloodthirsty Wolf King muttered, he suddenly saw a light appear in front of them. Lin Xingyo's voice echoed, and upon looking up, they saw a crack in the mine tunnel, from which a torrent of black mist was spilling out. The crack was narrow, only about 2 fingers wide. It seemed to have been caused by the vibrations from the killing array outside, leaving just a small gap. A torrent of black mist flowed out from the crack, and they had no idea what lay beyond. "Come, everyone, let's blast this crack open together." After observing for a while, Lin Xingyo tightened his grip on his bone blade and said, "Let's see what's on the other side." "Blast it open?" Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the others instinctively took a step back. They didn't want to blast it open, as the situation seemed to suggest that whatever lay beyond was ominous. They should leave now. Blasting it open was definitely not a wise move, and it could cost them their lives. Therefore, the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the others were reluctant to act. Lin Xingyo, however, showed no fear. Instead, he became intensely curious. He drew all the spiritual energy from his dantian and unleashed a powerful slash toward the crack. Boom! With one strike, a blade aura over 10 zhang wide shot toward the crack, instantly blasting apart the entire cave wall. Huh! Lin Xingyo's expression froze as he saw that, despite the cave wall being destroyed, a wall of white, jade-like bones was revealed. These bones? Lin Xingyo's gaze froze again, as the bone wall was no ordinary structure. It was made from immortal bones, polished and imbued with powerful immortal Tao energy. This was a grand feat. The person buried behind this wall of immortal bones must have been an incredibly powerful existence. Huff! After a long while, Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply, then raised his bone blade and began furiously hacking at the bone wall. The bloodthirsty Wolf King and the others also joined in the attack. After all, even a fool could tell that whatever lay beyond must contain something valuable, possibly even an unparalleled inheritance. They all desperately attacked the bone wall, hoping to break through. However, the bone wall was incredibly sturdy. No matter how fiercely Lin Xingyo and the others attacked, it didn't budge. Instead, it released a powerful counterforce. If not for Lin Xingyo's golden light Buddha wall and colorless boundary, Zhang Feng and the others might have been obliterated by now. "Master, this wall can't be broken." After attacking for a while, the bloodthirsty Wolf King's face showed despair. "Its defensive power is too strong. Our current cultivation levels are too low to break through the natural defenses of immortal bones." "Stand back." Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth, looking at the bone wall, which remained intact except for the original crack. He said, "Let me try one more time." "Master, let's just give up." Seeing this, the ancient bull demon immediately stepped forward and said to Lin Xingyo, "This wall is built from immortal bones. Even with our full strength, we can't damage it at all. It's better to leave now and find a way to break this tomb later. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't care. As the white-robed emperor, he had arrived here and knew that something extraordinary might be on the other side. How could he leave without trying everything to break through the rules of this realm and use his celestial realm strength to blast through the bone wall? He wanted to see what lay beyond. However, Zhang Feng and the others all voiced their concerns, believing that their current strength was insufficient to breach the wall. It would be wiser to report this to the Supreme Origin Sect and have their ancestors handle the task. That way, they could not only obtain the treasures inside, but also gain a massive amount of sect contribution points. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo's aura exploded, and divine radiance rose from his back. The two paths of life and death coiled around him like two divine dragons, followed by 9 complete rivers of laws. A torrent of killing intent condensed into a beam of light, instantly piercing through the ancient source vein. Sky-shattering fist, break. Lin Xingyo roared, and his fist, carrying the power to crush the heavens, smashed through space and time, striking the bone wall with overwhelming force. Boom! With one punch, Lin Xingyo shattered the bone wall. However, witnessing Lin Xingyo, who had previously been at the formation stage, suddenly exhibit such incredible strength, Zhang Feng and the others were all terrified. One punch that shattered space and time. 9 rivers of laws. 2 paths of life and death. This kind of strength was that of the celestial realm. Such a person was known throughout the Xianling realm as the Invincible White-Robed Emperor. Clang, clang, clang. After a while, Zhang Feng, still in shock, instinctively stumbled back several steps, his eyes wide with horror. He fell to the ground, his mouth opening and closing several times, but he couldn't utter a single word. He was completely dumbfounded. His mind was on the verge of collapse. What was going on here? His elder brother was the white-robed emperor? He was the white-robed emperor? How laughable that Su Zijuan and the others had tried to plot against him. If they knew his true identity, they would probably be so scared they'd lose control of their bowels. Chapter 367. The Imperial Coffin. Look quickly. The elders of the Tai Chu sacred land, gathered outside the ancient spiritual domain, all stared toward the direction of the ancient source vein, their faces filled with shock. What has happened to the ancient source vein? Why has such a powerful force suddenly erupted? What exactly is going on? Could it be that an extraordinary divine object has emerged? The elders of the Tai Chu sacred land, having recovered from their initial shock, stared fiercely at the ancient source vein. Otherwise, why would such a strong killing intent surge into the sky? Quick, hurry. The elders, having regained their senses, hurriedly commanded, notify all disciples within the ancient spiritual domain to rush to the ancient source vein and find out what is happening. This is the Imperial Coffin? As the elders of the Tai Chu sacred land were issuing orders to all the disciples in the ancient spiritual domain, Lin Xingyo and his companions had already entered the tomb chamber through the exploded entrance. Inside, they saw a bubbling blood pool. Above the blood pool, a stone coffin was suspended in midair, held up by 9 chains made of dragon-patterned black gold. From time to time, terrifying black mist seeped out from the coffin. Huff! Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement and urgency. He could sense that this coffin was extraordinary. The coffin was imbued with the flow of the great Tao. Its aura was overwhelming, especially the 9 dragon-patterned black gold chains, which were made of the same material as the dragon-patterned black gold tripod of the vicious woman emperor. Each chain was wrapped in Tao patterns. Their aura was terrifying beyond measure. Any single one of them was no less powerful than an imperial weapon. Yet here, there were 9 of them, and each was covered in intricate talismanic arrays. If one were to master them, they would surely become an unparalleled killing weapon. Zhang Feng, all of you, step back. After observing for a while, Lin Xingyo suddenly spoke to Zhang Feng and the others. Let me see what lies within this coffin. Yes, senior. Hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately stepped back with the bloodthirsty Wolf King, standing behind Lin Xingyo. They couldn't comprehend the true terror of the coffin before them, as only those with stronger cultivation could feel its vast, unfathomable depths. Their cultivation was insufficient. Naturally, they couldn't perceive the deeper aspects. All they could feel was the oppressive pressure that almost made it hard for them to breathe. As for the ultimate terror of the coffin, they couldn't sense it, as most of the pressure was being blocked by Lin Xingyo. Huff! Lin Xingyo sat down cross-legged, and with a thought, he activated his martial Tao heavenly eyes. What he saw was a world shrouded in ghostly mist. Even someone as powerful as Lin Xingyo couldn't see through it. Again, Lin Xingyo calmed his mind and focused his gaze on the coffin. In an instant, his martial Tao heavenly eyes pierced through the coffin lid, passing through the ghostly mist, only to find another coffin lid. Without hesitation, Lin Xingyo immediately looked into the second layer of the coffin. What he saw was a world filled with flowing blood energy. He then turned his gaze to the third layer of the coffin. This is the chi of heaven and earth? When Lin Xingyo saw the third layer of the coffin, his mind tightened. What appeared before him was an endless expanse of the chi of heaven and earth. The three layers of the coffin seemed to form three separate worlds, each filled with the most primordial essence of the universe. Look again. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xingyo directed his gaze toward the fourth layer of the coffin. In an instant, he was met with a chaotic void, an endless flow of chaotic energy that could annihilate an entire domain with a single leak. Look again. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but look further, but this time, he was jolted by an instinctive reaction. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was flung backward by an invisible force, crashing into the bone wall. In front of everyone's stunned gaze, he fell to his knees. What the? Lin Xingyo shook his head painfully, and a trail of blood trickled from his martial Tao heavenly eyes. Senior, are you all right? Zhang Feng, having recovered from his shock, quickly ran over to Lin Xingyo, his voice filled with concern. I'm fine. Lin Xingyo wiped the blood from his forehead and fixed his cold, piercing gaze on the coffin. This coffin is highly peculiar. Even with my level of cultivation, I can only peer through the first four layers. When I attempted to gaze into the fifth, an inexplicable force struck me, nearly obliterating my martial Tao heavenly eyes. What? Hearing this, Zhang Feng and the others stared at Lin Xingyo in stunned silence. Don't joke around. Who is Lin Xingyo? He is the invincible white-clad emperor of the immortal spirit realm. If even he can't see through this coffin, what kind of existence could? This is too terrifying. What kind of terrifying entity lies within this coffin that even Lin Xingyo cannot see through? This is simply too horrifying. Chapter 368. The Mighty Monkey. All right. Lin Xingyo steadied himself, exhaled deeply, and then directed his gaze toward the stone coffin suspended in midair. Let's take this stone coffin and leave this place. Take it away. Zhang Feng and the others were once again stunned. After all, the stone coffin before them seemed fraught with ill omens. Such an object was something to avoid at all costs, not to take with them. What if something terrifying emerged from within? Master, I think we should just leave it. Bloodthirsty Wolf King gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lin Xingyo. This coffin seems a bit sinister. Let's just leave it alone. If something comes out, it would be disastrous. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Xingyo scoffed, dismissing his martial Tao heavenly eyes. I must take this coffin back to study it. If something dares to come out, I'll just cut it down with my sword. This? Zhang Feng and the others opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but they couldn't find the words. After all, Lin Xingyo was the invincible white-clad emperor. As such a revered figure, he must have his reasons for acting this way, and it wasn't their place to question him. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo didn't pay attention to Zhang Feng's expressions. He stepped forward to the stone coffin, his eyes fixed on the 9 dragon-patterned black gold chains suspending it in midair, ready to make his move. But, the next moment, a powerful aura shot through the hole Lin Xingyo had blasted open. You lowly insects dare to touch my treasure? Get out of here if you want to live, or I'll annihilate you all. Bothersome. Seeing the enemy approaching, Lin Xingyo immediately threw a powerful punch, and in an instant, the two forces collided and exploded. Trash, you're here. At that moment, another angry shout came from the entrance, and Su Zijuan along with Zhang Hong and the others burst in. This time, watch me Su Zijuan destroy you. Senior Su, you must not confront the white-clad. Seeing Su Zijuan and the others enter, Zhang Feng quickly tried to warn them, hoping they wouldn't oppose Lin Xingyo. But before Zhang Feng could finish his sentence, Su Zijuan lunged at him with a sword, calling Zhang Feng a traitor and expressing his regret for saving him. In an instant, the two clashed, and Zhang Feng never got the chance to finish his warning. Human, you are strong. On Lin Xingyo's side, after a powerful exchange with his opponent, he immediately realized the opponent was an incredibly powerful armored divine monkey, wielding a massive iron staff, its flames blazing as it looked at him and said, "Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel and submit. I can take you as my human pet." Is that so? Lin Xingyo scoffed, his gaze falling on the armored divine monkey. You think you're worthy of making me your pet? I'm afraid you're not qualified. Human, you are bold. Before the armored divine monkey could respond, the nearby flame-rampant lion couldn't wait to speak. Do you know what kind of powerful being you're facing? Our king possesses the bloodline of ancient gods. You, a mere lowly human, should be grateful and prostrate yourself in worship for being given such an opportunity. Yet, you dare to speak so arrogantly. Do you know what a grave offense this is? Humph. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo's brows furrowed, and he raised the bone blade in his hand, looking at the dozen or so ancient demonic birds that had rushed in. If you don't submit, then fight. Huh. The armored divine monkey, hearing the flame-rampant lion's words, looked at Lin Xingyo with an air of arrogance, waiting for him to submit. But to his surprise, Lin Xingyo was so brazen. The armored divine monkey was momentarily caught off guard, but when he realized what was happening, he was furious. He was the king of the ancient source veins. In this region, no one dared to disrespect him. Everyone who met him groveled. Now, this insignificant human, weaker than an ant, dared to treat him with such disrespect. The armored divine monkey was completely enraged. He would tear Lin Xingyo to shreds and make everyone understand that he was a king who could not be offended. Human, you are too arrogant. The armored divine monkey grew angrier and more violent as he thought about it, glaring at Lin Xingyo. Now, I, the armored divine monkey, will show you the miserable fate of those who dare to be so arrogant toward me. Come on. Lin Xingyo didn't want to waste words with the armored divine monkey. If they were going to fight, then let it be swift. Although his cultivation had once again been suppressed to the formation arrangement realm, Lin Xingyo was not afraid of the armored divine monkey before him. You deserve to die. The armored divine monkey was completely enraged. After all, he was one of the 5 great overlords of the ancient spirit domain. Even the other 4 overlords, Qiongqi, Zhuyin, 8-legged nether spider, and 9-headed golden lion, wouldn't dare speak to him like this. Yet, this human repeatedly showed him such disrespect. The armored divine monkey was utterly furious. He would tear Lin Xingyo apart with his claws and kill this insignificant ant. Roar! The armored divine monkey went berserk, his aura exploding, and a series of brilliant lights rising from his back. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and launched a powerful punch at Lin Xingyo. Bring it on! Seeing the armored divine monkey's punch coming, Lin Xingyo stomped the ground with force, shattering it, and then countered with a lightning-fast punch of his own. Sky-shattering fist, break. Clang! Lin Xingyo and the armored divine monkey exchanged blows, and the shockwave from the collision exploded. Lin Xingyo didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. With the bone blade in hand, he struck like a thunderbolt, slashing fiercely at the armored divine monkey. Clang! The armored divine monkey, of course, didn't dare to be careless. Facing Lin Xingyo's slash, he swung his iron staff, and the two weapons clashed. Chapter 369. You humans are strong. Human, You are indeed strong. After clashing with Lin Xingyo, the Tongbi Divine Monkey tightly gripped his iron staff and launched a ferocious attack on Lin Xingyo, roaring, "But unfortunately, you've encountered me, the Tongbi Divine Monkey. I will annihilate you. Just wait." "Come on." Lin Xingyo smirked, his eyes darkening as he swung his bone blade to counterattack the Tongbi Divine Monkey, declaring, "If you want to fight, then fight. I've never feared anyone." Roar. The Tongbi Divine Monkey was utterly enraged. This human before him was undoubtedly the most arrogant human he had ever encountered. Such a lowly creature. How could there be such a being? The Tongbi Divine Monkey couldn't help but take a second look at Lin Xingyo, for in his world, humans were as insignificant as ants. Lacking ferocity, lacking backbone, terrified of death, to the point of cowardice. Usually, he didn't even need to lift a finger. These lowly humans would grovel before him, and some even worshipped him as a totem, boasting that they were his descendants and possessed his bloodline. But this human was different. Not only did he show no respect for the Tongbi Divine Monkey, but he also repeatedly disrespected him. Nevertheless, the Tongbi Divine Monkey had to acknowledge that Lin Xingyo was indeed powerful. Otherwise, how could such a lowly being be worthy of engaging in combat with him? Roar. Although the Tongbi Divine Monkey had a newfound respect for Lin Xingyo, he had also made up his mind to kill him. After all, no powerful being enjoyed the presence of someone like Lin Xingyo. If not subdued, then it must be killed. Otherwise, how could he, the Tongbi Divine Monkey, rule this region and become one of the 5 great overlords of the ancient wilderness domain? Kill. The Tongbi Divine Monkey ceased holding back and unleashed his full power to attack Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo's strength was formidable, and he needed to be eradicated. After all, the Tongbi Divine Monkey had no desire to see another supreme powerhouse emerge in the ancient wilderness domain to stand alongside them as one of the 6 great overlords. Kill. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was equally direct, fully displaying his strength at the peak of the formation realm. He clashed head-on with the Tongbi Divine Monkey, and in an instant, the two of them became like streams of light, continuously colliding. Crack! Suddenly, Lin Xingyo felt a shock, and to his astonishment, his bone blade shattered. Before he could react, the Tongbi Divine Monkey's fiery iron staff came crashing down on him. "Human, this time, you're finished, aren't you?" Seeing this, the Tongbi Divine Monkey glanced at Lin Xingyo, his face filled with glee, as if he couldn't be happier. He didn't believe that Lin Xingyo could withstand this blow. Trash die. Su Zijuan, who was fighting Zhang Feng, also wore an expression of excitement, as if he had already witnessed the Tongbi Divine Monkey smashing Lin Xingyo's head with a single strike. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo reacted, stomping the ground so hard it cracked. In front of countless astonished eyes, he activated the Wujia domain and unleashed a ferocious punch toward the Tongbi Divine Monkey, shouting, "6 paths reincarnation fist, break. Idiot, prepare to die." Seeing that Lin Xingyo didn't defend against the Tongbi Divine Monkey's descending staff, but instead punched straight at the monkey's chest, Su Zijuan and the others all looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already a dead man. But, in the next instant, Su Zijuan's and the others' expressions froze. The Lin Xingyo who was supposed to have his head smashed was unscathed, and instead, he sent the Tongbi Divine Monkey flying with a single punch. What the hell? How is this possible? Witnessing the once mighty Tongbi Divine Monkey now like a piece of rotten wood, sent flying with a single punch by Lin Xingyo, Su Zijuan and the others were in turmoil. Their eyes were filled not only with shock, but also with overwhelming murderous intent. They absolutely could not let Lin Xingyo live, because this was their only chance to kill Lin Xingyo, since they were in the ancient wilderness domain, where everyone's strength was suppressed to the formation realm. If they didn't kill him now, when would they? Kill. As Su Zijuan and the others made up their minds, their gazes immediately fell upon the followers still watching the battle, and their faces instantly showed dissatisfaction. How could these people be so lacking in discernment? Such a great opportunity to kill Lin Xingyo, and yet they were all just standing there watching? Wouldn't it be better to attack Lin Xingyo together? Damn it, all a bunch of useless fools. Coming to his senses, Su Zijuan glared angrily at their followers and shouted, "What are you idiots still standing there for? Hurry up and attack that wretch together. Who dares?" Hearing this, the Tongbi divine monkey leaped to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he roared, "This human is mine. Anyone who dares to interfere in my battle with him will be killed one by one. Great Monkey Lord, we're helping you, aren't we?" Seeing this, Su Zijuan blocked Zhang Feng's sword and immediately forced a fawning smile, as obsequious as a blooming chrysanthemum, trying to ingratiate himself with the Tongbi divine monkey. "Won't it be better if we help you kill this wretch?" "Get lost." The Tongbi divine monkey shot a disdainful glance at Su Zijuan, saying, "If you, such a lowly ant, dare to speak to me again, I will crush you with a single strike." "Monkey, you're not bad." Hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately spoke to the Tongbi divine monkey, saying, "I'm starting to like you a bit. I'll give you a chance. Hand over your slave seal and become my battle pet." Chapter 370. Make me your battle pet. What? Make me your battle pet? Upon hearing these words, the mighty arm monkey instantly flew into a rage. Who was the mighty arm monkey? He was one of the 5 great overlords of the ancient spirit domain, with unparalleled combat prowess in this era, especially considering his bloodline and bones. He was a descendant of the 4 ancient chaos monkeys, the mighty arm ape and the spiritual stone monkey. Yet, this mere ant before him dared to claim he would make him his battle pet. This was beyond arrogance. If anyone else had dared to speak such words, the mighty arm monkey would have already made them lose their head. "Human, you've angered me." The mighty arm monkey grew angrier the more he thought about it, feeling increasingly humiliated. He swung his iron staff and roared as he charged at Lin Xingyo, shouting, "Die! Monkey, you'll regret this." Lin Xingyo, seeing the mighty arm monkey charging, said, "This is your only chance. I might not give you another. Now, hand over your slave seal. Being taken as my battle pet is a great fortune for you, you know?" Damn, he's really good at acting. Su Zijuan almost laughed at Lin Xingyo's words. His expression, filled with mockery, remained unchanged as he said, "Who do you think you are? You're just an outer sect disciple of the primordial sacred land. Yet you dare speak such words here. You're truly shameless." Everyone around couldn't help but laugh. They acknowledged that Lin Xingyo was somewhat strong, but there was no need to be so pretentious. Who was he fighting against? That was the mighty arm monkey, a lord of the ancient spirit domain. For Lin Xingyo to dare speak such words in front of so many people was utterly ridiculous. "Human, I admit you are strong." The mighty arm monkey was completely enraged, saying, "But to think you want to make me your battle pet. This is too much. I must kill you." "Fine." Lin Xingyo smirked, teasingly looking at the mighty arm monkey. "I'll give you a chance to defeat me. If you can beat me, I'll become your human pet. But if you lose, hand over your slave seal and become my battle pet. How about it?" "Agreed, as you wish." Upon hearing this, the mighty arm monkey shot into the sky, gripping his iron staff tightly. He descended from above, bringing the staff down vertically toward Lin Xingyo, shouting, "But I, the mighty arm monkey, will definitely defeat you and make you my human pet. Fight! Is that so?" Seeing the mighty arm monkey's staff descending, Lin Xingyo took a step back, clenched his fists, and roared, "If that's the case, then it's a deal. 6 paths reincarnation fist, crush. Die." Seeing the 6 paths reincarnation disc activate around Lin Xingyo, the mighty arm monkey immediately drew all the spiritual energy from his dantian and swung his iron staff at Lin Xingyo with lightning speed. Bang! The mighty arm monkey descended from the sky, bringing his iron staff down with earth-shattering force, directly colliding with Lin Xingyo's 6 paths reincarnation fist. Instantly, powerful shockwaves exploded from the point of impact. Dragon subduing palm, break. After launching his 6 paths reincarnation fist, Lin Xingyo immediately followed up with a dragon subduing palm. In an instant, a ferocious five-clawed golden dragon charged toward the mighty arm monkey. Monkey fist break. Seeing Lin Xingyo's dragon-subduing palm approach, the mighty arm monkey reacted quickly, countering with a punch toward the five-clawed golden dragon. Bang! The fierce exchange of attacks exploded in front of them, shattering the surrounding ground. Countless creatures who couldn't dodge in time were severely injured. How can he be so strong? Su Zijuan, witnessing this scene, felt like he was choking. After all, the mighty arm monkey was a peerless warrior with a bloodline and bones that should make him invincible in the formation stage. Yet now, he couldn't even handle a mere Lin Xingyo. Su Zijuan was utterly horrified. How could there be such a powerful human in the world? Wasn't he just an outer sect disciple? How did he train to become so strong? Now, this mere outer sect disciple was even stronger than him, an inner sect disciple. How was this possible? Su Zijuan couldn't tolerate it. He had to kill Lin Xingyo. Otherwise, as an inner sect disciple, this would be a stain on his honor, and the inner sect disciples of the primordial sacred land would all lose face. The stronger this scum became, the more Su Zijuan couldn't bear it. He had to kill him in the ancient spirit domain, absolutely not allowing him to return to the primordial sacred land alive. Otherwise, he would be a permanent disgrace. Kill, kill, kill. Su Zijuan's bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, filled with an overwhelming desire to kill. Mighty arm monkey, you must kill him. Chapter 371. This young man is quite impressive. This young man is quite impressive. At the Taichu sacred grounds, an ancestor suddenly opened his dim eyes and spoke to Lin Xingyo, who was engaged in battle with the ancient source pulse and the divine monkey. If he returns from the ancient spirit domain, our sacred academy can make an exception to take him as a disciple. What? The bustling crowd at the Taichu sacred grounds was left gaping, their eyes wide as they stared at the floating divine mountain in shock. What did this imply? It left everyone in the Taichu sacred grounds utterly stunned. After all, the sacred academy had not opened its doors for 500 years. Now, an exalted ancestor had spoken. He wanted to take Lin Xingyo as a disciple. This was simply earth-shattering. To become a disciple of the Taichu Sacred Academy, one would eventually reach the level of an immortal king. Even a quasi-emperor was not out of the question. If one's talent was exceptional, ascending to the heavens and proving the way of the emperor would naturally be within reach. Such an opportunity had fallen upon an outer sect disciple of the Taichu sacred grounds. His ancestors' graves must be smoking with incense. After all, this was an unparalleled honor. Old monster Yuan, taking my disciple as your own, with your qualifications, you're not worthy? Just as countless people were casting envious glances at Lin Xingyo, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Then, they saw Gai Jushan holding a wine gourd, taking a big gulp, and looking up at the sacred academy on the divine mountain, saying, "Because you're only fit to carry his shoes?" This statement, like a stabilizing needle, instantly shocked the entire audience. The sheer arrogance of the words pressed down on everyone, leaving them several times on the verge of speaking, yet unable to find the words to say. After all, the old monster Yuan in Gai Jushan's mouth was none other than Yuan Tongtian, the headmaster of the Taichu Sacred Academy. He was a mythical figure in the immortal spirit realm. His cultivation had reached the terrifying level of the celestial heaven realm. Moreover, he had once slain countless foreign enemies for the Taichu sacred grounds. Therefore, in terms of status and position, apart from Du Morua, there was hardly anyone in the Taichu sacred grounds who could rival him. Now, Gai Jushan claimed that he was only fit to carry Lin Xingyo's shoes. How could the crowd not be shocked by this revelation? Gai Jushan, you're still alive. Seeing it was Gai Jushan, Yuan Tongtian's face immediately showed anger. I truly regret it. Back then, I shouldn't have let you stay in the Taichu sacred grounds. Now, you should have long been expelled as a good-for-nothing. After all, you're just a useless leech, no longer capable of doing anything valuable for the Taichu sacred grounds. Yuan Tongtian, you can't cover the sky with one hand? Gai Jushan retorted upon hearing this. The Taichu sacred grounds isn't yours anymore. Do you know who founded the Taichu sacred grounds? Gai Jushan. All those are things of the past. Yuan Tongtian sneered disdainfully. Your past achievements are just that, past. After all, the Taichu sacred grounds has supported you for so many years. Now, you're just a mere good-for-nothing. What face do you have to stay in our Taichu sacred grounds? If I were you, I would leave very sensibly, dying outside, and never staying here to disgrace myself. You're outrageous. Gai Jushan was angered. The Taichu sacred grounds had been founded by him and his 3 disciples. Now that his true body couldn't return, Yuan Tongtian was humiliating him in front of so many people. How could Gai Jushan not be furious? What made Gai Jushan even more despairing was that at this moment, Qingxia the Empress and Du Moroa remained silent. Gai Jushan felt both heartbroken and sorrowful. Although he had long known that the Taichu sacred grounds had become this way, facing it now, he couldn't help but feel a chill run through his body. Was this the Taichu sacred grounds that he had once sacrificed his cultivation to protect? Gai Jushan, get out. I never want to see you again. As Gai Jushan's heart trembled, another voice rang out. The Taichu sacred grounds no longer needs a good-for-nothing like you. Staying here will only bring shame to our Taichu sacred grounds. It's better to leave early to avoid embarrassment for everyone. Qingxia the Empress? The bustling crowd was left dumbfounded, as Qingxia the Empress had also spoken. Well, very well indeed. Gai Jushan couldn't help but laugh, his eyes shifting between Qingxia the Empress and Yuan Tongtian in the Sacred Academy. He understood that this was the current state of the Taichu sacred grounds. It didn't nurture a single good-for-nothing. It didn't keep a single useless person. Even if you had once achieved great things, the Taichu sacred grounds could still kick you out, because you had fallen into being a good-for-nothing. Gai Jushan understood. At this moment, he secretly resolved that after that matter was over, he really should leave, as there was no longer any meaning in staying in the Taichu sacred grounds. This place had once been his home, but now it wasn't, because he was now a useless person, and thus it could no longer accommodate him. Chapter 372, Golden Divine Bones. My disciple. Gai Jushan gazed forlornly at the ancient source vein, where Lin Xingyo was engaged in a fierce battle with the armored ape. The people within the tomb chamber were also locked in a chaotic melee. Human, you are indeed strong. In the tomb chamber, the armored ape, after being struck down by Lin Xingyo's punch, stomped the ground and roared with unprecedented ferocity. But I, the armored ape, am the ruler of this place. No matter how strong you are, you will eventually fall to me. Prepare to submit to me, human. Not bad. Seeing the armored ape's newfound ferocity, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but gesture with his finger. Finally, you're showing some real strength. Come on, then. Let's see just how strong you really are. Roar. The armored ape became completely enraged, its murderous aura exploding around it as its cold, blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Xingyo. It charged forward with a terrifying ferocity. Six Paths Fist, suppress and kill. Seeing the armored ape charging, Lin Xingyo clenched his fists tightly, took a lightning-fast step forward, and unleashed a powerful punch directly at the armored ape. Bang! Lin Xingyo's punch met the armored ape's attack head-on, and without any pause, he continued to unleash a flurry of punches and palm strikes, each one as fast as lightning, battering the armored ape relentlessly. Punch after punch, palm strike after palm strike. In the stunned gaze of countless onlookers, Lin Xingyo clashed with the armored ape in 1,000 fierce exchanges, shattering the surroundings with their intense combat. Boom! At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from the blood pool beneath the 9-tiered stone coffin. Golden light shot into the sky, and amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, 6 golden bones shrouded in black mist burst forth from the blood pool. These are golden divine bones? The ongoing battle paused as everyone turned their attention to the 6 golden bones that had shot into the air. Without waiting for any command, all living beings rushed toward the golden bones. Roar! The armored ape, recovering from its shock, shook off Lin Xingyo and darted toward the golden bones at an incredible speed. roaring, "You lowly insects, get out of the way! This is my fortune, not something you lowly creatures can claim. Armored ape, with Su Zijuan here. How dare you, a lower realm creature, act so arrogantly? Get lost, or my sword will cut you down." Su Zijuan also charged toward the bones. Lin Xingyo was left speechless. These two were each more boastful than the other. What gives them the right to be so arrogant? I, the White Robe Emperor, haven't even spoken yet. These 6 golden bones are all mine. Even if I don't need them, I can always take them out to please Zhao Yuqin, right? With that thought, Lin Xingyo reached out to grab the 6 golden bones. But in the next instant, a blade of light shot through the air, severing his hand as it reached for the bones. This is bad. Lin Xingyo managed to forcibly seize one of the golden bones, then stomped the ground, shattering the 3 supreme bones behind him. Instantly, the colorless domain enveloped him, but in the next moment, an overwhelming force struck his domain. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo didn't have time to react, and his body was forced back a dozen steps, his feet crushing the ground as he stumbled backward until he slammed into the bone wall, which radiated with divine might. But, in the next moment, as soon as Lin Xingyo stabilized, a broken blade shot out with a terrifying killing intent, slashing toward him once more. This blade? Lin Xingyo's heart trembled, and he quickly waved his hand, pulling Zhang Feng and the others into his small world. Then, with unrestrained fury, he unleashed a powerful punch toward the incoming blade. Clang! Lin Xingyo's fist collided with the blade from the blood pool, and an explosive surge of energy erupted within the tomb chamber. The living beings around them didn't have time to react, and in an instant, they were obliterated into a mist of blood. Roar! The armored ape let out a furious roar, and its iron staff exploded with a fiery light, shielding it from the raging energy. Su Zijuan and Zhang Heng also activated their protective artifacts, managing to withstand the onslaught. But, in the next moment, before Su Zijuan and the others could react, 9 dragon-patterned black gold chains, glowing with radiant runes, snapped apart and unleashed a devastating barrage toward them. Clang, clang, clang. Completely caught off guard, Su Zijuan and the others were sent flying by the chains. Their bodies were hurled out of the ancient source vein and crashed into the ruins below. Roar! The armored ape managed to withstand the attack, likely due to the extraordinary nature of its iron staff, which completely defended against the strike from the black gold chains. However, before the armored ape could react, the 9 chains from the stone coffin shot toward it. Am I going to die? Seeing the 9 chains hurtling toward him, the armored ape's eyes filled with despair. He knew he had no way to defend against such an attack. Although his iron staff was powerful, the armored ape understood that these 9 dragon-patterned black gold chains were no less formidable. With such an attack, he knew he couldn't possibly withstand it. Iron staff, activate. Knowing he was doomed, the armored ape still poured all his strength into the staff. After all, this staff was something he had obtained from the forbidden region of the Broken Ridge Mountains in the ancient spirit domain. Since acquiring this staff, he had risen to become one of the 5 great overlords of the ancient spirit domain. If this staff couldn't protect him now, then without a doubt, he would die in this tomb chamber. With no other choice, the armored ape poured all his strength into the staff, making one last desperate attempt. Clang! As soon as the armored ape steeled his resolve, the first of the 9 dragon-patterned black gold chains shot toward him. In an instant, a force erupted that was beyond his ability to resist, exploding upon impact with the staff. Clang! The armored ape didn't even have time to scream before his body was blasted away, crashing into the bone wall and landing on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, unable to rise. But, in the next moment, a chain shaped like a death scythe shot toward him. Knowing he couldn't escape, the armored ape could only grit his teeth and accept his fate, fully aware that he couldn't withstand this blow. Sixpath's fist break. Just as the armored ape awaited his death, a roar echoed through the chamber. To his shock, The expected strike from the chain didn't come. Looking up, he saw Lin Xingyo had repelled the chain with a powerful punch. This human saved me? The armored ape looked at Lin Xingyo's towering figure, and for a moment, he felt a strange sensation. A sense of submission? The armored ape's gaze froze. How could he, the mighty armored ape, feel such a sensation toward a lowly human? Monkey, lend me your iron staff? Lin Xingyo's voice rang out, and without waiting for the armored ape's response, he grabbed the fallen staff from the ground. Kill! With the staff in hand, Lin Xingyo transformed into a war god, smashing the incoming blade with a powerful strike. Clang! Lin Xingyo's staff collided with the blade, and before he could relax, the dragon-patterned black gold chains from the stone coffin shot toward him. Kill! Lin Xingyo went berserk, his killing intent exploding. Clutching the staff tightly, he charged toward the chains with unstoppable fury. Chapter 373, completely enraged. How is this outer sect disciple of the primordial sacred land so strong? Su Outyin, the father of Su Zijuan of the primordial sacred land, was filled with nothing but utter astonishment as he gazed at Lin Xingyo in the void mirror. The power Lin Xingyo displayed was simply too formidable. Indeed, he is the disciple of Gai Jushan. It seems Gai Jushan still has some tricks up his sleeve, otherwise he wouldn't be able to cultivate a disciple like Lin Xingyo. An eternal heavenly venerate is still an eternal heavenly venerate. Even if he has now fallen into disrepute, he can still train such an extraordinary disciple. It's a pity he has a poor relationship with Yuan Tongtian and the others. Otherwise, keeping such a talent in the primordial sacred land to open a mountain and accept disciples could have been put to good use. Unfortunately, Yuan Tongtian and the others cannot tolerate him. What's going on? As Su Outyin turned to look at Gai Jushan, he suddenly heard a few shouts. Reacting quickly, he turned his head and immediately noticed that the illusion mirror could no longer show the battle between Lin Xingyo and the others. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Why can't the illusion mirror see their battle? What is blocking the heavenly fate? You, how are you so strong? Who exactly are you? How do you possess such immense power?" In the ancient tomb of the ancient spirit domain, the armillary divine monkey was nearly bursting with fury. The power of Lin Xingyo had completely erupted, and countless runes and divine radiance rose from behind him. He grasped the two great das of life and death. He was furiously attacking the broken blade in the air and the 9 dragon-patterned black gold chains on the stone coffin, with intense waves of light exploding one after another in the tomb. Monkey, bear with it for now and come in. Lin Xingyo had no time to care about the armillary divine monkey's reaction. He directly reached out and pulled it into his small personal world. Then with a sudden shake of his iron staff, he struck lightning fast towards the broken blade and the stone coffin. He was enraged. He wanted to smash this stone coffin and see just what was inside that dared to attack him. Clang! The broken blade and the stone coffin also seemed to have awakened their intelligence, and they both furiously attacked Lin Xingyo. In the next moment, the 5 golden divine bones that had been floating in the air also moved. They transformed into 5 streaks of golden light and directly slashed towards Lin Xingyo. Hmph! Lin Xingyo recovered from his shock. The broken blade and the stone coffin attacking them like this seemed to be because they had just tried to seize these 6 golden divine bones, especially since he had just forcibly taken one. Now, the broken blade and the stone coffin were attacking him even more ferociously. Lin Xingyo understood. These 6 golden divine bones must be extraordinary, and there must be a formidable figure orchestrating this entire scheme. Using a pool of Emperor's essence to nurture these things, allowing them to slowly transform and evolve here, but they had rashly intruded here, disturbing them. So the broken blade and the golden divine bones all shot out from the blood pool, attacking them, intending to kill them all. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Lin Xingyo came to his senses, the stone coffin that had been floating in the air suddenly went completely berserk. Waves of pressure like rippling water completely erupted from the depths of the stone coffin, and in an instant, a devastating force filled the entire tomb. Crack, crack, crack. At the moment the stone coffin's momentum exploded, the surrounding bone walls all shattered, especially the ground beneath Lin Xingyo, which directly collapsed. A killing aura that covered the sky instantly enveloped Lin Xingyo, as if it wanted to directly tear him apart. But Lin Xingyo was a heavenly being realm cultivator. With his strength, not to mention in the ancient spirit domain, even in the immortal spirit realm, there were few living beings who could destroy him. Not even the heavenly Tao could, let alone this stone coffin. Chapter 374. Horrific Slaughter. Good, very good. Lin Xingyo's brows furrowed, his cold eyes fixed on the stone coffin as he spoke with a murderous intent. You've ignited my fighting spirit. Although I can only wield the strength of a quasi-emperor now, you still make me want to fight you. Boom. The stone coffin and the broken blade seemed to sense Lin Xingyo's provocation, immediately releasing waves of eerie Tao intent, then charging at him with wild ferocity. Character Equipment Skill Bar Activate. Facing the onslaught of the stone coffin and the broken blade, Lin Xingyo immediately activated all his system skills. Gripping the iron staff tightly, he unleashed a force that shattered the heavens. Kill! Lin Xingyo stomped his foot and raised his iron staff, unleashing a savage horizontal strike at the 5 golden divine bones that shot toward him. Crack, crack, crack. The 5 golden divine bones were all swept away by Lin Xingyo's strike. But in the next moment, the broken blade arrived, its overwhelming blade light forming a destructive wave that sliced through the heavens like a meteor chasing the moon, delivering a massive blow to Lin Xingyo. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Shatter for me. Seeing the broken blade approaching, Lin Xingyo clenched his fist, channeling all the power from his dantian and delivering a powerful punch at the incoming blade. Crack! The surrounding space was completely shattered. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist imprint, launched into the air, unleashed tens of thousands of strikes on the broken blade, causing the bone walls of the tomb chamber to crack like a spiderweb. Crack! In the midst of the fierce battle, the broken blade was finally knocked away by Lin Xingyo, embedding itself into a bone wall. However, Lin Xingyo couldn't afford to stop, as the stone coffin bound by 9 dragon-patterned black gold chains had already attacked like an octopus. Sword come! Lin Xingyo swept the iron staff horizontally, instinctively shouting for the sword. But, just like before, the Zhutian sword and the Shunxiang spear couldn't be summoned. Frustrated, Lin Xingyo could only grip the iron staff tightly and charge forward. Although it was also a weapon of an emperor, Lin Xingyo still found it somewhat awkward to use, as he was accustomed to fighting with the Zhutian sword and the Shunxiang spear. Clang! Lin Xingyo didn't have time to think too much, as his iron staff had already clashed with the dragon-patterned black gold chains. In the next moment, the stone coffin, with overwhelming momentum, suddenly rammed at Lin Xingyo. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Break. Seeing the stone coffin hurtling toward him with destructive force, Lin Xingyo clenched his fist and delivered a thunderous punch. Boom! Lin Xingyo's 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist collided with the stone coffin, creating powerful shockwaves that exploded at the point of impact. But the stone coffin's assault didn't stop. It continued to push forward, and the first layer of the coffin lid suddenly opened, releasing a torrent of black mist. In an instant, countless ferocious specters emerged from the cracks in the coffin, wildly tearing at Lin Xingyo. Golden Light Buddha Wall. Activate. Lin Xingyo didn't hesitate. Facing the specters attacking him, he immediately activated the Golden Light Buddha Wall. In an instant, Buddhist scriptures filled the sky, and golden light shot up, reflecting the specters back, shattering them against the bone walls of the tomb chamber. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, the 5 golden divine bones in the tomb chamber shot toward him, shattering the space with trails of time's tail, arriving before Lin Xingyo. Battle Saint Technique. Activate. Seeing the 5 golden primordial bones attacking, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot and activated the Battle Saint Technique. In an instant, his combat power increased tenfold, knocking away the 5 primordial bones. Give it to me. As the 5 golden divine bones were knocked away, Lin Xingyo reached out and grabbed one, trying to forcibly seize it. But, in the next moment, the embedded broken blade suddenly dislodged itself, shattering the divine bones in the wall. It then soared into the air, unleashing a blade aura over 100 zhang wide, aiming a slash at Lin Xingyo's hand as it reached for the golden divine bone. Get lost. Lin Xingyo activated the colorless domain, covering the golden divine bone and forcibly seizing it, sealing it. If you attack me again, I will shatter you. Crack. The broken blade wasn't intimidated by Lin Xingyo. After all, it was once the ancestor of all weapons in the Xianling realm, known as the Zhantian blade. It had been shattered while fighting alongside its master, the Supreme Emperor Shenqi, in the battle against the Supreme Heaven of the Hongming Heaven realm. Now, though a fragment, it was determined to protect the 6 golden divine bones of Emperor Shenqi. After all, this was the inheritance of Emperor Shenqi, which couldn't fall into the hands of this lowly human. Such divine artifacts could only be claimed by the descendants of the mighty Emperor Shenqi. Humans, these lowly beings, absolutely had no right to inherit them. Kill, kill, kill. The Zhantian blade grew more and more furious, almost going berserk as it continued to attack Lin Xingyo. But it was facing Lin Xingyo. Although Lin Xingyo couldn't fully unleash his power, it wasn't something the broken blade could defeat. Boom! As Lin Xingyo fought the broken blade, the stone coffin beside him suddenly exploded, releasing a myriad of blood-red rays of light. Then, Lin Xingyo heard the sounds of clashing weapons and galloping horses. Kill, kill, kill. The stone coffin's drumbeats echoed, and in his shocked gaze, an endless sea of warriors, seemingly stepping out of the eternal river, emerged from the coffin. Lin Xingyo understood. This must be the second layer of the stone coffin opening. He had once seen it as a blood-red world, but he hadn't expected it to contain such beings. Warriors of slaughter. No wonder he had felt an icy killing intent in that blood-red world. It turned out to be immortal soldier souls. Kill. Realizing this, Lin Xingyo didn't waste any words. He activated the 9 Dao laws around him and gripped his weapon tightly, charging at the soldier souls erupting from the stone coffin. Kill, kill, kill. The two sides clashed fiercely, the intense battle shattering the bone walls of the tomb chamber. Soon, they exchanged tens of thousands of blows, and the boundless destructive aura completely exploded within the tomb chamber. Boom! The tomb chamber finally couldn't withstand it, and the bone walls completely collapsed. The powerful energy burst out, instantly shattering tens of thousands of rivers in the ancient source vein, obliterating countless lives. The earth-shattering explosion then completely shattered the surrounding void. Heaven is Qian, Earth is Kuan, Yin-Yang 8 trigrams seal heaven and earth, reverse Qian Kuan to suppress the firmament, 5-element seal to fix the eternal, all phenomena return to the blood domain, 5-element seal technique, suppress and seal. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo in the ancient source vein immediately slashed his palm, forcing out countless drops of essence blood, forming the 5-element seal technique, which he slapped onto the stone coffin. Then, he tightly grasped it and sealed the curse on the stone coffin. This time, Lin Xingyo paid a huge price, as he had no choice but to do so. After all, if the stone coffin were to completely open, not only would all the creatures in the ancient spirit domain die, but even the Xianling realm would be affected. Because Lin Xingyo could sense the terrifying power of the stone coffin, there must be something incredibly horrifying inside. If it were to be unleashed, it would bring endless trouble. Phew! After sealing the stone coffin and storing it in his personal small world, Lin Xingyo's gaze immediately fell on the broken blade and the remaining 4 golden divine bones. But, in the next moment, the broken blade and the remaining 4 golden divine bones didn't wait for Lin Xingyo to act. They directly broke through the ancient source vein, transforming into golden light and shooting out. Chapter 375. The Battle for the Divine Bones. Where do you think you're going? Lin Xingyo naturally wouldn't let Dandao and the golden divine bones escape. He blasted through the mountain rocks and pursued them relentlessly. Roar! As soon as Lin Xingyo burst out from the underground of the ancient vein, he immediately noticed countless beings shooting towards him from the void. "You're still alive, you wretch?" Su Zijuan, seeing Lin Xingyo, roared in fury. "How did you survive this? Now it's my turn to kill you." Before Su Zijuan's words even faded, he charged at Lin Xingyo. Zhang Hong, on the other hand, disdainfully glanced at Su Zijuan. Instead of attacking Lin Xingyo, he, like most of the other beings, went straight for the 6 golden divine bones that had just shot out. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. 4 of the golden divine bones shot towards them even faster, piercing into their foreheads and embedding themselves in their bodies. Boom! The moment Zhang Hong and the others obtained the golden divine bones, they shuddered, and a torrent of golden light engulfed them, filling their bodies with an overwhelming surge of power. This feeling, Zhang Hong couldn't help but grin, feeling an unprecedented sense of strength, as if he could control the very heavens and earth. Excellent! Clenching his fist, Zhang Hong turned his gaze towards Lin Xingyo, his eyes glowing with golden light. "Waste, if you don't want to die, I'll give you a chance. Hand over the 2 golden divine bones you've obtained. Otherwise, I will annihilate you." Humph! Lin Xingyo twirled his iron staff, his cold eyes fixed on Zhang Hong. "If you want the golden divine bones in my possession, you can come and take them by force. But let me warn you, be prepared to die." "Is that so?" Zhang Hong sneered arrogantly at Lin Xingyo. "You insignificant ant, you're far too arrogant. I've endured you for too long, and now that I possess the power of the golden divine bones, I don't believe I can't kill you this time." "Then come at me." Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened as he shot forward, knocking Su Zijuan away with a single strike. In the blink of an eye, he swung his iron staff at the arrogant Zhang Hong. "Trash, you're too slow. Blade, come to me." Zhang Hong, seeing Lin Xingyo approach, grinned maniacally, grabbing the broken blade and counterattacking with lightning speed. "Now let this ant of yours witness how fast my blade is." Blade slash. With the broken blade in hand, Zhang Hong tore through space like a streak of light, shooting towards Lin Xingyo. How has Zhang Heng's speed become so fast? The surrounding beings, their mouths agape and eyes wide, watched Zhang Hong, who moved like lightning, in stunned silence. This speed was simply too fast, far beyond Zhang Heng's limits. He must have at least the strength of a divine king. The surrounding beings, realizing this, couldn't help but gasp in shock. Zhang Hong, who had been at the formation realm just moments ago, had now, after obtaining a single golden divine bone, reached the terrifying level of a divine king. Even more astonishing was that he seemed to be immune to the rules of this realm. Good, very good. Su Zijuan, who had been knocked down by Lin Xingyo and was getting up from the rubble, immediately looked ecstatic. "Zhang Hong, you must kill that wretch. He absolutely must not be allowed to live." "Lin Xingyo, you're finished." The usually noisy scene instantly fell silent at these words, and everyone looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already dead. After all, Zhang Hong now possessed the strength of a divine king. How could Lin Xingyo possibly stand against him? "Trash, die." Zhang Hong reached Lin Xingyo, raising the broken blade with both hands and slashing down at him with lightning speed. 6 paths reincarnation fist crush. Facing Zhang Heng's blade, Lin Xingyo raised his hand and countered with a 6 paths reincarnation fist. Is he mad? The surrounding beings watched Lin Xingyo in disbelief. Zhang Hong, with his divine king strength, was about to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Xingyo didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he punched straight at Zhang Hong. Everyone around felt certain that Lin Xingyo was doomed. But the next moment, everyone was left gaping in shock. Lin Xingyo hadn't been killed by Zhang Hong. Instead, Zhang Hong was obliterated by Lin Xingyo with a single punch. The golden divine bones that flew out were immediately seized by Lin Xingyo. How is this possible? Su Zijuan, his legs trembling and eyes wide with disbelief, fell to the ground instinctively. He was utterly devastated. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Zhang Hong, who had been so terrifyingly powerful just moments ago, had been obliterated by Lin Xingyo with a single punch. I understand now. After a moment, Su Zijuan regained his composure and roared in excitement. That trash must have acquired 2 golden divine bones, which is why he possesses such immense power. These bones are truly extraordinary. They can grant a person such strength. I, Su Zijuan, must get my hands on them. Hearing this, the surrounding beings erupted in frenzy, their eyes turning red as they stared at Lin Xingyo and the others. The golden divine bones? They drove all beings to madness. After all, obtaining just one could instantly grant the strength of a divine king. If one were to obtain all 6, perhaps they could reach the level of an immortal emperor, or even transcend the heavens. Kill, kill, kill? The surrounding beings, finally snapping out of their shock, went berserk. After all, who among cultivators didn't crave power? And here was a shortcut. Obtaining the golden divine bones could grant the strength of a divine king. In an instant, every single being around, without exception, charged at Lin Xingyo and the others. But they forgot one crucial thing. The golden divine bones were now in Lin Xingyo's possession. Charging at him now was no different from throwing themselves into the fire. In an instant, a large number of them were slaughtered, especially the ancient demonic bird that had obtained 3 golden divine bones. It immediately unleashed the most brutal massacre, killing all the beings that had charged at them. Human, hand over your golden divine bones? Just as Lin Xingyo was about to attack the 3 ancient demonic birds that had obtained the golden divine bones, a powerful crimson flame purple gold python lunged at him. I, Crimson Flame Purple Gold Python, can give you a chance to become my servant. Otherwise, I will swallow you whole. Get out of my way. Seeing the Crimson Flame Purple Gold Python block his path, Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened with killing intent. I hate snakes the most. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight, or I'll crush you with a single punch. How dare you? Before the Crimson Flame Purple Gold Python could finish, Lin Xingyo, without waiting for its reaction, raised his fist and obliterated it in an instant. Wow! The surrounding beings, who had been about to attack, froze in their tracks instinctively at the sight. Run, quickly run. Chapter 376. A divine artifact that defies the heavens. What kind of divine artifact defies the heavens? The members of the Supreme Primordial Sungdi, led by the wise man Lingji, were all staring at the situation within the illusionary mirror, exclaiming, "What kind of divine artifact is this that defies the heavens? It can actually grant such incredible power to a person?" Everyone around them widened their eyes, staring blankly at the situation in the ancient wilderness domain. The shock was simply too profound. Even Yuan Tongtian from the Holy Academy was left with his mouth agape, staring dumbfounded at Lin Xingyo and the others engaged in battle within the ancient wilderness domain. After all, this was simply too unbelievable. A mere cultivator at the formation array stage, after obtaining the golden divine bones, could unleash the power of a divine king. This was truly an unprecedented divine artifact. How could such a thing be possessed by mere ants? They were unworthy of such a fortune. Such a divine artifact should belong to me, Yuan Tongtian, and must not fall into the hands of these ants. Yuan Tongtian snapped back to reality, immediately letting out a cold snort. His gaze darkened as he clenched his fist, thinking, no matter who these golden divine bones fall into, as long as they bring them out of the ancient wilderness domain, I, Yuan Tongtian, must seize them. Even if it means killing these ants, I will not hesitate. Kill. On Lin Xingyo's end, he was unable to sense Yuan Tongtian's thoughts. Moving with incredible speed, he charged toward the 3 ancient demonic birds that were slaughtering all life around them. With a lightning-fast motion, he swung his iron staff, delivering a devastating vertical blow toward a powerful ball yun. Roar! The ball yun had just ripped apart a disciple of the Supreme Primordial Sungdi. Seeing Lin Xingyo's staff descending toward him, it immediately dropped the corpse in its grasp, its eyes blazing with blood-red fury. Human, you had the path to heaven, but chose not to take it, You had the gate to hell but dared to enter. I, the Baoyan, will show you the meaning of death. Kill. The massive primate let out an enraged roar and lunged at Lin Xingyo with lightning speed. Its claws clenched tightly, generating a piercing sonic boom as it tore through the air, slamming its fists forcefully toward the descending iron staff. Bang! The Baoyan's iron fist clashed with Lin Xingyo's staff, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that erupted at the point of impact. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as this attack landed, the remaining two ancient demonic birds also charged toward Lin Xingyo. It was as if they had been summoned by something, their eyes blazing with crimson fury as they shot toward him, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Useless scum. Do you still think you can escape? Su Zijuan, standing amidst the ruins of the ancient source, exclaimed excitedly as he rose to his feet. I refuse to believe you'll survive this. You Fan, this is troublesome. Those present also turned their attention to the scene, nearly all of them convinced that Lin Xingyo was surely doomed. After all, ancient demonic birds were inherently stronger than humans. Furthermore, the Baoyan and its companions already possessed extraordinary bloodlines. Now that all three had acquired the golden divine bones, their power had all surged to the level of divine kings. Even if Lin Xingyo was extraordinary, could he possibly defeat three divine king-level ancient demonic birds on his own? So, anyone could see that Lin Xingyo was doomed. Even the wise man Lingji and the others showed expressions of regret, especially Yuan Tongtian, who couldn't even blink as he stared at Lin Xingyo. In his heart, he silently prayed that Lin Xingyo would not perish. It would be ideal if Lin Xingyo could slay the three ancient demonic birds, retrieve the three golden divine bones, and bring them out. Only then could Yuan Tongtian seize the golden bones from Lin Xingyo. After all, if the golden bones fell into the hands of the Baoyan and the others, even Yuan Tongtian would not dare to venture into the ancient wilderness domain. Because others might not know how the ancient wilderness domain came into being, but Yuan Tongtian was very clear that this realm was brought back by the Emperor of the Wilderness and the great Emperor Wuxi during their first ascent to the heavenly path. They used extraordinary means to refine it into the current ancient wilderness domain, providing a place for the younger generation of the supreme primordial sect to train. However, since this world was brought back from the heavenly path, the supreme primordial sect had been sending disciples into this realm to seek opportunities over the years. Because this realm only allowed cultivators at the formation array stage to enter and exit, Yuan Tongtian hoped desperately that Lin Xingyo could bring the golden divine bones out. After all, if Lin Xingyo couldn't bring them out, they wouldn't be able to enter and retrieve them. Roar, roar, roar. The three ancient demonic birds that had surrounded Lin Xingyo were now completely enraged, all of them fiercely pouncing toward him, as if driven by the golden divine bones to reclaim the remaining three bones in Lin Xingyo's possession. Trash die. Seeing this, Su Zijuan couldn't help but laugh gleefully, as if he had already witnessed Lin Xingyo's demise. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo suddenly sprang into action. Confronting the Weisa of the three ancient demonic birds, he activated the boundless domain and tightly gripped his iron staff. Amidst countless astonished eyes, he delivered a single, devastating blow that obliterated the three ancient demonic birds in an instant. Wow! Faced with this scene, countless beings couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath, instinctively retreating backward. Swish, swish, swish. The three golden divine bones emerged from the remains of the ancient demonic birds. Before Lin Xingyo could react, they transformed into three streaks of light and instantly disappeared into Su Zijuan's Meishi. Good. Su Outyin, watching the battle from the supreme primordial Sungdi, couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "My son, Su Zijuan, is truly destined for greatness. Such a divine artifact has recognized him as its master. This is indeed heaven's blessing to elevate my Su family." Everyone around him also couldn't help but flatter him, as the Su family's strength was evident. Thus, everyone elevated Su Outyin's status, almost all of them indulging in sycophantic praise. Su Outyin was truly ecstatic. After all, The golden divine bones were an extraordinary artifact that defied the heavens. If Su Zijuan could gather all 6 golden divine bones within the ancient wilderness domain, the Su family in the immortal realm would undoubtedly gain another supreme powerhouse. By then, even the Jiwei Darun of the Shanyue would have to view the Su family with greater regard. Good. Su Outyin regained his composure and tightly gripped the jade pendant in his hand, sending a mental message. My son, Su Zijuan, go and eliminate that wretch. Take the remaining 3 golden divine bones and return alive to the immortal realm. You will be the future head of the Su family. Our Su family will devote all our resources to your cultivation. Chapter 377. Desperate Counterattack. Yes, father. Yes, father. Upon hearing this, Su Zijuan of the ancient spirit domain immediately revealed a bloodthirsty expression in his eyes, glaring fiercely at Lin Xingyo. You weakling, I, Su Zijuan, will defeat you here and wash away my shame with your blood. Die. Su Zijuan, you think you can? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo frowned, his icy gaze directly locking onto Su Zijuan. In front of me, you can only kneel in submission. Is that so? Su Zijuan nearly laughed at Lin Xingyo's words, his expression brimming with nothing but mockery. You worthless wretch, now that I possess 3 golden divine bones, though I may not yet be powerful enough to block out the sky with a single hand, dispatching someone like you is as simple as lifting a finger. So, if you have any sense, hand over the other 3 golden divine bones you've acquired. Otherwise I, Su Zijuan, will most certainly end your life here and now. Oh! Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened, his voice filled with murderous intent. Since you're so confident, come then, let me see just how strong you've become. You wretch, you've pushed me too far. Hearing this, Su Zijuan immediately shook the long sword in his hand, and a series of shockwaves exploded around him, as if lightning was flashing through the air, shooting straight toward Lin Xingyo. Now I'll kill you. Die, die, die. Hemph, you're not worthy. Seeing Su Zijuan charging at him, Lin Xingyo swung his iron staff, directly clashing with Su Zijuan's thrusting sword. Violent shockwaves exploded in circles where their weapons met. Clang, clang, clang. After the clash, Su Zijuan retreated 300 meters, his feet stomping the ground more than a dozen times before he finally steadied himself. However, the sword in his hand had shattered into pieces. This scoundrel is without honor, using a divine weapon to attack my son, resulting in his defeat. Seeing Su Zijuan's defeat, Su Outyin was the first to jump out, his voice filled with indignation. If my son also had a divine weapon in hand, how could he not slay this beast? Surrounding onlookers did not refute him. Instead, they enthusiastically agreed and flattered, all fawning over Su Outyin's words. Su Zijuan, is this all you've got? Lin Xingyo descended from the sky, his feet stomping the ground so hard it cracked. Then he raised his iron staff overhead, slamming it down towards Su Zijuan. Then I can only send you on your way. Sword, come. Seeing Lin Xingyo's staff coming down, Su Zijuan suddenly reached out and summoned the broken sword that had been flung far away. He swung it like a meteor chasing the moon, slashing toward Lin Xingyo's iron staff. Clang! The broken sword in Su Zijuan's hand clashed with Lin Xingyo's iron staff, and under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, both of them were forced to take 6 or 7 steps back. Excellent! Su Outyin of the primordial sacred land immediately had a face full of joy. This is my son Su Zijuan's true strength. With a divine weapon in hand, even a broken one can defeat this beast. Young Master Su truly has an invincible demeanor. With a broken sword in hand, who can stand against him? No doubt, that insignificant ant will be slain by young Master Su. Hearing this, Su Outyin's eyebrows raised, and his eyes filled with even more pride. Die! In the ancient spirit domain, Su Zijuan became even more excited, raising his broken sword like lightning and shooting toward Lin Xingyo. You're seeking death. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened, and he shook his iron staff, which instantly grew dozens of times larger, carrying overwhelming flames as it slammed down towards Su Zijuan. Hum, hum, hum. As Lin Xingyo's iron staff descended, the surrounding air was crushed, and the staff, accompanied by a piercing howl, smashed towards Su Zijuan's head like it could shatter the heavens and split the earth. Good heavens! Countless people from the primordial sacred land stood up, their eyes wide as they stared at Lin Xingyo in the mirror, exclaiming, "How does he possess such power? This is beyond the level of a celestial king. Such a powerful strike can only be wielded by someone at the level of an emperor, right? My son Su Zijuan is doomed." Coming back to his senses from the shock, Su Outyan's eyes were filled with rage as he shouted, "This beast is too despicable, using the strength of an emperor to suppress my son. Wait, Su Outyan, will be waiting for you outside. At that time, I will personally slay you. Heavenly Hand, rise." In the ancient spirit domain, Su Zijuan let out a thunderous roar, and under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, he activated the 3 golden divine bones, summoning an enormous hand that supported Lin Xingyo's descending iron staff. Lin Xingyo's expression faltered momentarily before he snapped back to awareness. In that instant, he channeled all the spiritual energy from his dantian. Boom! Lin Xingyo's entire reservoir of spiritual energy surged into his iron staff, causing it to erupt with explosive force, as if a binding constraint had been shattered. The staff expanded into a colossal pillar that could prop up the heavens, crushing down upon Su Zijuan, who was desperately holding it up with his heavenly hand. Pfft! Su Zijuan immediately retreated 6 or 7 steps, and the heavenly hand he had summoned was on the verge of being crushed by Lin Xingyo's iron staff. In that instant, Su Zijuan felt the breath of death. Su Zijuan understood that this was not an illusion. If he couldn't hold on, he would die, because the force coming from Lin Xingyo's iron staff was like a tidal wave. This force was extremely powerful. If he couldn't withstand it, he would be crushed into a pile of flesh. No, I can't die. The golden divine bones have chosen me. I am the chosen one, destined to be invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How can I die? I absolutely cannot die. Su Zijuan's furious and desperate roar reverberated within him, brimming with intense survival instincts and desires. As death loomed, a divine revelation suddenly entered his mind, and in that instant, hope flashed in Su Zijuan's eyes. Sky-splitting blade slice? Su Zijuan stomped the ground with one foot, his left hand holding up the heavenly hand to desperately resist Lin Xingyo's attack, while his right hand swung the broken sword like lightning, slashing horizontally toward Lin Xingyo. In an instant, a blade aura that could cut through the heavens swept toward Lin Xingyo's abdomen. Chapter 378. This tower is not bad. I'll take it. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist. Smash? Seeing Su Zijuan swing his blade horizontally, Lin Xingyo knew he couldn't afford to be careless. He clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch directly at the incoming blade aura, causing the fist imprint and blade aura to collide instantly. However, the very next moment, without waiting for Lin Xingyo to react, Su Zijuan tore through space right in front of countless onlookers and fled. Bang! As soon as Su Zijuan escaped by tearing through space, Lin Xingyo's iron staff descended and shattered tens of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the ancient origin vein. My son Su Zijuan truly has the potential of an emperor. He knows when to retreat when he can't win. What clear thinking! Seeing this, Su Outyan jumped up excitedly, shouting, "My son, run quickly. As long as you can return to the immortal spirit realm, I guarantee to eliminate this beast for you. I'll extract his divine bones to pave your path to invincibility." Hemph, it's not that easy to escape. Lin Xingyo stepped forward, teleporting instantly 1,000,000 miles away. With his iron staff, he struck the void horizontally, shattering the space in an instant. Clang! From the shattered void, Su Zijuan blocked with his broken blade and once again tore through space to escape. Su Zijuan, you won't get away. Seeing Su Zijuan escape again, Lin Xingyo teleported once more 1,000,000 miles away and unleashed a violent strike into the void, shouting, Unless you hand over the 3 divine bones on your body, I will hunt you down no matter where you go. Trash, I'll fight you to the death. Su Zijuan was forced out of hiding by Lin Xingyo's relentless attack and immediately engaged in a fierce exchange with his broken blade. Humans, you've overstepped your bounds. As Su Zijuan and Lin Xingyo battled, a furious roar echoed, and a massive Qiongqi, seething with anger, shot out from the 10,000-mile mountains, declaring, "This is my territory. Your battle here is too reckless. I'm giving you a chance to leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Get out of here." Su Zijuan, already seething with frustration, roared at the approaching Qiongqi, "Or I'll cut you down with one strike." Huh. Qiongqi's expression changed, and his bull-like eyes glared at Su Zijuan, his anger flaring. Who was he? He was the king of the Western Domain. For countless years, no one had dared to speak to him like that in the 10,000-mile mountains. Now, this human dared to be so disrespectful. Qiongqi King was utterly enraged. Haotian Pagoda, seal. The more Qiongqi thought about it, the angrier he became. He spat out his treasure, the Haotian Pagoda. Instantly, an 18-story giant pagoda hovered above Su Zijuan and Lin Xingyo. The pagoda grew enormous, and endless chaotic energy cascaded from it, transforming into a colossal black hole that descended to crush them. Humans, you've angered me. Seeing Lin Xingyo and the others trapped under the Haotian Pagoda, Qiongqi King's face displayed an expression of utmost arrogance, declaring, "Let my Haotian Pagoda crush you." Heaven-sundering blade, kill? Su Zijuan's expression twisted, and with one hand forming a palm and the other gripping his blade, he charged forward, shouting, "Heavenly hand, shatter." Insect, how dare you resist? Seeing Su Zijuan attack, Qiongqi King's eyes filled with disdain and contempt, sneering, "My Haotian Pagoda is an unparalleled divine artifact. How can an insect like you withstand it? Just wait to be crushed. This pagoda is not bad." Before Qiongqi King and the others could react, Lin Xingyo extended his hand and grabbed the Haotian Pagoda, declaring, "I'll take it." What the? Qiongqi King was utterly infuriated. Who were these humans? How could one be more arrogant than the other? Did they really think he, Qiongqi King, was easy to bully? Both of them were eyeing his Haotian Pagoda. As one of the 5 great overlords of the ancient spirit domain, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? These humans must die. Humans, you are too arrogant. Qiongqi King completely lost his temper, roaring, "Since that's the case, all of you shall die. Haotian Pagoda, grind them to dust." But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo's hand pierced through the air, and in the shocked gazes of countless onlookers, he firmly grasped the Haotian Pagoda, flicked his hand, and took it away. Huh. This scene was like a stabilizing pillar, shocking everyone. Qiongqi King, who had been waiting for the Haotian Pagoda to crush Lin Xingyo, was completely petrified. That was his Haotian Pagoda, a treasure that no one in the ancient spirit domain dared to defy. Yet now, it had been taken by Lin Xingyo. This was completely beyond his expectations. Human, you dare take my Haotian Pagoda? After a while, Qiongqi King finally managed to react, his eyes bloodshot as he roared at Lin Xingyo, "I'll fight you to the death." Qiongqi King, "I don't want to kill you." Lin Xingyo calmly looked at Qiongqi King and said, "But if you're seeking death, come at me." Chapter 379, Too Arrogant. What? What did this arrogant human say? The creatures of the 100,000 Li mountain range all stared at Lin Xingyo in shock, exclaiming, "This is too outrageous. A lowly human dares to speak to our king like that. He's definitely doomed this time. Human, you are too arrogant." The Qiongqi King also trembled with shock, but upon realizing what had happened, he erupted in fury. "I, the Qiongqi King, am the ruler of the ancient spirit realm. For thousands of years, no human has ever dared to speak to me like this. Since you dare to be so insolent, I will devour you alive." "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately responded, "Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit hungry. Your wings are quite well developed, and that tiger root of yours looks quite plump. If I cut it off and stew it, it would definitely be very nourishing. What? Did he just say what I think he said? All the noisy creatures around, one by one, almost all widened their eyes and opened their mouths, staring at Lin Xingyo in midair, dumbfounded. The words he had just spoken were undoubtedly the most arrogant they had heard in all these years. A mere human actually dared to covet the tiger root of their Chengqi king. This was absolutely insane. It was utterly brazen. How could the Chengqi king possibly let him off this time? Human, are you crazy? Some creatures, having recovered from their shock, roared furiously at Lin Xingyo. How dare you be so disrespectful to our king? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Human, you are very good? The Chengqi king's cold beastly eyes glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo, completely enraged. You have truly angered me. I am giving you one chance to come over and die. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo merely pouted, glancing at the Chengqi king's wings and then his tiger root, seemingly unconcerned with the king's fury, as if he were admiring his ingredients. Roar! Seeing this, the Chengqi king was completely enraged. In an instant, he let out a thunderous roar and pounced on Lin Xingyo like a bolt of lightning, shouting, Human, I will tear you apart. The surrounding creatures, who had been watching, all roared and shot out from the 100,000 Li mountain range, a black mass of them all pouncing on Lin Xingyo. Trash! Settle our grudge back in the Xianling realm. Seeing the Chengqi king and the others pouncing on Lin Xingyo, Su Zijuan immediately reacted, tore through space and fled. Now you can fight these insects. I, Su Zijuan, am leaving first? Su Zijuan, where do you think you're going? Lin Xingyo was shocked and immediately tried to chase after Su Zijuan. Stay here. Human, do you want to run? Seeing Lin Xingyo trying to leave, the Chengqi king was unwilling to let him go. Almost simultaneously, he opened his bloodthirsty maw and spat out a thunderous bolt as thick as a bucket, aimed at Lin Xingyo. The Chengqi king does not agree. You're asking for it. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened. Unable to tear through space and time, he raised his hand and with lightning speed, punched the thunderous bolt that the Chengqi king had spat out. Crack! With a single punch, Lin Xingyo's attack directly collided with the Chengqi king's thunderous bolt. In the next moment, the Chengqi king spat out a Vajra staff, which barely grazed Lin Xingyo's ear and shot past. Human, watch my bone mirror. The Chengqi king, having missed his first attack, spat out a bone mirror. In an instant, a sky-covering array of talismans engulfed Lin Xingyo. This time, I will definitely kill you. Long live the king. The creatures who had pounced in, unable to contain themselves, began to flatter the Chengqi king, who also revealed a look of satisfaction in his eyes, as if his bone mirror had already killed Lin Xingyo. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved. With a staff in hand, he smashed the bone mirror spat out by the Chengqi king, right in front of countless eyes. Huh. The ancient creatures who had been charging furiously at Lin Xingyo all came to an abrupt halt. Without waiting for the Chengqi king's command, they all turned and fled. Huh. The Chengqi king was shocked and momentarily didn't react. When he did, he was furious. Because he was livid. These fleeing ancient creatures were all his subordinates. Now, seeing him facing a powerful enemy, they all chose to flee without a fight. The Chengqi king's face turned as black as ink. Weren't these creatures always proclaiming their loyalty to him? Didn't they always claim to be fearless, even to the point of death? What were they doing now? Fleeing without a fight. This was driving the Chengqi king mad, and he vented his anger on Lin Xingyo. Human, you are truly deserving of 1,000 deaths. Lin Xingyo, however, narrowed his cold eyes and showed an unusually displeased expression, because in that instant, Su Zijuan had slipped out of his grasp. This angered Lin Xingyo. After all, he valued the 6 golden divine bones, but due to the Chengqi king's interference, Su Zijuan had escaped right under his nose. Chapter 380. Beaten into submission. You should die. Lin Xingyo's rage exploded within him. Seeing the Cheongqi king charging at him, he immediately swung the iron rod in his hand, smashing it directly toward the Cheongqi king. Clang! With a single strike of his iron rod, Lin Xingyo shattered the surrounding space, causing cracks to spread out like a spider web. However, the Cheongqi king managed to block Lin Xingyo's attack. Although he was only at the formation realm, when Lin Xingyo's iron rod came down, the Cheongqi king spat out a bronze ancient shield covered in divine patterns, which successfully blocked Lin Xingyo's strike. Not bad shield. Lin Xingyo's expression tightened as he reached out his hand toward the bronze shield, saying, "I'll take it." Human, how dare you? Seeing Lin Xingyo trying to take his bronze shield, the Cheongqi king spat out a long sword brimming with murderous intent and shouted, "Flame Cloud Sword, slash." Lin Xingyo couldn't help but show a hint of shock on his face, as the Cheongqi king had unexpectedly spat out another imperial weapon. Although these imperial weapons were damaged, but they were still imperial weapons after all. The Cheongqi king had already spat out 4 of them, which was quite extravagant even for Lin Xingyo, considering this was just a spirit domain compared to the Xianling realm. Yet, in such a place, a mixed blood Cheongqi had 4 damaged imperial weapons. How could Lin Xingyo not be shocked? It was simply unbelievable. "Cheongqi, I'll give you a chance." After a moment, Lin Xingyo regained his composure and looked at the Cheongqi king, saying, "If you tell me where you obtained these weapons, I might spare your life. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you." Human, do you think you can act so arrogantly and not die? The Cheongqi king exploded in anger at these words. "Do you know how powerful I am? How dare you threaten me? Today, I will definitely kill you. Otherwise, what face do I have left? Kill." As the Cheongqi king finished speaking, he stood upright, one claw holding the sword, the other holding the shield, and he charged at Lin Xingyo with the demon-suppressing staff, unleashing a ferocious attack. "Cheongqi king, you're seeking death?" Seeing this, Lin Xingyo stopped wasting words and, with a step forward, tightly gripped his iron rod and shot toward the Cheongqi king. "Human, let's see who dies first then?" The Cheongqi king, after speaking, also charged at Lin Xingyo with the demon-suppressing staff, leaping high and slashing horizontally at Lin Xingyo's neck with the flame cloud sword in his right hand, while his left hand held the bronze shield to block Lin Xingyo's iron rod. "Human, can't you see that you're about to be killed by me?" The Cheongqi king glanced coldly at Lin Xingyo, his mouth curling into a sneer as if he had already seen the scene of the demon-suppressing staff piercing through Lin Xingyo, the bronze shield blocking the attack, and the flame cloud sword cutting off Lin Xingyo's neck. But, the next moment, the Cheongqi king's expression froze, and an overwhelming force surged through his left arm, sending his entire body flying before he could react. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Break. On Lin Xingyo's side, after knocking the Cheongqi king away, he quickly followed up, delivering a series of punches to the unprepared Cheongqi king in front of countless onlookers. Smack! Before the Cheongqi king could recover, his massive body crashed into the ruins, and Lin Xingyo stomped on him, raining down punch after punch on the Cheongqi king's head. "Human, stop hitting me." After a while, the Cheongqi king, beaten to the point of howling like a pig, cried out, "I, the Cheongqi king, submit. Please stop hitting me. It's too painful." I can stop hitting you." Lin Xingyo smirked, his cold eyes landing on the Cheongqi king, who was still screaming in pain. "I see you're a remarkable creature. Here's a chance for you. Hand over your slave seal, and from now on, you'll be my battle pet." "Human, don't push me too far." The Cheongqi king, upon hearing this, became extremely agitated. "I am the king of the 10,000 miles of mountains. I am invincible in the western region. How could someone as talented as me serve a human like you? Don't push me too far, or I'll fight you to the death." "Oh, it seems you don't agree." Lin Xingyo smirked, his gaze calmly resting on the Cheongqi king. "Then don't blame me for continuing to beat you." You. The Cheongqi king was completely furious, his cold eyes glaring at Lin Xingyo. He tried to muster some tough words to save face, but Lin Xingyo ignored him, delivering hundreds of merciless blows to his handsome face. "Human, Stop hitting me. After being pummeled, the Cheongchi king twisted his face in agony, wailing, I surrender. I'll hand over the slave seal. Please, stop hitting me. My handsome face is being destroyed. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a toothache. This Cheongchi king was truly asking for a beating. If he had just surrendered earlier, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Really? It made Lin Xingyo's hand hurt. This stupid creature only surrendered after being beaten. What a lack of insight. How did he become the king here? Didn't he see the situation clearly from the start? Sigh. Lin Xingyo smirked, feeling a headache as he looked at the Cheongchi king, hand over the slave seal. Master here. The Cheongchi king immediately condensed the slave seal, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Lin Xingyo. As long as you stop hitting me, I'll do anything you ask. All right, get up. After taking the Cheongchi king's slave seal, Lin Xingyo smirked and looked at him. As long as you listen, I won't hit you. Now, find a place. I'm hungry. I need to eat. Yes, master. Seeing this, the Cheongchi king immediately stood up, his eyes flashing with a cunning expression. Now that he had been subdued by Lin Xingyo. Since Lin Xingyo was hungry and wanted to eat, as a cunning and deceitful Cheongchi king, how could he miss the opportunity to lead Lin Xingyo to the other major powers of the ancient spirit domain? Of course, he had to take Lin Xingyo to their territory. He had to let Lin Xingyo cause some trouble there, or it wouldn't be fair that only he, the Cheongchi king, had suffered so much. Nine-headed lion, giant ape, you've always looked down on me, haven't you? This time, I'll make sure you know my power. Chapter 381. The Nine-Headed Golden Lion. Nine-headed golden lion, come out and face me. The king of Cheongchi from the ancient spirit domain, accompanied by Lin Xingyo, had journeyed from the western domain to the northern domain, specifically to the Nine-Dragon Mountain. Now, the king of Cheongchi stood proudly and arrogantly outside the nine-headed golden lion's lair, shouting provocatively, My master has taken a liking to you. He's giving you a chance to come out now. My master intends to make you into braised lion's head. Humph, it's that scoundrel, the king of Cheongchi. Inside the cave, the nine-headed golden lion was instantly enraged upon hearing this. This despicable wretch dares to provoke me at my doorstep. I must crush him. Your Majesty, be careful. The blazing bear in the cave warned the nine-headed golden lion. The king of Cheongchi is notorious for his cunning and deceit in the ancient spirit domain. Don't fall for his tricks. Humph! The nine-headed golden lion let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. Would I fall for his tricks? I, the nine-headed golden lion, am the king of the northern domain. My power is unmatched. No matter how cunning the king of Cheongchi is, he's nothing but an ant before me. I'll emerge and slay him in an instant. The other creatures in the cave dared not speak, as they were well aware of the nine-headed golden lion's arrogance. Of course, the nine-headed golden lion was indeed blessed by nature, with unparalleled combat prowess and bloodline, which was why he was one of the 5 great giants of the ancient spirit domain. Enough! The nine-headed golden lion ignored the blazing bear and the others, striding out of the cave. Stay here and watch as I capture that Cheongchi and make him your feast. Before the blazing bear and the others could react, the nine-headed golden lion swiftly exited the cave. Master, look! The nine-headed golden lion has come out. Outside the cave, the king of Cheongchi, upon seeing the nine-headed golden lion emerge, immediately wore a fawning smile, his face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum as he flattered Lin Xingyo. He's a pure-blooded creature. The finest meat there is. Not bad. Lin Xingyo smacked his lips, examining the nine-headed golden lion who had just stepped out of the cave. This lion is quite robust. I wonder how it will taste once cooked. What? At these words, the nine-headed golden lion was utterly enraged. He was a divine beast, the nine-headed golden lion, a descendant of the ancient divine beasts. This human before him dared to claim he wanted to eat him. How audacious! Didn't he know that he was the king of the northern domain? With combat power unrivaled in the ancient spirit domain, He hadn't even considered devouring this human. Yet, this insignificant creature dared to claim he wanted to eat him. This was too bold. Human, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? The nine-headed golden lion grew angrier with each passing moment, feeling his pride deeply insulted. His cold, beastly eyes filled with murderous intent as they locked onto Lin Xingyo. Do you know what kind of existence I, the nine-headed golden lion, am? To speak such words in my presence is a grave offense. I'm giving you one chance. Kneel and beg for mercy immediately. Otherwise, I'll shatter you with a single roar. Oh, you're that powerful? Lin Xingyo shrugged, his hands behind his back as he scrutinized the nine-headed golden lion. I'm new here. I didn't realize you were so formidable. You claim a single roar can shatter me? Well, why don't you demonstrate that? Human, are you mad? The nine-headed golden lion glared at Lin Xingyo, then at the king of Cheongqi, his silence lasting a moment before he let out a bitter laugh. You dare speak to me like this? It seems I must crush you today to show you the might of the nine-headed golden lion. Oh! Lin Xingyo narrowed his clear eyes, examining the nine-headed golden lion. Then come on, show me your strength. Roar! At these words, the nine-headed golden lion was fully provoked. After all, in the ancient spirit domain, he was an invincible king, and no creature had ever dared to be so insolent in his presence. To be blunt, wherever the nine-headed golden lion went, not only would insignificant humans like this one bow, but even powerful beings like the king of Cheongqi would prostrate themselves before him. Now, this human dared to be so disrespectful to him. Could it be that the king of Cheongqi had deliberately sent this fool to mock him? Yes, that must be it. The nine-headed golden lion's expression hardened as he turned his gaze to the king of Cheongqi, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. The king of Cheongqi is known for his cunning. This must be one of his schemes. But such tricks are useless against me, the nine-headed golden lion, for no plot or scheme can withstand absolute power. King of Cheongqi, no matter what scheme you're playing, watch as I slay this human, and then I'll deal with you, you despicable wretch. With that, the nine-headed golden lion raised all nine of his heads and unleashed a thunderous roar at Lin Xingyo. Lion's seal of fearlessness, slay. Your Majesty, this strike is powerful. He must be truly enraged. The blazing bear, seeing the nine-headed golden lion attack, looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already dead. This human ant will surely be shattered by a single blow. The surrounding creatures nodded in agreement, convinced that the blazing bear was right. After all, the lion's seal of fearlessness was the nine-headed golden lion's ultimate attack. How could a mere human withstand it? They all waited, expecting Lin Xingyo to be obliterated. But then, the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved, slowly raising his hand and delivering a powerful punch toward the lion's seal of fearlessness that was crushing down on him. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, break. Crack. The fist aura that erupted from Lin Xingyo collided with the lion's seal of fearlessness, and in an instant, mountains and rivers were shattered, and the ground cracked like a spiderweb. Nine-headed lion, you're not bad. With a single strike, Lin Xingyo's excitement grew. I've taken a liking to you. From now on, you'll be my battle pet. Chapter 382. A Broken Bowl. Human, you are audacious. When the nine-headed golden lion heard this, he was completely enraged. He, the nine-headed golden lion, was an incredibly powerful being. His bloodline and bones were unparalleled in this world. Although this human in front of him was somewhat strong, did he deserve to take the nine-headed golden lion as his war pet? Human, I, the nine-headed golden lion, have also grown fond of you. The nine-headed golden lion regained his composure and fixed his cold, beastly gaze on Lin Xingyo, saying, Since you wish to take me as your war pet, I shall now give you an opportunity to become my human pet. Nine-headed golden lion, you dare? Before Lin Xingyo could speak, the Cheongqi king immediately glared at the nine-headed golden lion, disdainfully mocking. My master is so wise and mighty, and he deigns to take you as his war pet. Isn't that a blessing for your ancestors for 3 lifetimes? You ungrateful wretch. Instead of being overwhelmed with gratitude and feeling honored, you dare to act so arrogantly, wanting to make my master your human pet. What, do you think my master, so wise and mighty, isn't worthy of your allegiance? Huh. The nine-headed golden lion was utterly furious. As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has a temper, and now Lin Xingyo and the Chongqi king had repeatedly humiliated him. The nine-headed golden lion felt his pride was completely shattered. Gnashing his teeth in fury, he first glared at Lin Xingyo, then turned his gaze to the Chongqi king, roaring, "How dare you? What are you, to insult me time and time again? I, the nine-headed golden lion, will not rest until I kill you both. Kill!" With a furious roar, the nine-headed golden lion charged at Lin Xingyo with lightning speed. Bring it on! Seeing the nine-headed golden lion attack, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to be careless. He stepped aside and struck out with a palm, shouting, "Dragon-subduing palm! Break!" Roar! As Lin Xingyo struck out with his palm, an 8 trigrams diagram appeared before him, and a ferocious 5-clawed golden dragon lunged at the charging nine-headed golden lion. Roar! The nine-headed golden lion, seeing Lin Xingyo's palm strike, let out an enraged roar. His 9 heavenly apertures opened, and endless runes coalesced into a massive 9-headed golden lion that enveloped him. With a roar that could crush the heavens, he unleashed a wave of water-like ripples that shattered countless giant mountains, carrying an apocalyptic explosion that swept toward Lin Xingyo. Nine-headed lion, you're doing well? Facing the nine-headed golden lion's attack, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but smirk. You've instantly dispelled my drowsiness. Since that's the case, you can try my move as well. Heaven-shattering fist, break. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot and clenched his fist. Ignoring the 5-clawed golden dragon that had been shattered by the nine-headed golden lion, he unleashed a powerful punch toward the lion, shouting, "Explode for me." Boom! As Lin Xingyo's heaven-shattering fist struck out, he immediately followed up with a series of ferocious 6 paths reincarnation fists, instantly shattering the nine-headed golden lion's roar. By then, the furious Lin Xingyo had reached the nine-headed golden lion, alternating between fists and palms, sending the lion crashing through dozens of giant mountains. My goodness! How can this human be so strong? His attacks are unstoppable, completely overpowering our king. Is this even a human? It's unbelievable. The surrounding ancient creatures, who had been watching the battle, were all wide-eyed and gaping, completely petrified by the awe-inspiring, godlike figure of Lin Xingyo. They were utterly shocked to their core. The weak, lowly, and insignificant humans had produced such a powerful existence. This scene was so astonishing that not only ordinary ancient creatures, but even the mighty Chongqi king couldn't help but tremble in fear. He hadn't expected Lin Xingyo to be so terrifying. Fortunately, he had already surrendered. Otherwise, being beaten like this would have left him crippled. From now on, he would follow this human. Only such a powerful being was worthy to be his master. Well done. After a while, the Chongqi king finally regained his senses and, amidst the gazes of countless creatures, shouted, "Master, you truly are invincible. This mere nine-headed lion, why haven't you surrendered yet?" Roar! The nine-headed golden lion, however, was completely enraged. He had lived in the ancient spirit domain for over 1,000 years. When had he ever been suppressed like this in a fight? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The nine-headed golden lion was completely driven mad, his murderous intent exploding and covering the sky, shrouding the entire area. He glared at Lin Xingyo and roared, "Human, you have truly enraged me. Bear the brunt of my most furious attack, the heaven-shattering hammer. Strike!" As the nine-headed golden lion finished speaking, he spat out a thunderous giant hammer and swung it with all his might toward Lin Xingyo. Not good. Facing the nine-headed golden lion's hammer strike, Lin Xingyo's face couldn't help but show a look of shock. This hammer is problematic? Snap! Before Lin Xingyo could react, The hammer had already arrived. Without time to think, Lin Xingyo roared and unleashed a powerful six paths reincarnation fist toward the hammer, causing a massive explosion of energy at the point of impact. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo, however, was sent flying by the hammer's impact, his feet stomping the ground over a dozen times before he could steady himself. Heaven-shattering fist, break. Ignoring the fiery pain in his arm, Lin Xingyo immediately charged forward again, channeling all his spiritual energy through his meridians and into his palm, unleashing a powerful fist toward the nine-headed golden lion's hammer. Snap! Before the nine-headed golden lion could attack again with the heaven-shattering hammer, Lin Xingyo's powerful fist sent him flying tens of thousands of miles, smashing through hundreds of giant mountains. Roar! After a moment, the nine-headed golden lion, having recovered from his shock, let out an enraged roar. He spat out a broken bowl that enveloped Lin Xingyo, and endless chaotic energy poured down from the bowl. Thud! Caught off guard, Lin Xingyo fell to his knees, completely suppressed by the bowl's power. Human, how does it feel? Seeing his treasure bowl suppress Lin Xingyo, the nine-headed golden lion couldn't help but grin with glee. Let me tell you, I, the nine-headed golden lion, am no pushover. You, a mere human, dared to challenge me, and this is your fate. If you don't want to die, I can give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, acknowledging yourself as my human pet, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you will surely die. Is that so? Lin Xingyo smirked and looked up at the broken bowl above him. Unfortunately, your treasure can't suppress me, but it does have some power. I'll take it as a keepsake. What? What did this human just say? The observing blazing mad bear was stunned, then couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, is he mad? This is definitely a madman. A complete madman? Everyone else around looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were a fool, because the situation was already clear. Lin Xingyo was suppressed. In such a situation, if there were no unexpected events, Lin Xingyo would likely be slain by the nine-headed golden lion in the next moment. Yet, Lin Xingyo boldly declared, I like your treasure. And then, without hesitation, he took it away. This lowly human truly knows no bounds when it comes to shocking words. Even at this critical moment, he still dares to act so arrogantly. Is the nine-headed golden lion's treasure just for show? To casually utter such words so easily. This is truly the pinnacle of arrogance. Chapter 383. A single hand shatters the heavens. Human, you are quite good. Upon hearing this, the nine-headed golden lion raised an eyebrow and looked at Lin Xingyo, saying, to be in such a situation and still remain so arrogant, I truly admire you. Unfortunately, I must still kill you. Die. The nine-headed golden lion did indeed have a bit of appreciation for Lin Xingyo, but now, whether for the sake of his pride or to suppress the ancient spirit realm in the future, he had to kill Lin Xingyo. Otherwise, after suffering so much humiliation, if Lin Xingyo were allowed to live, what living creature in the ancient spirit realm would ever submit to him? Die. With the decision to kill firmly in his mind, the nine-headed golden lion channeled all his spiritual energy into the broken bowl floating in the sky. Instantly, the bowl trembled and expanded to the size of a mountain. Towering talismans rose like a darkening sky, transforming into countless divine beasts and laws, pressing down on Lin Xingyo with overwhelming force. Master! The Qiongqi king was utterly devastated, for he knew how powerful the broken bowl was. In the past, countless powerful beings from the outside world had died fighting over this bowl in the ancient battlefield. Who would have thought that the bowl would eventually fall into the hands of the nine-headed golden lion? All these years, he had never dared to use it, probably fearing a repeat of the past Great War. But now, Lin Xingyo was surely doomed. After all, the Qiongqi king had personally witnessed the bowl killing an immortal emperor. How could Lin Xingyo, no matter how strong, surpass an immortal emperor? Human, you can die now? In the sky, the nine-headed golden lion glared at Lin Xingyo with a ferocious expression, saying, no matter how powerful a deity you are, You cannot escape the suppression of my divine bowl. Surrounding creatures heard this, and none dared to object. After all, a bowl capable of killing an immortal emperor would surely be able to kill Lin Xingyo. In an instant, all the creatures around were waiting for the scene of Lin Xingyo being crushed. But then, the next moment, in the midst of countless astonished and shocked gazes, Lin Xingyo stood up, completely ignoring the rule-breaking force of the bowl pressing down. What is he doing? Recovering from their shock, everyone stared at Lin Xingyo with eyes wide open. They saw him slowly raise his right hand and reach out toward the giant bowl pressing down from the sky. My God! What kind of technique is this? The blazing bear, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with disbelief, exclaiming, "How can it be so extraordinary that he can reach out with a single hand, as though he could tear the heavens apart? What kind of divine technique is this?" Slam! Before the blazing bear's words had even finished, a loud explosion rang out. In the shocked eyes of countless onlookers, a gigantic hand rose to the heavens, grabbing both the nine-headed golden lion and the bowl in its grasp. Instantly, 100,000 miles of sky were shattered. Heaven-shattering hammer, break. The moment the nine-headed golden lion was caught in Lin Xingyo's palm, he immediately summoned the heaven-shattering hammer and, with all his strength, struck Lin Xingyo's palm. But the disparity in power was too great. Moreover, the heaven-shattering hammer was a damaged imperial weapon. How could it possibly harm Lin Xingyo? Thus, it too was grasped in Lin Xingyo's hand. Nine-headed lion, do you submit? Lin Xingyo straightened up and looked at the nine-headed golden lion, who was tightly held in the giant hand. I do not submit. The nine-headed golden lion glared at Lin Xingyo with eyes full of killing intent, roaring, "Let me go and fight me again if you dare." Slam! Lin Xingyo reduced the size of his hand and lifted the nine-headed golden lion by the scruff, slapping him across the face. I'm not satisfied with that answer. You dare hit my handsome face? Recovering from his shock, the nine-headed golden lion stared at Lin Xingyo with wild fury. I'll fight you to the death. Hemph, if you don't submit. Lin Xingyo held the now sparrow-sized nine-headed golden lion upside down and grinned. Do you believe I'll stew you? The nine-headed golden lion looked at Lin Xingyo, speechless, his eyes wide as he tried to say something but couldn't find the words. Meanwhile, the blazing bear and the other ancient creatures were all completely stunned. The king of the northern domain's Nine-Dragon Mountain, the renowned nine-headed golden lion, now reduced to such a state. How utterly humiliating. Master, you are mighty. After a while, the Chonchi king finally managed to recover and exclaimed with joy, I want to eat braised lion head. Then why aren't you starting the fire? Lin Xingyo glanced casually at the Chonchi king and said, if you want to eat, start the fire first. Wait. Coming back to his senses, the nine-headed golden lion looked at Lin Xingyo with fear. Don't start the fire. I submit, okay? All right then. Lin Xingyo smiled, revealing his white teeth. Hand over your slave seal, and from now on, you will be my battle pet. The nine-headed golden lion's heart was filled with 1,000 unwillingnesses. He almost wanted to self-destruct and take Lin Xingyo with him, but now, with his body completely restrained, he couldn't even gather a shred of spiritual energy, let alone self-destruct. Facing this situation, the nine-headed golden lion was utterly despairing. He wasn't afraid of death, but to be stewed and turned into a braised lion head, that would be far too humiliating. Moreover, with his handsome appearance, dying in such a way was something he couldn't accept. After much hesitation, he made an extremely difficult decision. He would have to submit to Lin Xingyo as a battle pet for now. At worst, once he became stronger in the future, he could kill this human and wash away today's humiliation. After all, the nine-headed golden lion believed that revenge could be delayed for 10,000 years. One day, he would defeat this human and make him his pet, experiencing the humiliation of submission firsthand. All right, done. Seeing the nine-headed golden lion hand over the slave seal, Lin Xingyo immediately formed a curse seal with his hand and pressed it onto the nine-headed golden lion's forehead, I'll add another curse seal. If you ever dare to rebel in the future, this curse will backfire and kill you without me lifting a finger. Human, you are too despicable. The nine-headed golden lion's face, which had just shown a hint of pride, instantly froze. His eyes, filled with hatred, glared at Lin Xingyo, as if wanting to tear him apart. Nine-headed lion? Lin Xingyo glanced at the nine-headed golden lion and said, "You want a rebel?" I dare not." Chapter 384. The Legacy of the Six Paths of Reincarnation. After subduing the nine-headed golden lion and satisfying his hunger, Lin Xingyo sat cross-legged in front of a cliff, his sharp eyes gazing at the mountain peak where clouds and winds swirled. He couldn't help but exhale deeply. It had been several days since he arrived in the ancient spirit domain. Here, he had obtained many treasures and even captured a few powerful battle pets. Now, these pets were fulfilling their roles, all helping him search for Su Zijuan. Su Zijuan, you can't hide forever. Lin Xingyo summoned the 3 golden divine bones he had obtained, and with a thought, he ignited his soul flame. Under the powerful spiritual energy, he completely refined the 3 golden bones. Then, he erased the mysterious substances on them and immersed his spiritual consciousness into the bones. Boom! At the moment his spiritual consciousness entered, countless runes appeared before his eyes, like tadpoles with glowing tails, all floating up from the golden bones and rapidly flowing into his forehead. Is this the legacy of the 6 paths of reincarnation? After a long while, when all the golden runes had entered his forehead, Lin Xingyo suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Unfortunately, the runes on these 3 bones are incomplete. I must take the other 3 bones from Su Zijuan. Otherwise, this legacy cannot be cultivated." "Master, we have a lead on Su Zijuan." Just as Lin Xingyo was slowly opening his eyes, a shout reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw the Qiongqi king flying over with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, saying, "One of my subordinates just reported. They spotted Su Zijuan in the ancient battlefield of the Eastern Domain." "Oh, very good." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately stood up and said, "Then let's go now." The Qiongqi king, upon hearing this, immediately froze, his eyes revealing fear. "Master, I won't accompany you. You have many tasks for me to handle, so I'll take care of those outside, won't I?" Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened, and an overwhelming killing intent fell upon the Qiongqi king, who immediately dared not speak further. "Coward!" The 9-headed golden lion walked over, disdainfully glancing at the Qiongqi king before proudly stepping forward to Lin Xingyo and saying, "Master, this coward won't accompany you. I, the 9-headed golden lion, can go with you." "Master, and me too." Seeing this, the Tonbi divine monkey also jumped out. The bloodthirsty wolf king, however, shrank his neck and quickly stood beside the Qiongqi king, saying, "Master, I also want to accompany you, but the Qiongqi king is right. There are tasks you assigned that need to be completed. I'll stay here and assist the Qiongqi king, won't I?" Lin Xingyo looked at the Qiongqi king and the others with cold hums, his face showing clear dissatisfaction. "You two think you can hide? No one is exempt. What are you afraid of? With me here, can I protect you?" "Master, what are you saying? You are wise, mighty, and invincible. There's no place in this world you can't go, let alone in the ancient spirit domain. It's just that our cultivation is low. We're not qualified to accompany you on such a journey. We can only help with logistics. So, please don't bring us along on this trip to the ancient battlefield." "We're not refusing to go." The bloodthirsty wolf king and the Qiongqi king became more and more excited, saying, "We just want to stay here and help you with your worries." "Shut up." Lin Xingyo's cold eyes turned icy as he glared at the Qiongqi king and the others. "Don't talk to me with such glib tongues. I don't like such people. If you want to follow me, then listen to my orders obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for using extreme measures." The Qiongqi king and the others all felt a tightening in their hearts, looking at Lin Xingyo with fear, for they knew he wasn't just saying it. He means what he says, and he will do it. Therefore, none of them dared to speak, for they knew that angering Lin Xingyo might lead to having their dragon roots cut off, so they all stood there, waiting for his orders. Of course, their inner world was resistant, for the ancient battlefield was no ordinary place. Those who entered it were often faced with a life-and-death struggle. After all, that was the ancient battlefield. It was the battlefield of the ancient immortal realm and the Hongmeng heavenly realm. Countless emperors had fallen on that broken battlefield. Once, the Cheongqi king had even seen a pool of immortal blood. Just a wisp of its aura had killed everyone present. If not for his possession of the divine Tower of Heaven, he wouldn't have survived that ordeal. Now, recalling that scene, he couldn't help but shudder. Zhang Feng, you stay here. Seeing that he had subdued the Cheongqi king and the others, Lin Xingyo immediately patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said, "There are still many things to handle here. You stay and take care of them for me, won't you? You don't need to go to the ancient battlefield." "No, I want to go with you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng immediately became excited. The ancient battlefield is full of endless opportunities. Since I've come to the ancient spirit domain, how can I miss out? Zhang Feng, but your injuries. Lin Xingyo opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't bring himself to continue. For the world of cultivators was inherently cruel. Opportunities must be seized at all times. Otherwise, they would slip away. So, Lin Xingyo didn't know what to say, for everyone had the right to choose their own path. "Senior, don't worry." Zhang Feng looked at Lin Xingyo with determination and immediately straightened his chest, saying, "Once we enter the ancient battlefield, I absolutely won't hold you back." "All right then, let's set off." Chapter 385, The Ancient Battlefield. Ancient Spirit Domain. Lin Xingyo, clad in a long white robe, appeared at the outskirts of the ancient battlefield in a flash, summoning Cheongqi King and the others with a wave of his hand. "Master, we've arrived already?" Cheongqi King, upon seeing the outskirts of the ancient battlefield, immediately wore a fawning smile. "Master, you truly are a great practitioner. Traversing an entire domain is as easy as blinking. We must follow your example and cultivate diligently to achieve greatness like yours." "Enough, enough." Lin Xingyo pushed Cheongqi King away, who was trying to get too close. "Take a look around and tell me what this place is. How do we enter the ancient battlefield?" "Master, let me see." Cheongqi King looked around for a moment before reporting to Lin Xingyo. "This area seems to be under the control of the eight-legged nether spider. That troublesome little demon isn't easy to deal with. We'd better not disturb her. Let's slip into the ancient battlefield quietly." Lin Xingyo surveyed the surroundings. Before him lay a world bathed in blood. The landscape was desolate and brutal. Almost every mountain and river had been shattered, with scattered bones and broken weapons littering the ground. The rivers flowed with blood-black water, exuding an eerie, soul-piercing aura. This was indeed an ancient battlefield. Despite the countless years that had passed, the lingering killing intent had not dissipated. Instead, it made the place feel even more intense, as if the battles fought here had been unimaginably fierce. The land was crimson. The mountains and rivers were crimson. Even the flowing air was crimson, not to mention the sun and stars in the sky. Almost everything here seemed to be stained with blood, radiating an eerie, menacing red. It filled one with an involuntary sense of dread. Lin Xingyo understood that this place must have seen the blood of not just one great emperor, but countless supreme beings. Even an immortal celestial might have perished here, or else the place wouldn't be like this. "Let's go in." After observing the outskirts of the ancient battlefield for a long time, Lin Xingyo finally exhaled deeply. "No matter what, since we're here, we can't leave without taking a look." Cheongqi King and the others dared not speak further and followed Lin Xingyo into the ancient battlefield. They walked for about 10 miles. Soon, they left the outskirts and headed deeper into the battlefield. Things were different here. The power of the Great Tao had changed slightly. The oppressive domain was not as strong. Lin Xingyo could clearly feel that his cultivation was no longer as suppressed as it was outside. It seemed the domain here had loosened. Of course, The deeper they went, the less their cultivation was suppressed, and the more chaotic the Tao order became. Time-space turbulence also increased. It was likely due to the heavy lingering killing intent in this area, causing the rules of power to become chaotic. However, the deeper they went into the ancient battlefield, the more dangerous it became. They could encounter decaying corpses and powerful spirit creatures at any moment. Fortunately, they had Lin Xingyo. While ordinary corpses and spirit creatures didn't require his intervention, they occasionally encountered a few extremely powerful beings. For instance, not long ago, Lin Xingyo had slain a formidable golden skeleton bull. Its strength was at least at the immortal level. Its sole power could form terrifying flames that could crack mountains and rivers, but Lin Xingyo's incredible skills allowed him to cut it down with a single palm strike. Master, you truly are invincible in this era. Chongqi King, following Lin Xingyo, continued to flatter him. If it weren't for you, that golden skeleton bull would have burned us to ashes with a single breath. Following you, we truly have nothing to fear, even in the depths of hell. Chongqi King, shut up. Nine-headed golden lion, unable to bear Chongqi King's constant groveling, couldn't help but mock him. If it weren't for your reckless actions, would we have provoked that immortal-level golden skeleton bull? You fool, what do you know? Chongqi King immediately defended himself. I had already spotted that golden skeleton bull. I deliberately provoked it so Master could slay it and obtain its soul crystal, understand? I did this for Master. How could you understand my deep intentions? Enough. Nine-headed golden lion, hearing this, was nearly driven to madness. Chongqi King, you were once a king in the western domain of the ancient spirit domain. How can you be so shameless? I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Hemph, you fool. Chongqi King glared at nine-headed golden lion and proudly raised his head. You should be grateful. If it weren't for me, Chongqi King, would you be following such an illustrious master? Chongqi King, you shameless creature. Nine-headed golden lion, seeing Chongqi King's arrogant stance, was so enraged that he wanted to tear him apart. I'll kill you. Come on, come here. Chongqi King raised an eyebrow, challenging nine-headed golden lion. You dare to bite me? I guarantee our illustrious master will beat you to death. Smack. Lin Xingyo, unable to bear it any longer, gave Chongqi King a slap. Chongqi King, shut your mouth. If another powerful golden skeleton is drawn here, I'll throw you out to feed it first. Master, you're scolding me? Chongqi King pouted, his face contorted in fake tears as he looked at Lin Xingyo with an expression of deep sorrow. You're hitting me just because of this fool? Go ahead and scout. Lin Xingyo felt a headache coming on, seeing Chongqi King's teary, snotty face. After all, Chongqi King was once a proud demon king. Where had that pride gone? Lin Xingyo glanced at Chongqi King, knowing he had no time to deal with him now. After all, this was the ancient battlefield, not a safe place. He needed to stay alert for any sudden attacks from corpse beasts. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Although Chongqi King was dissatisfied, he dared not disobey Lin Xingyo's orders. So, he strode forward with an air of defiance, stepping into the area filled with scattered bones. What a coward! Seeing this, nine-headed golden lion couldn't help but sneer at Chongqi King, his face filled with nothing but disgust. Sigh. Lin Xingyo, coming back to his senses, sighed helplessly. He then led Zhang Feng and the others as they followed Chongqi King deeper into the ancient battlefield. Soon, they had traveled dozens of miles. As they moved forward, they arrived at a vast plain. The plain was filled with broken war chariots and shattered weapons. Of course, there were countless skeletons and standing war banners that had not fallen. As they walked, they noticed massive sword and blade marks that spanned thousands of feet wide, and in some places, entire mountains had been leveled. There were also enormous palm and fist marks on the ground. Even after countless years, these marks had not faded, and the lingering Tao resonance and killing intent were still strong. It was evident how powerful the beings who had made these marks must have been. Rustle, rustle. Lin Xingyo and the others did not stop. They continued along a large river that cut through the ancient battlefield plain. Soon, they arrived at a blood-red area resembling a swamp. Gurgle, gurgle. This area was surrounded by countless blood pools, bubbling with sky-piercing evil energy. There were also scattered bones and skulls everywhere. The sight made one's blood run cold involuntarily. Master, shall we bypass this area? As they walked, bloodthirsty Wolf King couldn't help but shiver and tremble, saying, I feel like there's something terrifying in these blood pools. My soul started trembling just from getting close to them. Coward, what are you afraid of? Qiongqi King, hearing this, directly smacked bloodthirsty Wolf King on the head and said, With our wise and mighty master here, what creature dares to act recklessly? Very good. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, and his steps that should have moved forward came to an abrupt halt as he said, Qiongqi King, you lead the way ahead. No, please. Qiongqi King shrank his neck in fright and immediately spoke to Lin Xingyo with an extremely fawning tone. Master, you are so wise and mighty. It's better if you lead. I dare not do it. Humph. Lin Xingyo snorted coldly twice, his gaze directly landing on Qiongqi King. Stop wasting words. Quickly ask your underlings again to confirm Su Zijuan's location. We must find him as soon as possible. Master, I've already confirmed it. Upon hearing this, Qiongqi King immediately broke into a fawning smile, his face contorting like a blooming chrysanthemum. That scoundrel has entered the cycle lake. All we need to do now is make our way there. Good. Lin Xingyo responded, glanced at the blood pools around them bubbling with blood, and said to Qiongqi King, You are more familiar with this ancient battlefield. You lead the way ahead. This way, our speed will be much faster. Yes, master. This time, Qiongqi King did not refuse and quickly flew forward at an astonishing speed, while the ancient bull demon and the others following closely behind Lin Xingyo also flew forward through the air. Although this region was not large, the atmosphere was exceptionally terrifying. As they followed the blood-red river forward, the terrifying aura became increasingly oppressive. Soon, the air was filled with a thick aura of malevolence, making one instinctively feel fear. However, Lin Xingyo was completely unafraid. Instead, he slowed down his pace because he could sense that there were many powerful decaying corpses beneath the bubbling blood pools. However, they were all intimidated by the pressure emanating from his body and dared not emerge. But as they delved deeper, the decaying corpses nurtured in the blood pools became increasingly powerful. Facing this situation, Lin Xingyo naturally had to slow down, as he was also quite interested in these corpses. After all, these creatures had been condensed for millions of years, and precious soul crystals had formed in their skulls. This was a good thing. The more powerful the decaying corpse, the more valuable the soul crystal it produced. Moreover, refining this item was very beneficial for spiritual strength. Therefore, Lin Xingyo would also kill high-level decaying corpses and golden skeletons when he encountered them, as although these things were of little use to him, once taken out, these items would be perfect for his disciple, Su Shihan, as she currently needed them to enhance and refine her spiritual strength.